In an unexpected turn of fate, Liu Ye, who succumbed to the rigors of gaming, found himself immersed in the enchanting realm of Pokémon, a world he had long yearned to inhabit. Armed with the remnants of his previous life's gaming system, he began his journey with a stroke of luck, drawing 6 semi-divine beings, and even possessing the ability to summon legendary creatures. What? You can't even capture legendary Pokémon, while mine require not but a mere flick of my finger. Chapter 1. An Introduction to a Chaotic Transmigration. On a serene day in the verdant expanse of the Viridian Forest, Liu Ye pondered, "Where am I?" As he observed the sky, a few small birds flitted by, chirping melodiously while nearby. He noticed several sluggish green caterpillars writhing upon the branches. Caterpie? Could it be? I have transcended into another realm. Unlike the bewilderment and trepidation one might expect upon entering an unfamiliar world, Liu Ye, an ardent fan of Pokémon, was instead filled with exhilaration. Yes, pure exhilaration. In his previous existence on Earth, he had been an orphan, unburdened by ties or dependencies. As a fervent admirer of Pokémon, he had often dreamt of traversing into this fantastical universe. Now that his dream had manifested, how could he contain his excitement? The manner of his transmigration was indeed peculiar. After indulging in an intensive 80-hour gaming marathon of a title called Let's Go, Pokeball, which he had discovered on an app known for its free novels, he originally intended to merely pass the time. Unexpectedly, while engrossed in a gripping fanfiction titled The Pokémon Journey Begins with 6 Semi-Divine Beings, he found himself resonating with the protagonist. Just as he mused on how splendid it would be to embody that character, an advertisement for the very game he had been playing abruptly appeared. Indeed, it was Let's Go, Pokeball. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it, completed the download, and to his astonishment, the game was utterly captivating. He became ensnared in its allure, ultimately playing for a staggering 80 hours. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of Pokémon, he swiftly amassed a formidable collection, achieving the game's ultimate hidden accomplishment, transmigration, colloquially dubbed sudden demise. Standing amidst the forest, Liu Ye's mind raced with visions of creator deities, godly beasts, champions, and beautiful harem. Oh wait, something odd slipped in there. Time passed unnoticed until he felt an unusual sensation. His pant legs were drenched. Where in such clear weather did this water originate? Looking down, he gasped in disbelief. What on earth? Is this all my saliva? A stream of drool had formed, trickling away, while at his feet lay a caterpie, its eyes crossed in distress. Liu Ye hastily scooped it up. Dear caterpie, what has happened to you? You cannot depart this world so soon. You are destined to evolve into a majestic Butterfree. How can you be so fragile? You must not abandon me. This scene was nothing short of heart-wrenching, evoking a sense of profound grief, as if he were mourning a profound loss. Yet, amidst this tempest of emotions, one could only wonder at the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 2. The 6 Semi-Divine Beasts. At that moment, the green caterpillar stirred from its slumber and cast a knowing glance at Liu Ye, as if to say, "Surely, this fellow is a simpleton." Without further ado, it unleashed a strand of silk toward Liu Ye, then leapt from his hand, landing with a thud. By the time Liu Ye finally managed to remove the silk from his face, the green caterpillar had vanished without a trace, likely swept away by saliva. Liu Ye mused. This is not the time for excitement. Having traversed into the world of Pokémon, I must inquire about my golden finger. Where are you? Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. I am here, host. What are your commands? As a requisite for any traveler, Liu Ye, having been battered by modern novels, found this entirely unsurprising. System, please introduce yourself. Very well, this system is known as the Pokeball system. The host has successfully activated me by accomplishing the hidden highest achievement of the Pokeball game, and my capabilities are quite formidable. I can materialize everything from the game, excluding characters, including Pokemon, items, and more, for the host's use, provided that these items are exchanged for points, the system explained. How does one acquire system points? Liu Ye inquired with curiosity. There are primarily 2 methods to obtain system points. First, by completing main and side quests issued by the system, which rewards the host with points based on the difficulty of the tasks. Second, the host may achieve certain accomplishments to earn points. How does one complete these accomplishments? Host. Accomplishments lack specific directives and must be discovered through personal exploration. The system's second function is a lottery feature, where the host can utilize system points to draw prizes, mainly Pokemon fragments. Collecting a sufficient number of fragments allows for the synthesis of Pokemon, while the host also has a 0 0.00001 chance of directly drawing a Pokemon. The quality of the Pokemon, however, depends on the host's luck. Drawing once requires 1,000 points, while a 10-draw set is available at a discounted rate of 9,000 points. The system suggests the host opt for the 10-draw. Surely you jest. You don't believe in the miracles of single draws. Do you look down upon my luck? Liu Ye exclaimed in excitement. No, host, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention. The system hastily clarified. Good. I do indeed look down upon you, including your disposition. I am not angry. Liu Ye murmured the calm heart technique. Oh, by the way, system, while other systems bestow starter packs upon their travelers, where's my starter pack? Ding. Detecting host request. Distributing starter pack now. So, if I don't ask, you won't deliver, is that it? Liu Ye rolled his eyes, exasperated. Starter pack detected. Does the host wish to open it? Is that even a question? Open the starter pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. I have insight, 100,000 alliance coins, 1,000 points. Tokiwa power, advanced. 10 Great Balls, 50 Pokeballs, and 5 Pokemon selection cards, selectable for semi-divine beasts and below. System, I must say, I did not expect such generosity from you. Liu Ye's eyes sparkled at the sight of these rewards. The system's voice echoed in Liu Ye's mind, of course. This system is not like those flashy systems that only seek to exploit their hosts. Liu Ye couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of pride in the mechanical tone of the system. Oh, so that is how it is. System, please use the Pokemon selection cards. Ding. 5 Pokemon selection cards used successfully. Please select your Pokemon. I must ponder this carefully. Chapter 3, the Dragon-type champion. Ding. 5 Pokemon selection cards used successfully. Please select your Pokemon. The Dragon type is renowned as the mightiest of attributes. Even though it is countered by the Fairy type, Dragon Pokemon can learn a myriad of other skills. Very well, I shall choose Dragonite, Salamence, Hydreigon, Dragapult, and Garchomp. System, I will spend all 1,000 points on the lottery. My luck should be favorable on the first draw, wouldn't you agree? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Duraludon. Yet another semi-divine. This is incredible. Liu Ye felt as though he were soaring with excitement, and suddenly, 6 luxury balls appeared in his hand. Come forth, my Pokemon. In an instant, Dragonite, Salamence, Hydreigon, Dragapult, Garchomp, and Duraludon materialized upon the grass. Each Pokemon radiated a powerful aura, intimidating the forest's inhabitants into silence. Liu Ye activated the Eye of Insight, and the information about his Pokemon immediately unfolded before him. Name, Dragonite. Gender, female. Level, 80. Champion Peak. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Inner Focus Multiscale. Affection, 255. Base Stats, 600. Potential, Level 3 Divine. Skills, Thunderbolt, Ice Punch, Dragon Rage, Outrage, etc. Name, Salamence. Gender, female. Level, 80. Champion Peak. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Affection, 255. Base Stats, 600. Potential, Level 3 Divine. Skills, Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Roar of Time, Fly, etc. Name, Hydreigon. Gender, female. Level, 79, Champion High. Type, Dragon Dark. Ability, Levitate. Affection, 255. Base Stats, 600. Potential, Level 3 Divine. Skills, Dark Pulse, Flamethrower, Draco Meteor, Earth Power, etc. Name, Garchomp. Gender, female. Level, 79, Champion High. Type, Dragon Ground. Ability, Sand Veil Rough Skin. Affection, 255. Base Stats, 600. Potential, Level 3 Divine. Skills, Dragon Dance, Stone Edge, Brick Break, Crunch, etc. Name, Dragapult. Gender, female. Level, 78, Champion High. Type, Dragon Ghost. Ability, Bulletproof, Clear Body Soundproof. Affection, 255. Base Stats, 600. Potential, Level 3 Divine. Skills, Soul Dance, Aura Sphere. Cannon Beam, Draco Noise, etc. Name, Duraludon. Gender, female. Level, 78, Champion High. Type, Dragon Steel. Ability, Stalwart Body Infiltrator Curse Body. Affection, 255. Base Stats, 600. Potential, Level 3 Divine. Skills, Shadow Ball, Dragon Darts, Phantom Force, and more. Liu Ye gazed upon the 6 champion-level Pokemon before him, astonished to discover that each possessed the extraordinary potential of a Level 3 deity. It is worth noting that even Pokemon of the King's caliber are exceedingly rare, often sought after with fervent zeal. Yet, he had miraculously acquired 6, all at their zenith. Dragonite, Salamence, Hydreigon, Megasceptile, Garchomp, and Dragapult, he cheerfully proclaimed. I look forward to our future endeavors together. With a light heart, Liu Ye stored the 6 Pokemon away. However, a nagging thought struck him. Alas, I am still uncertain of my whereabouts and how I might escape. Though I possess wealth, I lack sustenance. Must my illustrious name, Liu Ye, be tarnished today? Am I truly destined to become the first traveler to perish from hunger? That would be an embarrassment to the entire realm of transmigrators. As he lamented, he felt a few tears welling up. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within Liu Ye's mind. Host, enough of this melodrama. Your tears are rather insincere. Is that so? It seems I must practice this further. Chapter 4, The Evergreen Forest. Ding. This system, seeing your plight, has graciously bestowed upon you a map of the Evergreen Forest. You need not thank me. The system's haughty tone echoed once more. How considerate. Let me see where I currently stand. Dear system, may we negotiate a matter? You are so astute, your wisdom unparalleled, and your knowledge so profound that it eludes comprehension. Stop. Host, speak plainly. I cannot decipher this map, Liu Ye stated earnestly. After a prolonged silence, the system remained unresponsive, which greatly troubled Liu Ye. System, what has happened? You cannot simply abandon me. I still seek to bask in the glories of life. Host, if you continue, I may indeed take my leave, the system replied with exasperation. My apologies. Due to the host's concerning intellect, this system has benevolently gifted you an intelligent locator map. Intelligent locator map? Liu Ye murmured in confusion. Indeed, host. This map can pinpoint your current location and encompasses the entirety of the world. The system declared proudly. Truly, my system is most considerate. Liu Ye beamed. Enough with the flattery. Now, I present your first task. Please exit the Evergreen Forest. This was not initially a task, but your intellect has exceeded my expectations. System. In the future, kindly refrain from sharing your thoughts alongside the tasks, alright? You insult my intelligence. Liu Ye responded, his expression darkening. Oh, understood. I shall be more mindful next time. 2 hours later, Liu Ye successfully emerged from the Evergreen Forest. The Evergreen Forest is indeed vast. It took me quite some time to find my way out, he mused. Host, you clearly lost your way several times. Without the intelligent locator map, you could have wandered for a decade and still remained trapped within. The system muttered under its breath. System, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Liu Ye retorted angrily. My apologies, I couldn't help myself. To make amends for my earlier faux pas, I bestow upon you the title Directionally Challenged. Effect. Increases the chance of getting lost by 20. Encounters while lost increase by 10. Gazing at the title, Liu Ye mused. Thank you. System. He was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. By the way, system, what exactly is an encounter? Encounters, as the name suggests, are extraordinary happenings. They can be fortuitous or unfortunate, entirely dependent on chance. A fortunate encounter might even lead to capturing a legendary beast, while an unfortunate one could involve being pursued by an underground organization, the system explained nonchalantly. So, you're suggesting that my encounters are likely to be beneficial? Liu Ye pondered. Very well, whatever will be, will be. Let fate decide. Shall I assume the host wishes to claim the rewards from the previous task? Is that even a question? Of course I claim it. Congratulations, host. You have received the item Dragon Fong X1. The Dragon Fong enhances the power of Dragon-type moves by 20. While this may seem inconsequential in a game, in reality, it could lead to catastrophic consequences against a Dragon-type onslaught. System, equip the Dragon Fong to Salamence. Liu Ye commanded. Understood, host. Now, I present Task 2. Proceed to Pallet Town and locate Professor Oak. Reward. Salamence Mega Evolution Keystone Mega Ring. A Mega Evolution Stone. Excellent. I shall make haste to Pallet Town. Liu Ye exclaimed eagerly. He then released Salamence. Oh, I could have simply flown out of the Evergreen Forest. Yet I chose to walk. Never mind. Night is approaching. I must hurry to Pallet Town. Liu Ye shrugged off the thought. Chapter 5, Professor Oak. Pallet Town. Finally, I've arrived at Pallet Town. Truly, it deserves its reputation as the starting point. The environment, the scenery, simply breathtaking. As Salamence gracefully descended, Liu Ye jumped off, enchanted by the beauty of Pallet Town. Thank you, Salamence, for your efforts. You may return now. He affectionately patted Salamence's head, which closed its eyes in delight and nuzzled Liu Ye with its massive cranium. Liu Ye then returned Salamence to its Pokeball, as its imposing presence could easily incite panic among ordinary Pokemon. Now, it is time to find Professor Oak. Liu Ye ventured into Pallet Town and casually inquired for directions, soon locating Professor Oak's laboratory. After all, while Professor Oak may not be globally renowned, his fame in the Kanto and Johto regions is unmatched. As Liu Ye approached Professor Oak's lab and prepared to ring the doorbell, a sudden crash echoed from within, followed by a plume of black smoke. Liu Ye rushed inside, only to find chaos. Scorched remnants were strewn everywhere. Upon entering, he heard peculiar sounds nearby. Suddenly, a shadow leaped forth, startling Liu Ye into grabbing a charred stick to defend himself. Stop, stop, don't strike. A feeble voice called out, prompting Liu Ye to halt and ponder. That voice sounds remarkably like Professor Oak's, he mused internally. Professor Oak, is that you? Where are you? A hand suddenly grasped Liu Ye's ankle, causing him to tremble. I'm right beneath you, the frail voice replied. Right beneath me? Liu Ye instinctively looked down. Professor Oak, are you all right? My apologies for not recognizing you. Liu Ye leaped off Professor Oak and helped him to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes. Professor Oak, what happened? Liu Ye inquired, bewildered by the scene around him. Cough, cough. Well, you see, it was a Charmander. This particular Charmander has a unique temperament, which explains the chaos. Professor Oak elucidated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully entering Pallet Town and encountering Professor Oak. Reward, Salaman's Mega Evolution Keystone Mega Evolution Ring, Universal. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within Liu Ye's mind. Task completed? Very well, let the system equip the Evolution Keystone to the Dragonite, and additionally extract the Mega Evolution Bracelet. A splendid bracelet materialized around Liu Ye's wrist. Ding. Task 3 has been issued. Please assist Professor Oak in locating that special Charmander and successfully capturing it. Reward, Dragonite Awakening Stone. The Dragonite Awakening Stone? Could you provide a detailed explanation of this item? Liu Ye inquired. Certainly, host. The Dragonite Awakening Stone allows Dragonite to awaken into an ancient form, known as the Primal Dragonite, significantly enhancing all its attributes and doubling its combat prowess. Isn't that impressive? At this juncture, the system playfully interjected as usual. This task must be undertaken. The Dragonite Awakening Stone. No, it's the Charmander I'm after. Professor Oak, I am here to assist you in the search for Charmander. Liu Ye declared, his face brimming with excitement. Thank you very much. May I ask how to address you? Young man? Professor Oak inquired, his demeanor slightly awkward, just a touch. Oh, Professor, my name is Liu Ye. You can simply call me Liu Ye. Liu Ye quickly clarified, noticing the professor's discomfort. Then, Professor, I shall set off to find Charmander. With that, Liu Ye released Dragonite. Dragonite, you surely know what a Charmander looks like, correct? Liu Ye asked. Dragonite nodded its head in affirmation, its adorably goofy expression making it undeniably charming. Truly a magnificent specimen. Excellent. Search the vicinity for Charmander and bring it here. And be careful not to harm the little creature. Given your strength, a mere sneeze could easily endanger it if you're not cautious. Now off you go, Liu Ye instructed. Chapter 6. Charmander. After witnessing Dragonite's departure in search of Charmander, Liu Ye turned to Professor Oak and said, Professor, allow me to help tidy up the research lab. Oh dear, I couldn't possibly impose on you. Professor Oak replied. Not at all, Professor. Please, let me assist you. Liu Ye insisted. Well, if you insist, thank you. Liu Ye. Professor Oak expressed his gratitude. An hour later, finally done. It was quite the task to clean up. I must ensure to carry at least one Pokemon with me next time. Professor Oak panted, looking regretful. Liu Ye approached him. Professor, the lab is all tidied up. Thank you immensely, Liu Ye. Without your help today, I would have been at it for ages. Professor Oak said gratefully. Hee, it was my pleasure, Professor. Liu Ye responded bashfully, scratching his head. Given the time, Dragonite should have returned by now. With its strength, it should have found Charmander in no time. Liu Ye mused. Just as Liu Ye finished speaking, Dragonite swooped back, clutching a wet and bedraggled Charmander, resembling a drenched chicken, nay, a drenched dragon. Dragonite, what transpired? Why did you take so long to return? And why is Charmander drenched? Liu Ye questioned. Ugh, Dragonite explained, gesturing animatedly. Thanks to Liu Ye's understanding of Pokemon language, he was able to grasp the situation. Here's what happened. Dragonite set off to find Charmander and discovered it amidst some grass. Unfortunately, Charmander had wandered into a Beedrill's territory, and given the temperament of Beedrills, it was undoubtedly being chased. In desperation, Charmander had leapt into a river to evade the relentless swarm. However, as is well known, Charmander has a particular aversion to water. Observing the Charmander in Dragonite's grasp, Liu Ye noted that aside from the bumps on its head, it seemed unscathed. He also observed that the flames on its tail were a striking shade of gold. System, Check Charmander's details. Name, Charmander. Gender, female. Level, 5, intermediate beginner. Ability, Blaze. Solar power. Type, fire. Friendship, 60255. Base stats, 309. Potential, champion. Moves, tackle, ember, sacred fire, inherited from Ho-Oh. Item held, feather of Ho-Oh. Evaluation, a rare Charmander. Born a natural leader. Due to an accidental consumption of the feather of Ho-Oh, its tail now bears golden flames, which led to its ostracization from others, making it particularly wary of strangers. Oh, so that explains why Charmander caused such chaos in Professor Oak's lab and ran away. Liu Ye pondered thoughtfully. Seeing that Charmander had been successfully retrieved, Professor Oak felt relieved. Liu Ye, may I discuss something with you? Of course, Professor. Just say the word. After all, you've already done me a great service. Professor Oak responded enthusiastically. Actually, Chapter 7, The God of Skin, the Dragonite Awakening Stone. It is this, Professor Oak. I wish to capture this Charmander. Liu Ye expressed. Oh, you wish to have this Charmander? Then it's yours. Here, take this Pokeball. Without hesitation, Professor Oak handed the Pokeball containing Charmander to Liu Ye. Liu Ye stared at the Pokeball in his hand, astonished by Professor Oak's generosity. Noticing Liu Ye's surprise, Professor Oak explained, you see, every year the League provides new trainers with starter Pokemon. However, obtaining a starter Pokemon requires a significant fee, which is a considerable burden for most families, resulting in fewer new trainers each year. Those unable to afford the fee often venture into the wild to capture their Pokemon. Thus, each year, many starter Pokemon remain unclaimed, and as you can see, this Charmander's temperament is rather mischievous, making it unsuitable for most novice trainers. Hence, it is perfectly appropriate to gift it to you. Ah, so that's why? I was worried that you wouldn't have enough starter Pokemon left this year. Liu Ye exclaimed. Huh, not a chance. Besides, after your generous assistance, a mere Charmander is hardly a concern. Professor Oak's demeanor was exceptionally generous. At this moment, Liu Ye recalled why. When Ash arrived, Professor Oak had claimed there were no starter Pokemon left and offered Ash a somewhat problematic Pikachu instead. Professor, do you know Ash? Liu Ye cautiously inquired, uncertain whether the timeline was before or after the events of the storyline. Are you referring to that young lad from the flower family in town? Of course I know him. He's quite the rascal, impulsive yet a good-hearted boy. He'll be of age to embark on his journey next year. Do you know him, Liu Ye? Professor Oak asked. I saw a little boy helping an elderly lady cross the street in town, and I heard his name was Ash. I was merely curious and thought to mention it, not expecting you to know him. Liu Ye chuckled. Indeed, I was quite familiar with Ash's father. But ever since his father's unfortunate demise in the mystic realm, in the quiet corners of the world, there resides a single mother, Hanako, who, alongside her son, faces the challenges of life as an orphan duo. Occasionally, I extend my support to them, as reflected in Professor Oak's reminiscences. Liu Ye nodded in understanding, realizing the depth of the situation. Following Professor Oak, Liu Ye ventured into the rear courtyard of the Pokemon Research Institute, where the recent explosion had merely revealed the tip of the iceberg concerning the devastation inflicted upon the entire facility. Suddenly, Liu Ye's gaze fell upon a solitary Pikachu, perched alone in contemplation. Intrigued, he began to examine Pikachu's attributes. Name, Pikachu, exclusive to Ash. Gender, male. Level, 16, variable between 1 and 100. Type, electric. Ability, static performer, Oscar level. Friendship, 30. Base stats, 320. Potential. Skills, quick attack, double team, thunder shock, thunderbolt. Upon reviewing Pikachu's attributes, Liu Ye appeared to comprehend the reasons behind Pikachu's capability to contend with legendary Pokemon while also being susceptible to lesser foes, as well as the rationale for the reset of levels within different regions. It was evident that Pikachu truly deserved the title of Pikachu. Initially, Liu Ye entertained the thought of capturing Pikachu. However, upon noting the uncertain attributes and the exclusive designation to Ash, he promptly abandoned that idea. By the way, do you enjoy instant noodles? They've gone cold. Professor Oak exclaimed suddenly. No, Professor Oak, you can have it. Liu Ye replied, beads of sweat forming at the corners of his forehead. With a Pokeball in hand, Liu Ye approached the Charmeleon. Charmeleon, would you like to become my Pokemon? He inquired. Charmeleon seemed to recognize that the dragon who had rescued it belonged to Liu Ye, thus exhibiting a degree of fondness towards him. It affectionately nudged Liu Ye's hand and nodded in agreement. Then, I look forward to our journey together, Charmeleon, Liu Ye declared, elated at the prospect of capturing a Pokemon with champion potential, a rare find indeed. It is well known that even the strongest trainers in the league possess Pokemon whose potential merely reaches the pinnacle of greatness. Thus, it is no wonder that a Pokémon with champion potential is considered a treasure. Excited by his acquisition of Charmeleon, Liu Ye bid farewell to Professor Oak and departed from Pallet Town. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town's forest, a thought struck him. Wait, didn't I have a system reward yet to claim? System, did you swallow it? Liu Ye remarked, bewildered. Ding. Host, this system has previously reminded you. Perhaps your elation at capturing Charmeleon led you to overlook the system's alert, came the response. Is that so? Regardless, it's not significant. System, extract the reward. Liu Ye replied, slightly embarrassed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Dragonite Awakening Stone. Liu Ye examined the stone in his hand. It was no larger than his palm and bore no distinguishing features from an ordinary rock. Are you certain this isn't a deceptive imitation? A mere trinket masquerading as a Dragonite Awakening Stone? He questioned. The products of this system are undoubtedly exceptional. There is no reason for me to deceive a mere mortal. The system replied with a hint of pride. Very well, I shall trust you for now and give it a try. Liu Ye declared, retrieving the Pokeball for Dragonite. Come forth, Dragonite. Upon its release, Dragonite appeared bewildered, internally lamenting, I just returned. Why have you summoned me again? You scarcely released the other 5 dragons. What is it about me that you find so objectionable? Dragonite wore an expression of deep discontent. Yet, upon catching sight of the Dragonite Awakening Stone, its demeanor transformed entirely. Chapter 8. The ancient Dragonite. The earlier look of discontent vanished as Dragonite's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the Awakening Stone. Liu Ye observed, astonished, you are, after all, a dragon. Can you not exhibit a semblance of dignity? Your behavior resembles that of a mere hound. Liu Ye was left speechless by Dragonite's antics. Fortuitously, there were no onlookers or Pokemon nearby. Otherwise, the reputation of the Dragonite lineage would surely suffer. All right, Dragonite, please cease this undignified display. If you can compose yourself, this stone will be yours. Liu Ye instructed. In that fleeting moment, Dragonite straightened its posture, adopting an expression of utmost seriousness. The transformation was akin to the artistry of a master of traditional Chinese opera. As Dragonite made contact with the Awakening Stone, it seamlessly fused with it. A minute later, Dragonite's new form was revealed to Liu Ye, who noted that aside from a slight increase in size, there appeared to be no substantial differences. Doubts began to creep in regarding the authenticity of the Awakening Stone. System, check Dragonite's attributes. Name, Ancient Dragonite, the only sovereign. Gender, female, do you believe in a matriarchal society in ancient times? Level, 85, mid-tier of the Tier 3 gods. Type, dragon flying. Ability, psychic multiscale, can freely alter body size. Friendship, 255255. Base stats, 650. Potential, Tier 2 god. Skills, Dragon Rage, Volt Tackle, Ice Punch. Dragon's Fury, this Pokemon has mastered all basic skills of value. Gazing at Dragonite's attribute panel, Liu Ye was thoroughly astonished. The system had indeed not deceived him. It was a product of true quality. Post-awakening, Dragonite, now referred to as Ancient Dragonite, lifted Liu Ye, affectionately nuzzling him with her face. All right, Dragonite, please set me down. I can hardly breathe. Liu Ye exclaimed in haste. The awakened Dragonite had grown significantly larger, her strength enhanced beyond measure. Being held by her was an overwhelming experience. Despite the softness and comfort of her skin, one can imagine the sensation of being embraced by a great bear, not a panda. It is a unique experience indeed. Ding. Mainline sequential task issued. Successfully challenged the 8 major gyms of the Kanto region and obtained the gym badges. Sequential task 1. Obtain the Grave badge from the Pewter gym. Successful completion reward. 1 random Pokemon egg, 1 dragon tooth, 100,000 league coins, 2,000 points. Failure. No penalties. Next, we should head to Pewter gym to undertake the mainline task. Liu Ye stated, glancing at the map. Stowing the map, Liu Ye leaped onto the back of Ancient Dragonite. Dragonite, let us set forth. Destination, Pewter City. A Pokemon Master, here I come. As a crow flew overhead, Liu Ye noticed Dragonite remained still, prompting his curiosity. What is it, Dragonite? Ugh, Dragonite responded. Upon hearing her words, Liu Ye's face flushed, and he promptly retrieved an item from his backpack to show her. With that, Dragonite took flight, soaring towards Pewter City. I am such a fool. Chapter 9. Pewter Gym, Brock. As Dragonite neared the outskirts of Pewter City, Liu Ye instructed her to come to a halt and land nearby. Due to the regulations imposed by the Pokemon League, flying Pokemon are prohibited in urban areas, save for personnel designated by the League. Violators of this rule face relentless pursuit from the League, for flying within the city is deemed an act of provocation. Consequently, Liu Ye commanded his Dragonite to descend nearby, recalling it into its Pokeball before making his way into Pewter City. Upon entering, Liu Ye was greeted by the sight of a city characterized by its rocky landscape. He mused to himself, truly deserving of the title Rock City, Pewter is replete with an array of oddly shaped stones. Consulting his map, he pinpointed the location of the Pewter Gym. As he approached the vicinity of the gym, an older gentleman suddenly called out to him. Having played through Pokemon numerous times in his past life, Liu Ye instantly recognized this man as Brock's father, Flint. However, Liu Ye chose not to reveal his recognition. In his youth, Flint aspired to become a Pokemon master, embarking on a journey to chase his dreams, leaving the family gym solely in the care of his son Brock, who was burdened with the responsibility of looking after his many younger siblings, a task that proved quite arduous, though one must admit that Brock was indeed well suited to the role of caretaker. Flint waved at Liu Ye and remarked, "Young man, are you here to challenge the Pewter Gym? I must warn you, the gym leader, Brock, is exceptionally formidable, especially with his Onix. You may not stand a chance." "Fear not, sir. I am confident I will prevail," Liu Ye replied resolutely. Confidence is commendable. In my day, I was just as ambitious." Flint began to boast of his past glories, but as he turned around, he found Liu Ye had already vanished. What an impolite young man, Flint muttered to himself. Upon entering the Pewter Gym, Liu Ye found Brock engaged in a game of tag with his younger siblings. "Hello, I am here to challenge the gym," Liu Ye announced courteously. "Oh, very well. Please wait a moment while I prepare," Brock replied, squinting with a smile. 2 minutes later, Brock declared, "All right, let us commence the battle. Xiaomi, you shall serve as the referee." "Okay, big brother," Xiaomi replied cheerfully. It appeared that Xiaomi was one of Brock's siblings and likely the eldest after Brock himself. "Wonderful. We get to see Big Brother in action again." Yes. Big Brother will surely win. Indeed, Big Brother's Onix is the strongest." Brock's younger siblings chattered excitedly in the background. The rules of the match stipulated a 2v2 format, allowing the challenger to switch Pokemon at will, while the gym trainer could not change theirs mid-battle. Without further ado, the battle between challenger Liu Ye and Pewter Gym trainer Brock for the Gray Badge officially began. "Let the gym trainer release their Pokemon first," Xiaomi exclaimed, showcasing her expertise as a referee. "Go, Geodude." Brock confidently sent out Geodude. "Geodude, is it? System, please check Geodude's attributes." Soon, Geodude's attribute panel appeared before Liu Ye. Name, Geodude. Gender, male. Level, 18, late stage intermediate. Type, rock. Ground ability, rock. Head friendship, 30, indicating a distant relationship with the protagonist. Base stats, 300 potential, elite moves, tackle. Sandstorm, rock. Polish, rock slide. Geodude, how fitting. Charmander, you shall be my choice, Liu Ye declared, releasing his only viable Pokemon. "No misunderstandings. Bringing out my 6 other Pokemon would be utterly unfair." Prior to challenging the Pewter Gym, Liu Ye had diligently trained Charmander in the Viridian Forest, ensuring that 6 of his Dragonites weakened the wild Pokemon they encountered, allowing Charmander to deliver the finishing blow, thus elevating its level to 15. Moreover, Liu Ye had intentionally limited Charmander's growth. Otherwise, it would have already evolved into a Charmeleon. Upon seeing Liu Ye release Charmander, Xiaomi announced, "The challenger may initiate the attack." With a smile, Liu Ye replied, "In that case, I shall not hold back. Charmander, use Ember." Geodude dodged and countered with Sandstorm. The swirling sand momentarily obstructed Charmander's vision. "Now, Geodude, use Rock Slide," Brock commanded. As Geodude prepared to unleash its attack upon Charmander, Liu Ye's confidence only grew. "Charmander, use Smokescreen against Geodude." Charmander exhaled a cloud of smoke, disrupting Geodude's assault and rendering it unable to locate Charmander's position. Recognizing his strategy was effective, Liu Ye continued, "Charmander, charge in and use Scratch." Geodude, hearing Liu Ye's order, assumed a defensive stance. Charmander dashed into the smoke, and with the cover of the smokescreen, Brock could not discern the unfolding events. "Geodude, use Harden." "That's futile," Liu Ye retorted calmly. Before long, the smokescreen dissipated, revealing Geodude sprawled on the ground, eyes swirling in defeat. Xiaomi, observing the scene, momentarily flashed a look of disappointment before announcing, "Geodude is unable to battle. Liu Ye wins the first round. Now, it is your turn. Go, Onix," Brock declared, releasing the classic Onix. Liu Ye swiftly checked Onix's attributes. Name, Onix. Gender, male. Level, 37, late stage advanced. Type, rock. Ground ability, rock. Head friendship, 30 base stats, 385 potential. Near champion moves, rock. Polish, rock slide, sand tomb. Stealth rock. In comparison to Geodude, Onix was significantly stronger in both level and capabilities, leaving Liu Ye to ponder whether Charmander would be a match for it. Charmander, are you still able to continue? Liu Ye inquired. Charmander responded with determination in its eyes. Go for it, Charmander. Use Howl. Liu Ye commanded. Brock, do not give Charmander a moment's respite. Charge in and use Tackle. Brock, true to his role as gym leader, promptly issued his order. As Onix barreled towards Charmander, Liu Ye's heart sank. Charmander, evade. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was too great, and having just fought Geodude, Charmander was too fatigued to escape the impending attack. Onix crashed into Charmander, sending it sprawling to the ground. Charmander, Liu Ye cried out, his anxiety palpable. Though injured, Charmander valiantly rose to its feet. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Charmander. This is Charmander evolving. Xiao Gang expressed his astonishment. It is well known that Pokemon typically require extensive training to evolve, and it is exceedingly rare for a Pokemon to undergo evolution during battle. Even a gym leader like Xiao Gang was experiencing this for the first time. Soon, after a brilliant flash of light, a Charmeleon appeared before the crowd, its skin now a more vibrant red and its body more robust. Name, Charmeleon. Gender, female. Level, 23, early intermediate. Ability, Blaze type, Fire Friendship, 100255. Base stats, for 05 potential. Champion moves, Metal Claw, Ember, Rage. Sacred Fire, inherited from Ho-Oh, item held. Feather of Ho-Oh. The evolved Charmeleon had seen its level increase by nearly 10 levels, and even the injuries it had sustained earlier had completely healed. Charmeleon, let us continue our battle. Use Metal Claw, Xiao Gang commanded. The Charmeleon was significantly smaller than the Onix, allowing it to deftly evade Onix's attacks. After being struck, Onix merely staggered back a few steps. With a formidable defense of 160, Onix had sustained minimal damage. Onix, use Bind. As Charmeleon stood momentarily dazed, Xiao Gang issued the command. Onix swiftly ensnared Charmeleon with its body, leaving her unable to escape. Charmeleon cried out in distress. Onix, follow up with Slam. Curse it. Is the level disparity still too great? Liu Ye pondered. In that case, I must fight with all my might. Charmeleon, unleash Rage. Liu Ye resolved. The primary objective of this battle was to train Charmeleon, and that goal had been achieved. Charmeleon broke free from Onix's grasp and, summoning all her strength, charged at Onix. Final blow. Use Rock Slide. Xiao Gang commanded. Roar. The collision between Onix and Charmeleon erupted in a cloud of dust, and when it cleared, Charmeleon lay on the ground, unable to continue fighting. Charmeleon has fainted. Please release your next Pokemon, Challenger. Xiaomi announced. Liu Ye withdrew Charmeleon, saying, Return, Charmeleon, you have done your best. Go, Garchomp. He released one of his 6 dragons at random. Garchomp, do as you please. Liu Ye observed the slightly panting Onix, noting that Charmeleon's earlier outburst had indeed inflicted considerable damage. Xiao Gang stood frozen in place upon witnessing Garchomp's presence, particularly the aura it exuded. He was certain this Garchomp possessed at least elite-level strength. At that moment, 1,000 Arceus raced through Xiao Gang's mind. You mean to tell me this is a novice trainer? Onix, too, trembled under the influence of Garchomp's formidable presence, acutely sensing an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from it. Responding to Liu Ye's command, Garchomp launched a Dragon Pulse at Onix, which immediately succumbed, its eyes glazing over as it lost the will to battle. Chapter 11, The Gray Badge. Fossil. Upon witnessing Onix's defeat, Xiaomi declared, Onix has fainted, and Liu Ye is the victor. Here, this is your gray badge from the Nibi Gym. Your Pokemon are all exceptionally strong. Xiao Gang approached Liu Ye and handed him the badge. Thank you. You are quite strong as well. Liu Ye offered a token of gratitude and turned to leave the gym. His mind was occupied solely with thoughts of the rewards for completing his task, and he had no inclination to engage in conversation with the dark-haired, bespectacled individual who appeared somewhat eccentric. As Liu Ye prepared to exit, Xiao Gang hastily called out, Please wait. Is there something else? Liu Ye inquired, puzzled. Can I travel with you? Your strength is remarkable, and I believe I could learn a great deal by accompanying you. Xiao Gang earnestly expressed. Without hesitation, Liu Ye firmly declined. Goodness, if I were to travel with someone like you, what would happen if I encountered a woman? You'd rush over. And if she were timid, she'd flee in fright. Or worse, I might be mistaken for a lecher. Though I, Liu Ye, am a paragon of virtue, I cannot allow my future happiness to be jeopardized by Xiao Gang. Liu Ye resolved in his heart. I'm sorry, I'm accustomed to traveling alone. Perhaps you will encounter a more suitable trainer to journey with in the future. Farewell. Liu Ye decisively rejected the offer. with a wave of his right hand in farewell. He turned and departed from the gym. Upon returning to his hotel room, Liu Ye eagerly claimed his system rewards. Congratulations, host. On completing the sequential task, 1. Acquire the gray badge from the Nibby gym. Task completion rewards: 1 random Pokemon egg, 1 Dragon Fong, 100,000 Alliance coins, 2,000 points. The rewards have been deposited into the system space. Please check at your convenience. Liu Ye inspected the system space, discovering a Pokemon egg adorned in white and green, with pink patterns nestled quietly within. System: which Pokemon does this egg belong to? Liu Ye inquired with curiosity. Once the Pokemon egg hatches, the host will naturally discover its identity. However, the system can assure you that you will not be disappointed. The system's cool voice resonated in Liu Ye's mind. Oh, leaving a mystery, are we? How much longer until this Pokemon egg hatches? Liu Ye was taken aback by the system's teasing. 7 days remaining, the system replied. 7 days? That's not too long, Liu Ye mused, anticipating the revelation that awaited him. As Liu Ye contemplated this, the system's voice chimed again. Ding! A temporary task has been issued. Please proceed to the ancient fossil market in Nibby City and purchase a fossil. Task completion reward: 1 Pokemon fossil revival machine. Failure to complete the task incurs no penalty. Do you accept this task? Isn't this a reward for nothing? Only a fool would refuse. Liu Ye's eyes brightened as he promptly accepted the task. Nibby City is a rocky metropolis, home to many fossils buried within the stones, although they remain merely fossils and cannot be revived. However, with the Pokemon fossil revival machine now in Liu Ye's possession, the situation was about to change. Oh, by the way, system, is the Pokemon fossil revival machine a one-time use item? Liu Ye suddenly recalled that many novels often featured disposable items. Certainly not. The system's Pokemon fossil revival machine is infinitely usable, with no limitations on usage. Please refrain from comparing this system to those inferior systems. It is an affront to the system's dignity. Always remember this. What the system produces is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Sensing Liu Ye's skepticism, the system became slightly irked and immediately defended itself. That's fantastic. I can clear out the fossil market. Liu Ye fantasized gleefully as he set out. Taking a taxi to the fossil market in Nibby City. The market was bustling with activity, indicating a significant interest in fossils. Although the potential for revival existed, the odds of success were astronomically low, far inferior to the chances of winning the lottery in Liu Ye's previous life on Blue Star. Yet, many were still willing to gamble, firmly believing in the adage that a chance taken could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Liu Ye approached a stall, suddenly recalling that the Eye of Exploration was effective against spirits, and thus, it should also work on fossilized spirits. Rather than hesitating, he decided to take action. As the Eye of Exploration swept across the area, a multitude of data panels materialized before Liu Ye's eyes. Name: Fossilized Armored Shell, Fossil. Gender: Male. Level: 36, Mid-Advanced. Type: Rock Water. Ability: Swift Swim. Base Stats: 355. Potential: Elite. Skills: Sand Attack, Water Gun, Ancient Power, Mud Shot. Name: Fossilized Side Shell, Fossil. Gender: Male. Level: 48, Late Elite. Type: Rock Water. Ability: Battle Armor. Base Stats: 495. Potential: Near Champion. Skills: Cut, Night Slash, Ancient Power, Protect. Name: Fossilized Ammonite, Fossil. Gender: Female. Level: 33, Early Advanced. Type: Rock Water. Ability: Swift Swim. Base Stats: 355. Potential: Elite. Skills: Withdraw, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Ancient Power. Name: Spiny Fossilized Ammonite, Fossil. Gender: Male. Level: 46, Mid-Elite. Type: Rock Water. Ability: Shell Armor. Base Stats: 495. Potential: Near Champion. Skills: Bite, Mud Shot, Sand Attack, Salt Water. Ordinary Stones. Huh. Why are there so many ordinary stones? Liu Ye glanced around, realizing that apart from these 4 fossils, the rest were merely ordinary stones. Subsequently, he surveyed other stalls and discovered that, indeed, the majority were laden with common stones, with genuine fossils being a mere fraction. Wait a moment. Liu Ye seemed to have stumbled upon something intriguing. Name: Fossilized Pterodactyl, Fossil. Gender: Female. Level: 61, Early Champion. Type: Rock Flying. Ability: Hard Head. Base Stats: 515. Potential: Champion. Skills: Wing Attack, Bite, Spike Attack, Hyper Beam. Jackpot. Liu Ye felt a surge of excitement. How much for this one stall owner? He inquired, pointing to the fossilized pterodactyl. 10,000 Alliance coins, no negotiation. The stall owner replied. 7,000. Liu Ye retorted without hesitation. I'm still in the business. the stall owner began, but Liu Ye interrupted. 5,000. 3,000. Deal. The stall owner exclaimed hurriedly, fearing that if he delayed, the 3,000 would vanish. Liu Ye wasted no time, promptly handing over the money and departing with the fossil. Subsequently, he swept through other stalls, acquiring all the genuine fossils he could find. The stall owners Liu Ye had visited found something amiss, though they could not pinpoint what it was. After all, selling a pile of worthless stones for tens of thousands of alliance coins was a boon for an ordinary family. Chapter 12. The Spirit's Small World. Fossilized Pterodactyl. After returning to the hotel, Liu Ye eagerly claimed the reward for completing his task, a spirit fossil revival machine. He took out the purchased fossils one by one, reviving them. As he checked their attributes, all displayed elite or near champion potential. With the fossilized pterodactyl boasting champion potential, truly a testament to the might of ancient spirits, far surpassing modern counterparts. Most ordinary wild spirits possessed only intermediate or advanced potential, with elites being exceedingly rare. Only a few leaders of certain spirit groups might possess near champion potential, while those with champion potential were extraordinarily rare, often sought after by numerous trainers. For 99 of trainers, capturing even one near champion potential spirit in a lifetime was a tremendous stroke of luck. Of course, this did not apply to Liu Ye, who seemed to monopolize luck itself. After reviving all the fossil spirits except for the fossilized pterodactyl, the others remained in a deep slumber, possibly due to their unfamiliarity with their surroundings. Liu Ye produced several Pokeballs, made in Shitong, and effortlessly captured them. As the Pokeballs barely stirred, he counted 6 fossilized armored shells, 3 fossilized scythe shells, 6 fossilized ammonites, and 3 spiny fossilized ammonites. Just then, a cold voice echoed in Liu Ye's mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired more than 10 small spirits, achieving the perfection accomplishment. Reward, Spirits Small World 1. Spirits Small World? Please elaborate on its functions, Liu Ye requested. The Spirits Small World, as the name suggests, is a realm designed for the host's spirits to thrive. It generates an environment suitable for the spirits based on their attributes and living habits. The host may enter this world, but their time is limited to 60 minutes, or they will be repelled by the world's power and automatically exit. Currently, the small world spans 10,000 square kilometers, with the area expanding as the host acquires more spirits. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Liu Ye could only describe his feelings with 2 words: considerate and delightful. The system had perfectly addressed his concerns about housing so many spirits. Now he could allow them to thrive and even engage in intimate activities for reproduction. Although trainers in the Pokemon world were restricted to carrying no more than 6 spirits, and Liu Ye had previously stored surplus Pokemon in the system space, the limitation posed no challenge for him. Henceforth, he could employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers, easily conquering the entire alliance. Liu Ye decided to revive the fossilized pterodactyl last, as it was a formidable creature from the ancient era, a top predator in the food chain. He was cautious, aware that upon revival, it might immediately attack him. Therefore, he opted for the hotel's private training facility to ensure safety. He then released several powerful Pokemon: the ancient dragon, the violent salamander, the land shark, the 3-headed dragon, the spike-tail armor dragon, and the dragon king. He instructed them to teach the fossilized pterodactyl a lesson if it misbehaved upon awakening. With that, Liu Ye placed the fossilized pterodactyl into the revival machine. Moments later, it was revived, awakening much faster than the previous fossils that had remained dormant. Upon awakening, the fossil pterodactyl's first sight was Liu Ye. For one who had endured hunger for at least several hundred years, this was an unabashed temptation, and she prepared to launch herself towards him with a powerful flap of her wings. However, she suddenly sensed the intense gazes of 6 formidable beings fixated upon her. It was only then that she noticed she had been surrounded by 6 dragons. The most alarming aspect was their overwhelming aura. The fossil pterodactyl could distinctly feel that they were far superior to her. Upon confirming her suspicions, she realized that these were beings she could not afford to provoke. Without any preamble, the 6 dragons approached the fossil pterodactyl and delivered a sound thrashing. Their expressions were rife with disdain, as if to say, "You little wretch. Do you dare to threaten our master? Have you any idea who we are?" Although the fossil pterodactyl bore the name dragon, it was, in truth, a pure rock flying-type Pokemon, and currently, it was no match for these dragons. Seeing the fossil pterodactyl lying motionless on the ground, Liu Ye grew concerned that it might have suffered fatal injuries and stepped forward to assess the situation. To his relief, being 6 champion-level Pokemon, they had shown restraint. The fossil pterodactyl had not sustained any grave injuries, merely sporting a few bruises and a swollen visage. This ancient ruler of the skies was now sprawled on the ground, tears streaming from her eyes, and when Liu Ye approached, she began to wail uncontrollably. Upon witnessing the former sovereign of the skies in such a pitiful state, Liu Ye felt a twinge of helplessness. Wait a moment. A thought struck him. It appeared that this fossil pterodactyl was female, which made her reaction somewhat understandable. With that in mind, Liu Ye employed the power of the evergreen to heal her wounds, yet the fossil pterodactyl continued to sob, showing no signs of abating. At that moment, the ancient Dragonite beside them exhaled through its nostrils, causing the fossil pterodactyl's wails to diminish to soft sobs. Liu Ye's eyes widened in realization. This approach could indeed work. Considering that the fossil pterodactyl was a female, he adopted a notably gentle tone and inquired, "Fossil pterodactyl, your earlier actions were driven by a desire to attack me, and thus they were acting in your best interest, albeit perhaps a bit too forcefully. If you wish to become as powerful as they are, why not become my Pokemon?" The fossil pterodactyl glanced at Liu Ye. Even she, despite her naivety, could discern the veiled threat in his words. She was certain that should she refuse, she would soon relive the earlier scene, and this time, it would be far worse. She then looked at the 6 dragons, who responded to her gaze with smiles, though the fossil pterodactyl found their expressions more terrifying than comforting. Suppressing her fear, the fossil pterodactyl nodded vigorously at Liu Ye, terrified that a delayed response might result in a repeat of the earlier beating. Observing her willingness, Liu Ye took out a Pokeball. In her eagerness, the fossil pterodactyl pressed the button on the Pokeball, and without a tremor, it indicated that she had been successfully captured. How desperate she must have been. Who could claim that fossil pterodactyls were temperamental? Clearly, she was quite docile. Entering the ball without a moment's hesitation, Liu Ye mused, if anyone dares to say that fossil pterodactyls are ill-tempered again, they will have to answer to me. Next, Liu Ye entered the Pokemon world and discovered that it was indeed as the system had described, complete with both sun and moon. He subsequently released all the Pokemon he had captured, and the miniature world instantaneously formed an environment suitable for their existence. After spending a few days in Nibi City without much excitement, Liu Ye decided to head to Hualan City. He recalled that between Nibi City and Hualan City lay a mountain range known as Moon Viewing Mountain, which was rumored to be home to a group of Clefairy and Clefable, as well as a particularly large moonstone, an exceptionally valuable item. Of course, Liu Ye, endowed with a system, was not concerned with material wealth. Rather, it was his curiosity for new experiences that propelled him forward. Thus, he departed from Nibi City, activated his navigation, and soon arrived at the foot of Moon Viewing Mountain, taking his time to train his Charmeleon along the way. He encountered no Pokemon that particularly caught his eye. Thus far, the most promising creature he had seen was a Nidoran with elite potential. Before long, Liu Ye and his Charmeleon reached the summit of Moon Viewing Mountain. The mountain was not particularly high, standing at around 500 meters. Charmeleon, fueled by a surge of confidence from previous gym battles, had reached level 32, just 4 levels shy of evolution. Upon reaching the peak, Liu Ye found it peculiar that there were no Pokemon in sight. After searching the area thoroughly, he realized that not even a single Clefairy was present, leading him to suspect that something was amiss. Come forth, Garchomp. For safety, Liu Ye released Garchomp to guard him. After a short while, he discovered a cave from which murmurs could be faintly heard. "Brother, if we sell these Clefairy and Clefable, we will strike it rich," one voice exclaimed. "Indeed, and with these moonstones, especially that enormous one, its value cannot be measured in mere currency." Another chimed in. "The most crucial aspect is that if we bring these back, we will no longer be at the bottom of the Hunter organization," said the one being addressed as brother. Hunter organization? Upon overhearing the conversation among the 3 individuals, Liu Ye quickly discerned their intentions. The Hunter organization was a notorious poaching group operating in the Sinnoh region and beyond, notorious for preying on rare Pokemon and engaging in illegal activities. The organization was led by 26 individuals whose identities remained shrouded in mystery, known only by their code names, the letters A to Z. Aside from the leader, Hunter J, the remaining 25 members were ranked by their alphabetical designations. The Hunter organization was often deemed more dangerous than groups like Team Rocket, as they would go to great lengths to capture rare Pokemon for their clients, often resorting to direct attacks on humans or employing firearms to achieve their goals. Thus, the motives of these 3 men became glaringly evident, especially when Liu Ye heard them mention the colossal moonstone. Unable to contain himself any longer, he strode into the cave. Upon noticing Liu Ye's entrance, the trio immediately became alert and released their respective Pokemon. "Who are you?" one of them demanded. Liu Ye paid them no heed and instead began to examine their Pokemon's attributes. Name, Houndoom. Gender, male. Level, 52, early champion. Type, Dark Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Friendship, 30. Base stats, 500. Potential, champion level. Skills, Thunder Fong, Taunt, Flamethrower, Bite. Name, Weezing. Gender, male. Level, 56, mid-champion. Type, poison. Ability, levitate. Friendship, 30. Base stats, 490. Potential, champion level. Skills, toxic gas, sludge bomb, explosion, self-destruct. Name, Tyranitar. Gender, female. Level, 63, early champion. Type, rock dark. Ability, sandstream. Affection, 30. Base stats, 600. Potential, champion. Skills, dark pulse, rock slide, hyper beam, giga impact. Liu Ye was taken aback to discover that these individuals possessed a rare quasi-divine Pokemon. Evidently, their standing within the Hunter organization was not to be underestimated. Liu Ye then released his Aerodactyl, commanding, Aerodactyl, handle that Tyranitar, while Garchomp. You take care of Houndoom and Weezing. Both Aerodactyl and Garchomp nodded and charged into battle. Kid, I never expected you to have quite a few rare Pokemon. Killing you would mean they all belong to us, a stroke of luck indeed. Ha ha ha, proclaimed the one referred to as the elder brother, laughing heartily. What are you all from the Hunter organization? Liu Ye retorted. Humph, you'll be dead soon enough, and we'll ensure you understand why. I am Hunter Z. This is Hunter Y beside me, and our leader is Hunter X. Hunter Z declared loudly, his tone brimming with pride. Liu Ye shot them a derisive glance and slowly replied, Oh, so it seems I am facing the three bottom feeders of the Hunter organization. I wonder who granted you the audacity to threaten my life, Liang? You. Kid, don't get too cocky. Weezing, attack this person, shouted Hunter X. Yet, after a brief moment, there was no response from the Pokemon. Turning around, he found Weezing had already fainted on the ground, eyes swirling in disarray. Haha X, your Weezing is utterly useless. It was defeated in an instant, while my Houndoom is still standing strong, mocked Hunter Z. However, before he could finish his sentence, a large shadow lunged towards him. Hunter Z quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding disaster. Furious, Hunter Z cursed, You little brat, how dare you ambush me? Houndoom. Crush him. At that moment, Hunter X nudged him and pointed to the ground. When Hunter Z looked closely, he realized, Oh no, that is my Houndoom. At that moment, Houndoom lay on the ground, eyes swirling just like Weezing. It was evident that Houndoom had been sent flying by Garchomp, barely avoiding colliding with its trainer. Garchomp swiftly concluded its battle, while Aerodactyl continued to engage with Tyranitar. Liu Ye had intentionally chosen for Aerodactyl to face Tyranitar to hone its skills. Otherwise, Garchomp could have ended the fight with a single move. System, are you not merely treating Tyranitar as Aerodactyl's experience fodder? Is it really necessary to frame it so grandly? Some may wonder why Liu Ye did not instruct Garchomp to incapacitate Tyranitar before allowing Aerodactyl to finish the fight. In fact, he had previously employed this strategy to level up his Charizard in the Tokiwa forest, but the system eventually caught on to his cleverness and rectified that exploit. Would you assume Liu Ye did not desire to do the same? Chapter 14. Piplup, Capture. Hunter X, preoccupied with the plight of his subordinates Hunter Y and Hunter Z, noticed that Tyranitar was gradually losing ground and promptly began directing its actions. Liu Ye commanded Garchomp to ensure his own safety while also instructing Aerodactyl. Tyranitar, use Dark Pulse. Commanded Hunter X. Aerodactyl evaded the attack, employing agility to maneuver behind Tyranitar, then unleashed Hyper Beam. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Liu Ye's mouth. What? Gasped Hunter X. Although Tyranitar was a quasi-divine Pokemon with significantly higher base stats than Aerodactyl, the latter's potential was a considerable tier above Tyranitar's, allowing it to maintain the upper hand despite being at a lower level. Though Tyranitar's base stats were superior, its speed stat of 61 was no match for Aerodactyl's 130. Tyranitar's Dark Pulse missed, and before it could react, Aerodactyl had already positioned itself behind her, delivering a devastating Hyper Beam that felled Tyranitar. Tyranitar, you worthless creature. Get back on your feet. Hunter X bellowed in fury. Tyranitar lay on the ground, visibly injured, struggling to rise. Seeing this, Liu Ye immediately commanded Aerodactyl. Don't give Tyranitar a chance. Use Giga Impact to finish this. Aerodactyl soared rapidly from the sky, crashing down towards Tyranitar. A resounding thud echoed as the smoke cleared, revealing Tyranitar's eyes swirling, having lost the will to fight. Witnessing this, Hunter X rushed over and kicked Tyranitar, cursing, You useless thing, defeated so easily. What do I even feed you for? Liu Ye could no longer bear to watch. Hey, if you are a failure and your skills are lacking, do not blame others for your shortcomings. Hunter X's fury ignited further upon hearing Liu Ye's words, his eyes ablaze as he glared at him. Humph. If it weren't for you meddling, my brothers and I would have completed our mission long ago. You've ruined our plans. With that, he drew a handgun from his trousers, startling Liu Ye with his sudden action. Don't misunderstand. It's merely the manner in which Hunter X drew his weapon that astonished Liu Ye. As Liu Ye's gaze shifted from disdain to deep-seated contempt and disdain, Hunter X noticed the change and erupted in rage, raising the gun to fire. Garchomp appeared beside Hunter X in a flash, delivering a powerful punch that knocked him unconscious. It then turned its attention to the trembling Hunter Y and Hunter Z, its eyes gleaming with intensity as it slowly approached them. Wait, no need for you to intervene. We can handle it ourselves. Hunter Y and Hunter Z shouted in unison, halting Garchomp's advance. After exchanging glances, they charged towards the cave wall. With two loud thuds, Hunter Y and Hunter Z collapsed, eyes swirling as they fell to the ground. Liu Ye silently observed the scene, requesting a rope from the system to bind the three hunters together. Subsequently, he approached Tyranitar, Houndoom, and Wei Xing, who were now awake. Your trainers have been captured by me. You now have two choices. Either willingly follow me or be captured. Choose wisely, Liu Ye said, offering a friendly smile. The three Pokémon, Tyranitar, Houndoom, and Wei Xing, twitched at the corners of their mouths, pondering the distinction between the options presented. Given their previous treatment by Hunter X and his companions, they unanimously nodded in agreement, eager to avoid experiencing such torment again. Employing the power of the Tokiwa, Liu Ye healed their injuries, which deepened their respect for him. He then produced Pokeballs to capture them, sending them into the Pokemon realm. Afterward, Liu Ye rescued other Pokemon captured by the hunters, including Piplup and Piku. Aside from a surprising Dragonair, the remainder were rather ordinary Pokemon in Liu Ye's estimation. Liu Ye began to inspect the attributes of these Pokemon. Name, Dragonair. Gender, female. Level, 21, intermediate early. Type, dragon. Characteristics, marvelous scales. Affection level, 70. Base stats, 300. Potential, elite. Skills, Hurricane, Thunder Wave, Dragon Tail, Quick Attack. Name, Clefairy. Gender, female. Level, 25, intermediate. Type, fairy. Ability, charming body. Affection level, 50. Base stats, 323. Potential, elite. Skills, charm voice, cuddle, life do, commanding skill. Name, Porygon Z leader. Gender, male. Level, 42, early elite. Type, fairy. Ability, magical defense. Affection level, 70. Base stats, 483. Potential, elite. Skills, angelic kiss, moonlight, cosmic power, comet punch. Due to Liu Ye's rescue, their affection for him is remarkably high. At this moment, a Clefairy carefully approached Liu Ye, cradling a moonstone, and raised its small hand to present it to him. For me? Liu Ye comprehended the Clefairy's intent and readily accepted the moonstone. Glancing at the enormous moonstone behind Clefairy and Porygon Z, an immature idea suddenly blossomed in Liu Ye's mind. He approached Porygon Z, the leader of the Clefairy and Porygon Z group, and spoke. Porygon Z, if you continue to reside here, it is highly likely that similar situations will arise in the future. I possess a location that can provide your group with a safe environment, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals can harm you. While speaking, Liu Ye utilized the power of the Evergreen to foster a closer bond with Porygon Z, raising their affection level to 110. Porygon Z hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement with Liu Ye's proposition. Subsequently, he gathered his group into the small world of the elves, bringing along a multitude of moonstones and the immense moonstone. Once Clefairy and Porygon Z entered, the small world automatically generated a habitat suited for their needs, one that far surpassed their previous dwelling. Clefairy and Porygon Z expressed immense satisfaction with their new environment. Liu Ye then employed the same method to capture other small elves, such as Dragonite, that had been taken by Hunter X and his companions. Soon after, the trio of Hunter X awakened, finding themselves bound together with their mouths stuffed with a bundle of grass, emitting muffled sounds. Liu Ye noticed the three of them and slowly approached. You lot, tell me your purpose for being here. Liu Ye inquired. What else could it be? We are a hunter organization. Isn't that quite normal? Hunter X retorted. Oh, if that's the case, Charizard. Liu Ye realized he could extract no further information, as these villainous organizations invariably operated in unusual ways. He glanced at Charizard beside him. Charizard immediately understood and unleashed a blast of sacred fire upon the trio. Before Hunter X and his companions could even call for help, they were reduced to ashes by the sacred fire, swept away by the wind. With this matter resolved, Liu Ye departed from Moonlight Mountain. The gains from Moonlight Mountain were substantial. First and foremost, Fossil Pterodactyl had leveled up 3 times after battling Tyranitar, now reaching level 64. Her strength firmly placed in the mid-tier of the elite. Meanwhile, Tyranitar also leveled up once, now also at level 64, maintaining mid-tier elite strength. Though her potential troubled Liu Ye, being merely of elite caliber. If other trainers learned of Liu Ye's current sentiments, they would undoubtedly bombard him with an array of Arceus. Goodness, Pokemon with quasi-elite potential are exceedingly rare, yet here he was, complaining about a quasi-divine Pokemon with elite potential. Moreover, he had amassed a plethora of Pokemon, particularly that enormous Moonstone. Wait, the enormous Moonstone didn't seem like a Pokemon. Regardless, such matters were inconsequential. Liu Ye pondered. Just as Liu Ye was deep in thought, the system's voice echoed once more, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden achievement Catch Them All. Reward, Potential Fruit X1. The potential fruit can forcibly elevate the potential of Pokemon below champion level by a significant tier. System, are you a worm in my belly? This is perfect timing. As I was just fretting over Tyranitar's potential, Liu Ye exclaimed, filled with excitement, praising the system. No, host, I reside in your mind, not your belly. The system retorted. Ah, seems that's indeed the case. Liu Ye mused, though he sensed something was amiss. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Liu Ye declared, unconcerned. Subsequently, Liu Ye claimed the reward and eagerly fed it to Tyranitar, who promptly swallowed it whole. Normally, one would expect some manifestation upon advancing potential, however, after a long wait. No such event transpired as Liu Ye had anticipated. Helpless, Liu Ye hurriedly checked Tyranitar's attributes. Name, Tyranitar. Gender, female. Level, 65, mid-elite. Type, rock dark. Ability, Sandstream. Affection level, 120. Base stats, 600. Potential, champion. Skills, Dark Pulse, Rock Slide, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Had he not seen Tyranitar's potential bar change to champion and her affection level rise to 120, Liu Ye would have certainly believed the potential fruit had expired. After departing from Moonlight Mountain, Liu Ye ambled along until he arrived at Hualan City, during which both Fossil Pterodactyl and Tyranitar leveled up once more. Now standing at level 65 with mid-tier elite strength. The greatest gain was Charizard, whom Liu Ye had been nurturing carefully. He had the 6 dragons take turns training her, and they treated this young lady with great care, resulting in Charizard's rapid level advancement to 35, just one level shy of evolving into Charizard. Furthermore, Liu Ye discovered a hidden feature of the small world for Pokemon, which allowed them to gain experience continuously, albeit not comparable to battling, yet still commendable. Charizard had leveled up due to the benefits of the small world. Charizard, let me express my gratitude. Upon reaching Hualan City, Liu Ye did not rush to challenge the gym, but instead sought out the finest hotel in Hualan City to stay overnight. He planned to challenge the Hualan gym the following day, recalling its reputation as the weakest gym in the Kanto region. Thus, Liu Ye felt no apprehension regarding the gym challenge, believing that immersing himself in the local culture was essential. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of allure toward the petite figures of the Hualan trio. Liu Ye mused. It is currently 1 year before the main storyline begins, and the age at which trainers in the Pokemon world may venture out to receive their starter Pokemon is 15, meaning that Misty is just 14 years old right now. Therefore, the Hualan trio consists of the eldest sister Sakura at 18, the second sister Iris at 17, and the youngest sister Peony at 16. As Liu Ye contemplated this, he felt relieved that this age was set in the world of Pokemon. Had it been in his original world, it would have been quite a scandal. Liu Ye silently recited calming mantras in his mind. In the enchanting realm of Pokemon, polygamy is not only permissible, but even the reverse, with women and men both considered adults at the tender age of 15. This is precisely why it is mandated that one may embark on their journey only after reaching this age. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in, announcing, ding. Host detected in Hualan City. A series of tasks, too, has been issued. Successfully challenge the Hualan Gym. Completion rewards include 200,000 Alliance coins, 1,000 points, and a comprehensive guide to crafting energy blocks for all Pokemon. Failure to complete the task incurs no penalties. Upon accepting the mission, Liu Ye expressed his discontent. System, why is the reward so meager this time? The system retorted defiantly, do you not comprehend the formidable strength of the Hualan Gym? Moreover, you were treated to a splendid water ballet performance. It is a stroke of fortune that I have not confiscated your funds. Liu Ye found himself momentarily speechless, as the system's reasoning seemed somewhat valid. Nevertheless, the guide to crafting energy blocks proved to be of considerable utility, while the small world provided ample sustenance. The long-term use of these blocks would not only enhance the Pokemon's experience, but also bolster their physical capabilities. Who wouldn't desire stronger Pokemon? With abundant raw materials at his disposal, Liu Ye mused about the potential for establishing a patent company, envisioning a prosperous venture. As night fell, after enjoying dinner, Liu Ye returned to his room, his mind filled with tantalizing thoughts of the following day's events, and he drifted into slumber with drool escaping his lips. Chapter 16. The Hualan Triplets. The next morning, Liu Ye remained in slumber until noon. Upon awakening, he glanced at the clock and exclaimed, "Goodness! It's already noon. The water ballet. No, the gym challenge is about to commence." Anxiety surged through him. He hastily donned his attire and bolted out the door. Had it not been for the Alliance's prohibition against flying in the city, he might have already been soaring on the back of an ancient Dragonite. With relentless determination, Liu Ye finally arrived at the Hualan gym, glancing at his watch, 11:59. "Thank goodness, I made it," he thought with relief. As he entered the gym, he found it bustling with spectators, predominantly male, fervently chanting the names of the Hualan triplets. Sakura, Sakura, I am, Boten, goddesses, the Hualan triplets. Observing the scene with disdain, Liu Ye inwardly scoffed. These fools act as though they've never seen beauty before. How embarrassing for us men. At that moment, the crowd erupted into an even greater frenzy as the Hualan triplets made their entrance. The eldest sister, Sakura, flaunted her stunning golden locks and donned a striking red swimsuit. Her tall, graceful figure exuding an air of intellectual beauty. Liu Ye estimated her height to be around 172 centimeters, and he found himself utterly captivated, particularly by her long, shapely legs. The second sister, Ayam, with her flowing blue hair and emerald green swimsuit, embodied the essence of the girl next door, standing at about 168 centimeters. Her slender waist was particularly striking, while the youngest sister, Boten, sported playful pink hair and an orange swimsuit. Though shorter at approximately 165 centimeters, her allure was undeniable, leaving Liu Ye bewildered. Was this the fabled childhood beauty? Regrettably, all three sisters wore one-piece swimsuits, which left Liu Ye feeling somewhat disappointed. It appeared that the Hualan triplets were rather conservative in their attire. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why do the Hualan triplets possess such enviable figures, while their younger sister, Xiaoxia, is so flat? This puzzle perplexed him. After thoroughly appreciating the spectacle of the triplets, Liu Ye turned his attention to the performance, intending to challenge the triplets for the gym badge once the show concluded. An hour later, as the performance wrapped up, Liu Ye felt a lingering sense of longing. He repeatedly reassured himself, "I am a man. This is the Pokemon world where polygamy thrives. I possess the capability, yet I remain a virtuous gentleman." Ultimately, he concluded that establishing a family should precede all else. With clarity in his thoughts, Liu Ye rose from his seat and made his way toward the gym. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Ding. Host desires have been detected. A new task has been issued. Successfully win over the Hualan triplets. Completion rewards include 6,000 points, 100,000 Alliance coins, an experience boost for the Pokemon world, and the remaining time for random Pokemon egg hatching reset to 0. Failure incurs no penalties." Liu Ye was astounded by the magnitude of this task, particularly the 8 zeros following the 1, a staggering sum. The points offered far exceeded those from successfully challenging a gym, and every reward was irresistibly enticing. Without hesitation, he accepted the task, feeling an overwhelming compulsion to pursue the triplets, as if he were on a mission sanctioned by fate. Upon entering the gym, Liu Ye approached the Hualan triplets, greeting them. "Hello, I am Liu Ye." However, before he could elaborate on his intentions, he was interrupted by the youngest sister, Boten, who without looking up declared, "This is our break time. No autographs, no photos." Liu Ye found himself at a loss for words. "Actually, I'm here to challenge the gym." Challenge the gym? Upon realizing Liu Ye was not merely a fan, but a trainer seeking a challenge, the triplets raised their heads and were taken aback by his striking appearance. Standing at 185 centimeters with a robust physique, Liu Ye was, in the Pokemon realm, among the top 3 in terms of attractiveness. "How handsome!" The Hualan triplets chorused in unison. However, they quickly regained their composure, suppressing their admiration. All except Boten, who dashed to Liu Ye's side, curiously poking and prodding him. Initially unfazed, Liu Ye suddenly recoiled in shock, jumping back and maintaining a 2-meter distance from her. Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Boten pouted, crossing her arms in mild discontent, muttering, "Humph, it was just a little touch. Why such a drastic reaction?" The eldest sister, Sakura, noticing her sister's boldness, swiftly pulled her back and playfully covered her mouth, laughing, "My apologies, sir. My sister can be a bit unrestrained. I apologize for her earlier behavior." "Not at all, it's fine." Liu Ye was merely surprised by Boten's audacity, acknowledging that part of his astonishment stemmed from his own attractiveness. "By the way, sir, may I ask your name?" inquired the second sister. My name is Liu Ye, and I am 20 years old," he replied. "Then, may I challenge the gym?" Liu Ye continued. "There's no need for a challenge, Liu Ye. You're so handsome. We shall simply grant you the water drop badge," Sakura stated. "Oh, how embarrassing," Liu Ye said, though his hands were quite honest as he reached for the water drop badge. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. A friendly reminder to the host. Only by successfully challenging the gym through battle can you complete the task and receive the reward. What? But given my strength, a successful challenge at the gym is a certainty. If obtaining the badge is so easy, why complicate matters? Liu Ye pondered in confusion. After all, he had just discovered a system bug, and now it seemed he wouldn't even have the chance to exploit it before the system patched it up. Humph. What do you know? The system replied. The Three Sisters of Hualan. Chapter 17. Hualan Gym Misty. Liu Ye remained baffled. He had just unearthed a system flaw, and now it seemed he would not have the opportunity to take advantage of it before it was resolved. Humph. You may be correct in your assumption of the outcome, but allowing you to obtain the water drop badge so effortlessly would be a dereliction of my responsibility as a system. Traveling is fundamentally about the journey. One must undergo challenges to gain insights and hone skills, rather than simply seeking shortcuts. Such an approach may offer ease, yet it fails to cultivate your spirit. If you encounter a significant obstacle in the future that you cannot address, what will you do then? You will find yourself powerless. Each badge and the title of champion are forged through countless trials and tribulations. If everything were so simple, I could just grant you 8 badges outright. Why allow you to discover a system bug, only to risk my performance evaluation? I hope the host can appreciate the system's earnest intentions. After listening to the system's explanation, Liu Ye fell into silence. Indeed, he had come to travel, and without challenges, how could he expect to grow? The system's reasoning resonated deeply. Simply attempting to take the easy way out could not serve as an excuse for laziness. Liu Ye reflected internally, astonished by the system's unexpected wisdom. Resolute, he withdrew his outstretched hand and declared, "Let us engage in a battle instead." To acquire the water drop badge so directly would be a disservice to its very essence. At that moment, Liu Ye was unaware that he had unwittingly walked into a trap set by the system. If he had known he was being toyed with, he would have surely sought vengeance against the system. What do you mean? Are you saying that by your logic, we would be disrespecting the water drop badge? The third sister, Peony, said, hands on her hips, her expression indicating that she would not let Liu Ye off the hook until he clarified. Oh well. Liu Ye realized that his previous statement had been somewhat thoughtless. I apologize, I wasn't referring to you. I merely wish for us to have a battle, please. Liu Ye said earnestly. The Hualan three sisters exchanged glances and nodded. The eldest, Sakura, stepped forward and said, "Very well, Liu Ye, we shall have a match. Follow me." With that, the Hualan sisters led Liu Ye to the arena of the Hualan gym. "Liu Ye, please be gentle with us during the match." The second sister, Iris, winked at him while forming a heart shape with her hands. "Rest assured," Liu Ye responded, feeling quite flattered. Meanwhile, the third sister, Peony, observed the exchange and muttered under her breath, "Humph, you big oaf. I'll make sure to knock some sense into you." With that, she clenched her small fist. Amidst their playful banter, the four arrived at the arena, which featured aquatic landscapes filled with numerous swimming pools. Upon arrival, Liu Ye noticed a girl considerably younger than the Hualan sisters, in terms of age, of course, training a stereo. She had long, vibrant orange hair and wore a yellow crop top that accentuated her slender waist, paired with denim shorts that showcased her long legs. One might say she was quite unremarkable, if not for the bikini. Had Liu Ye not known that this was Misty, the youngest of the Hualan quartet, he might have mistaken her for a boy. Liu Ye feigned curiosity and asked, "Sakura, who is this?" "This is our younger sister, Misty. We are actually the Hualan four sisters, but the youngest prefers not to partake in water ballet performances. Instead, she aspires to become a water-type Pokemon master, which is why she often trains alone in the gym, making her quite the rarity," Sakura explained. Misty noticed her sisters and Liu Ye's arrival, sent her stereo off to play, and approached them. "Elder sister, second sister, third sister, you're here. And who is this?" "This is Liu Ye, who has come to challenge the gym," Iris interjected before Sakura could respond. "A challenge at the gym? Usually, after a performance. Don't challengers just get the badge handed to them? Why the sudden change in policy today? Have you all turned over a new leaf?" Misty mused, perplexed. Then, Misty looked Liu Ye up and down, and after a moment, she nodded, seemingly grasping the situation. She regarded the Hualan sisters with an expression that suggested, "So this is how you are." Peony quickly discerned Misty's thoughts and hurriedly clarified, "It's not what you think. We were going to give Liu Ye the badge, but he insisted on completing the challenge first. As gym trainers, we must adhere to the league regulations, so we cannot refuse him. Afterward, Peony turned to Liu Ye, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's correct. I insisted on the challenge. Oh, I see, Misty said thoughtfully. However, she was not convinced by Peony's explanation. If you truly adhered to the league regulations, you wouldn't have neglected your training for water ballet performances or handed out badges so freely, which led to the entire Kanto region branding the Hualan gym as the weakest. Misty couldn't help but internally scoff at the thought, and suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over her. However, she quickly masked her feelings, ensuring her sisters remained oblivious, though Liu Ye seemed to sense her slight despondency. All right then, let the gym challenge commence. Misty will be the referee, Sakura declared. Okay, Misty replied enthusiastically. Thus began the official match between the gym trainers and the challenger Liu Ye, with the water drop badge at stake. The rules dictated a 3 versus 3 battle, where the gym trainers would send out their Pokemon first, unable to switch, while the challenger was free to do so. Let the match commence, Misty shouted. Whenever a match was underway, Misty always brimmed with excitement, as Peony noted. Indeed, who knows? Perhaps Misty will truly become a water-type Pokemon master one day, Iris remarked with a smile. Liu Ye, it will be us 3 sisters against you. If you lose, don't say we took advantage of our numbers. Sakura joked, a rare display of humor directed at Liu Ye. Haha, rest assured, bring it on. If I lose, I shall grant you one condition. Liu Ye assured confidently. This is what you said, and you mustn't go back on your word. Came the soft voice of third sister Peony. Of course, Liu Ye declared. If I were to lose to you, I might as well go back to running errands. The first to take the stage was first sister Sakura. Come forth, Kingler. Sakura released her Pokemon. So what was our protagonist Liu Ye up to? Naturally, he was using the old 6i to inspect the attributes. Name, Kingler. Gender, female. Level, 34, early advanced. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Friendship, 50. Base stats, 450. Potential, elite. Skills, water sport, water gun, flail, agility. Kingler, is it? Then you shall be my opponent. Charmeleon, come forth. Liu Ye unleashed Charmeleon. Some may wonder why Liu Ye, knowing that Charmeleon is most vulnerable to water, would release it in a water-filled arena. Was he truly sending Charmeleon to its demise? Let us not forget who Liu Ye is. The protagonist, no matter how foolish, would not make such a blunder. After all, Charmeleon's flames are no ordinary flames. They are the sacred flames of a dragon. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the flames on Charmeleon's tail are tinged with gold. Ordinary water attacks could not extinguish these flames, making them a perfect remedy for Liu Ye's needs. In truth, Liu Ye possessed only this one Pokemon of a suitable level, as releasing any others would be akin to returning to the first grade. Upon witnessing Liu Ye's choice of Charmeleon, third sister Peony could not hide her schadenfreude. Liu Ye, you dare release a fire type in a swimming pool? This time, you've surely lost. The expressions of first sister Sakura and second sister Iris mirrored Peony's sentiments, revealing their shared agreement. Oh, is that so? Charmeleon, use smokescreen. Liu Ye commanded. Hacha, Kingler, quickly dive into the water. Sakura hastily ordered. Following Sakura's command, a smile crept onto Liu Ye's face as he instructed Charmeleon to unleash a sacred fire vortex upon the water's surface. Upon hearing Liu Ye's command, Peony immediately interjected. It's futile, Liu Ye. Just give in. However, her words were swiftly silenced by the spectacle before them. The flames from Charmeleon's vortex did not extinguish as the sisters had anticipated. Instead, a golden vortex of flame emerged within the water. A copious amount of steam began to fill the air, as Liu Ye continued to issue commands. Charmeleon, deliver the final blow to Kingler with Metal Claw. As the steam and smoke dissipated, Kingler lay defeated at the bottom of the pool, its eyes swirling in disarray. While the pool itself had been completely evaporated by the flames, the 3 sisters stood in stunned silence, their comprehension of the situation shattered before them. Charmeleon's fire vortex had managed to evaporate all the water in the pool, but the surprises did not end there. Charmeleon, akin to its previous triumph over Geodude at the Nibby Gym, radiated a dazzling white light. Before long, a Charizard, larger and more robust than usual, materialized before them. Name, Charizard. Gender, female. Level, 41, early elite. Ability, Blaze. Type, fire. Friendship, 155255. Base stats, 535. Potential, Tier 3 Divine. Skills, Fire Vortex, Flamethrower, Sacred Fire, inherited from Ho-Oh. Inferno. Held item, Feather of Ho-Oh. Oh my goodness. Liu Ye gasped in astonishment upon examining Charizard's attributes. He had not anticipated that this evolution would yield such remarkable benefits. Charizard had surpassed level 40, gaining elite status, and its potential had elevated from champion to tier 3 divine. Noticing that the Hualan sisters were still in shock, Liu Ye opted to leave them undisturbed and took a seat to rest. A quarter of an hour later, the four of them gradually regained their composure. Yet upon seeing Charizard, trepidation filled their hearts. At this moment, Liu Ye stood up and declared, "Come on, let us continue." Faced with Liu Ye's insistence, the Hualan sisters had no choice but to comply, sending out second sister Iris. Liu Ye, please go easy on us," Iris implored softly. "Rest assured I shall," Liu Ye replied earnestly, though he had said something similar when facing Peony earlier. "Very well. Come forth, Seal." Iris released her Pokemon. Name, Seal. Gender, male. Level, 21, early intermediate. Ability, thick fat. Type, water. Friendship, 50. Base stats, 325. Potential, advanced. Skills, water gun, icy wind, encore. The attributes of this Seal were truly disheartening. No wonder the Hualan Gym was dubbed the weakest gym in Kanto. The capabilities of these few Pokemon were undeniably subpar. Liu Ye mused. "Charizard, just play around," Liu Ye said nonchalantly. Upon seeing the Charizard, which was several times larger than itself, Seal was instantly paralyzed by fear, curling up in fright. This display embarrassed Iris, who shouted, "Seal, pull yourself together. Use Icy Wind on Charizard." Hearing its trainer's voice, Seal reluctantly opened its eyes, but upon once again beholding the colossal Charizard before it, it shrank back in terror. Liu Ye sighed in exasperation, glancing at Charizard. Understanding the cue, Charizard swiftly dispatched Seal with a powerful blow, rendering it unconscious. "Seal!" Iris cried out, hastily recalling her Pokemon. Next to enter the fray was, of course, third sister Peony. "Come forth, Shelder." Name, Shelder. Gender, female. Level, 19, late beginner. Type, water. Ability, shell armor. Friendship, 50. Base stats, 305. Potential, advanced. Skills, withdraw, water gun, ice shard, whirlpool, glare. Liu Ye's interest had waned significantly. He continued to command Charizard to showcase its abilities at will. Observing the scene, Charizard, too, seemed disinterested, effortlessly launching a flamethrower that sent Shelder flying. Seal has lost its fighting capability, and Charizard is the victor, shouted Xiaoxia. Sakura approached Liu Ye, handing him a water drop badge. "Here you go, Liu Ye. Your water drop badge." "Thank you." Liu Ye expressed his gratitude as he accepted the badge. At that moment, the system's voice resounded, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the consecutive task, 2, of challenging the Hualan Gym. Task completion rewards, 200,000 Alliance coins, 1,000 points, and a comprehensive guide to crafting all attribute Pokemon energy cubes." After Liu Ye claimed his rewards, he did not hasten to depart, for he had a more significant mission to fulfill. "Sakura, could you show me around the Hualan Gym?" Liu Ye asked, gazing affectionately at his elder sister, Sakura. Of course." Sakura, caught off guard by Liu Ye's sudden request, flustered and blushing. Meanwhile, his second sister, Shobu, and third sister, Botan, cast envious glances at Liu Ye and Sakura. As a bystander, Kasumi observed the scene, her mind swirling with questions. Why did the second and third sisters look at the elder sister like that? And why was the elder sister's face so flushed? At that moment, Kasumi was overwhelmed with a myriad of unanswered questions. Subsequently, the four Hualan sisters guided Liu Ye through the Hualan Gym. Although Kasumi intended to continue training her Pokemon, she reluctantly accompanied them due to the coaxing and pressuring from Shobu and Botan. Just as they arrived at the main hall of the Hualan Gym, a few figures entered the gym, clad in the standard attire of the Alliance. Clearly staff members of the organization. "It's you again," the Hualan sisters exclaimed in unison, revealing their familiarity with these individuals. "Who are they?" Liu Ye inquired curiously of Sakura. "They are the Alliance gym inspectors," Sakura clarified, noticing Liu Ye's perplexed expression. Gym inspectors assess whether a Pokemon gym possesses the capability to be recognized as a city landmark gym. They conduct evaluations every 3 months, and failure to pass results in the loss of the landmark title. "Oh, I see," Liu Ye responded, grasping the significance of a city landmark gym, which symbolized the strength of a city or region. Only landmark gyms could issue officially recognized badges from the Alliance, and only those badges permitted registration for regional tournaments. Furthermore, only landmark gyms could be named after their cities or regions, such as the Nibi Gym in Nibi City, the Hualan Gym in Hualan City, and the Kuray City Gym in Kuray City. "Why are you all so frightened of them?" Liu Ye asked. "Because the gym evaluation requires a gym challenge. where the Alliance gym inspectors will challenge the gym trainers. The main issue is that these inspectors possess at least elite-level strength, and we are no match for them. Sakura explained. Despite this, Liu Ye remained puzzled, given that evaluations occurred every 3 months. The fact that the Hualan gym continued to operate implied that Sakura and her sisters had passed their previous assessments. After all, the Hualan gym had been issuing badges for quite some time, indicating they still possessed the strength to succeed in evaluations. Why, then, did they still seem apprehensive? Typically, each landmark gym would have at least one elite-level Pokemon stationed there. Although the Hualan gym had fallen into disarray and resorted to giving away badges, it seemed unlikely that their situation was as dire as it appeared. At that moment, one of the apparent leaders among the Alliance gym inspectors stepped forward and declared, "I am Benyu, a senior gym inspector of the Alliance. We have come today to inform the Hualan gym that we will conduct an official evaluation tomorrow. Please be prepared." Benyu's tone was aggressive, his gaze towards the Hualan sisters filled with disdain. After delivering his message, he turned and left the gym with his companions. Sighing deeply, the 4 Hualan sisters expressed their dismay. Noticing their downcast demeanor, Liu Ye inquired, "What troubles you? Although you may not be their match, it shouldn't dampen your spirits so. How did you pass the last evaluation? This evaluation is different from the previous ones." Then, elder sister Sakura recounted the history of the Hualan gym and the challenges faced by the 4 sisters. A decade ago, while the Hualan gym was not the strongest in the Kanto region, it ranked among the top 3. At that time, their grandmother, a formidable elite-level trainer with 2 elite Pokemon, presided over the gym. A few years later, their grandmother entrusted the gym to their parents, who managed it admirably until an unexpected incident occurred. The Alliance discovered a Team Rocket research facility in the nearby mountains of Cerulean City and ordered the sisters' parents, both gym trainers, to lead a team to clear it out. At that time, their parents possessed only mid-tier elite-level strength, so they brought along one of their grandmother's elite Pokemon for added safety. However, to their shock, a Team Rocket general was stationed at the facility, and the sisters' parents were no match, suffering a crushing defeat. In a brave attempt to ensure the safe evacuation of others, they faced the onslaught of that general, but tragically, they never escaped, and even the elite Pokemon perished alongside them. This general was none other than Apollo, the leader of the 4 generals. The Alliance, having alerted Team Rocket, caused the base to relocate swiftly, resulting in significant losses for the organization. Upon learning of her son and daughter-in-law's sacrifice, the sister's grandmother fell into deep sorrow, becoming increasingly withdrawn, consumed by her grief, and soon passed away, leaving the 4 sisters to fend for themselves at a mere 15 years of age. Since then, the Hualan gym had been entrusted to the 4 sisters, who faced mounting challenges, not due to their inadequacy, but because of fierce competition. In the Pokemon world, each city typically boasted multiple gyms, with larger cities hosting over a dozen. However, only one could be designated as the landmark gym. Thus, the Hualan gym faced not only the pressure from the Alliance, but also competition from other gyms, a burden that weighed heavily on the young sisters, who were barely out of childhood. After their parents' deaths, many of the gym's assets were reclaimed by the Alliance, and some had to be sold off, not due to the sisters' desire to part with them, but rather due to circumstances beyond their control. In truth, most gyms in the Pokemon world are quite affluent, with many trainers viewing their roles as secondary to other professions. Ultimately, the 3 younger sisters turned to ballet, innovating a form of water ballet that became their source of income. It was not that they relished the spotlight. What 16 or 17-year-old girl would willingly don a swimsuit before a crowd? Life often presents unavoidable circumstances, leaving one ensnared with little recourse. Originally, the gym had possessed an elite Pokemon, a dugong inherited from their grandmother, who had fought alongside her in numerous battles. However, due to the less advanced healing techniques of the time, it bore many hidden injuries. During the last gym assessment, the opponent's Pokemon possessed merely the strength of a quasi-champion. Although the majestic Empoleon ultimately triumphed over him, it sustained considerable damage in the process, with age taking its toll and numerous hidden injuries accumulated over time. It sadly could not be saved. Furthermore, the Hualan gym has gained notoriety for frequently distributing badges without merit, earning it the reputation of being the weakest gym in the Kanto region. Many individuals have lodged complaints against the Hualan gym for violating league regulations. However, due to the contributions made by the parents and grandmother of the 4 sisters to the league in years past, some high-ranking officials chose to suppress these reports. Nevertheless, as the situation worsened, the league, mindful of its image, soon caught the attention of Kanto League President Damalanki. Consequently, the league dispatched a higher-ranking gym auditor this time, elevating the officer from intermediate to advanced status. The hierarchy of league personnel is divided into 4 levels: junior, intermediate, advanced, and elite. Junior ranks correspond to the strength of elite trainers, intermediate to quasi-champions, advanced to champions, and elite to the strength of the league champion. Junior and intermediate personnel serve as the backbone of the league, while advanced personnel number only 13 per league department, with a maximum of 3 per department. Elite personnel are exceedingly rare, with only 13 in the entire region, and even the league president must heed their authority. Alas, it seems we are destined to disappoint our parents and grandmother this time, sobbed Mutant. Tears glistened in the eyes of Yinghua and Changpu, while Kasumi, though not shedding tears, was palpably affected by the somber atmosphere. At that moment, the system chimed in. Ding. The host has triggered a hidden task. Assist the Hualan sisters in passing the assessment and become the gym leader of Hualan Gym. Task completion rewards for 1,000 points. Mega Evolution Stone for Garchomp and 500,000 league coins. Task failure, no penalties. Liu Ye decisively accepted the task, but suddenly recalled something and inquired of the system. By the way, if I want to participate in the court's conference, do I still need to register? Indeed, came the reply. However, I am merely a transient being in this world, devoid of a formal identity or a Pokédex. How can I register for the court's conference? Moreover, should I become the gym leader of Hualan, I would still require proof of identity, yet I am akin to a ghost here. Liu Ye lamented. In the Pokemon world, the Pokédex serves as a trainer's identification, making it immensely significant. Ding. The system has detected the host's needs and is processing the request. After a brief pause, the system's voice resumed. In light of the host's current circumstances, this system has arranged a suitable identity for you. Furthermore, due to the forthcoming task, a water-type Pokemon has been specially allocated to you. Your identification and Pokeball have now been placed in the system's space. Please retrieve them. Additionally, thank you for your expenditure of 5,000 points. Initially, Liu Ye was taken aback by the system's unexpected thoughtfulness, but he soon realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. His hard-earned points had vanished in an instant, and he seethed inwardly. System, return my points. Host, please remain calm. First, examine the items in the system's space, and then you may address your grievances with this system, came the system's cold response. Infuriated by the system's brazen tone, Liu Ye retorted, you wait. After some time, feeling fatigued, Liu Ye ceased his outburst and began to inspect the system's space. His first action was to retrieve the identification the system had provided. It read, League Elite Investigator Liu Ye, codename, Dragon. Liu Ye was well aware of the formidable capabilities of elite personnel within the league, and he was astonished that the system had assigned him such an identity. Next, he examined the Pokemon. Name, Greninja. Gender, male. Level, 63, early champion. Type, water dark. Ability, torrent. Classification, shiny. Affection, 255-255. Base stats, 570, shiny bonus. Normal is 530. Potential, champion. Moves, water shuriken, night slash, hydro pump, and shadow clone. Liu Ye gazed at the striking black Greninja within its Pokeball, utterly captivated. Suddenly, Liu Ye felt he may have been a tad too harsh with the system, just a tad. Observing the despondent Hualan sisters, he declared, let me assist you in overcoming this gym assessment tomorrow. The Hualan sisters were taken aback by Liu Ye's unexpected proclamation. Huh. But only the gym leader can participate in the gym assessment, and you are not one. Mutant stammered through her tears. Liu Ye smiled gently and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, don't cry. So, do you trust me to become the gym leader of Hualan? Feeling the warmth of his reassuring hand, Mutant nodded without hesitation. Of course. Right. Big sister, second sister, fourth sister? She turned to look at the other three. Yinghua and Changpu exchanged hesitant glances before agreeing, acknowledging that their own abilities were not suited for the role of gym leader. Thus, it was better to entrust it to someone they could rely on. Don't ask why they trust Liu Ye. Protagonist privilege, you know. Although Kasumi harbored some reluctance, seeing her 3 sisters agree left her with no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, all hopes of the Hualan sisters rested solely on Liu Ye's shoulders. Chapter 21. The Fright of Bingmu. The assessment begins. Kasumi, though somewhat unwilling, could not oppose the consensus of her sisters. Thus, all expectations of the Hualan sisters were placed upon Liu Ye. At this moment, Yinghua suddenly recalled a pressing concern, but to become the gym leader, one must undergo league approval. The approval process could take more than half a month. Upon hearing Yinghua's words, Changpu and Mutant, who had been overly excited moments ago, realized the crux of the matter. Even if they agreed to Liu Ye as their gym leader, without league certification, it would amount to nothing. Alas, what can we do now? Mutant sighed. her freshly dried tears threatening to flow once more. Liu Ye promptly reassured them, "Don't worry, I have my ways. I will not let you sisters end up on the streets." "Really?" Champu asked, hope flickering in her eyes. "Absolutely," Liu Ye affirmed with a solemn nod. Although the Hualan sisters could not fathom why Liu Ye was so confident, they instinctively chose to trust him, as if nothing was beyond his capabilities. In truth, Liu Ye had previously inquired about this matter with the system. The system had informed him that the identity of an elite investigator was akin to that of a revered patron in ancient noble families, free from constraints. Therefore, Liu Ye's current status was, in essence, a cooperative relationship with the League. Moreover, even if Liu Ye did nothing, the League would still grant him a substantial monthly remuneration, with the League's only requirement being that he assist them when they faced insurmountable challenges. Liu Ye could command all departments and personnel within the League, excluding the members of the League Council, including the Elite Four. Although Liu Ye was not a member of the League Council, his current status was equivalent to that of a council member. Observing the starry-eyed expressions of the three sisters, Kasumi sighed in exasperation, wondering what she could do but yield to the majority. The following day, the Alliance's gym evaluation officials once again arrived at the Hualan gym. The lead senior evaluator, upon encountering the Hualan sisters, bluntly remarked, "Are you prepared to face the assessment? Frankly, it might be better for you to surrender your gym rather than endure a humiliating defeat later on, which would only serve to spread rumors of my bullying women." Prior to their arrival, some high-ranking officials within the Alliance had advised him not to be overly courteous, given that the Hualan gym had significantly tarnished the Alliance's reputation over the past few years. Consequently, Binmu's arrogance was palpable. However, it was undeniable that the Hualan gym's conduct had indeed violated Alliance regulations. "The first assessment will be a Pokemon battle. Which of you three young ladies will step forward first?" Binmu inquired. At that moment, Liu Ye emerged from the side, stating, "Today, I will be battling you, not them." Binmu's irritation flared as he witnessed a young man, more handsome and youthful than himself, daring to retort. "Who is this brash youth? Attempting to play the hero? I advise you to leave at once. You are not worthy of challenging me." Binmu snarled. "Oh, really?" Liu Ye, having lived 2 lives, remained unfazed by Binmu's provocation. "Look at this first, then consider how you ought to address me." With that, Liu Ye presented his official identification, rewarded by the system, to Binmu. Upon receiving it, Binmu's expression shifted rapidly, reflecting a mixture of fear, dread, and astonishment. Gazing at Liu Ye's identification as a top-ranking Alliance investigator, he recognized the authenticity of the Alliance seal, understanding that this was indeed legitimate. As a senior gym evaluation official, he was aware that a new top official had recently joined the Kanto Alliance, and it appeared to be the very person standing before him. Now, Binmu was acutely concerned about what Liu Ye might do, for he was well aware of the immense power wielded by top officials. Although there was only a single rank distinction between them, that gap represented an immeasurable chasm. Cautiously, Binmu returned the identification to Liu Ye, who received it with a smile and inquired, "Binmu, am I qualified now? I hereby accept your assessment in my capacity as the gym leader of Hualan." Upon hearing Liu Ye's intention to assume the role of gym leader, Binmu hesitated. "Is there a problem?" Liu Ye glared at him, terrified. Binmu shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. "And no problem at all. As long as there are no issues, let us commence the assessment." Liu Ye nodded affirmatively. Yes. In Liu Ye's presence, Binmu no longer exhibited his prior arrogance. If it weren't for the Hualan sisters knowing that he was there to evaluate the gym, one might have mistaken Liu Ye for the official evaluator himself. Moreover, Binmu's current demeanor mirrored that of the sisters not long ago. Was this what they referred to as the cyclical justice of heaven, sparing none? The Hualan sisters gazed at Liu Ye with admiration, while their youngest sister, Xiaoxia, puzzled over why Binmu, as a senior evaluator, underwent such a dramatic transformation in demeanor after Liu Ye displayed his credentials. Few within the Alliance were privy to the existence of top officials. Even gym leaders were unaware that there was a rank superior to that of senior officials. Hence, Xiaoxia's confusion was entirely justifiable. Naturally, Binmu dared not oppose Liu Ye and announced the commencement of the assessment. Although the other Alliance gym evaluators accompanying Binmu were equally perplexed, they chose not to inquire further. From Binmu's recent behavior, they discerned that Liu Ye's identity was indeed extraordinary, and thus refrained from foolishly pressing him for explanations. Subsequently, Binmu and Liu Ye proceeded to the battleground, where Binmu, in Liu Ye's eyes, appeared as an embodiment of experience. Noticing Binmu's worried expression, Liu Ye calmly reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall show you mercy." "Thank you, esteemed one." Binmu expressed his gratitude. A mid-ranking Alliance Gym evaluator, acting as the referee, loudly declared, the assessment battle will take place in a 3 versus 3 format, with the evaluator releasing their Pokemon first, while the gym leader must utilize at least one Pokemon corresponding to the gym's type. Now, let the assessment begin. With that, he swiftly retreated to the sidelines, eager to avoid being caught in the crossfire of 2 formidable opponents. Come forth, Kingdra. Binmu unleashed his Pokemon. Kingdra is it? Name, Kingdra. Gender, male. Level, 64, mid-stage champion. Type, water. Steel ability, swift swim. Friendship, 30 base stats, 530 potential. Champion moves, water jet, bubble beam, taunt, hydro pump. Ice beam. You shall be my choice, Greninja. Liu Ye summoned his Greninja. Although Greninja was 1 level lower than Kingdra, in terms of base stats and potential, Greninja was a clear superior. As the striking black Greninja took the stage, all present were taken aback. The starter Pokemon were already rare, and a shiny variant was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Moreover, the aesthetic appeal of the black Greninja was simply unparalleled. Greninja, use Shadow Clone, and then launch Water Shuriken. Liu Ye commanded. Kingdra, cover the area with Water Jet. Binmu quickly countered. In the blink of an eye, Kingdra spun in place, unleashing a torrent of water in all directions to counter the onslaught of Greninja. Liu Ye was mildly surprised by Binmu's quick thinking, but it was merely a fleeting moment of astonishment. Humph, do you think it will be that simple? Liu Ye chuckled. In the midst of the chaos, Greninja seized the opportunity to reveal its true form, swiftly releasing Water Shuriken, striking Kingdra directly. Kingdra, unable to evade in time, staggered back several steps from the impact. Observing this, Liu Ye reflected, it seems I have somewhat underestimated Binmu, this senior gym evaluator. It's time to get serious. Greninja, use Water Pulse. Kingdra, defend. The 2 Pokemon exchanged blows, captivating the audience with a spectacular display. That's enough, Liu Ye suddenly announced. What? Binmu gasped. Greninja, unleash Hydro Pump at maximum power. Liu Ye commanded. Kingdra, evade. Binmu shouted urgently. Unfortunately, Kingdra, having already exerted considerable energy during the tussle with Greninja, was unable to dodge successfully. Ultimately, Kingdra was struck by Greninja's Hydro Pump, sent flying backward, and fell to the ground, dazed. Kingdra lost its ability to battle, granting victory to Greninja. Liu Ye checked Greninja's status panel and noted that it had leveled up from the initial stage of champion to the mid-stage. Wow, I didn't expect Liu Ye to be so formidable. He's a champion-level trainer, exclaimed the second sister, Changpu. Indeed. Moreover, Liu Ye is so young, only 20 years old, and strikingly handsome. The third sister, Mu Dan, chimed in. Liu Ye's status within the alliance is remarkably elevated. It seems that having such a powerful ally is quite advantageous. The eldest sister, Sakura, murmured softly. The infatuated Shomu and Muden, engrossed in their daydreams, failed to grasp the implication of Sakura's words, yet Xiaoxia sensed something amiss. Elder sister, what did you just say? Xiaoxia inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. It's nothing. Really, I didn't say anything at all. Sakura dismissed, though for some inexplicable reason, her neck flushed a deep crimson. Subsequently, Binmu released his second Pokemon. Come forth, Blastoise. Name, Blastoise. Gender, male. Level, 65, mid-champion. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Friendship, 30. Base stats, 530. Potential, champion. Moves, withdraw, hydro pump, water pulse, rain dance. It appeared that this esteemed Binmu was a masterful champion trainer well-versed in water-type Pokemon. However, Liu Ye had lost interest, as he was determined to conclude the battle swiftly. After all, a more pressing task awaited him. Come forth, Garchomp. Garchomp, unleash your full potential. Upon its emergence, Garchomp let out a thunderous roar that caused Blastoise to tremble involuntarily. The Hualon sisters could sense Garchomp's formidable strength, but could not ascertain its precise capabilities. Yet Binmu, as a champion-level trainer, could distinctly perceive that Garchomp possessed the might of a champion, perhaps even a peak champion. In the ensuing moments, Garchomp swiftly dispatched both Blastoise and another adversary, Croconaw. Name, Croconaw. Gender, male. Level, 67, late champion. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Friendship, 30. Base stats, 530. Potential, champion. Moves, Ice Fang, Rage, Water Tail, Water Gun Cut. Following the defeat of Blastoise and Croconaw, Garchomp ascended to level 80, achieving peak champion status. Given this outcome, it appears we have successfully passed the Hualon Gym's assessment. We shall take our leave now, Binmu stated, somewhat resigned. Very well, Liu Ye nodded in agreement. As they proceeded toward the exit of the Hualon Gym, Binmu abruptly halted, seemingly recalling something. Ah, my lord. The higher-ups of the Alliance have expressly requested that the Hualan Gym refrain from bestowing badges upon trainers without just cause in the future. Such actions not only contravene Alliance regulations, but also exhibit a lack of responsibility towards trainers, particularly those who are novices. Binmu conveyed. Rest assured. That will not occur in the future, Liu Ye assured him. After all, he had found the previous conduct of the Hualan sisters somewhat disconcerting. And to prevent any future complications with the Alliance, Liu Ye nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Binmu and his entourage, the system's voice resonated within Liu Ye's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of assisting the Hualan sisters in passing their assessment and becoming the gym leader of Hualan Gym. Task completion rewards, for 1,000 points. Garchomp Mega Evolution Stone, 500,000 Alliance coins. Upon receiving the rewards, Liu Ye remarked, this bounty is remarkably easy to acquire. Chapter 23, Provocation. The Blue Autumn Gym. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of assisting the Hualan sisters in passing their assessment and becoming the gym leader of Hualan Gym. Task completion rewards, for 1,000 points. Garchomp Mega Evolution Stone, 500,000 Alliance coins. After claiming his rewards, Liu Ye commented, this bounty is remarkably easy to acquire. The Hualan sisters approached Liu Ye in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, brother Liu Ye. Without your help, we might have found ourselves homeless, and the Hualan Gym could have been taken over by the Alliance. We are truly grateful. At that moment, an unexpected guest entered the Hualan Gym. Oh, if it isn't the Hualan sisters. What brings you here? Did you fail the gym assessment and come to lament to this pretty boy? You'd be better off with me. I can last much longer than this pretty face. The individual boasted. However, it was undeniable that Liu Ye's appearance fulfilled all the criteria of a pretty boy, which explained the misunderstanding. Jikuan, what are you doing here? Our gym does not welcome you. The third sister, Mutant, declared assertively. Noticing the evident animosity between the newcomer and the Hualan Gym, Liu Ye felt a surge of curiosity. However, as the Hualan sisters stood their ground against him, Liu Ye opted to approach the more reserved Xiaoxia and quietly inquired, Xiaoxia, do you know what is going on? Well, this rather ambiguous character is Jikuan, the gym leader of the Blue Autumn Gym in Hualan City. He was once a student of our parents and a former trainer at the Hualan Gym. However, after our parents' unfortunate incident, he did not assist us. Instead, he exploited the situation to annex several of our gym's assets, ultimately leaving to establish his own gym. He has a quasi-champion level of strength and is reportedly on the verge of breaking through to champion level, though he has yet to succeed. Since then, he has sought to undermine the Hualan Gym, aiming to usurp our place. To make matters worse, he frequently harasses us sisters. If it weren't for a champion-level Pokemon left to us by our grandmother, we would be in dire straits, Xiaoxia elaborated, her voice trembling as tears welled in her eyes, revealing the vulnerability beneath her previously steadfast demeanor. Humph. So he is nothing but a scoundrel and a traitor. Liu Ye scoffed disdainfully. Liu Ye felt an intense anger and contempt towards Jikuan's actions. How could someone like Jikuan tarnish the dignity of the Hualan sisters? They were his designated partners, and he would not allow anyone to take them from him. Liu Ye's thoughts darkened as Jikuan was mentally added to his blacklist, awaiting a reckoning that only Liu Ye himself knew. Having grasped the situation, Liu Ye resolved to teach Jikuan a lesson before dismantling his Blue Autumn Gym. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the Hualan sisters and Jikuan reached a boiling point. Huh, don't say I, Jikuan, haven't shown favor to you sisters or your esteemed teacher. You lot are nothing more than a group of girls who don't even qualify as elite trainers. Aside from your looks and bodies, you possess nothing of value. If you were to join me, I, Jikuan, have connections within the Alliance and could ensure your safe passage through this assessment. Let the Hualan Gym continue to thrive. After all, I was once a student of your teacher and would not let it decline. Just join me, and I will take over the Hualan Gym. Besides, I consider myself quite handsome, and if you allow me to take over, I guarantee that the Hualan Gym will become the premier gym in the Kanto region. Jikuan threatened. Upon hearing Jikuan's words, Liu Ye smirked with contempt, and even the Hualan sisters burst into laughter. Setting aside the absurdity of a quasi-champion trainer claiming he could transform the Hualan Gym from the weakest to the strongest in Kanto. Did he think the likes of Sakamoto from the Johto region or Xiaobo from the Honglian Gym were merely idle figures? The former was the head of the largest criminal organization in Kanto and Johto, commanding a powerful level 3B drill, while the latter was a former fire-type champion and a well-established figure with undeniable strength. A quasi-champion trainer making such outlandish claims could either be delusional or simply foolish. Furthermore, Regarding Ji Kuen's appearance, Liu Ye expressed his desire to dedicate a song to him. Ugly monster, can you please not turn on the lights? Your existence is an accident. Ji Kuen looked at the others laughing at him, his expression one of utter bewilderment, and inquired, what are you laughing at? Am I not speaking correctly? I, Ji Kuen, a quasi-king trainer, the esteemed leader of the Lanxiu Gym, with looks that could dazzle, adored by all, and the cause of punctured tires. Initially, when he uttered the preceding lines, Liu Ye and the four sisters of Hualan intended to cease their laughter, yet upon hearing Ji Kuen proclaim his stunning appearance, they could no longer contain themselves, erupting into even louder guffaws. Notably, the third sister, Mu Dan, laughed so heartily that she abandoned all semblance of ladylike decorum. Observing that the Hualan sisters and Liu Ye disregarded him, only to laugh even louder, Ji Kuen was infuriated. Hey, you lot, how dare you ignore me? Ji Kuen bellowed. Humph, I shall make you pay for this. Come forth, Gyarados. Ji Kuen's audacity in summoning his Pokemon stemmed from his belief that none present could rival him. After all, one of the Hualan sisters was a minor, and the three strongest among them were merely advanced trainers, while Liu Ye, the pretty boy, was entirely dismissed by Ji Kuen. Liu Ye was slightly astonished that someone like Ji Kuen possessed a Gyarados, considering that the chance of a mere Magikarp evolving into such a formidable creature was exceedingly slim. Name Gyarados. Gender male. Level 60, Quasi-King Peak. Type water flying. Ability Intimidate. Friendship 30. Base stats 540. Potential Quasi-King. Moves Hurricane, Water Tail, Dragon Dance, Hydro Pump, Hyper Beam. Upon examining Gyarados' attributes, Liu Ye understood why Ji Kuen had never managed to ascend to the king level. A Gyarados with Quasi-King potential could never achieve that rank, no matter how diligently trained until death. In the world of Pokemon, a creature's potential is largely predetermined from birth, and while a minuscule number may enhance their potential through evolution, Liu Ye's Pokemon were exceptions, as a destined child like him could only exist once in a world. As Gyarados emerged, it roared, sending the small Pokemon of the Hualan Gym scurrying into corners, trembling in fear, a sight that filled Ji Kuen with immense satisfaction. He cast sidelong glances at the Hualan sisters, seemingly saying, behold, this is strength, while also directing a challenging gaze at Liu Ye. Initially, Liu Ye had intended to administer a minor reprimand, but observing the situation, he smirked, deciding to bestow upon Ji Kuen an unforgettable lesson. Chapter 24, A Lesson. He who does not provoke me. Liu Ye retorted, sorry, but your challenge against them is futile, for I am the true leader of the Hualan Gym. Moreover, you misspoke, the gym assessment has already been passed. Liu Ye was determined to curtail Ji Kuen's boasting. Humph, you, a mere pretty boy, probably aren't even a trainer. Yet you dare to speak so grandiosely. Who gives you the gall? Ji Kuen scoffed at Liu Ye. Huh. It seems you are truly one who does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Liu Ye shook his head, chuckling. Come forth, Hydreigon. Liu Ye released his Pokemon. As for why he chose Hydreigon, please refer to the following introduction. Hydreigon, a ferocious Pokemon. With 6 wings, it continuously flies through the air, perceiving all moving entities as foes and launching vicious attacks. It is a notoriously aggressive creature. The heads on its arms lack intelligence, devouring everything in sight with its 3 heads, and they will not cease their onslaught until their opponent is vanquished. Numerous legends recount tales of Hydreigon laying waste to entire villages. Understand? Once released, Hydreigon soared to Liu Ye's side, bellowing incessantly, possessing the power of the Everstone. Liu Ye comprehended Hydreigon's grievances about why it had taken so long to be summoned, lamenting that Liu Ye had allowed Garchomp to appear several times before them, while she and her companions had yet to enjoy such frequent outings. Moreover, during its last appearance, it had been referred to merely as a tool Pokemon, without even a name. Sobbing, Liu Ye consoled Hydreigon, promising to allow it more outings in the future, which appeased the creature, revealing that beneath its fierce exterior, it was still a girl at heart. Meanwhile, as Liu Ye interacted with Hydreigon, the others nearby felt their minds nearing overload. The aura exuding from Hydreigon was palpable. Although the Hualan sisters could not discern its exact strength, they sensed it was comparable to Garchomp's might. Since Garchomp was said to possess champion-level power, Hydreigon must also be of champion caliber. The Hualan sisters were astonished to discover that Liu Ye was not only formidable, but also boasted other champion-level Pokemon alongside Garchomp, indicating that he was indeed one of the elite among champion trainers. However, having witnessed Garchomp's terrifying prowess, they were merely taken aback by Hydreigon's emergence. As for Ji Kuen, he stood frozen, lost in contemplation. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? As a quasi-king trainer, Jikuin could nonetheless feel the overwhelming presence radiating from Hydreigon, not to mention Gyarados cowering in a corner, trembling in fear. A champion trainer, Jikuin realized he had inadvertently struck a formidable opponent. No, rather, he had encountered a titanium alloy wall. At that moment, Liu Ye's cold voice rang out. Hydreigon, go. Entertain Gyarados, but don't go too far. With a fearsome roar, Hydreigon lunged toward the cornered Gyarados, which was coiled tightly, its head buried beneath its body, seemingly whispering. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Upon hearing Liu Ye's command, Gyarados cautiously raised its head, only to see Hydreigon barreling toward it, prompting Gyarados to bellow in alarm, leaving the Hualan sisters and Jikuin utterly bewildered. However, Liu Ye, possessing the power of the Everstone, understood Gyarados' words. Though he was left exasperated, for Gyarados was lamenting, You lack martial ethics, bullying a mere 3-year-old fish. Don't come near me. The scene unfolded with Hydreigon chasing Gyarados around the gym. Of course, Gyarados, a quasi-king level Pokemon, stood no chance against the champion-level Hydreigon, and soon enough, it was caught. What followed was a dazzling visual spectacle within the Hualan gym, an explosion of fireworks bursting forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, white, red, yellow, and blue, all so beautiful. At that moment, the Hualan sisters shared a unified thought. Thank goodness the gym was designed as an open-air venue during its construction, or else it would have incurred a considerable expense. As the excitement escalated, Hydreigon, elated by the chaos, unleashed a barrage of moves. Hyper Beam, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, many skills flowing forth as though they cost nothing. Jikuin, witnessing his painstakingly nurtured Gyarados being toyed with by Hydreigon, repeatedly considered sending out other Pokemon to assist. Regrettably, do you truly believe that Liu Ye would grant him an opportunity? The answer is a resounding no. Liu Ye has just unleashed the fossil pterosaur, strategically positioning it beside Jikuin to observe his furtive maneuvers. Jikuin, unmistakably recognizing the fossil pterosaur, the ancient sovereign of the skies, known for its ruthless predation, was immediately struck by trepidation upon witnessing its sharp fangs. He hastily declared, I cannot provoke it, I cannot provoke it. Half an hour later, after the three-headed dragon completed the task assigned by Liu Ye, the once fierce and resplendent Gyarados had transformed significantly. Its vibrant blue hue had morphed into an ominous shade of jet black, its eyes clouded, rendered devoid of combat capability. Only when the fossil pterosaur returned to Liu Ye's side did Jikuin dare approach, quickly recalling Gyarados. He turned, seemingly intent on expressing something further, but was abruptly interrupted by a dismissive wave from Liu Ye. With an air of nonchalance, Liu Ye stated, If you were to take Gyarados for urgent care now, there might still be hope. However, if you continue to linger here, the outcome may not be so favorable. Jikuin found Liu Ye's reasoning compelling and promptly pivoted to depart. Wait, Liu Ye called after him. Jikuin regarded Liu Ye with a mixture of confusion, anger, and a hint of resentment. Believing he concealed his emotions well, yet Liu Ye perceived through his facade. Nevertheless, Liu Ye chose not to voice this observation. Instead, smiling and speaking with undeniable authority, in the future, maintain your distance from the Hualan gym, especially from the Hualan sisters. You dare entertain any inappropriate thoughts about my women. If I discover such behavior again, the consequences will be far graver than what you face today. Yes. Jikuin trembled under the palpable aura exuded by Liu Ye, hastily acquiescing. He had not anticipated that a youth appearing to be in his 20s could emanate such an imposing presence, reminiscent of a seasoned leader addressing a subordinate. Liu Ye nodded and said, Well then, you may leave. Upon hearing Liu Ye's command to vacate, Jikuin expressed his gratitude and, without further ado, fled the scene. Eager to escape this sinister place where Liu Ye's presence felt akin to that of a lurking demon. Chapter 25. A ruckus ensues. Call the authorities. After Jikuin departed, Liu Ye commanded the three-headed dragon, Let us proceed. I shall take you to the Wanchio gym for some amusement. The three-headed dragon roared in agreement, seemingly still unsatisfied from its earlier encounter with Gyarados. As the Hualan sisters followed Liu Ye and the three-headed dragon, curiosity piqued regarding his intentions. They swiftly arrived before a gym adorned in black and white, the sign proclaiming, Wanchio Gym. Indeed, this is the place. Three-headed dragon, unleash your might, Liu Ye ordered. A smirk playing on his lips, the three-headed dragon, unable to contain its excitement, launched an immediate attack with a destructive beam. Though it appeared to have moderated the skill's power, sparing the surrounding structures save for the Wanchio Gym itself. Upon the assault, numerous individuals emerged from within, one of whom, seemingly the leader, confronted Liu Ye with hostility. Hey, who do you think you are? Why are you attacking our Launchio gym? Are you unaware that my master is Ji Kuan, the esteemed quasi-champion trainer? If he learns of your actions today, you will certainly regret it. Who is he? Liu Ye ignored the outburst, instead inquiring about the identity of this Sakura individual. His name is Ajin, Ji Kuan's top disciple, who frequently leverages his master's reputation to bully the common folk in Hualan City. He possesses strength at the mid-elite level and is favored by Ji Kuan, Sakura elucidated. Oh, so he is merely a pathetic sycophant of Ji Kuan, relying on borrowed authority, Liu Ye mused, understanding now. Hey, you little brat, did you not hear what I said? Ajin seethed, incensed by Liu Ye's dismissal. Noticing the Hualan sisters behind Liu Ye, Ajin's expression shifted to one of cunning realization. Aren't you the Hualan sisters? What? Did you fail the gym assessment and come here seeking revenge? If you are wise, you will urge this brat to leave at once. Otherwise, when my master returns, you shall face dire consequences. Of course, if you find yourselves homeless due to the gym's takeover by the League. The Launchio gym would be more than willing to take you in, providing food and shelter, all for a trivial price. With that, Ajin's lecherous gaze roamed over the Hualan sisters. Xiaoxia, apologies for any offense taken. Humph, truly, like master, like disciple. You are just as insipid and insufferable as he is, Liu Ye retorted without reservation. You insolent brat, what did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that. Ajin, unable to contain his ire, snapped back. Seeing that Ajin was irretrievable, Liu Ye commanded the three-headed dragon to continue its destruction of the Launchio gym. As the three-headed dragon approached the gym's parking lot, it encountered numerous vehicles, most of which belonged to the gym. The three-headed dragon wasted no time, unleashing a powerful whirlwind that sent the parking lot's roof tumbling. Pleased with its handiwork, the three-headed dragon hummed a tune, searching for its next target. Reveling in the artistic chaos it had created, even naming it, Tornado Decimates Trailer Park. As the Launchio gym teetered on the brink of annihilation beneath the three-headed dragon's might. Ajin, fuming with indignation, shouted at Liu Ye, you must command your Pokemon to cease. Once my master returns, you will regret this. Evidently, Ajin had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Liu Ye, unable to stifle his incredulity, inquired, do you know where your master has gone? Of course. Why would you ask? My master is at the Hualan gym. At this revelation, Ajin hesitated, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Glancing at the rampaging three-headed dragon, he looked back at Liu Ye and the others, stammering, W, what are you doing here? W, where is my master? He instinctively retreated a few paces, distancing himself from Liu Ye and his companions. Liu Ye found Ajin's reaction rather amusing. Rest assured, I have no intention of engaging in any illicit activities. I am a law-abiding citizen, and your master is in good health. It was merely a matter of bringing a near-death Gyarados to the Pokemon Center for treatment, and additionally, the Blue Autumn Gym had passed its assessment. Liu Ye stated in a nonchalant manner. Ji Kuan, are you being polite? A near-death Gyarados? The Pokemon Center? Even Ajin, no matter how dim-witted, could piece together the sequence of events. It must have been that color master of his, who had provoked the Blue Autumn Gym, only to find himself on the receiving end of retaliation he never anticipated. Alas, what a tragic tale it was. Seeing that Ajin seemed to grasp the situation, Liu Ye continued, do you understand now? Any further questions? No. Ajin shook his head vigorously, as if he were a rattle drum, not daring to voice any dissent. At that moment, a cacophony of sirens echoed from a distance, and a striking figure rode a motorcycle police bike, flanked by several other officers on similar motorcycles, swiftly approaching the Blue Autumn Gym. It turned out that some onlookers, seeing the Blue Autumn Gym under attack by Pokemon, were not concerned for the gym itself. After all, its reputation in Hualan City was far from stellar, but rather anxious about the possibility of being inadvertently caught in the chaos. Hence their decision to alert the authorities. Chapter 26. Miss Junsha, a slap in the face. Ajin, spotting Miss Junshaw's arrival, rushed towards her as if she were a beacon of hope, ready to cling to her leg and lament his plight. As the esteemed Junsha of Hualan City, she was well aware of Ajin's character and deftly evaded his grasp, leaving him to tumble in a rather undignified manner. Unfazed, Ajin sprawled on the ground, weeping copiously, passionately denouncing the recent transgressions of Liu Ye and the three-headed dragon, his description vivid and animated, almost elevating Liu Ye to the status of Team Rocket's Giovanni. Enough, please refrain from speaking, Miss Junsha interjected, for she had work to complete before nightfall and had no desire to engage in further discourse with such a ruffian. By the way, where is the Blue Autumn Gym? This is supposed to be the Blue Autumn Gym, isn't it? Miss Jun Sha inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. As her memory suggested, this was indeed the location of the gym, yet all that remained was a heap of rubble. This is the Blue Autumn Gym. It's just that this lad and his three-headed dragon have utterly demolished it, Ajin lamented, pointing at the debris and then gesturing towards Liu Ye and his dragon. It's that dire? I thought it was merely a pile of junk. Miss Jun Sha inadvertently revealed her thoughts. Ajin's expression darkened, as he mused. While that may be the truth, must you articulate it so bluntly? Do we not care for our dignity? Realizing her faux pas, Miss Jun Sha quickly apologized. My sincerest apologies, I misspoke. It was inappropriate of me to say the Blue Autumn Gym resembled a heap of junk. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. It seemed Miss Jun Sha had more to say, but Ajin, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted her. Miss Jun Sha, let us not dwell on that. You should swiftly apprehend this terrorist. Very well. Miss Jun Sha nodded in agreement, as she too had not thought of a more suitable response, especially given the sight before her was indeed quite desolate. Although she harbored doubts about Ajin's claims, the remnants of the Blue Autumn Gym were undeniable. Miss Jun Sha. She approached Liu Ye, inquiring, Sir, what transpired here? Before Liu Ye could respond, the Hualan trio rushed in, providing a detailed account of the entire incident to Miss Jun Sha. In truth, the Hualan trio was concerned that Liu Ye might be taken away by Miss Jun Sha for questioning, but their worries were entirely unfounded. Despite having witnessed the reverence with which the high-ranking league auditor, Bin Mu, treated Liu Ye upon seeing his credentials, their anxiety was a classic case of concern breeds confusion. After grasping the situation, Miss Jun Sha deemed that Ji Kuan and Ajin had indeed erred, even feeling a sense of shame for their actions. However, while Liu Ye's reprimand of Ji Kuan could be overlooked, the fact that he had publicly decimated the Blue Autumn Gym was an undeniable reality. Moreover, Ji Kuan was a trainer of near-top champion caliber, placing Miss Jun Sha in a rather precarious position. Sir, while it is true that the Blue Autumn Gym wronged you first, your actions in reducing it to ruins warrant a report to the authorities. You could have simply called the police in such a situation. Your approach was inappropriate. Therefore, I must insist that you accompany us to the station to record a statement, Miss Jun Sha urged with earnestness. But Miss Jun Sha, it was Ajin who first insulted me. I acted in self-defense. Liu Ye couldn't help but retort. Yet, Mr. Liu Ye, your command to your Pokemon to demolish the Blue Autumn Gym constitutes excessive self-defense. Furthermore, ordering Pokemon to attack within the city contravenes league regulations. Hence we must impose a penalty upon you, Miss Jun Sha replied, her expression now serious as she confronted Liu Ye's rebuttal. At this moment, Ajin, seeing Liu Ye incite Miss Jun Sha's ire, seized the opportunity to stoke the flames, brazenly declaring, yes, indeed. Miss Jun Sha is absolutely right. Such a threat to societal stability must be apprehended, and his instruments of crime, namely, the three-headed dragon, should be confiscated and entrusted to someone truly capable of wielding their power. Oh, and in your opinion, to whom should I surrender my Pokemon? Liu Ye raised an eyebrow, inquiring softly. Why, to us at the Blue Autumn Gym, of course. It is common knowledge that we are the strongest gym in Hualan City, and my master gym leader Ji Kuan is a trainer of near-top champion caliber. We are the most suitable candidates, Ajin asserted without hesitation. Your appetites are indeed grand. One wonders if you possess the courage to satisfy them. Liu Ye scoffed derisively. Sir, you needn't heed Ajin's words, yet you must still accompany me to the station, Miss Jun Sha insisted firmly. While Miss Jun Sha acknowledged Liu Ye's striking appearance, arguably the most handsome man she had ever encountered, she understood that personal admiration must not interfere with professional duty. Hearing that Liu Ye was to be taken away by Miss Jun Sha, the Hualan trio grew anxious, rushing forward to plead on his behalf. Just as Miss Jun Sha directed her subordinates to escort Liu Ye away, he produced his identification, presenting it to her. Upon reviewing the document, Miss Jun Sha's expression shifted from stern to astonishment, then to respect. Yes, respect. With reverence, Miss Jun Sha returned the identification to Liu Ye with both hands, bowed slightly, and earnestly stated, I pay my respects, my lord. I apologize for any offense I may have caused. I beg your forgiveness. Liu Ye waved his hand in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, he retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it to Miss Jun Sha, a result of his recent efforts to acquire information from the system. Here, take a look. Chapter 27. A complete capture. Evil receives its just desserts. Subsequently, Liu Ye retrieved a document from his pocket and presented it to Miss Jun Sha, a reward he had painstakingly acquired from the system. Here, take a look. Upon receiving the document, Miss Junsha scrutinized its contents, but as time progressed, her expression grew increasingly grave and even indignant. Arrest him, she commanded her subordinates behind her, gesturing with authority. Yes, the officers surged forward. Indeed, seize this terrorist at once. Ajin, under the mistaken belief that Miss Junsha intended to apprehend Liu Ye, boasted arrogantly. However, before he could revel in his misguided confidence, the police swiftly descended upon him, apprehending him without hesitation. Wait, officers, what are you doing? You've got the wrong person. It should be him you arrest. He is the real terrorist. Ajin exclaimed, his agitation tinged with a hint of guilt. Humph, still in denial? The destruction of your Blue Autumn dojo is the consequence you deserve for offending the likes of him. You truly must be tired of living. Miss Junsha's fury was palpable as she flung the document she had examined directly into Ajin's face. It turned out to be a dossier detailing all the crimes committed by the Blue Autumn dojo over the years, meticulously chronicling their misdeeds and how Ji Kuan had successfully maneuvered his way to power. Years ago, Ji Kuan had been a student of the parents of the four sisters of Hualan. However, due to his penchant for bullying the weak, he was reprimanded multiple times, fostering a deep-seated resentment. The parents of the four sisters had punished him in hopes of correcting his deleterious habits, believing it would hinder his future as a trainer if left unchecked. Alas, Ji Kuan misconstrued their well-meaning intentions as personal humiliation, nurturing a grudge against them. By a twist of fate, Ji Kuan encountered a dubious companion, from whom he inadvertently learned of his affiliation with Team Rocket. Rather than expose him, Ji Kuan chose to befriend him. Encouraged by this association, his animosity towards the parents of the four sisters intensified, leading him to conspire with Team Rocket to eliminate them. Indeed, the demise of the parents was not a mere coincidence. It was a premeditated act orchestrated by Ji Kuan. The rationale behind Team Rocket's cooperation was evident. Eliminating two prominent trainers from the league would yield them only advantages. Thus, Ji Kuan and Team Rocket plotted the fatal incident, with the laboratory being reported to the league by Ji Kuan himself. The league's decision to send the parents of the four sisters to investigate was a matter for its higher-ups and Sakaki. Afterward, Ji Kuan clandestinely leveraged Team Rocket's power to sever ties with the Hualan dojo, gradually absorbing its assets, and he betrayed numerous league secrets to Team Rocket, resulting in significant losses for the league during their operations against Team Rocket. Ajin, being Ji Kuan's apprentice, was naturally embroiled in the same nefarious activities. Among the members sacrificed by the league, several were friends of Miss Junsha, igniting her uncontainable wrath. Upon perusing the incriminating evidence against the Blue Autumn dojo, Ajin exhibited extreme agitation and dread. No, it can't be. I didn't do anything. This document is false, it's a lie, Ajin shouted, tearing the evidence to shreds, then pointing accusingly at Liu Ye. It must be you. You are framing us. We didn't do any of this. Ajin trembled in fear. If you didn't commit these acts, then why are you shaking? Liu Ye replied with a calm demeanor. Shaking? Am I shaking? No, not at all. Ajin's voice quavered as he feebly defended himself. I understand that these misdeeds were not your own doing, but rather coerced by your master, Ji Kuan. Am I correct? Liu Ye continued. Yes, it was my master who forced me. No, we didn't do anything. Ajin hastily nodded, only to realize the inconsistency and quickly shook his head. Humph, you just admitted it. Spare us your stubbornness. Miss Junsha scoffed, with the truth laid bare. Ajin shed his pretense, shouting at Liu Ye, you tricked me. I'll fight you. He lunged towards Liu Ye, only to be firmly restrained by the officers behind him, rendered powerless and seething with rage. As for the authenticity of the document, Miss Junsha held no doubts, for Liu Ye's identity spoke volumes. Take a few men and arrest Ji Kuan as well. Remember, Ji Kuan possesses the strength of a quasi-champion. Proceed with utmost caution. Miss Junsha instructed one of her subordinates. Yes, he responded, preparing to depart. Wait, Liu Ye called after him. Sir, do you require anything else? Miss Junsha inquired, her tone sharp. I have severely injured Ji Kuan's Gyarados, which is currently receiving treatment at the Hualan City Pokemon Center. There is no need for elaborate measures. Simply notify the center to prepare, and I'll send my three-headed dragon to retrieve Ji Kuan. Thank you, sir. Miss Junsha expressed her gratitude, pleased that Liu Ye, a top-ranking investigator of the league, was willing to assist them in achieving their objective at minimal cost. Three-headed dragon, go to Hualan City's Pokemon Center and bring Ji Kuan back. Remember, make sure there is no commotion, and he must be alive. Liu Ye instructed. The three-headed dragon nodded in unison, bellowing loudly as it soared towards the Pokemon Center. The league prohibits flying in cities, but of course, our protagonist is the exception. Before long, the three-headed dragon returned, clutching a person in its jaws. Thanks to Miss Junxia's prior arrangements, there were no significant repercussions. During this time, Miss Junxia had also subdued everyone from the Blue Autumn Dojo, dispatching her subordinates to escort them back for rigorous interrogation. Once Ji Kuan was lowered to the ground by the three-headed dragon, a swarm of officers rushed forward to cuff him. Glancing back at the disheveled Blue Autumn Dojo and Liu Ye, he quickly grasped that his years of deceitful accomplishments had been laid bare. He could hardly believe that the fruits of his labor would ultimately be dismantled by a pretty boy, whom he deemed strong yet still considered merely a pretty face. Despite possessing champion-level prowess, "Sir, we will take these individuals back to the station for questioning. Thank you for your assistance in capturing these parasites that harm the League's interests." Miss Junxia respectfully bowed to Liu Ye. "It was my duty. No need for thanks," Liu Ye replied with a smile. Yet, for reasons unknown, Miss Junxia found Liu Ye's smile to be as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. Slightly flustered, she hastily mounted her motorcycle and departed. But not more than 10 meters down the road did she suddenly halt and shout back to Liu Ye, "Sir, my name is Junxia Lan. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me." With that, she sped away before Liu Ye could respond. Chapter 28. Infatuation, Challenging the Dojo. "Sir, my name is Junxia Lan. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me." With that, she sped away before Liu Ye could respond. Upon witnessing the scene, Liu Ye chuckled and shook his head, softly remarking, "What a reckless girl." Once matters here were resolved, Liu Ye and the four sisters of Hualan returned to the Hualan Dojo. As soon as they entered, the lively and adorable mutant immediately clung to one of Liu Ye's arms, while the second sister, Changpu, was not to be outdone and wrapped her arms around his other arm. The eldest sister, Yinghua, maintained a sense of propriety and chose to quietly follow behind Liu Ye. Thus, the three sisters of Hualan encircled Liu Ye, with only the youngest, Xiaoxia, standing apart, appearing somewhat out of place. Amidst this affectionate display, Liu Ye found himself feeling somewhat flustered, unable to comprehend the intentions behind the sisters' actions. However, he felt it inappropriate to reject their warmth, for it is indeed challenging to resist the affections of beautiful women. Hence, he reluctantly accepted their embrace. Nonetheless, as a paragon of the new generation, Liu Ye steadfastly upheld his principles, resolutely rejecting gambling and narcotics, while remaining unwavering in his determination. At that moment, Mutin, with curiosity sparkling in her eyes, inquired, "Brother Liu Ye, what exactly did you show them? Why do esteemed officials like Bin Mu and Miss Junxia regard you with such respect?" Upon hearing Mutin's question, even the elder sister Yinghua, along with Changpu and Xiaoxia, drew closer, their faces brimming with curiosity. "Oh, that? It's nothing significant, merely my identification," Liu Ye replied nonchalantly. Although to an outsider, he appeared to be flaunting. "Identification? What kind of identification is so impressive? May we see it?" Changpu implored, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Liu Ye, exuding an air of desperation that suggested she might cry if he refused. Since it was nothing of great consequence, Liu Ye graciously retrieved the document and presented it to the four sisters of Hualan. Mutin eagerly took it, her bright eyes scanning Liu Ye's identification as she read aloud. "Top Search Officer of the Alliance, codename Long Guangdong, certified by the Alliance." She even recited the steel seal of the Alliance, and upon finishing, the sisters gazed at Liu Ye with admiration and respect, particularly the three sisters, whose gazes seemed to harbor a hint of something more. "Wow, Brother Liu Ye, you are so impressive, a top search officer of the Alliance," Mutin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Indeed, Brother Liu Ye, I hadn't anticipated you being a champion-level trainer at such a young age. That is remarkable." Changpu chimed in, unabashedly praising him. As Mutin and Changpu finished their compliments, Liu Ye distinctly felt their holds around his arms tighten, and he could sense their small forms pressed against him, prompting him to think, "Let the music play on. Let the dance continue." As the former master of the Hualan Dojo, the three sisters were well aware of what being a top search officer of the Alliance entailed. It was a status that allowed one to navigate the Alliance with ease, requiring no external support. For Liu Ye himself was the pillar of strength, now also becoming the foundation for the Hualan Dojo. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia was taken aback by Liu Ye's identity. Yet upon reflecting on his strength and the respect shown by Miss Junxia and others, it seemed entirely reasonable. "Brother Liu Ye, you have aided us immensely. We ought to express our gratitude properly. Why don't you join us for dinner tonight?" Yinghua began, but her words were abruptly interrupted by Mutin, who piped up, "Sister, you aren't suggesting." Mutin's unfinished thought was understood by Yinghua, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She quickly clarified, "Mutin, what are you saying?" I merely meant to invite brother Liu Ye for a meal. Of course, if it could lead to something more, that thought remained unspoken in her heart. I understand, Muten remarked, recognizing her sister's embarrassment, and deduced that Yinghua's reticence stemmed from her sense of propriety. Liu Ye noticed Yinghua's discomfort and swiftly came to her aid, saying, "Helping you is what I ought to do. You have entrusted me with the position of master of the Hualan dojo. As for dinner tonight." Liu Ye paused, sensing the eager gazes of the Hualan sisters, including Xiaoxia, who looked as if they might burst into tears should he decline. "Of course, I would love to. It's the perfect opportunity for me to savor your culinary skills." After uttering those words, Liu Ye felt a sudden pang of regret, realizing he might have inadvertently cornered himself. What if the Hualan sisters were inept in the kitchen? Oh dear, that would be a disaster. Liu Ye lamented internally, but considering the sisters' dignity, he felt reluctant to change his statement to suggest dining out. He could only hope they possessed some culinary proficiency, or, at the very least, that their cooking would not be too dreadful. Upon hearing Liu Ye's affirmative response, the four sisters of Hualan beamed with delight. At that moment, a boy appearing to be around 15 or 16 entered the Hualan dojo, seemingly there to challenge them. "Hello, I'm Xiao Shuai, here to challenge the dojo," the boy announced. Liu Ye inquired, "Oh, little brother, are you a novice trainer? What brings you to challenge the Hualan dojo?" "Well, I heard them say that the Hualan dojo is the easiest place to obtain a badge, so I thought I would give it a try," Xiao Shuai explained. Upon hearing his rationale, Liu Ye turned his gaze toward the Hualan sisters, who instantly understood his intent. The eldest sister, Yinghua, quickly chimed in. "We won't behave that way again. We will train our Pokemon diligently." Yes, Changpu and Muten readily affirmed. "Then, it appears your opponent will be me. I am the new master of the Hualan dojo," Liu Ye declared. He intended to personally face Xiao Shuai in battle, as the prior actions of the Hualan sisters had tarnished the dojo's reputation. Now, as its new master, Liu Ye would not allow such occurrences to persist. Thus, he resolved to sacrifice this adorable little brother to bolster the dojo's fearsome, no, illustrious, reputation. With that thought, Liu Ye's expression morphed into something increasingly mischievous. Xiao Shuai felt a shiver run down his spine at Liu Ye's seemingly benevolent smile. Just as Liu Ye prepared to engage with Xiao Shuai, the system's voice echoed within his mind. Ding! Liu Ye had no choice but to halt his impending actions, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Ding! Congratulations, host. For triggering the hidden task, maintain the dojo, promote positive energy. Please provide a memorable experience for the novice trainer Xiao Shuai, allowing the outside world to recognize the Hualan dojo's prestige. Task completion rewards, 3,000 points, 1,000,000 alliance coins, and 10 dojo facilities. Task failure, no penalties. This task aligns perfectly with Liu Ye's intentions, and the reward of the dojo facilities will aptly fill the void in the facilities of the Hualan dojo. Although the Hualan dojo receives monthly funding from the Alliance for maintenance, it lacks other industries, resulting in many of its amenities showing signs of aging and requiring timely replacement. "Sakura, would you kindly act as the referee?" Liu Ye turned to Sakura, who stood behind him. Oh, I'm sure." Sakura, caught off guard by Liu Ye's sudden address, stumbled over her words. The group arrived at the competition grounds of the Hualan dojo. "Now, let the battle commence," Liu Ye stated calmly. Observing the scene, Sakura quickly approached, declaring, "The competition rules at the Hualan dojo are 3 versus 3, with the dojo trainer releasing their Pokemon first. The challenger may switch Pokemon at any time. Now, let the match begin. Come forth, Greninja." Liu Ye summoned his sole water-type Pokemon. As the sleek black Greninja emerged, it stood with its arms crossed, exuding an aura of cool detachment that gave Xiao Shuai the impression of formidable authority without anger. "I choose you, Bulbasaur." Xiao Shuai released his Pokemon as well. What a clever child. He understands that the Hualan dojo specializes in water types and has deliberately chosen a grass-type Pokemon for the battle, Bo Dan remarked from the audience. "Thank you for the compliment, elder sister. Actually, Bulbasaur is my starter Pokemon. I didn't prepare specifically for this," Xiao Shuai humbly replied, displaying a modest demeanor that earned Liu Ye's newfound respect. Liu Ye silently resolved to go easy on him during the match. Name, Bulbasaur. Gender, male. Level, 18, late beginner. Type, grass. Poison ability, overgrow. Friendship, 50 base stats, 318 potential. King skills, Vine Whip, Leech Seed, Leaf Blade, Sleep Powder, Seed Bomb. After reviewing Bulbasaur's attributes, Liu Ye was somewhat taken aback to discover that this starter Pokemon possessed King-level potential. The rarity of Pokemon with King-level potential had been previously discussed. If Xiao Shuai were to pursue the path of a trainer, he might achieve great heights in due time. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade. Xiao Shuai commanded. Dodge. Then use Double Team. Liu Ye ordered. Greninja, unimpressed by the small green creature before it, initially considered dispatching Bulbasaur in a single blow. However, upon hearing Liu Ye's command, it decided to play along with the little frog, perhaps granting a fleeting wish to all the lonely souls watching from their screens. Greninja adeptly evaded Bulbasaur's attack and surrounded it with Double Team. Sensing the opportune moment, Liu Ye instructed Greninja, unleash the weakest water shuriken. Although Greninja was puzzled, it complied with Liu Ye's directive. The water projectile, being of minimal power, had reduced effectiveness against Bulbasaur's grass typing, ensuring that Bulbasaur remained standing, though visibly battered and on the verge of collapse. Bulbasaur, are you all right? Xiao Shuai shouted, filled with concern. The weary Bulbasaur emitted a faint cry, signaling that it was still okay. Liu Ye, observing the scene, smirked slightly and refrained from ordering Greninja to strike again. Bulbasaur, let us concede. There is no need to continue. Xiao Shuai, still a child new to the world, felt the urge to give up upon seeing his companion in distress, unaware that surrender was a disgrace for a resilient spirit like Bulbasaur. Shaking its head, Bulbasaur expressed its unwillingness to give in and slowly rose to its feet. Liu Ye exchanged a knowing glance with Greninja, which swiftly approached Bulbasaur and unleashed another water gun, knocking it back down. Bulbasaur, it cried in anguish. Xiao Shuai watched helplessly, tears welling in his eyes. Yet, Bulbasaur still refused to surrender. At that moment, a flash of light enveloped it, and soon, Bulbasaur, now evolved into Ivysaur, stood before the spectators. Its injuries healed due to the evolution. Name, Ivysaur. Gender, male. Level, 22, early intermediate. Type, grass poison. Ability, overgrow. Friendship, 30 base stats, for 05 potential. King skills, leech seed, leaf blade, tackle, seed bomb, sleep powder. With the evolution of Bulbasaur into Ivysaur, Liu Ye's objective was achieved. Greninja, use Scald and finish off Ivysaur. Liu Ye commanded without hesitation. Initially brimming with confidence after its evolution, Ivysaur was swiftly sent crashing to the ground by Greninja's attack, falling unconscious. Just as Xiao Shuai's hope had begun to blossom, it was shattered, plunging him into despair. What could be more painful than believing hope had ignited, only for it to be extinguished in an instant? This was precisely why Liu Ye had instructed Greninja not to eliminate Bulbasaur immediately. A swift defeat would merely showcase Liu Ye's prowess without instilling a sense of despair or humiliation. Indeed, Liu Ye's strategy proved successful, as Xiao Shuai, after recalling Ivysaur, opted not to continue with the remaining matches and chose to forfeit the challenge instead. With tears in his eyes, he bid farewell and fled the Hualan dojo in haste. Clearly, this experience had dealt him a significant blow. It remained uncertain whether he could overcome the psychological shadow cast by Liu Ye. If he succeeded, it would undoubtedly become a profoundly meaningful lesson for him. Chapter 30, 10 Consecutive Draws. Water-type Pokemon. Upon detecting Liu Ye's completion of the task, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task. Maintain the dojo, promote positive energy. Task completion rewards, 3,000 points, 1,000,000 Alliance coins. 10 dojo facilities. After receiving his rewards, Liu Ye hurriedly accessed the system space, only to find no trace of the dojo facilities. System, where are my 10 dojo facilities? Have you pilfered them? I warn you, return them at once. Liu Ye demanded. Host, please refrain from unfounded accusations against the system. Your 10 dojo facilities will be delivered shortly via express. The system had intended to offer complimentary installation services. However, given your recent doubts, it seems that service will be rescinded, the system replied haughtily. Liu Ye, aghast, quickly retorted, no way. Come on, system. What kind of relationship do we have after all this time? Your products are of the highest quality. If you're providing dojo facilities, neglecting installation would tarnish your reputation. As the system contemplated, it found some merit in Liu Ye's reasoning, as it had always prioritized reputation above all else. Very well. Ultimately, the system was indeed persuaded, not by mere trickery, but by Liu Ye's eloquence. Shortly after Liu Ye concluded his dialogue with the system, a team entered, carrying various gym facilities. The magnitude of the operation startled the Hualan quartet. The leader, who appeared to be in charge, approached Liu Ye and respectfully declared, My lord, we have brought you everything you requested. Once we have transported all the items inside, we will promptly organize a team to install them. Yes, please be swift. Liu Ye acknowledged with a nod, realizing that the system's reward had arrived. Beside him, the second sister, Changpu, observed the bustling scene with curiosity and inquired. Brother Liu Ye, what have you purchased that necessitates so many hands for installation? Oh, I previously ordered some gym facilities for the Hualan gym. I noticed that some of the equipment had aged and required replacement. After all, I am now considered the owner of the Hualan gym, and I cannot allow it to remain in such a dilapidated state. Moreover, it will also enhance your living environment, Liu Ye explained. The Hualan quartet resided within the gym. Well then, Brother Liu Ye, we will step out to buy some ingredients. Tonight, we shall treat you to a taste of our culinary skills. Although Yinghua wished to linger with Liu Ye a while longer, she deemed the evening's preparations more pressing. Thus, she hurriedly pulled Changpu, Mudan, and Xiao Xia out of the gym. The trio was taken aback by Yinghua's sudden departure, and even from a distance. Liu Ye could hear Xiao Xia exclaiming, "Why do I have to go too?" Following her was Yinghua's voice, "What are you saying? Hurry up." Then came the muffled sounds of someone trying to speak with their mouth covered. Woo-woo. Liu Ye gazed fondly at the charming Hualan quartet and shook his head with a smile. "System, how many points do I currently possess?" Liu Ye inquired. In response to the host, "You now have a total of 9,000 points, which is sufficient for a tenfold draw. Would you like to proceed with the draw?" The system queried Liu Ye. Without hesitation, Liu Ye affirmed, "Draw, what am I saving them for, if not for occasions like this?" Soon, a virtual spinning wheel materialized before Liu Ye, adorned with a plethora of enticing items. He scrutinized the offerings and discerned that they primarily consisted of three categories: Pokemon shards, with a slight chance of yielding a Pokemon, Pokemon items, and Alliance coins. In Liu Ye's estimation, the Alliance coins were merely consolation prizes. He reached out and spun the wheel, which whirled rapidly. Before long, the wheel began to slow, and the system's voice echoed once more. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500,000 Alliance coins, 1 Premium Waterstone, 100,000 Alliance coins, 20 Darkrai shards, 1 Rare Candy, 40 Swampert shards, 1 Lapras, 40 Gyarados shards, and 50,000 Alliance coins. A mysterious water droplet has also been acquired. All items have been stored in the system space. Please check at your convenience." After claiming his rewards, Liu Ye marveled at his fortunate haul from his first tenfold draw. As a seasoned Pokemon game enthusiast, he was well aware of the uses of these items. However, his understanding of the Pokemon shards was somewhat limited, prompting him to inquire, "System, what exactly are these Pokemon shards?" Pokemon shards, as the name implies, can be combined into a Pokemon once a sufficient quantity is amassed. The required quantities for synthesis are as follows: 40 shards for a regular Pokemon, 60 for a semi-divine Pokemon, 80 for a third-tier divine Pokemon, 100 for a second-tier divine Pokemon, 120 for a super divine beast, and 200 for a creator deity. The quantity of shards drawn each time is randomized, the system elucidated. "Oh, so it follows that I can now synthesize both Swampert and Gyarados." Liu Ye pondered aloud. "Indeed, host. Shall we proceed with the synthesis?" "Synthesize," Liu Ye confirmed. Soon, the shards of Gyarados and Swampert transformed into 2 tranquil Pokeballs, alongside one containing Lapras. Eagerly, Liu Ye began to examine the attributes of the 3 Pokemon. Name: Swampert. Gender: female. Level: 56, mid-tier champion. Type: water ground. Ability: torrent. Friendship: 255. Base stats: 535. Potential: champion. Skills: earthquake, water pulse, mud shot, surf, roar. Name: Gyarados. Gender: female. Level: 58, late-tier champion. Type: water. Ability: torrent. Friendship: 255. Base stats: 528. Potential: champion. Skills: Hyper Beam, Waterfall, Aqua Tail, Swords Dance. Name: Lapras. Gender: female. Level: 60, peak champion. Type: water ice. Ability: water absorb. Friendship: 255. Base stats: 535. Potential: champion. Skills: Sing, Water Pulse, Ice Beam, Heavy Slam, Hydro Pump. Upon reviewing the attributes of the 3 Pokemon, Liu Ye could not help but vent his frustration. "System, what is going on? Why is it that every Pokemon I draw is female? At this rate, many readers will proclaim me the king of females. I am beyond redemption. Is it my fault?" The system retorted, "The gender of the Pokemon is entirely random. I have no control over your luck in drawing exclusively females. However, this does align quite well with your LSP tendencies," it playfully interjected. Liu Ye found himself at a loss for words, as he begrudgingly acknowledged the system's point. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he continued, Chapter 31, Friendship. A brand new gym. Just then, the person in charge of installing the gym facilities approached Liu Ye and respectfully announced, My lord, we have completed the installation of all gym facilities. We kindly ask you to inspect them. Very well. Liu Ye nodded and followed him outside. After a thorough inspection of the gym facilities, Liu Ye could not help but exclaim, truly, it is a product of the system. Exquisite quality. Of course. The system responded with a hint of pride. Shortly after the installation team departed, the Hualan quartet returned from their grocery shopping. Liu Ye gazed at the shopping bags they carried, utterly astonished, and could not refrain from asking, did you genuinely go grocery shopping, or did you raid a supermarket? In response to Liu Ye's inquiry, the eldest sister, Yinghua, quickly stepped forward to explain. Well, you see, we wanted to purchase a bit extra, not knowing your appetite. Brother Liu Ye. So, we bought a little more of each item. A little more? Liu Ye inquired, intrigued. Yes, just a little bit. Yinghua affirmed confidently. Liu Ye gazed at the towering heap of items beside him and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, just a tad. After placing their purchases down, Changpu and Mutant entered the dojo. Shortly thereafter, their exclamations echoed within. Wow. Their voices startled Liu Ye and Yinghua, who were conversing outside. Yinghua hurried into the dojo, with Liu Ye following closely behind. Upon witnessing the dojo's transformation, now utterly distinct from its former self, Yinghua couldn't restrain her astonishment. Is this truly the Hualan dojo? The current Hualan dojo was adorned with azure wall tiles. The competition area had been entirely renovated, and it boasted numerous facilities dedicated to Pokemon training and healing, with the spectator stands appearing remarkably new. In essence, everything reflected the dreams of the four Hualan sisters. Upon her return to the dojo, Xiaoxia was captivated by the scenery, particularly the Pokemon training equipment, which made her eyes sparkle with excitement as she rushed towards the training room, eager to commence her training. Although Xiaoxia had yet to reach the league-mandated age of 15, as a relative of a gym trainer, she was still permitted to possess her own Pokemon. Liu Ye recalled that Xiaoxia had a Staryu with elite potential, which only fueled her aspiration to become a water-type Pokemon master. Once Xiaoxia departed, Liu Ye feigned retrieving 3 Pokeballs from his pocket. In truth, they were summoned from his system space, but to avoid misunderstanding from the 3 sisters, he pretended to reach into his pocket before having the Pokeballs materialize in his hand. Indeed, these 3 Pokeballs contained a Swampert, a Gardevoir, and a Dragonite. Despite being the master of the Hualan dojo, Liu Ye longed to explore the beauty of the Pokemon world beyond its confines. Thus, he could not remain at the dojo indefinitely. Furthermore, the Hualan sisters were currently the dojo's trainers, yet Liu Ye had reservations about their strengths. To uphold both his and the dojo's reputation, he intended to entrust these 3 Pokemon to the Hualan sisters, as their potential was merely at the elite tier, making them unsuitable for Liu Ye's use. Of course, as previously mentioned, Liu Ye possessed a small world where all his Pokemon resided, including these 3. Thus, even after handing them over, he could summon them from his small world at any time. Remaining at the dojo would allow him to frequently battle with other trainers, enhancing the experience levels of these Pokemon. Truly a win-win situation. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Liu Ye had accepted a task from the system, meaning the Hualan sisters would inevitably become his companions. Why hesitate to provide gifts to those dear to him? As for why he refrained from presenting them in front of Xiaoxia, it stemmed from his concern about the potential impact. After all, it wouldn't feel pleasant to be the only one without a strong Pokemon amidst 3 sisters. Additionally, Xiaoxia was still a minor and shouldn't possess excessively powerful Pokemon. Resolute, Liu Ye summoned the Hualan sisters. Upon hearing Liu Ye's call, they swiftly approached him, particularly Mutant, who seemed eager to draw near. Liu Ye Gidge, did you summon us for something? The eldest sister, Yinghua, inquired curiously. Liu Ye remained silent for a moment, instead presenting the 3 Pokeballs before them. The sisters were momentarily taken aback by his gesture, prompting the second sister, Changpu, to ask in confusion, Liu Ye Gidge, what is this? Within these 3 Pokeballs are a Swampert, a Gardevoir, and a Dragonite, each possessing elite-level strength. Choose one each, and they shall accompany you henceforth, Liu Ye explained. What? Liu Ye Gidge, these are far too powerful. You should keep them for yourself. Yinghua protested. Indeed, Liu Ye Gidge, you have already done so much for us. We truly cannot accept this. Changpu concurred. The youngest sister, Mutant, did not voice her thoughts but nodded vigorously, clearly aligning with her sister's sentiments. Please, do not rush to decline. Allow me to explain. Although I am currently the master of the Hualan dojo, I cannot remain here indefinitely. In a few days, I intend to depart, Liu Ye began, only to be interrupted by Mutant. What? Liu Ye Gidge, are you leaving? Did we do something to upset you? Just tell me, and I shall change. Please don't go. Mutant's eyes glistened with tears, and her sisters, Yinghua and Changpu, mirrored her distress, seemingly ready to weep should Liu Ye fail to clarify. Seeing the sisters on the verge of tears, Liu Ye could hardly bear it and quickly reassured them. You've misunderstood. You are all wonderful, and I truly cherish you. However, you understand my position. I cannot remain in comfort forever, and the world is vast. I wish to explore it. To spare the sisters from sorrow, Liu Ye resorted to a kind-hearted fib. Though he was a top-ranking investigator for the League, he was not bound by any constraints. His role was more akin to a mascot, a figurehead without obligations, often enjoying leisure time. Upon hearing Liu Ye's explanation, the Hualan sisters blushed, their thoughts synchronously racing. Did Liu Ye just express his fondness for us? Subsequently, under Liu Ye's astonished gaze, the sisters shook their heads in unison. No, no. Yinghua, Changpu, Mutant, what are you thinking? Liu Ye is so exceptional, and we are merely ordinary. How could he possibly like us? With that, their expressions dimmed, and Liu Ye could sense a palpable air of disappointment enveloping them. What troubles you? Liu Ye inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. The magnetic timbre of Liu Ye's voice pulled the sisters from their worries, leaving them resembling three kittens with their secrets exposed, their faces flushed. Are you truly all right? Liu Ye pressed again. We're fine, Liu Ye. The sisters affirmed earnestly. Seeing their insistence, Liu Ye chose not to pry further, acknowledging that such matters were likely meant to remain among them. Since all is well, please select from these 3 Pokemon. Liu Ye smiled as he spoke. Yes, thank you. Liu Ye. After some deliberation, the eldest sister Yinghua chose the mightiest, the Dragonite. Changpu opted for the Gardevoir, and Mutant, surprisingly, selected the Swampert despite her petite stature, which had led Liu Ye to expect she might choose the Dragonite. With their new Pokemon in hand, the Hualan sisters eagerly released their companions, eager to bond with them. Naturally, as these Pokemon were bestowed upon them by Liu Ye from the system, they recognized the bond shared between Liu Ye and the Hualan sisters. Thus they were exceptionally obedient to their new trainers. The 3 sisters gushed over the appearance of their respective new Pokemon, immediately enveloping them in hugs, reveling in their delightful presence. Beside him, Liu Ye expressed no envy whatsoever, had it not been for the fact that the 3 Dragonite were female. He might have already urged the ancient Dragonite to engage in a contest of strength. By the way, suddenly, Sakura, who had been frolicking with the Dragonite, let out a loud cry. Startled, Liu Ye rushed over, inquiring, What happened, Sakura? He then cast a questioning glance at the Dragonite, who looked equally bewildered and innocent. Sakura explained, I'm so sorry, Liu Ye, did I scare you? I just glanced at the time and suddenly remembered I promised to treat you to dinner tonight. So I got a bit anxious. Oh, is that so? No worries. If we're running late, we can just eat out. Liu Ye reassured her. That's absolutely out of the question. At that moment, Ayam, who had approached, heard Liu Ye's words and exclaimed, causing Liu Ye's heart to race uncontrollably. Ayam, utterly oblivious to Liu Ye's slightly pale complexion, continued, No way. Liu Ye, you've helped us so much. We must prepare this meal ourselves. Her tone was laden with an undeniable conviction. Yes, yes, yes. Peony eagerly chimed in from the side. Well, all right then. Liu Ye wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Without further ado, the 3 sisters dashed into the kitchen of the Hualan gym with their bundles of ingredients. Watching their hurried figures, Liu Ye couldn't help but smile and shake his head in resignation, murmuring, What adorable girls. As he observed the Hualan sisters busily at work in the kitchen, Liu Ye, unable to remain idle, decided to check on how Kasumi was faring in her training. After all, he had gifted the Hualan sisters 3 powerful Pokemon, and he felt a twinge of guilt. It was the perfect opportunity to provide some guidance as Kasumi was currently training. Upon entering the Pokemon training room of the gym, Liu Ye found Kasumi instructing her Pokemon in skill training. Name, Starmie. Gender, female. Level, 38, late advanced. Type, water. Ability, natural recovery. Friendship, 50 base stats, 340 potential, elite skills, water gun, cosmic power, rapid spin, light screen. Liu Ye was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected that the Hualan sisters' previous Pokemon had only elite potential, yet the younger Kasumi's Starmie possessed the potential of an elite Pokemon. Furthermore, with such a high level, it was on the verge of breaking into the elite tier. It seemed Kasumi had indeed worked hard to revitalize the Hualan gym. However, Liu Ye found it puzzling that despite Starmie's high level, she hadn't yet evolved. This was quite unusual behavior for someone like Kasumi, who was eager to grow stronger. In the Pokemon world, leveling up is no simple task. Unlike Liu Ye, who could quantify experience, true Pokemon evolution requires gradual accumulation. Kasumi noticed Liu Ye approaching and ordered Starmie to take a break. Liu Ye, what brings you to the Pokemon training room instead of staying with my 3 sisters? She asked, somewhat curtly. Given that Liu Ye had nearly stolen the Hualan sisters' hearts, Kasumi, as the younger sister and observer, harbored a small grudge against him. If Liu Ye were to learn of Kasumi's thoughts, he would surely cry out in protest, claiming that it was the Hualan sisters who had taken a liking to him, not the other way around. System buffed. Truly shameless. Liu Ye, having lived 2 lives, could easily discern that Kasumi's attitude toward him was less than warm. He smiled and asked, "Kasumi, were you just training Starmie's skills?" "Humph, you're just pretending not to know," Kasumi retorted, clearly not believing that a champion-level trainer wouldn't recognize what she was doing. Liu Ye then voiced his curiosity. "Kasumi, Starmie is on the verge of breaking into the elite tier. Why haven't you allowed her to evolve?" Kasumi was taken aback by Liu Ye's question and replied, "You can actually see Starmie's strength? Oh right. For a champion-level trainer, that is not too surprising." Before Liu Ye could explain, Kasumi quickly deduced the answer herself. Feeling a bit embarrassed by her earlier folly, her cheeks flushed slightly. To Liu Ye, however, this was rather endearing. Realizing this, Liu Ye shook his head, repeatedly reminding himself, "She is still a child, she is still a child, she is still a child." After dispelling his distractions, Kasumi continued to elucidate the reason for Starmie's lack of evolution. It turned out that she had indeed wanted Starmie to evolve, but unfortunately, the Hualan gym had been absorbed by Jikuin, and the shop selling evolution stones was among the casualties. Stubborn as she was, Kasumi refused to bow to Jikuin, resulting in Starmie remaining unevolved. "Oh, I see," Liu Ye nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he recalled that he had drawn an exceptional water stone from a 10 consecutive pull earlier, and that Starmie's evolved form, Gyarados, could indeed evolve from the water stone. With this in mind, Liu Ye retrieved the exquisite water stone from his system space. Any evolution stone that bore the title of exquisite was a rare gem, indeed. Chapter 33, Gyarados, the Power of Aura. As Liu Ye produced the exquisite water stone, Kasumi's gaze was immediately drawn to it. Her eyes fixated on the stone with an intensity that revealed her deep yearning for it. "Here, it's yours." Liu Ye offered the exquisite water stone to her. Kasumi instinctively reached out to accept the stone, but then hesitated, reflecting on her less-than-close relationship with Liu Ye. Why would he so generously offer her such a precious item? To her, his actions seemed suspiciously like flattery with ulterior motives. Perhaps he wanted her assistance in winning over her sisters. If Liu Ye were to uncover Kasumi's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief, "With my conditions, why would I need your help to woo them?" What a joke. Liu Ye noticed Kasumi's sudden shift from eagerness to reluctant acceptance. "Humph, we're not particularly close, and yet you offer me such a valuable gift. Clearly, you have ulterior motives," Kasumi declared defiantly. In an effort to appear tough, she turned her face away to avoid looking at the exquisite water stone. However, her occasionally wandering gaze betrayed her true feelings. Seeing Kasumi's adorable demeanor, Liu Ye mused, she is still just a child, so easily revealing her emotions. Of course, Liu Ye would never divulge to Kasumi that he felt somewhat guilty for having gifted her 3 sisters each a Pokemon of elite strength. "How could it be? I can see that your Staryu has yet to evolve, and you do not possess a water stone. Fortunately, I happen to have one on hand, so I shall gift it to you. After all, I am now the gym leader of the Celadon gym, and you are soon to come of age. I cannot remain in the gym forever, and as for your 3 sisters, you understand their trainer talents, do you not? Thus, if you strengthen your abilities, you too can revitalize the Celadon gym. Isn't that your long-held dream?" Liu Ye spoke with fervent eloquence, persuading Misty from a moral high ground. The youthful Misty, unable to contend with Liu Ye, the ancient fiery fox, was easily swayed by his words. "Well then, I shall accept it," she declared. "Yes, take it. Quickly let Staryu absorb it, so she can evolve." Liu Ye handed the exquisite water stone to Misty. Naturally, Misty did not hesitate to accept the gift. Upon receiving the precious water stone, she summoned Staryu to absorb it. As soon as Staryu laid eyes on the water stone, it lunged toward it with great speed. Even before Misty could issue a command, in no time, Staryu was enveloped in a brilliant white light, a sight familiar to those who had witnessed Pokemon evolution. Renowned as one of the most wondrous powers in the Pokemon world. When the light faded, a gem-studded Starmie, with a geometrically shaped body radiating a spectrum of colors from its core, appeared before Liu Ye and Misty. It was immediately evident from its form that this Starmie was considerably larger than a typical one, exuding an extraordinary presence. Liu Ye promptly inspected Starmie's attributes. Name, Starmie gender, female level, 44, mid-elite, type, water psychic ability, natural recovery friendship, 70 base stats, 520, what a splendid number, potential, champion moves, aura beam, rapid spin, power gem, water pulse, psychic, Upon reviewing Starmie's attributes, Liu Ye could only marvel at the exquisite water stone, which had propelled Starmie from the late high-level stage across 2 tiers to the mid-elite stage. Notably, the most significant gain was its potential, which elevated from near champion to champion status. The likelihood of enhancing potential is likely the primary reason for the rarity of such evolutionary stones, often monopolized by prestigious families. Of course, given Liu Ye's position, he was merely a younger brother. As Starmie's evolution concluded, Misty was filled with elation, throwing her arms around Liu Ye in a moment of joyous spontaneity. This unexpected display left Liu Ye momentarily flustered. Soon, however, Misty realized her own awkwardness, her cheeks flushed, and she hastily extracted herself from Liu Ye's embrace. You don't misunderstand. I merely wish to thank you for helping Starmie evolve. Misty offered a stubborn explanation. Understood, understood. Liu Ye quickly assured her. After all, no matter how one might perceive Liu Ye, he would never take advantage of the underage Misty. Furthermore, he still had to contend with the 3 sisters of Celadon, and if he had lost control at that moment, his system task would have been in jeopardy. System, perhaps that is the true reason. Liu Ye was resolute in avoiding such a loss. Noticing Misty's reddened face as she stood frozen in place, Liu Ye discerned that the moment was not yet right and sought an excuse to leave. Misty, why don't you take some time to bond with Starmie? I shall check on how Sakura and the others are faring with dinner. Without waiting for her response, Liu Ye exited the Pokemon training room. Once outside, Liu Ye planned to retire to his room for a brief slumber, having endured a day filled with challenges, from testing at the gym to dismantling the Celadon gym. Who could withstand such strains? At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden achievement. A gift of roses, the fragrance remains. Achievement reward, advanced aura power, 2,000 points, 500,000 league coins. Liu Ye paid little heed to the points and league coins. What truly piqued his interest was the advanced aura power. Those familiar with the animated series would recognize aura power as a significant highlight, an essential ability for both domestic and adventurous endeavors. With aura power, Liu Ye could establish a mental connection with his Pokemon for communication. During battles, he would no longer need to issue verbal commands. A mere thought would suffice. This was particularly advantageous in Pokemon battles, especially against formidable opponents, as verbal commands could be anticipated, allowing foes to prepare in advance. However, the aura power would enable Liu Ye and his Pokemon to connect mentally, allowing him to guide them intuitively without any visible commands, which would confound opponents, particularly those unaware of aura power, leading to a profound psychological impact. Upon experiencing the aura power, Liu Ye suddenly recalled its offensive capabilities and focused his mind, quickly forming an aura sphere in his hand. He could feel the energy coursing through it, potent enough to shatter a wall, truly formidable. After glancing at his watch and noting that it was still early, he returned to his room to rest. As he lay in bed, he reflected on the day's events, and before long, he drifted into slumber. In his dream, he found himself surrounded by an array of legendary Pokemon, including Giratina, Dialga, Rayquaza, and Reshiram. Abruptly, Liu Ye sensed an odd, tickling sensation in his nose, prompting several involuntary sneezes. Upon awakening, he discovered Botan sitting at the edge of his bed, playfully teasing his nose with her long hair. Upon noticing Liu Ye's awakening, Botan seemed to fear being caught and quickly leaped aside, saying, Liu Ye, we have prepared dinner and are just waiting for you. Eldest sister asked me to come upstairs to fetch you. Though his dream had been interrupted, Liu Ye felt no irritation. He gazed at the adorable Botan and smiled, replying, All right, I understand. Okay, Liu Ye, you must hurry. Second sister and the others are already hungry. I'll head down first. Botan, feeling shy, avoided admitting her own hunger and instead threw second sister Iris under the bus. Oh, what about our little Botan? Are you not hungry? Liu Ye teased. Of course not. Oh, Liu Ye, hurry up, I'm going first. With that, Botan's face turned crimson, and she dashed out of Liu Ye's room without looking back. Before long, Liu Ye had dressed and made his way to the gym's dining room. Upon his arrival, Iris' eyes lit up, and she hurried over, taking hold of Liu Ye's arm to pull him to the dining table. Liu Ye, all these dishes were prepared by us sisters. Since we didn't know your preferences, we made a little extra. Iris beamed with delight. Before him lay a sumptuous feast, causing Liu Ye to abandon his previous assumptions, for he had thought the culinary skills of the Celadon sisters to be merely average. However, the array of dishes before him, regardless of taste, appeared quite impressive. With a spirit of experimentation, Liu Ye took a taste, and to his astonishment, he found that although the culinary skills of the Hualan sisters did not quite measure up to those of a 5-star hotel chef, they were certainly not far behind. This revelation truly opened Liu Ye's eyes. The Hualan sisters watched him intently, seemingly awaiting his appraisal. When Liu Ye lifted his gaze, he discovered 3 pairs of eager eyes fixed upon him. What do you think, Liu Ye Gidge? How does our cooking taste? Does it suit your palate? Sakura eagerly inquired. Oh, it's delicious. You all have done exceptionally well, just like the chefs at a 5-star hotel. How can you not have faith in your own skills? Liu Ye naturally showered praise upon the Hualan sisters. After all, what else could he say? The Hualan sisters blushed at Liu Ye's teasing. Peony stammered, well. Of course we believe in our skills, but we're not entirely sure of Liu Ye Gidge's preferences. What if you don't like it? Peony voiced the shared concern of the Hualan sisters. As long as it's made by you, I will enjoy it. Now please, have a seat and join me for the meal. There's no need for you to stand, Liu Ye urged, noticing that the Hualan sisters remained at his side. The youngest sister, Xiaoxia, felt it would be impolite to sit down while her 3 older sisters had yet to do so. Eventually, the 4 sisters took their seats. As they settled in, the eldest, Sakura, suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, we haven't brought out the wine yet. On such a splendid day, we must toast with a few glasses. Aconite and Peony chimed in eagerly. Yes, absolutely. We must drink. Liu Ye, still burdened with his previous task, felt hesitant. Yet, he recognized that a bit of wine might assist him in accomplishing this daunting challenge, so he refrained from refusing. Nevertheless, he feigned reluctance, saying, Oh, no need for that. I'm not much of a drinker. Upon hearing this, the Hualan sisters' eyes sparkled with excitement as they exclaimed in unison, Drink, we must drink. In fact, the wine had been purchased by the Hualan sisters during their grocery shopping, and though they rarely indulged in alcohol, they had inexplicably decided to buy it, sensing it would soon be needed. And now, the opportunity had presented itself. Come on, Aconite, let us fetch the wine. Sakura called for Aconite's assistance. Before long, the 2 returned, each carrying 2 bottles of 750 milliliters red wine, totaling 4 bottles. Peony, noticing this, quickly declared, I'll go grab the wine glasses. Truth be told, Liu Ye had not anticipated that Sakura and Aconite would bring back such a substantial quantity of wine. While the alcohol content was not particularly high, its aftereffects could be quite potent. He wondered if the Hualan sisters would be able to handle it. After bringing back the wine, Sakura had even taken the time to learn the proper steps for drinking red wine online, so she felt quite confident. Soon, apart from the youngest sister, Xiaoxia, the cups of the Hualan sisters and Liu Ye were filled with red wine. However, Xiaoxia was not pleased with this arrangement. Why can you all drink while I cannot? Just because I'm the youngest? She thought indignantly. Sakura explained that Xiaoxia was still underage and should refrain from drinking. Seeing Xiaoxia's distress, Liu Ye felt a pang of sympathy. After all, she was at an age of exploration, and it would be unfair to stifle her curiosity about the unknown. System, you know your own intentions well enough. Liu Ye turned to Sakura and suggested, why not let Xiaoxia have a taste? A small sip won't hurt. Xiaoxia was taken aback by Liu Ye's support and eagerly chimed in. Yes, just a little bit. Please, sister. Seeing Liu Ye's insistence, Sakura reluctantly agreed. All right, but just a little. She then wagged her right index finger side to side. Xiaoxia nodded vigorously in agreement. The outcome was predictable. Xiaoxia became tipsy, and Liu Ye had to escort her back to her room before returning to the dining table. The next morning, Liu Ye awoke and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. In his previous life, as a reclusive gamer, Liu Ye had surprisingly decent culinary skills. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive playing games for 80 continuous hours without ordering takeout. The author often wondered if Liu Ye might have starved in his former life. Once breakfast was ready, Liu Ye was about to serve the Hualan sisters when he suddenly spotted Xiaoxia sleepily emerging from her room. Good morning, Xiaoxia. Up so early? Liu Ye greeted her. I'm a bit hungry and wanted to find something to eat, Xiaoxia replied. Hearing this, Liu Ye burst into laughter. Ha! And who was it that boasted about never getting drunk just yesterday, only to fall asleep after a couple of glasses? Who? Certainly not me, Xiaoxia retorted, feeling a bit guilty. Since Xiaoxia was still a child, Liu Ye chose not to press further. All right, stop standing there. Aren't you hungry? Here, it's perfect timing. I just finished making breakfast. Enjoy it while it's hot. Liu Ye gestured towards the table, laden with delicious dishes. Xiaoxia gazed at the sumptuous breakfast in disbelief, pointing delicately at the spread and then at Liu Ye, whispering, Did you really make all this? What? You doubt me? Are you suggesting that I didn't tea? Liu Ye replied, feigning indignation. That is not it. I just didn't expect someone as esteemed as you, Liu Ye, would be capable of cooking. I just wonder how it tastes. Xiaoxia's tone was slightly mocking. yet her eyes remained fixated on the breakfast before her. Liu Ye could clearly see Xiaoxia swallow hard. A smirk crept onto his lips as he recognized her intentions. After all, he had prepared more than enough breakfast to share with her. Well, if you want to know how good it is, why don't you come over and try it? Liu Ye smiled. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia's eyes lit up as she eagerly exclaimed, "You're the one who said it. I'm definitely not begging you for food." Of course, Liu Ye couldn't help but nod at Xiaoxia's stubbornness, internally grumbling, "Goodness, do I have to personally invite you to breakfast? And is this attitude a family trait?" With Liu Ye's affirmative response, Xiaoxia wasted no time and dashed to the table, grabbing food without a care for her image as a lady. Wait, hold on. Did Xiaoxia even have a ladylike image to begin with? Seeing Xiaoxia enjoy her meal so heartily, Liu Ye felt a pang of confusion. Was his breakfast truly that delicious? In the past, it had always seemed rather average. Could it be that Xiaoxia hadn't eaten much the night before, leaving her too hungry to appreciate the meal? Eventually, unable to resist, Liu Ye approached the dining table and took a bite of a bun. Wow, how could this be so good? Liu Ye was certain this was not the culinary talent he had possessed before. At that moment, the system chimed in. You feel it now, don't you? Is this your doing, system? Liu Ye asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Of course. In fact, when you bound yourself to this system, your physique was enhanced, and your pre-existing skills were upgraded to a more advanced level, the system explained. The ranks of trainers are classified as follows: Novice Trainer, Beginner Trainer, Intermediate Trainer, Advanced Trainer, Elite Trainer, Quasi-Champion Trainer, Champion Trainer, Gym Leader, and the Legendary Divine Level Trainer. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder I've felt a significant improvement in my physical condition since arriving in the Pokemon world. I thought it was merely an illusion. Liu Ye nodded in realization. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden achievement, discovering your secrets. Achievement reward, host's attribute panel. Eagerly, Liu Ye accepted the reward and opened his attribute panel. After over 30 chapters, he finally possessed his own attribute panel. System, display my attribute panel. Host, Liu Ye. Gender, male. Age, 20. Height, 185 centimeters. Stamina, 50. Normal is 10. Spirit, 300. Normal is 10. Enhanced by the power of Aura. Physique, Super Novice. Abilities, Tokiwa Power, Advanced. Aura Power, Advanced. Culinary Skills, Advanced. Driving, Advanced. Occupation, Divine Level Trainer, Advanced Breeder, with all Pokemon Energy Block Formula bonuses. Items, Dragon Fong, Mega Evolution Stone for Salamence. Mega Evolution Stone for Garchomp, 100 System Pokeballs, 1 Rare Candy. Pokemon, Ancient Dragonite, Salamence, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Dragapult, Drakazalt, Aerodactyl, Charizard, Greninja, Clefairy. Crystal Palace, Sakura, Iris, Peony. Identity, Top Investigator of the Kanto League, Gym Leader of the Hualan Gym. Liu Ye gazed at his resplendent attribute panel, astonished. Is this really me? Who else could it be? The system retorted. Turns out I'm quite remarkable. Liu Ye declared, acknowledging his prowess. That is indeed the system's merit. You should express your gratitude. The system seemed to revel in the praise. Thank you, thank you. Liu Ye replied, somewhat dismissively. Afterward, Liu Ye sat down to have breakfast with Misty. Once they finished, he instructed Misty to wash the dishes. Misty glanced at the pile of utensils before her. I didn't realize I ate so much, she exclaimed, reluctantly accepting the chore. Liu Ye then took the breakfast he had prepared for the Hualan sisters upstairs for them to enjoy. Chapter 36, Latios. A bounty of rewards. Oh, you mean that? You have no idea. After you passed out yesterday, your 3 sisters drank quite a bit too, 4 bottles of red wine among them. They still haven't risen yet. As the gym leader of Hualan, I must deliver breakfast to them and let them eat when they wake up. Liu Ye stated nonchalantly. Wow. Misty nodded, her youthful mind not wandering elsewhere. Carrying the breakfast, Liu Ye entered the Hualan sisters' room, where all 3 had already dressed. Aside from walking a bit awkwardly, they appeared quite normal. You've all gotten up. Misty's downstairs having breakfast, Liu Ye announced as he approached. Wow, Liu Ye, did you make this breakfast? Peony exclaimed, eyeing the sumptuous spread. Unable to resist, she grabbed a fried dough stick and took a bite. The flavor was so delightful that Peony found it hard to believe Liu Ye had cooked it. After all, a man so accomplished could also cook. And so well at that, was indeed rare. Elder sister, second sister, you must try this. It's unbelievably delicious. Peony urged, her mouth quickly filling with food. Slow down. We're not going to snatch it from you. What if you choke? Sakura cautioned. Just as she finished speaking, Peony began to choke. Ugh. Peony struggled to point at her throat, her face turning a shade of purple. Liu Ye rushed over, patting her back until her color returned to normal. Phew. Peony gasped for air, recovering from her near mishap. Peony, are you all right? Iris asked with concern. You see? What did I tell you? You really ought to listen to your elder sister more, Sakura teased, though her eyes betrayed her worry. Oomph. Elder sister, you jinxed it. I'm ignoring you. Peony pouted, turning her head away. Seeing her sister's childish behavior, Sakura chuckled, knowing Peony was just seeking attention. All right. I apologize. Please forgive your dear sister. Peony hesitated before finally conceding. Fine then. The Hualan sisters resumed their breakfast. Noticing Liu Ye standing idly by, Iris chimed in. Liu Ye, you should eat with us too. No need. I had breakfast downstairs just now. This is all specially prepared for you, so enjoy. Liu Ye shook his head, as Liu Ye stood in contemplation, wondering why he had completed the task, but received no notification from the system. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of winning over the Hualan sisters. Task reward. 6,000 points, 100,000,000 lead currency, enhanced experience for the Pokemon world, and reset of random Pokemon egg incubation time. Upon hearing the system's voice, Liu Ye couldn't help but complain. System, where have you been? I completed the task last night, and thought you had forgotten. Please do not belittle yourself. The system issues tasks based on external conditions, and you are undoubtedly more aware of last night's circumstances than I am. The system replied earnestly. Then I suppose I should thank you. And you saw nothing from last night, right? There's no need for thanks. The system performs good deeds anonymously. Moreover, the system has no gender and spends most of its time in slumber, so you need not worry about that aspect, the system explained with a hint of pride. That's good to know. Liu Ye nodded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Hidden Chain Achievements Harem, I, and 2. Given your consecutive completion of 2 hidden achievements, the system has taken the liberty to merge the rewards. Task reward. Special Lottery, Red Storm, X1, 2,000 points, 500,000 league currency. The system's voice chimed again. Merged? You just decided to merge them without my consent? I didn't agree to that. Liu Ye thought furiously. Please remain calm. This reward will surely satisfy you. Kindly listen to the system's introduction before rephrasing your words. The system replied coolly. Very well, let us see what you can articulate. Liu Ye retorted, his irritation palpable. You must be aware of how to utilize the rewards points and alliance currency. No kidding. Liu Ye scoffed. Now, allow the system to elucidate the special lottery. The special lottery is essentially a Pokemon lottery, where every draw guarantees the acquisition of a Pokemon. And the lottery's tier corresponds to the caliber of Pokemon the host can obtain. The tiers of the special lottery, ranked from lowest to highest, are White Reaper, Green Stinger, Blue Bell, Red Tempest, Golden Legend, and the ultimate, Colorful Myth. The White Reaper corresponds to ordinary Pokemon, the Green Stinger to semi-divine Pokemon, the Blue Bell to Tier 3 divine Pokemon, the Red Tempest to Tier 2 divine Pokemon, the Golden Legend to super divine beasts, and the Colorful Myth corresponds to the creator god, Arceus. Surely, the host must be satisfied with the system's rewards. The system proclaimed with a hint of pride. Well, not too shabby. Liu Ye, ever the stubborn one, refused to yield to the system, though his heart fluttered with excitement. System, initiate the special lottery. Liu Ye urged, his impatience evident. Draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the guardian of the Water City, Latios. Latios indeed. Liu Ye exclaimed, his surprise palpable. Were it not for the presence of the 3 sisters from Hualan, he might have shouted in delight. Liu Ye held a profound impression of Latios, mainly due to its ability to mega-evolve, transforming into a stunning blue and white jet. System, display Latios's attributes. Name, Latios. Gender, male. Level, 100, peak tier 2 divine. Type, Dragon Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Friendship, 255-255. Base stats, 600. Potential, Super Divine Beast. Skills, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Psychic, Last Gift, Healing Wave. Upon reviewing Latios's attributes, Liu Ye could only express his awe with a single word, impressive. Subsequently, Latios materialized within Liu Ye's Pokemon realm, which had been upgraded, allowing the Pokemon residing within to gain experience at an enhanced rate. Through his senses, Liu Ye discerned that several Pokemon had, to varying degrees, leveled up by 1 or 2 tiers. Chapter 37. Hatching Ralts. Latios soon appeared in Liu Ye's Pokemon realm, which, after its upgrade, enabled the Pokemon residing within to accrue experience more efficiently. Liu Ye, recalling a green and white speckled Pokemon egg he had previously received as a reward for completing a task, realized it was now ready to hatch. He swiftly retrieved the egg from the system's storage, and shortly after its removal, it began to crack, revealing a tiny life eager to explore the beauty of the world. In no time, a Pokemon with a small blue mushroom cap and a blue and white body emerged from the egg. Indeed, it was the adorable Ralts, the beloved face of the Pokemon world. Perhaps because Ralts's first sight upon hatching was Liu Ye, it immediately reached out its tiny arms, yearning for an embrace. Liu Ye felt his heart melt at the sight of this little creature and gently cradled Ralts in his arms, simultaneously checking its attributes. Name: Ralts, shiny. Gender: female. If I were to mistakenly label it male, I'd surely face some ire. Level: 2 novice. Type: psychic fairy. Ability: trace. Friendship: 255-255. Base stats: 215, shiny bonus. Potential: Tier 2 divine. Skills: charm, confusion, growl, double team. Indeed, this Ralts, with its Tier 2 divine potential, exhibited an impressive array of skills from birth, and being a shiny Pokemon, it started at a significantly higher baseline than ordinary Ralts. The little one was quite energetic. Liu Ye, feeling overwhelmed, returned to his room and placed Ralts on the bed. However, as soon as Ralts was no longer in his embrace, it began to wail. This left Liu Ye, who feared nothing, utterly perplexed. He hurried to comfort Ralts, saying, "Oh dear, little one, please don't cry." Yet, Liu Ye's soothing words had no effect on the freshly hatched Ralts. Instead, Ralts cried even louder, extending its arms, signaling its desire for Liu Ye's embrace once more. Liu Ye, resigned, sat on the bed and placed Ralts on his lap. Why is this little one so clingy? He mused internally. Once back in Liu Ye's arms, Ralts ceased her cries, leaving Liu Ye speechless. He now seriously suspected that her earlier tears were feigned, perhaps due to her recent arrival. Ralts was filled with curiosity about this new world, exploring Liu Ye's lap with her tiny hands. "No, Ralts not there?" Liu Ye exclaimed. Seeing Liu Ye's sudden outburst caused Ralts's big eyes to fill with tears. Liu Ye quickly reassured himself. "She's just a child, she doesn't understand yet. She's just a little girl, her potential is Tier 2 divine, and she's shiny." Liu Ye fervently repeated these affirmations in his mind, which seemed to help. After considerable effort, Liu Ye finally succeeded in lulling Ralts to sleep. "In my past life, I never had a daughter. Am I destined to become a daughter slave in this life? I refuse to accept it." At that moment, Liu Ye retrieved a Pokeball from the system and carefully stored Ralts within, finally making her his Pokemon. In the subsequent days, Liu Ye either accompanied the Hualan sisters at the Hualan gym, trained Xiaoxia, or spent time in the Pokemon realm with Ralts, while ensuring that his 6 tool dragons took good care of her. Liu Ye was relieved to find that Ralts had become less dependent on him and had begun to bond with the ancient Dragonite. As they had ample time to engage with her in the Pokemon realm, he assigned the responsibility of caring for Ralts to them, while occasionally having the 6 tool dragons teach her to master her skills. One day, Liu Ye suddenly recalled something and inquired of the system. "System, I just remembered, I need to register for the court's conference. Do I need a Pokédex for that?" "The host is quite astute," the system replied. "However, how can I register for the court's conference without a Pokédex? How am I to complete tasks?" Liu Ye questioned, puzzled. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden achievement, prerequisites for the court's conference. Achievement reward, exclusive Pokédex 1, which contains detailed information on all Pokemon from every era in the Pokemon world." Upon hearing the system's reward, Liu Ye's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "So, if I hadn't asked, would you have kept the Pokédex for yourself? Please do not slander the system. It has no need for a mere Pokédex. Besides, a Pokédex is of no use to this omnipotent system. How could it ever hoard such a thing?" The system explained earnestly. "You speak as if it holds weight, but perhaps you simply forgot." Liu Ye continued. Initially, he awaited the system's retort. However, this time, the system remained utterly silent, and it was evident that the answer was readily apparent. "Well, you truly have forgotten, haven't you?" Liu Ye expressed his frustration. The system opted to maintain its silence, regardless of Liu Ye's protests. Observing the system's audacious demeanor, Liu Ye refrained from further comments. Having acquired the Pokédex, he proceeded to the Pokemon Center in Huawan City to register for the court's conference. At this moment, the system broke its silence, and a voice resonated in Liu Ye's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden achievement. Register for the Alliance Conference. Task completion rewards, 2,000 points, 100,000 Alliance coins." Liu Ye unhesitatingly claimed the rewards. After all, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. "System, please check my current points," Liu Ye requested. "The host currently has 8,000 points remaining," the system replied. "With 8,000 points, this means that upon completing another task, I can indulge in another 10 consecutive draws. Liu Ye discovered with delight. The previous 10 draws had yielded gratifying results. Thus he eagerly anticipated the treasures that the next 10 draws might unveil. Days passed, and as Liu Ye prepared to depart from the Huaguan gym, the three sisters of Huaguan expressed their reluctance to see him go. Nevertheless, Liu Ye chose not to take them along. After all, the gym required their stewardship, and with Xiaoxia still being a minor, the sisters had to shoulder the burden. Certainly, Liu Ye would not mention that taking the sisters on his journey might hinder his ability to accomplish certain tasks. After bidding farewell to the four sisters, Liu Ye journeyed northward, exiting Huaguan City. At that juncture, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. A task has been issued. Challenge the Huaguan City Pokemon Trainer Academy. Task completion rewards. 3,000 points, 200,000 Alliance coins, and a special draw, Green Poison Sting, X1. Task failure incurs no penalties. Upon accepting the task, Liu Ye summoned his Salamence and followed the system's guidance to the Pokemon Trainer Academy in Huaguan City. The Salamence landed gracefully at the entrance, and Liu Ye recalled it effortlessly. Upon entering, he discovered a group of students bullying a shabby-dressed boy. Liu Ye, ever the altruist, could not abide such injustice and approached them. He vaguely overheard the students mocking, Gao Qichong, your family merely sells Magikarp and clownfish. If it weren't for your beautiful sister Gao Qimei, we would have dealt with you long ago. This is an aristocratic academy, not a marketplace. If you continue to peddle your Magikarp here, we will make it our mission to confront you. The ringleader spat venomously at Gao Qichong. Tang Long, I just want to earn a little money. I have not provoked you, Gao Qichong replied, his voice faltering. Before he could finish, Tang Long interrupted. I don't care whether you earn or not. You are prohibited from selling fish at school. As I said, this is an aristocratic academy, not a marketplace. And keep your distance from Sister Shengdai. Do you even know your own worth? Tang Long mocked mercilessly. Did you hear that? He shouted. Gao Qichong gritted his teeth and muttered, I heard. Haven't you eaten today? I'll give you one more chance, did you hear me? Tang Long bellowed. I heard. Gao Qichong mustered all his strength to respond. Unable to stand by any longer, Liu Ye decided to intervene. Not solely out of altruism, but also because he sensed that Gao Qichong would undoubtedly become someone significant in the future. What skill is there in bullying the weak? Liu Ye remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing a rebuttal, Tang Long turned around, sneering, Oh, and who do you think you are, trying to play the hero here? At that moment, Tang Long's companion, Tang Hu, noticed Liu Ye was not clad in the academy's uniform and interjected, Bro, this kid isn't wearing our school uniform. He must be an outsider, perhaps from some backwater village. Indeed, a commoner visiting an aristocratic academy. Are you here to witness your own failure? This will only serve to highlight the disparity between your wretched self and us nobles, Tang Long taunted Liu Ye. Liu Ye chose not to counter their insults, but instead maintained a serene smile as he fixed his gaze upon them, which, to Tang Long and Tang Hu, appeared as admiration and envy. Only those familiar with Liu Ye would recognize this as a sign of his brewing anger. Whenever he wore such an expression, it signified doom for his adversaries. Without waiting for Tang Long to finish, Liu Ye interjected, I fail to comprehend the source of your inflated sense of superiority. You self-proclaimed nobles. Where does it stem from? Our students who graduate from the aristocratic academy can directly participate in the Alliance Conference without the need to challenge the 8 gyms of Kanto. Meanwhile, you commoners must toil to earn 8 badges before being allowed to compete, Tang Long proclaimed with loud arrogance, as if fearing Liu Ye might miss his words. Indeed, indeed. The other students echoed in agreement. Oh, then what has been the best performance of your academy's students in the Alliance Conference? Liu Ye inquired directly. Well, Tang Long faltered, as every year, the Huaguan City Pokemon Trainer Academy's results were dismal, often deemed poor at best. What's the matter? Unable to speak. Or too embarrassed to admit it. If you won't say it. I will. The best result from the Huaguan City Pokemon Trainer Academy in the Alliance Conference was merely the top 64. Yet, those whom you disdain as commoners have achieved far superior results than you, Liu Ye countered. The group of students was left speechless by Liu Ye's retort. Words are meaningless. Let's have a match. Tang Long challenged indignantly. Liu Ye's lips curled into a smirk. This was precisely the opportunity he sought. Soon, they made their way to the exclusive Pokemon Battle Arena of the Trainer Academy. Upon arriving, Tang Hu boasted, Kid, this is our academy's specially constructed arena, typically reserved for our training. You haven't seen anything like it, have you? His tone dripped with superiority. Liu Ye, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead and regarded Tang Hu with a look akin to that of a snake charmer. It seemed to convey, what grandiosity do you possess? Enough chatter, let's commence. Liu Ye urged. All right, come forth, Pidgeot. Tang Long released the renowned Kanto bird Pokemon. Name, Pidgeot. Gender, male. Level, 45, mid-elite. Type, normal flying. Ability, keen eye. Affinity, 30. Base stats, 479. Potential, near demigod. Skills, quick attack, high-speed movement, wing assault, tornado, feather dance. Liu Ye, after reviewing the attributes of the Beedrill, expressed his disdain. Is this all? He resolved to impart an unforgettable lesson to Tang Long. Come forth, Salamence. Liu Ye summoned Salamence. With a mighty roar, Salamence emerged, exuding a palpable aura of intimidation. The opposing Beedrill, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from Salamence, quivered in fear and cowered on the ground. Witnessing this, Tang Long shouted in fury, Beedrill, what are you doing? Stand up. Chapter 39, Challenge to the Academy, Yudo Side-Eye. The Beedrill trembled under Salamence's suppressive presence. Tang Long, incensed, bellowed, Beedrill, what are you doing? Get up. Pathetic. Salamence, unleash Dragon Dive and finish him. Liu Ye commanded. With a thunderous roar, Salamence soared into the sky, charging swiftly toward Beedrill. Beedrill, dodge quickly. Tang Long yelled. Alas, Tang Long's commands were utterly futile. The elite-tier Beedrill shivered beneath the dragon's might of the champion-level Salamence, leaving it no capacity for resistance. Thus, Beedrill suffered a devastating hit from Salamence's Dragon Dive. As the smoke cleared, Beedrill lay on the ground, its eyes swirling dazedly, one leg twitching sporadically, a truly pitiful sight. Tang Hu, witnessing his brother's defeat, naturally refused to accept the outcome and shouted, You're just a commoner. There's no way you could possess such a powerful Pokemon, let alone a near-divine dragon type. You must have resorted to underhanded tactics. Hearing this, Liu Ye regarded Tang Hu with a look of incredulous disbelief, while Salamence approached Tang Hu, letting out a thunderous roar, causing Tang Hu to fall to the ground in fright. Upon closer inspection, a yellow liquid trickled down from between his legs. Liu Ye, seeing this, pinched his nose with one hand and waved the other dismissively, saying, What is that smell? At Liu Ye's remark, the previously enraged students began to react, covering their noses and exclaiming, What is that odor? In that moment, Tang Long's face turned ashen, not only from losing to a commoner he had previously scorned, but also due to the embarrassment brought upon by his brother. Tang Long thought to himself, I don't know him. You need to hurry home and change your pants. He kicked Tang Hu in frustration, scolding, Hurry up. Okay, I'm going now. Tang Hu stammered, flustered by his own predicament. After Tang Hu left, Liu Ye surveyed the group of students and asked, Are any of you brave enough to challenge me? Looking at the formidable Salamence by Liu Ye's side, the students exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. After all, while Tang Long may have lacked knowledge, his strength ranked among the top 10 at the Wobblu City Pokemon Trainer Academy, and these self-proclaimed noble students had little to offer beyond their verbal bravado. Liu Ye scanned the crowd and, with a universally recognized gesture, derided, Not a single one of you can fight. To put it bluntly, you so-called noble trainers are nothing but worthless. Liu Ye's words ignited the students' ire. They glared at him with fierce looks. Yet their lack of strength left them hesitant to challenge him, an encapsulation of impotent rage. Since Liu Ye was in the academy's battle arena, many students had gathered upon hearing that a commoner intended to challenge their noble trainer academy. Liu Ye's declaration startled Gao Qichong, who quickly stepped forward to advise, Big guy, don't say that. They are numerous. Liu Ye shook his head, replying, It's fine. I came here to issue a challenge. Tang Long shouted, You brat. So arrogant. Dare you reveal your name? Humph. I shall not change my name or family name. Liu Ye retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, a sweet-looking girl stepped forward, declaring, I will challenge you. Dressed in the standard student uniform of the Trainer Academy, she showcased her long, slender legs and exquisite features, standing out even among her peers. As she stepped forward, whispers erupted among the students. Wow, it's the Side-Eye Heiress. She is as radiant as ever. Side-Eye Heiress, I want to have your children. One male student exclaimed. She is a girl, you know? Another male student interjected. So what? The first student retorted. Let us see how this brat handles himself. The Side-Eye Heiress is the top-ranked student in our academy. I just hope he doesn't cry after losing, ha. Seeing the excitement among the students, particularly the boys, Liu Ye remarked to the illustrious Side-Eye, It seems you are quite well known. Of course. But who gave you the audacity to challenge our academy, Liang Maoru? Side-Eye responded. Nobody, but I believe the brave are invincible. Liu Ye replied. Is that so? Hearing you say that suddenly makes me appreciate you a bit. Allow me to introduce myself, Yudo Side-Eye. She extended her hand. Liu Ye smiled, reciprocating the handshake. Their interaction elicited a cacophony of wails from the surrounding male students. "What is that kid doing?" Shaking hands with the side-eye heiress. "Don't stop me. I'm going to teach him a lesson," one male student shouted, but found no one to restrain him. "Hey, why aren't you stopping me?" the boy protested. "If you're looking to get yourself killed, we won't stop you. Besides, with your cowardly demeanor, you wouldn't stand a chance," a friend of his mocked. "Well, even so, you dare to mock our academy in front of so many people. As a student of the academy, I cannot simply stand by and watch. Let us settle this in battle," Side-Eye declared. "All right." Liu Ye nodded in agreement. "Come forth, Gyarados." Side-Eye summoned a Pokemon that took Liu Ye slightly by surprise. Name: Gyarados. Gender: female. Level: 61, early king. Type: water flying. Ability: intimidate. Friendship: 50. Base stats: 600. Potential: champion. Skills: water pulse, heavy slam, hydro pump, hyper beam, dragon pulse. It appeared that this Gyarados had just reached the king level, and possessing such a powerful near-divine Pokemon at this age indicated that her family's influence must be quite formidable. Liu Ye recalled that the headmaster of the Wablu City Pokemon Trainer Academy was once a prominent figure in the alliance, but had retired due to age. And it seemed that Yudo Side-Eye was indeed his granddaughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been referred to as the heiress by her fellow students. Chapter 40, A Casual Defeat. Dean. Liu Ye recalled that the president of the Pokemon Trainer Academy in Hualan City was once a prominent figure within the league, but his age took its toll. He eventually retired. Moreover, it seemed that Yudo Side-Eye was his granddaughter. Otherwise, she would not be addressed as young lady by the students. With this in mind, Liu Ye decided to let his Salamence play with her for a while. At present, Salamence was at level 79, just a smidgen of experience away from reaching level 80. A pinnacle of champion-level prowess. Clearly, Liu Ye considered Side-Eye's Gardevoir as nothing more than a stepping stone. "Salamence, take it easy, don't go too hard on her," Liu Ye remarked nonchalantly. Salamence nodded, indicating its understanding. After saying this, Liu Ye stepped aside, completely unconcerned about the possibility of Salamence losing. Seeing Liu Ye's carefree demeanor, Side-Eye pouted and clenched her small fist, calling out to him, "Hey, can you take this seriously?" Upon hearing her words, Liu Ye recognized the validity in her concern, for she was a girl after all, and continued, "Oh, Salamence, make it a quick battle." He then returned to his nonchalant stance, which only aggravated Side-Eye further, igniting a determination within her to make Liu Ye regret his arrogance. The surrounding students began to murmur amongst themselves. "Can you believe how arrogant Liu Ye is? Indeed. How dare he disrespect Lady Side-Eye? How could he be so bold?" Unbeknownst to them, Liu Ye was not neglecting to command Salamence. Side-Eye had no inkling that Liu Ye possessed the power of aura. "Gardevoir, use Water Pulse." Side-Eye commanded. Salamence swiftly took to the skies, evading the attack and retaliating with Dragon Pulse. "Gardevoir, dodge it and use Heavy Slam." Gardevoir charged at Salamence, executing Heavy Slam. Unfortunately, Salamence, capable of flight, easily evaded the move, while Gardevoir, restricted to the ground, could not follow suit. Subsequently, Salamence and Gardevoir engaged in a series of exchanges. Perhaps out of respect for Side-Eye as a girl and a beauty, Liu Ye allowed Salamence to take a more defensive stance, opting to evade rather than attack. Gardevoir unleashed a barrage of moves, but with its speed stat at only 80, it was no match for Salamence, who boasted a speed stat of 100 and the ability to soar above. While Liu Ye may have viewed this as leniency, Side-Eye perceived it as a blatant insult. Observing that Gardevoir was tiring from its relentless assault, Salamence descended beside it, intending to suggest that the young Pokemon concede, for further combat would be futile. However, as Salamence landed, it inadvertently stepped on Gardevoir's foot. Gardevoir's expression morphed into one of fury as it glared at Salamence, seemingly conveying, "Heroes may endure hardship, but you shall not tread upon me." Recognizing the imminent danger in Gardevoir's countenance, Salamence quickly dodged, and predictably, Gardevoir retaliated with a beam of destruction. After evading, Gardevoir was rendered momentarily dazed from the aftereffects of its attack, and in that fleeting moment, Salamence executed Dragon Dive, swiftly incapacitating Gardevoir. The speed was so remarkable that Side-Eye scarcely had time to react. By the time she did, she found her Gardevoir lying unconscious on the battlefield, its eyes swirling in circles. "Gardevoir!" Side-Eye cried out, rushing to assess her Pokemon's condition. Although Salamence's Dragon Dive appeared formidable, Liu Ye had deliberately tempered its power, ensuring it rendered Gardevoir unable to continue without inflicting severe harm. Had he unleashed Salamence's full might, Gardevoir would have surely faced dire consequences. After inspecting Gardevoir, Side-Eye found that it was largely unharmed and promptly returned it to its Pokeball. Approaching Liu Ye, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. For what? Liu Ye feigned ignorance. At that moment, Side-Eye was mentally cursing Liu Ye's entire lineage. You big oaf. Thank you for not holding back with Salamence. I can feel that your Salamence is extraordinarily strong, at least at the initial champion level. I believe Gardevoir would have been gravely injured or worse had you unleashed its full power, Side-Eye explained. Oh, is that what you're saying? We bear no deep-seated grudges against one another, and besides, you are quite lovely. I could never bring myself to strike with lethal force, Liu Ye chuckled. Side-Eye, a young girl barely on the cusp of adulthood, found herself flustered by Liu Ye's teasing. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she softly inquired, how are you so skilled? And how is it that Salamence can effortlessly defeat Gardevoir without your command? Such things are never mentioned in textbooks, because the concepts in textbooks are eternally static, while we, as individuals, are alive, Liu Ye gently elucidated. The notion that we are alive echoed in Side-Eye's mind as she pondered Liu Ye's words. In the office of the Pokemon Trainer Academy in Cerulean City, a student burst in, breathless. Dean, a grave matter has arisen. What is it? Dean Yudo was startled, nearly spilling his tea as the student rushed in. A commoner named Liu Ye has come to challenge our academy. He is currently in the battle arena, having defeated both Tang Long and Lady Side-Eye. He even dared to declare that all our academy members are useless. The student reported. Oh, then we should go and see. Dean Yudo replied. After all, the Pokemon Trainer Academy of Cerulean City was founded by him, and while the student spoke the truth, Dean Yudo could not merely stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, he had been idly passing his days, either sipping tea or preparing it in his office. This outing would serve as a welcome opportunity to stretch his limbs, for the prolonged inactivity had begun to take a toll on his back. In the battle arena of the Trainer Academy, after vanquishing Side-Eye, a system notification chimed, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Challenge the Cerulean City Pokemon Trainer Academy. Task completion rewards, 3,000 points, 200,000 league coins, special lottery, green toxin, X1. Current points, 12,000. Eagerly, Liu Ye redeemed his rewards and promptly activated the special lottery, green toxin, mentally reciting, system, activate the special lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn shiny Metagross X1. Wow. Host is incredibly lucky to draw a shiny, quasi-legendary. The system quipped internally. Name, shiny Metagross. Gender, genderless. Level, 70, peak of the Elite Four. Type, Psychic Steel. Ability, Clear Body, Light Metal. Friendship, 255-255. Base stats, 630, shiny bonus. Potential, level 3 divine. Moves, Zen Headbutt, Psychic, Agility, Meteor Mash, Beam of Destruction. Yet another aesthetically pleasing Pokemon. Liu Ye had not anticipated drawing a shiny Metagross. It appears that I am indeed the chosen one, Liu Ye mused, feeling a sense of pride as he imagined a multitude of legendary Pokemon, led by Arceus, beckoning him. At that moment, Dean Yuting arrived at the Pokemon Battle Arena. Make way, the Dean has arrived, a student shouted. Thus, after weaving through the crowd, Dean Yuting finally reached the center of the arena. Upon noticing the Dean's presence, Sheng Dai hurriedly approached, offering a smile as she said, Grandfather, you're here. What is this? I heard our esteemed Miss Sheng Dai lost in a battle against another trainer? Dean Yuting gently ruffled Sheng Dai's hair. Oh, I merely let him win. How could I possibly lose? I am ranked first in the academy, after all. Sheng Dai pouted defiantly. Dean Yuting gazed at his pouting granddaughter with warm eyes, a smile never leaving his face. Then, Dean Yuting turned to Liu Ye, and upon seeing his face, he appeared somewhat taken aback, his usually squinting eyes widening in surprise as he focused intently on Liu Ye. You resemble someone I know. Are you Xiao Yi? Dean Yuting tentatively inquired. Dean Yuting, you know me? Liu Ye was momentarily bewildered by the unexpected question. Suddenly, it seemed Dean Yuting recollected something, hastily clarifying. No, I don't know you. I merely overheard your name from the students. Oh, I see. Liu Ye nodded, still skeptical. I heard that you came to challenge our Pokemon Trainer Academy? Dean Yuting queried. Indeed, that is correct. Liu Ye affirmed without hesitation. Then may I ask, what motivates you to do this? Dean Yuting continued to inquire. There is no particular reason. I simply cannot stand those self-important aristocratic students of your academy, who consider themselves superior, thinking they are invincible. Upholding the noble tradition of helping others, I came to teach them a lesson. So these frogs in a well can see that the so-called commoners they look down upon are leagues ahead of them. The knowledge acquired from textbooks will never surpass that gained through practical experience. If they remain confined to their textbooks, they will never achieve anything. I trust you have already discerned the issue. Liu Ye articulated his true intentions. Nodding in agreement, Dean Yuting replied, Indeed, you are correct. However, this is not a matter that can be rectified overnight. Although I am the dean, my advanced age renders me somewhat powerless. Since you are here today, I would appreciate it if you could impart a lesson to these students. Wait, what? You want me to teach them? Liu Ye was about to consent when he suddenly grasped the gravity of Dean Yuting's words. His declaration astonished not only Liu Ye but also the surrounding students, who murmured in disbelief. Has the dean lost his mind? Asking that kid to teach us? Right? Besides, he looks only a few years older than us. What qualifications does he have to instruct us? Is the dean becoming senile? Shoo, do you want to get expelled? How dare you speak ill of the dean? Seeing the confusion among the students regarding his decision, Dean Yuting raised his voice. Silence. This is an order. And if any of you believe you can defeat Liu Ye in a Pokemon battle right now, you may choose to refuse. Upon hearing this, the students fell silent. For Liu Ye's prowess was evident. Even the top-ranking Sheng Dai had been bested by him, let alone the rest of them. None dared to step forward to take the risk. Grandfather, I was just about to ask why you made such a sudden decision, Sheng Dai began. But she swallowed her words at a mere glance from Dean Yuting. Liu Ye, I would like to speak with you privately in my office, Dean Yuting said. Turning to Liu Ye. Oh, and Sheng Dai, you should come along as well, Dean Yuting added, glancing at Sheng Dai before making his way out of the Pokemon battle arena towards his office. All right, Liu Ye acquiesced. For reasons unknown, he felt as though Dean Yuting was concealing something from him, and he was determined to uncover the truth. The trio arrived at the dean's office, where he closed the door behind them. Please, Liu Ye, take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea, Dean Yuting said, retrieving his favorite tea leaves to brew a cup for Liu Ye. Thank you, Dean Yuting. Liu Ye expressed his gratitude. After handing the tea to Liu Ye, Dean Yuting noticed his granddaughter, Sheng Dai, gazing at him with wide, soulful eyes, her expression filled with longing, prompting him to prepare a cup for her as well. Grandfather. Thank you, but I can make my own tea. You shouldn't trouble yourself, Sheng Dai insisted, rising to brew it herself, unwilling to burden her grandfather. Facing his considerate granddaughter and recalling her earlier forlorn expression, Dean Yuting couldn't shake the feeling that her words bore an undertone of manipulation. Liu Ye, I would appreciate it if you could conduct a class for these students tomorrow, Dean Yuting said. Initially, Liu Ye planned to decline, but just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden quest, becoming a role model. Please agree to Dean Yuting's request to teach a class for the students of the Pokemon Trainer Academy. Quest rewards, for 1,000 points, 500,000 Alliance coins. 1 Mega Evolution Stone for Gyarados. Failure to complete the quest, no penalties. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, Liu Ye quickly changed his mind. All right, I shall impart a lesson to these frogs in a well, Liu Ye asserted, declaring that his motives were not driven by the rewards of the system, but rather to guide the future blossoms of the Alliance away from straying paths. Rest assured, you won't be at a loss. Once the class concludes, I will compensate you with 100,000 Alliance coins as a reward, Dean Yuting stated. Thank you, Dean Yuting, Liu Ye replied, naturally not rejecting a complimentary reward. After all, no one would turn down money, especially when it was a reward earned through his own efforts. Dean Yuting nodded in acknowledgement. Sheng Dai, you may head to class now. I need to discuss something with Liu Ye. All right, Sheng Dai responded cheerfully, exiting the room and closing the door behind her. Once Sheng Dai had left, Dean Yuting inquired, Liu Ye, do you still remember me? Liu Ye was momentarily taken aback by Dean Yuting's inquiry, responding without hesitation, of course I know you. You are Dean Yuting, the head of this esteemed Pokemon Trainer Academy. It seemed that Dean Yuting had more to say, but upon reflection, he realized that Liu Ye's statement held no fault. No, what I meant was, Dean Yuting began to explain, only to be interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Come in, he called out. At that moment, Sheng Dai entered the room. Grandfather, she exclaimed. Sheng Dai, did I not instruct you to attend class? What brings you here? Dean Yuting inquired, puzzled. Grandfather, my cousin Sharona has arrived. She mentioned she is here in Kanto on a mission and wanted to see you. Sheng Dai replied. Sharona is here, Dean Yuting exclaimed. Rising abruptly, he then glanced at Liu Ye, sighed deeply, and said, let Sharona in. Observing Dean Yuting's reaction, Liu Ye hastily summoned the system in his mind, asking, System, is there something you are withholding from me, perhaps regarding my identity in this world? Identity? What identity? The system feigned ignorance. I will give you another chance to articulate your thoughts clearly, so think carefully before you respond. Liu Ye threatened. Don't rush me. Let me think it through. The system hastily replied. 3. Don't hurry. I'm almost there. 2. I'm getting closer. 1. I've got it. The system finally declared. When I previously assigned your identity, I also retained information about your former identity. Your previous identity was that of a young master from a prominent family in the Sinnoh region. Due to an unfortunate incident, your family was targeted by a formidable evil force, leading to the destruction of your entire family, except for you. Of course, that is not the most critical aspect. The most significant detail is that your family had long-standing ties with the Temple family, and your parents had arranged a betrothal with their daughter, the young lady of the Temple family. You were acquainted from a young age, but after that incident, you mysteriously vanished, and to them, you have been missing for 15 years. What? Such a major issue, and you didn't inform me? Wait, why did Dean Yuding react so strongly upon seeing me? Liu Ye was perplexed. Are you really that oblivious? Shengdai just referred to Sharona as her cousin. What do you think their relationship is? The system retorted. Oh, right. So what is their relationship? Liu Ye paused before continuing. Isn't it obvious? They are relatives. The system clarified. That makes sense, Liu Ye nodded. Wait a moment. The young lady from the Temple family in Sinnoh, could that be Sharona? Liu Ye exclaimed in realization. Ding. Congratulations to the host for answering correctly, but alas. There is no reward, the system responded. So that means I am Sharona's fiancé, and soon she will be here to meet me. Liu Ye said slowly. Clap, clap, clap. The system applauded. The host is truly clever. I have recently observed a remarkable increase in your intelligence. Liu Ye then inquired. What about my memories of the identities after my disappearance? What other identities? The system questioned. I mean, the memories from after I went missing, Liu Ye clarified. The memories from after your disappearance? That's beyond my purview. I merely assigned you an identity. Do you have any idea how many brain cells it takes for the illustrious author to conjure those memories for you? The system challenged Liu Ye. Oh, so you only handle the killing and not the burial? It seems I will have to manage on my own. Liu Ye sighed. When Sharona entered, she greeted Dean Yuding warmly. Hello, grandfather. Hello, Nana. It has been so long since we last met. You have grown even more beautiful, and in just a few years, you have become the champion of the Sinnoh region, far surpassing your cousin Shengdai, Dean Yuding praised. Chapter 43, Recognition and Picture Collection. Shengdai, the only one in the room unaware of the situation, appeared bewildered. However, upon witnessing her cousin embracing Liu Ye while crying, she fiercely exclaimed, Liu Ye, did you bully my cousin? Just as Liu Ye was about to explain, he was interrupted by Sharona. Shengdai, Liu Ye did not bully me, Sharona insisted. Then, she gazed deeply into Liu Ye's eyes and asked, where have you been all these years? Do you have any idea how much I have missed you? I am sorry. Nana, Liu Ye hesitated, his mind racing to piece together the past. Ultimately, he decided to speak the truth, as fabricating lies would be too taxing on his intellect. After I went missing, I lost all memories of my past, save for the memory of you, Nana. As for what happened afterward, I have mostly traveled alone over the years and encountered various opportunities, Liu Ye explained. His words left Sharona utterly speechless, and others could only marvel at Liu Ye's impressive narrative. Dean Yuding finally grasped why Liu Ye had previously claimed to know him, or rather, to not know him. He was confused about the whole matter. Sharona's dialogue with Liu Ye only deepened Shengdai's bewilderment. What on earth is going on? Sharona, what exactly is your relationship with Liu Ye? Shengdai asked. At this juncture, Sharona ceased her tears, nestled in Liu Ye's embrace, reluctant to let go, and explained. Liu Ye is my fiancé. However, due to certain circumstances, we became separated and have not seen each other for many years. Oh, so Liu Ye is your fiancé? That means this guy who just bullied me is my cousin's fiancé. Shengdai's little mind finally caught up. Upon hearing Shengdai's words and the incredulous look from Sharona, Liu Ye quickly protested, Hey, Shengdai, what do you mean by saying I bullied you? When did I ever bully you? You just defeated my Gyarados with your Salamence in our Pokemon battle. Isn't that bullying? That little one didn't even know to give way. Shengdai retorted. Liu Ye's expression darkened at her words, feeling wronged. You can say whatever you want, but what is this sudden act of victimization? I didn't even let you win. If I had truly gone all out, your Gyarados, having just reached the elite level, would have been easily knocked aside by my Salamence. Liu Ye countered. Of course, Shengdai was aware that Liu Ye had indeed held back, but who could blame her for wanting to take advantage of the situation? Girls tend to hold grudges, especially with Sharona present and Liu Ye's newfound identity. Shengdai was determined to make the most of it. Seeing Shengdai's shameless accusation, Liu Ye silently mused. Ancient wisdom holds that it is difficult to raise both petty individuals and women. The ancients truly do not deceive. Shengdai wore a triumphant grin, her expression practically bursting with glee. My cousin Sharona dotes on me the most, and she is a champion-level trainer. Just wait and see how she deals with you. Shengdai thought to herself, filled with delight. Liu Ye, Sharona called out to him. She has arrived. She has arrived. The excitement within Shanda is beyond words. Hilda then remarked, Liu Ye, thank you for teaching Shanda a lesson. Otherwise, her somewhat conceited nature could truly become problematic. It's just right to keep her in check. Even Liu Ye, who expected Hilda to say something about herself, was taken aback by Hilda's astonishing words directed at Shanda. Upon hearing her beloved cousin say such things, Shanda's previously radiant smile instantly transformed into a face of dismay. Witnessing Shanda's dramatic change of expression brought immense joy to Liu Ye. Ha! Liu Ye erupted in laughter. Hey, stop laughing. Shanda pouted, furiously shouting. I'm sorry. I am professionally trained not to laugh, except when I can't hold it in. Ha! Liu Ye replied. I'll bite you, Shanda declared, aiming to nip at Liu Ye's arm. Fortunately, Liu Ye was quick on his feet, but alas, not quick enough to evade her grasp, resulting in a loud cry of, hey, let go of me. I admit my fault. Shanda had not genuinely intended to bite Liu Ye. Upon seeing him relent, she released her grip, leaving 2 faint bite marks on his arm. Observing Liu Ye and Shanda's playful banter, Hilda shook her head in resignation, saying, all right, enough of the antics. And you, of all people, should know better than to joke around with Shanda at your age. Hilda continued to scold Liu Ye, though it was not a true reprimand. After such a long separation, Hilda was loath to chastise him. Liu Ye had not anticipated Hilda's reliance on him. Previously, he had harbored discontent regarding the system's machinations, but now, he could only think, how delightful. Liu Ye, shall we take a stroll? Hilda suddenly suggested. Sure. Liu Ye smiled and nodded. Then, Principal Yuding, we'll be off. Liu Ye called out. Goodbye, Grandpa Yuding. Hilda added. At that moment, Hilda was entirely focused on Liu Ye, dismissing everything else as trivial in comparison. Off you go. It's about time you two catch up after such a long time apart. Principal Yuding waved them off. Thus, Hilda and Liu Ye departed the principal's office hand in hand. After they left, Shanda inquired about Hilda and Liu Ye's relationship, wondering how a cousin-in-law had suddenly appeared. Grandpa, what exactly is going on between Hilda and Liu Ye? Principal Yuding then recounted some past events to Shanda. After hearing the story, Shanda felt deep sympathy for Liu Ye's plight. Oh, so Liu Ye's background is so tragic. Shanda pondered. If Liu Ye were present beside Shanda at that moment, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude, saying, thank you. I had no idea about all this. Chapter 44, The Battle Against Garchomp. Oh, so Liu Ye's background is so tragic. Shanda thought. If Liu Ye were beside her now, he would surely give her a big hug and say, thank you. I had no idea about all this. Hilda and Liu Ye strolled hand in hand out of the Sinnoh Pokemon Trainers Academy, aimlessly wandering through the forest. Liu Ye, what is your current strength? I heard from Shanda that you defeated her champion-level Garchomp with a Salamence, and it seemed effortless. Hilda inquired curiously. Me? I'd say I'm just a smidge stronger than you. Liu Ye replied with an air of arrogance. Stronger than me? I am the champion of the Sinnoh region. How could you possibly be stronger than me? That's just boasting. Hilda playfully winked. Don't believe me? Then let us have a match. Liu Ye challenged. A match it is, who is afraid of whom? Hilda declared, clenching her small fist. Hilda's adorable demeanor, if seen by her fans and admirers, would surely shatter their perceptions. Who could imagine that the typically commanding and icy champion of Sinnoh, Hilda, could possess such a feminine side? Soon, they arrived at a clearing in the forest. Ladies first. Hilda, you may release your Pokemon, Liu Ye said nonchalantly. All right, I want to hold back. Hilda responded. Come forth, Garchomp. Hilda summoned her ace Pokemon. Name, Garchomp. Gender, male. Level, 80, champion. Peak, type, Dragon Ground. Ability, Sandvale. Friendship, 70 base stats, 600 potential, level 3 God moves, Sand Tomb, Dragon Dive, Dragon Claw, Rock Slide, Earth Power. After observing Hilda's Garchomp's moves, Liu Ye was taken aback. He had initially thought Hilda's Garchomp's potential would max out at champion level. But to his surprise, it was at level 3 God, currently at champion peak strength. Alarmed, Liu Ye quickly checked his own Garchomp's level and felt relieved that after so many days of training and the experience boost from the Pokemon world, his Garchomp had also reached level 80, attaining champion peak strength. Come forth, Garchomp. Liu Ye summoned his own Garchomp. The only discernible difference between Liu Ye's Garchomp and Hilda's was that Liu Ye's was female, while Hilda's was male. You have a Garchomp too? Hilda exclaimed, slightly astonished. She had not anticipated that Liu Ye possessed other quasi-divine Pokemon aside from Salamence, and from the aura emanating from Liu Ye's Garchomp, she could sense that its strength was comparable to hers. Moreover, while Garchomp was already Hilda's ace, she remained uncertain if it was Liu Ye's strongest Pokemon. You may attack first. Liu Ye offered. All right, I want to hold back. Hilda nodded in agreement. Garchomp, say hello with Dragon Pulse. Hilda commanded. Garchomp. Liu Ye responded. Liu Ye's Garchomp flew up to evade the attack and executed Dragon Dive. Not bad. Garchomp, use Sand Tomb, followed by Rock Slide. Hilda ordered. Liu Ye's Garchomp's attack was interrupted by the Sand Tomb and subsequently struck by the Rock Slide. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw to break through the Rock Slide. Liu Ye instructed. Do not give her a chance. Garchomp, use Stealth Rock. Hilda commanded. Garchomp, use Protect, then follow up with Hyper Beam. Liu Ye shouted. Quick dodge. We'll also use Hyper Beam. Hilda reacted swiftly. Oh no. Liu Ye thought to himself. At that moment, due to Liu Ye's Garchomp being momentarily sluggish after using Hyper Beam, it could not evade Hilda's Garchomp's attack in time and was hit. Looks like I need to get serious. Liu Ye muttered softly. What? Hilda questioned, unsure if she had misheard. Liu Ye, who had been battling evenly with her, was suddenly not taking it seriously. Subsequently, Hilda heard a phrase that would remain etched in her memory. Garchomp, use Dragon Dance, then Dragon Dive. Liu Ye bellowed. At this moment, Sharona's Garchomp found itself ensnared in a state of sluggishness after executing a destructive beam. Liu Ye's Garchomp, having bolstered its prowess with Dragon Dance, unleashed a Dragon Dive that sent Sharona's Garchomp, still reeling from the previous attack, hurtling away. Liu Ye would not show leniency simply because Sharona was his fiancée. In Pokemon battles, the utmost respect for one's opponent is to engage with full vigor. Of course, Liu Ye had yet to reveal his complete strength, for he still possessed a Mega Evolution Stone for his Garchomp, which had not yet been utilized. Sharona could hardly fathom that Liu Ye's Garchomp was capable of Dragon Dance. Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. It is widely recognized that Garchomp cannot learn Dragon Dance. Even if it possessed the technical machine for the move, it would be inapplicable. As the smoke dissipated, Sharona's Garchomp lay battered on the ground. It still retained its fighting spirit. Initially, Sharona's Garchomp aimed to vanquish Liu Ye's Garchomp to showcase its might. But it never anticipated that Liu Ye's Garchomp would prove so formidable. Now Liu Ye's Garchomp cast a disdainful glance at Sharona's Garchomp. Liu Ye could read the sentiment in its eyes. With such feeble strength, do you dare pursue my lady? If you cannot best me, what right do you have to court her? How impressive. I never expected you to have grown so strong after all these years. Sharona exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to her own Garchomp lying on the ground. Feeling neglected, Sharona's Garchomp succumbed to despair, collapsing in tears as it felt abandoned by the world. Observing this, Liu Ye promptly approached Sharona's Garchomp and utilized the power of the Evergreen to heal its wounds. As Sharona watched her Garchomp's injuries mend before her very eyes, she expressed her astonishment. Liu Ye, is that the power of the Evergreen? She queried, uncertainty lacing her tone. Indeed, Liu Ye affirmed with a nod. Although Sharona's Garchomp had been healed, it remained sprawled on the ground, unwilling to rise due to the renewed sense of neglect. At that moment, Liu Ye's Garchomp approached him, letting out a soft Garchomp, before gesturing in an internationally recognized manner that caused Sharona's Garchomp to once again collapse in tears. The gesture conveyed, how utterly unfair. You're truly remarkable. Sharona praised Liu Ye. Of course. After all, who is it that I am engaged to? Liu Ye replied, with a hint of arrogance. How shameless. Sharona's cheeks flushed as she playfully smacked Liu Ye. Ah, you're attempting to murder your fiancé. Liu Ye exclaimed dramatically. Hey, keep your voice down. What are you shouting for? Sharona chased after Liu Ye, intent on playfully punishing him, but Liu Ye skillfully evaded her grasp, and thus they engaged in a light-hearted chase. After their playful antics, the two settled down to rest on the grass. With such strength, what is your current status? Sharona inquired with curiosity. Me? Guess. Liu Ye teased, deliberately withholding information. Spill it. Sharona insisted, momentarily pausing. Or what? Liu Ye pressed. Or else, I shall bite you. Sharona threatened, baring her teeth menacingly. Please no. I apologize. Liu Ye quickly begged for mercy. Hee, are you frightened? Now, reveal your current status. Sharona declared, raising a small fist in triumph. Fearful indeed. I shall tell you. I am currently a top investigator of the Kanto League, codename Dragon. In both Kanto and Johto regions, none can best me. Liu Ye proclaimed with pride. Is that so impressive? I find it hard to believe. Sharona feigned skepticism, implying that Liu Ye was boasting. Here, take a look. Liu Ye presented his identification to Sharona for her inspection. Now do you believe it? Your fiancé is indeed formidable, Liu Ye asserted. You are the newly appointed top investigator of the Kanto League. Sharona exclaimed in astonishment. You knew? Liu Ye questioned, puzzled by her awareness. Of course. As the champion of the Sinnoh League, I am well aware of significant developments such as the appointment of a top investigator in the Kanto League. However, I was unaware of who it was. Never did I imagine it would be my fiancée, Sharona explained. Haha, did you not expect that? Liu Ye chuckled. The day is growing late. We should return, Liu Ye remarked, noting the time and realizing that Sharona had just arrived in Kanto and needed to rest. Indeed, Sharona readily acquiesced to Liu Ye's suggestion. The two returned to the Pokemon Trainer Academy in Hualan City. At the principal's office, Liu Ye and Sharona knocked on the door and entered, announcing, Principal Yudo, we have returned. Ah, you are back. I have arranged accommodations for you, Principal Yudo replied. Shindai, please take them to their quarters. Certainly. Cousin, Liu Ye, please follow me. Shindai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Sharona and Liu Ye followed Shindai to their assigned residence, a two-story villa adorned with opulent decorations, a testament to the prestige of the noble academy. Liu Ye examined the lavish decor of the villa, inwardly grumbling, the wickedness of the wealthy. All right, cousin, you two should rest early. I must take my leave. Shindai cheerfully blinked, playfully indicating her departure. Come on, persuade me to stay. Shindai silently yearned, as Sharona often shared her bed during visits to see her and her grandfather. All right, Sharona nodded in agreement. Is it truly all right? You agree to let me go? Shindai gasped in surprise. Of course, you have school tomorrow, so it's best to return and rest well. Sharona stated matter-of-factly. How unfair. Well, I shall take my leave now. Cousin, do rest early. Shindai lamented as she exited. Indeed, be on your way, Sharona urged. Crack. Did you hear that? That was the sound of Shindai's heart shattering. After Shindai departed, Sharona immediately embraced Liu Ye. Liu Ye, she said, and Liu Ye found himself momentarily at a loss due to her boldness. Liu Ye, I fear this may not be real. I dread that when I open my eyes, you will vanish once more, just as before. Sharona clung tightly to Liu Ye. It won't happen. I promise I shall never leave you again. If I break my word, I shall. Liu Ye began to declare, but Sharona swiftly covered his mouth, saying, No need to say more. I believe you. The two shared a deep gaze, and Liu Ye effortlessly lifted Sharona into his arms, carrying her toward the room. As if everything unfolded seamlessly. The following morning, Liu Ye prepared breakfast and placed it by the bedside, leaving a note for Sharona that read, Dear Cynthia, I have visited Dean Uding, and yesterday I promised him that I would teach a class for the students of his academy. Today, take a good rest, and remember to have your breakfast. Yours, Liu Ye. Liu Ye tidied himself up and made his way to the dean's office. Dean Uding, at what time have you scheduled my class for today? Liu Ye inquired. Whenever you are free will suffice. Dean Uding replied nonchalantly. Very well. Let us say in an hour then. Liu Ye responded. All right, I'll notify everyone. Dean Uding nodded. A little over half an hour later, Cynthia limped into the dean's office, and at that moment, Shurdai was also present. Upon seeing Cynthia enter, Dean Uding, having experienced much in life, immediately recognized something was amiss with her. However, the naive Shurdai was oblivious and directly asked Cynthia, Cousin, what happened to your leg? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. I just accidentally fell yesterday and twisted my ankle. Cynthia blushed as she explained. Oh, I see. Shurdai nodded in understanding. Then, she turned her scrutinizing gaze towards Liu Ye and reproached. Liu Ye, how could you not take care of your cousin? She fell. And you left her at the villa, all by herself. Upon sensing Shurdai's accusatory tone, Liu Ye initially thought she had discovered something. It seemed he had been overthinking it. Yes, it's my fault. Liu Ye quickly admitted his mistake. All right, let us not blame Liu Ye. He has already acknowledged his error. Cynthia hurriedly interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Seeing Cynthia defending Liu Ye, Shurdai had no choice but to relent, huffing, as long as you know. Upon Cynthia's arrival, Liu Ye promptly assisted her in taking a seat. Half an hour later, Liu Ye arrived at the hall of the Pokemon Trainer Academy, where students had already filled the space. Though they did not voice it, there was a palpable sense of discontent among them at the prospect of Liu Ye teaching them. Cynthia, seated nearby, felt a twinge of concern for Liu Ye. Despite his formidable strength, teaching effectively was an entirely different matter. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you, Liu Ye declared. I understand that many of you hail from prestigious families, and I recognize the pride you take in your noble heritage. However, I must emphasize that true strength is the foundation of that pride. Liu Ye exclaimed with fervor. Do not overestimate your own importance, and do not be arrogant, for you can never know the struggles and strengths of others. Just like yesterday, you should all be aware of what transpired, though I shan't dwell on it. Excessive confidence breeds arrogance and foolishness, Liu Ye elaborated. Now, without further ado, let me enlighten you on some techniques regarding Pokemon battles. Liu Ye continued. He proceeded to elucidate various strategies and the effects of different Pokemon abilities. Gradually, the noble students transitioned from resentment to admiration and respect for Liu Ye's teachings. Cynthia, listening attentively, found herself gaining valuable insights from his articulate explanations. Observing the time, Liu Ye felt he had conveyed enough information and stated, "All right. We shall conclude today's lesson here. Teacher, please, just a bit more." A student suddenly interjected. "Yes, teacher, just a little more." Other students chimed in eagerly, raising his hand. Liu Ye commanded silence. "All right, what I have shared today is sufficient for you to digest for a while. If you truly absorb this knowledge, it will serve you well." Dean Yuding, observing the students' reactions, was well aware of their usual demeanor. Yet, in just a short hour, these rebellious youths transformed into obedient listeners before Liu Ye. After concluding, Liu Ye departed with Cynthia, feeling he might have spoken too long and wishing to leave before the students could fully process their thoughts. "Liu Ye, you did wonderfully. The lecture was impressive. Even I felt enlightened." Cynthia praised him. "Just average, third in the world," Liu Ye humbly replied. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Liu Ye's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, being a model teacher. Please fulfill Dean Yuding's request to teach a class at the Pokemon Trainer Academy. Task completion rewards, for 1,000 points, 500,000 Alliance coins, and a Mega Evolution Stone for Metagross." After claiming his rewards, Liu Ye returned home with Cynthia, who needed to rest after her recent injury. "What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you," Liu Ye said gently. I'd like some ice cream." Cynthia hesitated before responding. Hearing her request, Liu Ye was taken aback, thinking, of course. It's just like her to want ice cream. It will always be a favorite. That is not possible. Liu Ye firmly refused. Cynthia remained silent, gazing at Liu Ye with a pitiful expression, causing him to feel uncomfortable yet resolute. "When I say no, I mean it. No matter how much you try to look pitiful." Upon hearing this, Cynthia's expression fell. "Oh boo-hoo." Ultimately, unable to withstand Cynthia's sorrowful demeanor, Liu Ye relented. "You can't have any today, but if you eat well, I promise to take you for ice cream tomorrow." "Really? All right, but you better keep your word," Cynthia said playfully, winking at him. "Agreed." Liu Ye smiled. The next day, Liu Ye, along with Cynthia, bid farewell to Dean Yuding and Shurdai. Shurdai expressed her reluctance, clinging tightly to Cynthia. "Cousin, I'll miss you," Shurdai exclaimed, grasping Cynthia's leg and refusing to let go. "Shurdai, it's all right. We will meet again." Cynthia comforted her helplessly. Once Shurdai released her hold, she approached Liu Ye and said, "Liu Ye, I entrust my cousin Cynthia to you. You must take good care of her. If you mistreat her, you will have to answer to me." "Understood." Liu Ye nodded in acknowledgement, faced with Shurdai's adorable insistence. Liu Ye naturally agreed to her request, knowing he would have done so regardless. Liu Ye nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Faced with the adorable Shindai, he naturally consented to her request. Moreover, even if Shindai had not voiced it, Liu Ye would have acted accordingly. "What are your plans for the future?" asked Sharona. "Me? I intend to challenge the 8 gyms of the Kanto League, participate in the league conference, and travel along the way. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it," Liu Ye replied. "You're already so accomplished, and yet you still want to participate in the league conference?" Sharona exclaimed in surprise. "And what's wrong with that? I primarily want to experience the league conference," Liu Ye explained, somewhat sheepishly. Sharona, upon hearing Liu Ye's response, was rendered speechless. After departing from the Pokemon Trainer Academy in Hualan City, Sharona and Liu Ye took their time, meandering along the way, and it took them 2 days to reach Kuray City. Upon their arrival, Liu Ye and Sharona did not rush to challenge the Kuray gym. Instead, Liu Ye led Sharona on a leisurely exploration of Kuray City. As one of the major cities in the Kanto region, Kuray City serves as an essential port city. While its prosperity may not rival that of international metropolises like Goldenrod City, it is certainly impressive in its own right. Liu Ye had initially intended to take Sharona shopping for clothes, as she had only brought one outfit, assuming she would return home in just a few days. Hence, Liu Ye felt it was only right to accompany her on this shopping excursion. "I've got plenty of money, all right? I, the host, and the system will fund this," Liu Ye declared. However, the most concerning incident unfolded when they passed an ice cream shop, and Sharona came to a halt, her eyes fixated on the ice cream, drooling. Upon witnessing this, Liu Ye could hardly feign ignorance. It was clear Sharona was once again entranced by her cravings. "Craving something?" he inquired, pointing at the ice cream shop. Feigning ignorance. Yes. Sharona nodded eagerly. Liu Ye, sensing the urgency of the situation, realized that failure to indulge her today might spell disaster for him. Thus, Liu Ye led Sharona into the ice cream shop. "What flavor would you like?" he asked. Sharona fell into deep contemplation, recognizing his earlier question had been somewhat hasty. Liu Ye chose to sit down and converse with the system. Oh, by the way, how many points do I have left? Liu Ye inquired. The host has 15,000 remaining points, the system replied. I shall spend 9,000 points on a 10 draw, Liu Ye decisively announced. Immediately, a virtual spinning wheel materialized before him. Spin. Liu Ye commanded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000,000 league coins, 1 premium firestone, 100,000 league coins, 50,000 league coins, and 1 rare candy. After 5 consecutive draws, Liu Ye was left empty-handed and could only await the next 5. 100,000 league coins, 1 King S certificate, 10,000 league coins, and 1 beautiful scale. Last one. Let us get a golden one. Liu Ye fervently prayed within his heart. Latias, he exclaimed, practically leaping with joy. Liu Ye was ecstatic, having recently acquired a blue and white jet Pokemon, and now he had a pink and white one as well. What a delight. System, check Latias' attributes. Liu Ye commanded. Name, Latias. Gender, female. Level, 100, peak level 2 god. Type, Dragon Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Affection, 255. Base stats, 600. Potential, Legendary Pokemon. Skills, Misty Guard, Refresh, Dragon Pulse, Self-Restoration, Psychic. An hour passed in this manner. Liu Ye eventually snapped out of his elation. While Sharona remained indecisive at the counter, and the shop assistant was becoming increasingly exasperated. Observing this, Liu Ye walked over and asked, Nana, have you not made your selection yet? Sharona nodded, then continued, I want the strawberry flavor, the vanilla flavor, and also the cream and chocolate flavors. It's so hard to choose. What should I do? She lamented. Liu Ye, of course, could not allow her to buy every flavor, as he did not wish for Sharona to consume too much ice cream, which wouldn't be good for her health. After some contemplation, he proposed, why don't we buy the strawberry flavor today and save the others for tomorrow? How does that sound? Yes, sounds good. Sharona agreed enthusiastically. Then, could we have 1 strawberry ice cream, please? Liu Ye turned to the shop assistant. All right. The assistant sighed deeply, as if releasing a pent-up breath. Following this, Liu Ye paid, and they hurriedly left the shop with the ice cream. They had entered the ice cream parlor in the afternoon, only to discover that it had grown dark outside by the time they emerged. With ice cream in hand, Sharona was indifferent to whatever Liu Ye suggested. No matter how he inquired, her answer was a simple good. After finishing dinner, the duo returned to their hotel in Cerulean City, where Liu Ye had booked the presidential suite. Having recently acquired a substantial amount of league coins from his 10 draws, he saw no reason to refrain from spending them. Due to the day's journey and shopping, both Liu Ye and Sharona were somewhat fatigued, so they retired to their room early to rest. A night of silence ensued, indeed. Chapter 48, Cerulean Gym, Magishi. The next morning, Liu Ye and Sharona did not rise early, but instead slept until noon. After having lunch, they made their way to the Cerulean Gym. Upon entering, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. A series of tasks has been issued. 3. Challenge the Cerulean Gym. Task completion rewards. 4,000 points. 500,000 league coins. 1 Mega Evolution Stone for Banjiris. Task failure. No penalties. After accepting the task, Liu Ye and Sharona stepped into the Cerulean Gym. As they entered, they spotted a boy of about 15 or 16 years old, sprinting out with his Bulbasaur, tears streaming down his face. Bulbasaur, hang in there. I'm taking you to the Pokemon Center for treatment, he shouted. Sharona remarked. That boy must have just lost to the Cerulean Gym. His Bulbasaur looks badly injured. The gym leader is quite harsh on novice trainers. Indeed, the Cerulean Gym leader, Magishi, is a retired soldier, so it is understandable that he would be particularly rigorous in Pokemon battles, Liu Ye explained with a nod. Ah, I see, Sharona acknowledged. Are the gym leaders in the Kanto region all like this? Cynthia inquired with curiosity. Certainly not, Liu Ye replied. In his mind, Liu Ye mused. When you think about it, the 8 gym leaders of the Kanto region seem somewhat unconventional. Brock, the leader of the Pewter Gym, is a breeder who also has to care for a multitude of younger siblings. The 3 sisters of the Cerulean Gym would still be performing water ballet, if not for my assistance. The leader of the Viridian Gym, Giovanni, is a violent individual who revels in taunting challengers. Liza, the leader of the Rainbow Gym, sells perfumes, and even her Pokemon are made from perfume ingredients. The leader of the Celadon Gym, Aki, is a ninja who established his gym in a remote mountain to train, with countless traps set by his sister along the way. The leader of the Fuchsia Gym, Natsum, is a psychic girl with an eccentric and solitary disposition. If you cannot defeat her, you risk being turned into a doll, her powers causing considerable mayhem. As for the leader of the Cinnabar Gym, Kaba, the former Kanto League Fire-type champion. He built his gym within a volcano and now sustains himself by running a hot spring hotel. Lastly, Sakaki, the leader of the Viridian Gym, is the notorious leader of Team Rocket. While he presents himself as a philanthropist, those in the know are aware that without the badges from the previous 7 gyms, challengers are unqualified to face him. Upon reflection, it appears that the gym leaders of the Kanto region are indeed extraordinary individuals. As Liu Ye and Cynthia entered, Ma Jisher remarked, "Another challenger has arrived?" However, Ma Jisher was not as boisterous as Liu Ye had anticipated. "You." His subordinate began to speak, but was quickly silenced by Ma Jisher. "Come on, the challenge rules are 2 versus 2, with the gym leader sending out their Pokemon first. Which of you is the challenger?" Liu Ye was caught off guard by Ma Jisher's sudden politeness. This was not following the script he had expected. "I am." Liu Ye stepped forward. Perhaps Ma Jisher had realized that we were not novice trainers. Liu Ye thought to himself. "All right, follow me," Ma Jisher said, leading Liu Ye and Cynthia to the battlefield. "Come forth, Raichu." Ma Jisher summoned the classic Raichu. Name, Raichu. Gender, male. Level, 42, Elite, Early Stage. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Friendship, 50. Base stats, 485. Potential Champion. Skills, Quick Attack, Thunderbolt, Helping Hand, Volt Tackle, Thunderwave. Upon seeing Raichu's level, Liu Ye understood why the Viridian Gym was dubbed the Fury of New Trainers. With Raichu's level, any novice trainer would surely falter. "Then, come forth, Tyranitar," Liu Ye declared nonchalantly. Liu Ye released Tyranitar, who had gained 2 levels in the Pokemon world over the past few days, now standing at level 68, with a strength comparable to that of a champion. Seeing the aura emitted by Liu Ye's Tyranitar, Ma Jisher could not help but nod, a look of realization dawning upon his face. "The challenger attacks first," the referee announced. "Then I shall not hold back. Tyranitar, use Earthquake," Liu Ye commanded, launching a powerful rock-type move. "Raichu, jump and use Quick Attack, then follow up with Iron Tail," Ma Jisher ordered. "Futile. Tyranitar, summon a sandstorm," Liu Ye retorted. Instantly, a sandstorm whipped up on the battlefield, disorienting Raichu and nearly sending it flying. "Tyranitar, don't give Raichu a chance. Use Rock Slide." Liu Ye continued issuing commands. With a roar, Tyranitar unleashed its power. "Raichu!" came Raichu's anguished cry. When the sandstorm subsided, Raichu lay motionless on the ground, its eyes spiraling, clearly unable to continue battling. "Return, Raichu. Thank you for your efforts," Ma Jisher said, retrieving his Pokemon, a hint of sadness in his expression. In truth, Ma Jisher was once a major in the Air Force, piloting a special aircraft powered by electric-type Pokemon, having participated in at least 1 war. His electric-type Pokemon fought alongside him and saved his life during the conflict. That Pokemon was Raichu, which, at the time, was still a Pikachu. To save Ma Jisher, it had evolved prematurely using a Thunderstone, resulting in a weakened foundation. Coupled with severe injuries, its potential had been reduced from champion to potential champion. "Come forth, Electrode." Ma Jisher summoned his next Pokemon. Name, Electrode. Gender, genderless. Level, 50, Elite Peak. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Friendship, 50. Base stats, 490. Potential Champion. Skills, Thunderbolt, Self-Destruct. Magnet Rise, Mirror Coat, Explosion. "Electrode, is it?" It seems Ma Jisher is prepared to go all out. Liu Ye muttered under his breath. "Electrode, use Magnet Rise." Ma Jisher commanded. "Charge in and use Self-Destruct." He ordered in quick succession. It appeared Ma Jisher still had reservations, refraining from directing Electrode to use the more powerful explosion. "Tyranitar, unleash Sandstorm, then use Protect," Liu Ye shouted. With a bang, Tyranitar remained unharmed while Electrode was left on the brink of collapse. "Return, Electrode." Ma Jisher called back his Pokemon. "Here, this is your orange badge." Ma Jisher handed the badge to Liu Ye. "Thank you." Liu Ye expressed his gratitude, departing the Viridian Gym with Cynthia. Once Liu Ye and Cynthia left, the subordinate who had been interrupted earlier inquiringly asked, "Boss, why did you hit me just now?" Indeed, the subordinate had been struck by Ma Jisher, nearly sending him flying. "Humph. Do you know who that girl accompanying that kid was?" Ma Jisher retorted coldly. I don't know," the subordinate replied. "I'll tell you. The girl who just entered with that kid is none other than the champion of the Sinnoh League, Cynthia," Ma Jisher stated. "Consider how close they appeared upon entering. It is evident they are not merely acquaintances. Anyone who shares such a bond with the champion of the Sinnoh League cannot be an ordinary person," Ma Jisher continued. Had I not interrupted you earlier, you would still be oblivious to this. Ma Zhisher admonished his subordinate. Ah, I see. Thank you for saving my life, boss. The subordinate nodded, realization dawning upon him, as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. From now on, keep your eyes peeled. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a predicament. Ma Zhisher advised sagely. Yes, boss. You can count on me. I understand. The subordinate promptly assured him. Ah, a teachable child indeed. Ma Zhisher nodded approvingly. On the other side, after Liu Ye and Sharona exited the Withered Leaf Gym, they found themselves at a loss as to where to go next. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the series of tasks. 3. Challenge the Withered Leaf Gym. Task completion rewards. For 1,000 points, 500,000 Alliance coins. And a Mega Evolution Stone for Bangelis. Liu Ye accepted the rewards. How about we check out the SSN? He suggested. But the SSN only departs from the Withered Leaf City harbor once a year, and that time has already passed. Sharona lamented, seeing her lack of enthusiasm. Liu Ye added, how about we go for some ice cream? Upon hearing this, Sharona's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, yes. Let us go quickly. With her spirits lifted, she eagerly dragged Liu Ye towards the ice cream shop. That night, after dining, the two returned to their hotel. Upon entering their room, Liu Ye swept Sharona off her feet and carried her into the bedroom. A night of silence ensued, details omitted. The following day, after packing, Liu Ye and Sharona departed from Withered Leaf City. They made their way to the nearest city, Goldenrod City. Goldenrod is a sprawling metropolis in the Johto region, nestled among Hualan City, Yuhong City, Withered Leaf City, and Ziyuan Town. It is the largest and busiest city in Johto, renowned even beyond its borders. The imposing headquarters of the Sylph Company stands proudly at the city's center, while two gyms occupy the northeastern corner. This area serves not only as the central business hub of Johto, but also boasts the region's most extensive infrastructure, including a maglev train station connecting Johto to Kanto. Thus, it is evident how prosperous Goldenrod City is. Upon arriving in Goldenrod, Sharona was captivated by the city's sights, as it was her first visit. The tallest structure is the Sylph Company headquarters, reaching nearly 800 meters, serving as a landmark of Goldenrod. The Sylph Company ranks among the top 5 corporations in the Pokemon world, responsible for the design and development of the majority of Pokeballs used globally. Naturally, Liu Ye and Sharona did not rush to challenge the gym, especially since the gym leader, Nagi, was known to be quite troublesome. Liu Ye, therefore, deemed it unwise to have Sharona accompany him in such a venture. Instead, they wandered through Goldenrod City. Albeit their route appeared to deliberately circumvent the gym for reasons unknown, the system noted, perhaps only Liu Ye knows. As they approached the vicinity of the Sylph Company, an unexpected explosion echoed from within, startling Liu Ye. Numerous individuals soon evacuated the building, prompting Liu Ye to seize one of them and inquire, what happened inside? Team Rocket has invaded the company's laboratory, aiming to steal data on Pokeballs. The person stammered, clearly shaken. Sharona, upon hearing this, rushed towards the Sylph Company building, only to be halted by Liu Ye's grip. Don't go in, it's too dangerous, he urged. I am the champion of the Sinnoh League. How could I be in danger? Sharona retorted with a hint of pride. At that moment, Miss Jun Sha of Goldenrod, accompanied by a large contingent of police officers, stormed into the Sylph Company. Shortly thereafter, several Alliance investigators and special agents followed suit. Witnessing this commotion, Liu Ye realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Let us follow them in, Liu Ye declared to Sharona. Upon reaching the entrance of the Sylph Company, they were stopped by the guards, who sternly warned, halt. You cannot enter here. We are here to assist, Sharona insisted. We don't need help. Regardless of your capabilities, much of what is inside is classified information, and you lack the clearance to enter. The guard replied solemnly. Liu Ye stepped forward, producing his identification and presenting it to the guard. Now can we enter? He inquired nonchalantly. The guard examined Liu Ye's credentials, noting the title of Top Investigator, Code Dragon, along with the Alliance's seal. After reviewing the document, the guard immediately saluted Liu Ye with respect, stating, my apologies, sir. I did not mean to offend. Liu Ye waved it off. No need for concern. May we enter now? You may enter, sir, but I regret to inform you that this lady cannot accompany you. We must adhere to Alliance protocols. The guard hesitated, leaving his sentence unfinished. However, Liu Ye understood his implication. This is my fiancée, the champion of the Sinnoh League, Sharona, he clarified to the guard. Upon hearing this, the guard dared not question further and quickly stepped aside, respectfully saying, Sir, you may proceed. With a nod, Liu Ye led Sharona into the Sylph Company building. By the way, where was the explosion located? Liu Ye asked, clearly not recalling. In the laboratory on the top floor. Sharona replied, shaking her head in exasperation. Oh, then let us hurry. Liu Ye urged. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Liu Ye's mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. On triggering the hidden task, maintain world peace. The host must defeat Team Rocket, who have infiltrated the Sylph Company, and capture their spy, Amada, hidden within the company. Task completion rewards, 5,000 points, 10,000,000 Alliance coins, and 3 special draws, Blue Rose. Failure, no penalties. The prospect of 3 special draws thrilled Liu Ye. But more importantly, he was determined to strike a blow against the nefarious Team Rocket and restore peace to the Pokemon world. Noticing Liu Ye lost in thought, Sharona, feeling slightly miffed, nudged him and said, "Were you even listening to me? Huh, what's wrong?" Liu Ye snapped back to reality. I just said that Team Rocket wouldn't attack the Sylph Company without reason. They must have an ulterior motive. Sharona exclaimed with frustration. What could Liu Ye do but nod in agreement? Right. What were you thinking so deeply about? Was it that girl? Sharona suddenly asked. Though Liu Ye initially harbored no particular thoughts, he found himself inexplicably feeling a twinge of guilt when questioned by Cynthia. However, Liu Ye was not one to be easily shaken. He possessed a fortitude that ran deep in his veins. Thus, he earnestly proclaimed, "How could that be? I was merely contemplating the schemes of Team Rocket. Now, let us not dwell on this any longer. We should hasten to the top-level laboratory and investigate." Cynthia, however, remained skeptical of Liu Ye's words. After spending several days in his company, she was well aware of his character. Soon, the two of them arrived at the top level without any hindrance, as those permitted entry were predominantly members of the League. Inside the laboratory, 2 factions were at an impasse. One group, adorned with an unmistakable emblem, was clearly comprised of Team Rocket members, while the opposing side represented the League. The atmosphere was chaotic, with numerous individuals and Pokemon injured and sprawled on the ground. A cursory glance revealed that the majority were League personnel, indicating that Team Rocket had dispatched some of their elite members. The leader of the Team Rocket contingent, whom Liu Ye recognized by his appearance, was none other than Apollo, the chief of the 4 commanders. Apollo, you are surrounded. Surrender the stolen documents, and perhaps the League will show leniency. Otherwise, the individual leading the League side declared, identifying himself as a middle-ranking investigator, Tiaojia. What nonsense. These documents were hard-earned by Team Rocket. How could we possibly return them? Moreover, given your current strength, you lack the capability to detain us. Apollo retorted disdainfully. Tiaojia acknowledged the truth in Apollo's words. Despite their numerical advantage, the quality and prowess of their forces fell significantly short compared to Team Rocket's elite. The suddenness of the incident left the mobilized forces in Golden City ill-prepared to confront Team Rocket. As an international metropolis, Golden City was typically protected by a high-ranking League official, but for reasons unknown, he had been reassigned the previous day to train new recruits. It was all too coincidental that the moment he departed, Team Rocket chose to invade. Truly, it was a scenario that even Arceus would find dubious. Having overheard their conversation, Liu Ye realized that it was indeed Apollo. However, he and Cynthia chose to remain concealed, quietly observing the unfolding events. Let us see whose true abilities prevail, Tiaojia declared, albeit reluctantly. Very well. Come forth, Crocodile. Apollo summoned his Pokemon. Name, Crocodile. Gender, male. Level, 68, late champion. Type, ground. Dark ability, overconfidence. Friendship, 30 base stats, 519 potential. Champion moves, Sand Tomb, Taunt, Crunch, Swords Dance, Shadow Claw. Come forth, Rapidash. Tiaojia also released his Pokemon, though he was acutely aware that he was no match for Apollo. As a middle-ranking investigator of the League, he felt compelled to stand his ground. Name, Rapidash. Gender, female. Level, 57, late nearly champion. Type, fire ability, Flame Body. Friendship, 50 base stats, 500 potential. Nearly champion moves, Flame Charge, Fire Spin, Overheat, Sunny Day. Quick Attack. You think you can intimidate me? Apollo scoffed. Crocodile, charge forth and use Crunch. Rapidash, evade and use Quick Attack. Tiaojia commanded urgently. Thanks to Rapidash's swiftness, Crocodile's Crunch missed its mark, yet Apollo remained unfazed, issuing further commands. Crocodile, unleash Sand Tomb. With Crocodile's formidable strength, the laboratory was soon engulfed in a storm of sand. Rapidash, use Flare Blitz. Tiaojia shouted. Alas, the sheer area of Crocodile's attack rendered Rapidash's Flare Blitz ineffective before it could even close the distance, sending it flying backward. Crocodile, do not grant him a moment's respite. Use Shadow Claw, then follow up with Crunch. Apollo commanded with calm authority. Rapidash, still reeling from the previous assault, was struck once more by Crocodile's relentless onslaught. Rapidash, get back up, Xiaojia implored desperately. However, the severely injured Rapidash was in no condition to comply. Crocodile, unleash your most devastating attack, the Destruction Beam, Apollo ordered, intent on finishing Rapidash off. Such ruthlessness resonated with Team Rocket's notorious methods. Stop, Xiaojia cried out. Rapidash was his starter Pokemon, a companion for over a decade. Witnessing its imminent demise was an unbearable agony. At that moment, Liu Ye recognized he could no longer remain a passive observer. Come forth, Garchomp. Halt Crocodile. Use Dragon Pulse. Liu Ye commanded urgently. The Dragon Pulse collided with Crocodile's Destruction Beam, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Xiaojia was taken aback by the sudden burst of energy that surged past him. Once the smoke cleared, he saw that his Rapidash was unharmed, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he quickly recalled it into its Pokeball. Both the League and Team Rocket members turned their attention to the unexpected Dragon Pulse, and soon, Liu Ye and Cynthia emerged from the shadows, flanked by two Garchomps. Who are you, and why have you disrupted my plans? Apollo inquired, though he was struck by a sense of familiarity upon seeing Cynthia, as if he had encountered her before. However, Liu Ye and Cynthia paid him no heed, dismissing his inquiry entirely. To be ignored was an infuriating affront, particularly for someone of Apollo's stature, the chief commander of Team Rocket, who was perpetually sought after by the League. Thank you, sir and miss, for your assistance. May I inquire as to your identities? Xiaojia expressed his gratitude while seeking clarification. I am the top investigator of the League, codenamed Dragon. You may simply call me Dragon. Liu Ye replied with calm composure. I am Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh League. Cynthia introduced herself gracefully. Upon comprehending the identities of Liu Ye and Cynthia, Xiaojia and the League personnel bowed respectfully. We greet you, Lord Dragon and Lady Cynthia. Please, there's no need for such formalities. Let us first address the immediate situation at hand, Liu Ye replied with a nod. Understood. The League personnel chorused in unison. Apollo suddenly realized the identities of the two individuals before him. No wonder he found Cynthia so familiar. She was the champion of the Sinnoh League. However, what astonished him even more was Liu Ye's identity as a top-ranking investigator of the League, a formidable opponent indeed. Apollo was acutely aware that he stood no chance against Liu Ye. Moreover, it was rumored that the League had recently acquired a new top investigator, and it seemed that the person before him was none other than this very individual. Of course, Apollo was not afraid of Liu Ye. He merely felt a twinge of apprehension. Rogue Croc unleashed the Dark Pulse. Apollo decided to strike first. Yet, before two champions with peak-level prowess, both Garchomps, this attempt was futile. Liu Ye's Garchomp reacted swiftly, launching a Dragon Pulse, promptly followed by Cynthia's Garchomp, which also executed a Dragon Pulse. Rogue Croc was unable to evade the onslaught. Sent flying to the ground, its eyes swirling in disorientation, clearly defeated and rendered incapable of battle. Liu Ye turned to face the elite members of Team Rocket. Led by Apollo, you dare attempt a sneak attack? If that is the case, then you shall not blame me for my lack of mercy. You shall all remain here today, Liu Ye declared with disdain. He then summoned his Bari, now at level 79 and on the cusp of reaching champion-level prowess. Team Rocket, in turn, unleashed all their Pokemon, including Mytena, Houndoom, Weezing, Arbok, Golem, and a host of other classic villainous accomplices. Bari, Garchomp, deal with them. Do not let them escape. Liu Ye commanded. Garchomp, you too. Cynthia urged her Garchomp to charge into the fray. With their top-tier Pokemon merely at the level of elite trainers, they stood no chance against three Dragon-type quasi-deities of champion caliber, regardless of their numbers. The battle swiftly tilted in favor of Liu Ye and Cynthia, and Team Rocket was clearly on the verge of collapse. Seeing the tide turn against him, Apollo contemplated fleeing, but Liu Ye had already set his sights on him, unwilling to let him escape, especially as he sought to reclaim the stolen data. Thinking of running? Have you consulted me first? Liu Ye said, standing before Apollo with a calm demeanor. What do you want? Apollo inquired. Hand over the stolen data, and I shall let you leave, Liu Ye stated plainly. Why should I trust you? You are all lackeys of the League. Apollo retorted fiercely. Humph. You have no choice but to comply. Furthermore, my relationship with the League is merely one of cooperation. They do not control me. Liu Ye replied dismissively. Apollo understood that he was no match for Liu Ye, yet he could not ascertain the veracity of Liu Ye's claims. Noticing Apollo's hesitation, Liu Ye had no time to waste. If you refuse, I shall take matters into my own hands. In that instant, while Apollo was momentarily stunned, Liu Ye swiftly spotted the stolen data tucked away in Apollo's pocket. Without hesitation, Liu Ye harnessed his aura to extract the data, which was, in fact, a small USB drive. What? Apollo exclaimed, instinctively checking his pocket, only to find it empty. Anger surged within him. His efforts had been in vain, and returning might entail facing the wrath of Boss Giovanni. In fact, he pondered whether he would even make it back in one piece. As Liu Ye held the USB drive containing the data, Apollo, disregarding all caution, released a wheezing. Come forth, wheezing. Use self-destruct. Name, wheezing. Gender, male. Level, 59, late elite. Type, poison. Ability, levitate. Friendship, 30 base stats. For 90 potential, quasi-elite moves, toxic gas, mud bomb, self-destruct. Last gift, pursuit. Apollo's actions did not escape Liu Ye's keen observation. Come forth, Duraludin. Use protect to shield against wheezing's self-destruct. Liu Ye summoned his long-unused Duraludin, which had gained experience in the Pokemon world and was now at level 79, nearing the pinnacle of champion status. As Duraludin appeared, poised to voice its grievances about its infrequent appearances, Liu Ye's command demanded its attention, and it promptly executed protect. Meanwhile, Apollo was not idle. He ordered Wheezing to unleash self-destruct, clearly intending to create an opportunity to flee, and he released his Skarmory. Come forth, Skarmory. Take me away from here, Apollo exclaimed. Name, Skarmory. Gender, male. Level, 65, mid-elite. Type, steel. Flying ability, keen eye. Friendship, 30 base stats. For 65 potential, elite moves, wing attack, roost, brave bird, flash cannon. Metal sound. Apollo leaped onto Skarmory and made his escape through the gaping hole created by the explosion in the laboratory. As for the elite members of Team Rocket, Apollo dismissed their fate, regarding their inadequacies as inconsequential to him. After all, Team Rocket had plenty of such elite cannon fodder. While Liu Ye had Duraludin block Wheezing's self-destruct, he made no effort to prevent Apollo's escape. Liu Ye quietly observed as Apollo mounted Skarmory and flew away. Soon, the battle reached its conclusion. With the assistance of 3 champion-level quasi-deities, the League's forces swiftly triumphed, decisively defeating the members of Team Rocket, save for Apollo, who managed to evade capture. Liu Ye's decision to let Apollo go did not escape Cynthia's notice, leaving her perplexed. Approaching Liu Ye, she whispered, "Why did you just let Apollo go? He is the top general of Team Rocket." "I intentionally allowed him to escape," Liu Ye replied. "Why? Shouldn't we turn him over to the League?" Cynthia questioned, bewildered. "What good would that do? Even if we handed him over, with Team Rocket's capabilities, Apollo would merely be detained for a few days before emerging unscathed." Liu Ye explained slowly. Cynthia, upon hearing Liu Ye's reasoning, found herself at a loss for words. As the champion of the Sinnoh League, she was acutely aware of the League's shortcomings. Though unfamiliar with the Kanto League, she surmised it was likely no different. Do not perceive the alliance as excessively virtuous, nor regard the Rocket team as wholly malevolent. In the eyes of both, self-interest reigns supreme, and the most terrifying aspect often lies within human nature. By the way, I have just received information from the region that, as a major city, Golden City was originally under the watchful eye of a top-tier investigator. However, for reasons unknown, this esteemed investigator was suddenly reassigned to the Alliance headquarters yesterday, and today, Sheriff Corporation fell victim to an invasion by the Rocket team, who absconded with critical data on Pokeballs. There may be intricate connections at play here. After pondering for a moment, Sharona remarked, "You are correct. Moreover, only internal members of Sheriff Corporation are privy to the laboratory's secrets. Setting aside the Alliance, there may indeed be spies from the Rocket team embedded within Sheriff, holding significant positions." As Liu Ye spoke, he approached the Alliance personnel awaiting at the region. "Do you concur with my assessment, Dr. Yama?" Liu Ye inquired of a middle-aged man beside him. This man was Dr. Yama, the third in command at Sheriff Corporation's laboratory, responsible for various technological developments. Dr. Yama, already feeling guilty after internally berating Apollo, was startled by Liu Ye's address and quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Lord Dragon speaks the truth." Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, the personnel turned their attention towards Dr. Yama, causing him to break into a cold sweat due to his already frail composure. "Why is everyone staring at me?" Dr. Yama stammered. "Dr. Yama, given the gravity of the situation, do you not intend to provide an explanation?" Liu Ye's voice resonated. "Explain what?" Dr. Yama felt as though his CPU was on the verge of overheating. "Humph. You know full well what needs explaining. However, since Dr. Yama seems unable to recall, I do not mind assisting you in refreshing your memory." Liu Ye scoffed, donning a congenial smile. "Duraludin, 3-headed dragon. Assist Dr. Yama in recollecting his actions." Liu Ye summoned Duraludin and the 3-headed dragon, issuing his command. The 2 Pokemon nodded and floated towards Dr. Yama. indeed floating with an aura of authority reminiscent of their master, Liu Ye. Dr. Yama, having never encountered such an intimidating display, recoiled in fear, shaking his head while muttering, "Please, do not come any closer." With a piercing shriek, Dr. Yama experienced a harrowing encounter, one he would never forget. Meanwhile, Dr. Yama's assistant, sensing the dire situation, attempted to slip away unnoticed as the others focused their attention on Dr. Yama. However, Liu Ye's keen eyes detected the ploy, and just as the assistant sought to depart, a salamence appeared before him, unleashing a fearsome roar. The assistant collapsed in terror, and the commotion drew the attention of others. Liu Ye approached him, inquiring, "Why were you attempting to flee?" "I was not," the assistant protested. Nearby staff from Shuruf Corporation's laboratory recognized him and whispered, "Isn't that Yama's assistant, Iku? He is always by Dr. Yama's side. Perhaps he too is implicated." Liu Ye took note of this revelation, realizing the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. "You are Iku, correct?" Liu Ye asked. "Why yes, Lord Dragon." Iku replied cautiously. "Now, address my previous question." Liu Ye commanded firmly. "I was merely going to the restroom," Iku stammered. Liu Ye, unconvinced by this feeble excuse, approached Iku with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Iku, you surely do not wish to experience what Dr. Yama just did." With a pointed gesture towards the corner where Dr. Yama lay in despair, Iku, upon witnessing Dr. Yama's state, trembled uncontrollably and hastily declared, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Liu Ye could not help but scoff internally, thinking, "Humph. I expected more backbone from you. I am a spy for the rocket team embedded within Shuruf Corporation, tasked with acquiring crucial data," Iku confessed. "And what connection do you share with Dr. Yama?" Liu Ye continued his inquiry. "Dr. Yama was originally a staff member at Shuruf Corporation's laboratory. After I was reassigned, I coerced him into working for us through various means," Iku explained. "Coerced? What threats did you use against him?" Liu Ye asked, intrigued. Before Iku could respond, Dr. Yama regained consciousness, hurriedly kneeling before Liu Ye, pleading, "Lord Dragon, spare me. The rocket team has taken my family, my wife and children, and threatened me to comply with their demands. I never intended to betray the company or the alliance. I was left with no choice." Tears streamed down Dr. Yama's face. Liu Ye, somewhat exasperated by his weeping, interjected, "Enough. Cease your crying. If you continue, you may find yourself reliving your previous ordeal." Dr. Yama, vividly recalling his recent experience, promptly silenced his sobs. Connecting the dots, the truth of the matter began to surface. While your circumstances are indeed sympathetic, the alliance has its rules, and the reality remains that you have betrayed both the company and the alliance. Therefore, we must adhere to protocol, Liu Ye stated, nodding resolutely. "Tiao Jie, come here." Liu Ye gestured for Tiao Jie to approach. "Commander." Tiao Jie replied with a respectful bow. "Since our investigation has reached a conclusion, I entrust these two to you. Please take them back for further questioning," Liu Ye declared. He assured himself that his decision to delegate was not born of laziness or a desire to evade responsibility. Rather, he aimed to assist, as he could not usurp the roles of seasoned professionals like Tiao Jie. "Understood," Tiao Jie affirmed, then instructed his subordinates and officers, "You take these two and the other rocket team members into custody for interrogation." He paid no heed to Dr. Yama's pleas for mercy. Dr. Yama glared at Iku, his frustration boiling over. Had it not been for this individual, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Iku, equally vexed, exchanged glances with Dr. Yama, both harboring mutual disdain. Observing their exchange, Sharona quietly murmured to herself, one library, what on earth is Yamada? How peculiar." Liu Ye mused upon overhearing Sharona's words. As an experienced otaku in his previous life, he could not possibly be oblivious to its meaning, hence his expression turned rather grim. "You all proceed with your matters. We shall take our leave," he stated, bidding farewell before departing alongside Sharona. At that moment, having accomplished his mission, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, maintaining world peace. You have vanquished Team Rocket invading the Shiru Company building and captured their spy, Yamada. Task completion rewards, 5,000 points, 10,000,000 Alliance coins, and 3 special draws, Blue Enchantress." After claiming his rewards, Liu Ye did not hasten to the lottery, but instead accompanied Sharona to the renowned restaurant, Calixiang, in Golden City for a sumptuous feast, treating himself to a well-deserved reward. Following their meal, the pair returned to their hotel to rest. Having spent the day exploring the city and assisting the alliance with the Shiru Company incident, naturally feeling somewhat fatigued. In truth, Sharona wished to continue wandering. Yet Liu Ye firmly refused, not out of laziness, but rather in consideration of Sharona's health, as she was fixated on an ice cream shop. Liu Ye insisted on an early return to rest. Indeed, that's the case. The author truly understands me. Upon returning to their room, Sharona remarked, "After a day of wandering and sweating, I shall take a shower." Liu Ye, do not peek. Rest assured, I absolutely will not. Liu Ye assured her. Sharona nodded and entered the bathroom. As for Liu Ye, let there be no misunderstanding. He was a man of integrity. Like the author, he promptly activated the system to commence his special draw, Blue Enchantress, a guaranteed treasure from 3 draws. Before him, the familiar Grand Wheel reappeared. And without inspecting the available Pokemon, Liu Ye opted for a triple draw. The wheel spun rapidly, and soon the pointer halted at 3 slots. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Tornadus 1, Thundurus 1, Landorus 1, the 3 spirits of the Unova region. Liu Ye had anticipated receiving Pokemon akin to the 3 birds, 3 beasts, or 3 pillars, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find the 3 spirits of Unova instead. Let me examine the attributes of the 3 spirits. Liu Ye silently mused. Name, Tornadus, incarnate form, gender, male level, 89, late stage of level 3, type, flying ability, prankster, regenerator. Indomitable spirit friendship, 255 base stats, 580 potential, level 2 divine skills, hurricane, swagger, storm, dark pulse, body slam. Name, Thundurus, incarnate form, gender, male level, 89, late stage of level 3, type, electric flying ability, prankster, volt absorb. Indomitable spirit friendship, 255 base stats, 580 potential, level 2 divine skills, recover, thunder, power punch, volt switch, agility. Name, Landorus, gender, male level, 90, peak of level 3, type, ground flying ability, sand force friendship, 255 base stats, 600 potential, level 2 divine skills, rock slide, earthquake, eruption, earth power, stone edge. Upon reviewing the attributes of the 3 spirits, Liu Ye felt quite satisfied. By the way, system, how many points do I currently have? Liu Ye inquired. Host remaining points, 9,000. 9,000. Just enough for a 10 draw to ease my nerves. Sharona is still in the shower. I shall indulge. Liu Ye thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 500,000 Alliance coins, 20 Darkrai fragments, 1 Mega Evolution Stone for Aerodactyl, 10,000 Alliance coins, 2,000 Alliance coins, 500,000 Alliance coins, 1 Rare Candy, 1 Pokemon Beauty Energy Block Company, requires an agent to operate, 20 Darkrai fragments, and for the last draw, I hope for a Golden Legend. 1 Transformation Mirror, no side effects. A Transformation Mirror? What is that? Liu Ye inquired curiously. He vaguely remembered that this item might be related to the 3 spirits. Indeed, as the name suggests, the Transformation Mirror is a magical mirror that reveals the truth, enabling Pokemon to revert to their original forms. It allows switching between the incarnate form and the spirit form of Tornadus, Thundurus, Landorus, and the beloved spirit. The system patiently explained. Liu Ye recalled that he had previously drawn 20 Darkrai fragments, and now with an additional 40. He could synthesize a level 2 divine Pokemon once he acquired 40 more. This thought filled him with delight. System, what about this Pokemon Beauty Energy Block Company? Liu Ye continued his inquiry. The Pokemon Beauty Energy Block Company specializes in Pokemon Beauty and Energy Blocks, with technology sourced from the system, providing superior taste and efficacy compared to those currently on the market. However, this company requires a relevant agent to activate and operate. The system elucidated. Are there any specific requirements for this agent? Liu Ye asked with curiosity. Certainly. The agent must be associated with the company's business. Essentially someone skilled in Pokemon Beauty and Energy Block creation, preferably a Pokemon breeder. Moreover, it is crucial that this agent holds a high level of affinity towards the host. The system explained. How can I ascertain others' affinity towards me? Liu Ye transformed into a fountain of questions. However, this time, the system did not respond to his inquiries. Liu Ye wondered if he had perhaps asked too many questions. After a moment, the system's voice chimed once more, ding. Detecting host's needs, auto-upgrading skill Eye of Insight. So if I don't ask, you would simply let it continue without upgrading? The Eye of Insight can be upgraded. Liu Ye could not help but retort. Despite his comments, the system remained unresponsive. After a while, the system's voice echoed again, ding. Eye of Insight upgrade complete. It can now view not only Pokemon, but also partial information about individuals. To test the upgraded capabilities of the Eye of Insight, Liu Ye directed it towards Sharona in the bathroom. As he initiated the scan, he suddenly felt a rush of warmth in his nose. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, averting a potential disaster. Quickly, he inquired of the system, "Why didn't you mention that the upgraded Eye of Insight had that function?" "Host, you did not inquire, and besides, this function can be deactivated at the host's discretion," the system innocently remarked. "Oh, I see." Liu Ye nodded, adopting a contemplative demeanor. "May I ask if the host wishes to disable this function?" The system inquired. "No, let's keep it active for now. This effectively resolves the issue concerning beasts, and those even less than beasts," Liu Ye mused to himself. Subsequently, Liu Ye earnestly began to examine the attributes of his fiancée. Cynthia. Character name: Cynthia. Gender: female. Identity: young lady of the Temple Clan, champion of the Sinnoh League. Host fiancé. Pokémon: Garchomp, Milotic, Lucario, Roserade, Togekiss, Cradily. Hobbies: ice cream. Ancient history: Liu Ye. System: Is this what character attributes entail? Rather illuminating, indeed, Liu Ye thought, slightly blushing. He then projected his consciousness into the Pokémon world to communicate with the trio of weather deities. Upon entering, he located the trio only to discover that Tornadus and Thundurus were embroiled in a conflict, while Landorus attempted to mediate. Liu Ye decided to observe from a distance for a while, but soon the tempestuous pair disregarded Landorus' counsel and continued their fierce battle. Landorus, exasperated, was compelled to confront both adversaries single-handedly. Despite the minor level difference among the deities, at their tier, even a single level could represent a significant chasm. Occasionally, an insurmountable divide. In truth, the dynamic among the trio bore resemblance to the legendary Pokémon of Hoenn, for whenever the disgraceful beast clashed with the powerful Kyogre, it was invariably the formidable Caterpie that intervened to restore order, a scene reminiscent of parental guidance. As Liu Ye witnessed their spirited engagement, he felt reluctant to intrude, opting instead for a brief introduction before departing, as his rapport with them was already at its zenith, requiring no further emotional exchange. However, at that moment, Ralts noticed Liu Ye's arrival and instinctively attempted to embrace his consciousness, only to find herself grasping at air due to Liu Ye's ethereal form. This left Ralts feeling quite aggrieved, momentarily believing Liu Ye had forsaken her. Though surrounded by Clefairy, Dragonite, and numerous other Pokémon companions, her heart yearned for Liu Ye, the very first being she had encountered upon her emergence. Sitting on the ground, she pouted and began to wail, filling Liu Ye with overwhelming guilt. Returning to his consciousness, Liu Ye swiftly retrieved Ralts' Pokeball, releasing her, yet she remained oblivious, continuing her cries. Liu Ye, helpless, cradled Ralts in his arms, and upon feeling his embrace, her demeanor transformed instantaneously from sorrow to joy. During her days in the Pokémon world, Ralts had not been trained, yet her level had risen to 12, and she had grown noticeably larger since her hatching. As Liu Ye entertained Ralts, Cynthia emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Liu Ye, witnessing the scene, could not help but feel overwhelmed. Although he had seen her before, the allure was irresistible. Were it not for the presence of the adorable Ralts, he would have succumbed to temptation. Upon seeing the gleaming Ralts in Liu Ye's arms, Cynthia's heart fluttered. She approached and gently took Ralts into her own embrace. Observing the tender scene, Liu Ye marveled at the warmth it exuded. Before long, Ralts, having played herself into exhaustion, dozed off in Cynthia's arms. Liu Ye, noting this, carefully retrieved her. After staving off his frustrations for so long, Liu Ye was on the verge of eruption, but the author refrains from further elaboration. The following day, citing Cynthia's fatigue as the reason for her staying behind to rest at the hotel, Liu Ye set off to challenge the Goldenrod Gym. Cynthia, trusting Liu Ye's intentions, suspected nothing amiss, and indeed, she felt quite weary herself. Navigating through the map, Liu Ye arrived at the Goldenrod Gym, where upon entering, he observed numerous individuals fixated on a spoon, seemingly practicing their psychic abilities. The comical sight evoked a chuckle from Liu Ye. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in once more, announcing a new task. Ding! A series of tasks for Goldenrod Gym has been issued. The host must successfully challenge the Goldenrod Gym, obtain the gym badge, and restore Nessa to her normal state. Completion rewards: 5,000 points, 200,000 Union coins, psychic abilities, top tier. Failure, no penalties. Upon accepting the task, Liu Ye realized this series was unlike previous ones. Success required not only defeating Nessa, but also returning her to normalcy. Although challenging, the rewards were enticing. Just then, a man practicing his psychic powers noticed Liu Ye's entrance and remarked, "Hey, kid, you're here to challenge the gym, right? I advise you to turn back if you lack strength." "Indeed, I'm here to challenge Nessa. Where can I find her?" Liu Ye replied with a nod. The man seemed poised to respond when the sound of high heels clicking against the floor caught his attention. He He turned to see a young lady striding towards them. Clad in a red leather outfit, with deep green hair cascading down and long, slender legs accentuated by black stockings, she exuded an air of elegance and confidence. Nessa. Upon her arrival, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically as he quickly offered deference. Miss Nessa, you've arrived. Bowing his head, he stepped aside, rendered speechless. Are you here to challenge me? Nessa inquired. Yes, I am, Liu Ye affirmed. Very well. However, should you lose, you shall become my plaything. A doll to keep me company, Nessa declared. As she assessed Liu Ye, she noted his striking appearance resonated with her aesthetic preferences, intensifying her desire to transform him into a companion doll. Of course, Liu Ye replied without hesitation. How could I possibly lose? He silently vowed. Then let us commence. Nessa proclaimed, and the two proceeded to the battlefield of the Goldenrod Gym. A student acting as referee approached the sidelines and exclaimed, the competition rules dictate a 1-versus-1 battle, with the gym leader releasing their Pokemon first, followed by the challenger launching the initial attack. And so, the match commenced. The referee hurriedly stepped aside, keen to avoid any accidental harm from Nashi, fully aware of her formidable reputation. Casting a glance at Liu Ye, the referee shook his head in resignation, musing to himself, alas, he possesses a striking appearance. What a pity. Come forth, Kadabra. Nashi summoned her Pokemon. Although this creature had yet to evolve, Liu Ye recognized its extraordinary capabilities. Name, Alakazam, Kadabra form. Gender, female. Level, 63, initial elite. Type, psychic. Ability, mastery of psychic powers, can transform into any evolutionary form outside of its initial mega evolution, contingent upon its trainer's psychic stimulation. Friendship level, 50. Base stats, 500. Potential, champion. Skills, teleportation, psychic, future sight, calm mind, Psybeam. Upon examining Kadabra, no, Alakazam's attributes, Liu Ye internally acknowledged, truly, as expected of Nashi's Pokemon, it is indeed extraordinary. With such an ability, Liu Ye was certain that this Alakazam was a unique entity within the Pokemon world. To ensure a safe approach, Liu Ye opted to unleash his ancient Dragonite. Upon its emergence, the ancient Dragonite looked at Liu Ye with a puzzled expression. Through the power of aura, Liu Ye grasped its unspoken inquiry. Where's my opponent? Liu Ye sighed in exasperation, gesturing toward the diminutive Kadabra across the battlefield. The ancient Dragonite turned its head, observing the floating Kadabra, then looked back at Liu Ye in confusion, seemingly questioning. This little creature is my opponent? Do not be deceived by appearances, despite her size. She possesses the strength of an initial elite. Liu Ye earnestly conveyed through the aura. I am well aware of this little one's prowess. Yet her full-force assault couldn't even breach my defenses. How can I take this seriously? The ancient Dragonite retorted, leaving Liu Ye feeling somewhat disheartened. Liu Ye began to doubt his decision to summon the ancient Dragonite, wondering if he had perhaps been overly cautious. Dragonite, unleash Hurricane, Liu Ye commanded, immediately following up with a mental instruction to utilize the weakest possible power. Nashi, sensing the formidable presence of the ancient Dragonite as it emerged, took heed and advised, Kadabra, use teleport to evade. Regrettably, as a level 3 deity, even the weakest hurricane from the ancient Dragonite was a broad area attack, its power still formidable. Thus, despite Kadabra's attempt to teleport, it was still caught in the tempest's wake. Much like the previous instance when a champion level 3-headed dragon obliterated a parking lot with a casual hurricane. The ancient Dragonite's attack caused the Blue Autumn Gym's parking lot to be turned completely upside down without even exerting full force. Kadabra crashed heavily to the ground. And witnessing this, Nashi became furious, employing her psychic abilities to evolve Kadabra into Gyarados. Nashi anticipated that Liu Ye would display a look of astonishment at her move. However, Liu Ye merely exhibited a nonchalant expression, as if such a transformation were commonplace. Infuriated by Liu Ye's indifferent demeanor, Nashi commanded, Gyarados, use Psychic. Dragonite, activate Mystic Guard. Then rush in with Thunder Punch and Fire Punch. Liu Ye countered, allowing the ancient Dragonite to showcase its prowess. Of course, Liu Ye discreetly added the instruction to use minimal power, otherwise, should the ancient Dragonite accidentally obliterate Gyarados, Nashi would surely seek retribution against him. The Dragonite activated Mystic Guard, withstanding Gyarados' Psychic, then swiftly approached its opponent, delivering a combination of Thunder Punch and Fire Punch that sent Gyarados flying once more. Following this, Nashi utilized her maximum psychic power to evolve Gyarados back into Alakazam, restoring the latter's health to its prime state due to the evolution. Alakazam, unleash a maximum-powered psychic. Nashi fiercely commanded, Dragonite, unleash Dragon Rage. Liu Ye ordered. Instantly, the two energy forms collided, with dragon rage swiftly consuming Alakazam's psychic. Caught off guard, Alakazam raised its 2 spoons defensively in a desperate attempt to shield itself. With a resounding crash, Alakazam fell to the ground, dazed, its eyes swirling in confusion. While the 2 spoons it held shattered, now reduced to 4 pieces. Nashi, incensed, recalled Alakazam, intent on teaching Liu Ye a lesson with her psychic powers. Liu Ye, however, would not allow Nashi to have her way, promptly retaliating with his own aura. After a brief clash, Liu Ye remarked, "What's this? Are you flustered? I have one. Now where is my badge? If you want me to turn you into a doll to play with, then I'll give you the badge," Nashi retorted. Understanding Nashi's intentions to weasel out of her promise, Liu Ye approached her, planting a kiss on her pristine cheek. He recognized that in dealing with a girl of such temperament, one must become even more unreasonable and assertive to gain the upper hand. This audacious act left the observing students, practicing their psychic powers, completely bewildered, their thoughts racing. This is it. He's done for. How dare he? A true warrior. I shall witness your exploits next year. Caught off guard by Liu Ye's sudden advance, Nashi momentarily froze, her face flushing crimson upon regaining her senses. However, rather than harboring murderous intent, her initial reaction was one of bashfulness, startling even herself. Noticing Nashi's reddened cheeks, Liu Ye realized he had struck a chord. "Will you give me the badge?" he inquired again. I want tea," Nashi stammered, avoiding Liu Ye's gaze. Liu Ye leaned in once more, delivering a fleeting kiss. Nashi's cheeks, now fully flushed, led her to stammer, I. This exchange repeated several times until, at last, Nashi relented, nodding and surrendering the golden badge to Liu Ye. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were left in a state of stunned disbelief, their admiration for Liu Ye reaching new heights. Liu Ye gazed at Nashi, gently pinching her delicate face, speaking tenderly, "Smile, it's quite endearing." Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, still in a daze from the unexpected encounter, Nashi instinctively smiled. "See, a smile suits you beautifully. Do not wear a solemn expression too often. Remember to smile more," Liu Ye encouraged. Nashi nodded, her face still radiant with blush. As Nashi's psychic energy returned to normal, the dolls that had been beside her transformed back into lifelike figures. Well, actually, they were real people. Aside from the challengers who had faced defeat, Nashi's mother was also present. Once the challengers regained their senses, they hastily fled the golden gem, tumbling away in disarray. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the golden pavilion, and Liu Ye recognized him as Naji's father. To be honest, Naji's transformation into her current state was partially attributable to him. After Naji's mother returned to her normal self, she rushed to Naji and embraced her tightly. "Naji, I'm so sorry, it was my fault," Naji's mother cried, apologizing profusely. Naji was momentarily stunned by this scene, lost in a whirl of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? Naji's father approached Liu Ye with gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, Naji might still be trapped in her own world. I owe her an apology." Liu Ye shook his head and replied, "It's all right, sir. After all, I could hardly bear to see such a lovely girl as Naji turned into someone so cold and unfeeling." At that moment, Liu Ye found it peculiar that the system had not yet notified him of the task's completion, as it typically would. Perhaps this task was not as straightforward as he had imagined. "Since everything seems fine, I shall take my leave," Liu Ye feigned, fully aware that Naji and her parents would not easily allow him to depart. Inside, he thought, "Please, speak up and urge me to stay." As Liu Ye turned to leave, Naji and her parents simultaneously called out, "Wait." Upon hearing the trio's voices, Liu Ye couldn't help but smile. Realizing his gamble had paid off, he turned around, feigning confusion, and asked, "What is it?" Naji's face flushed crimson, and she remained silent, her hands clasped together in shyness. As for Naji's father, he was a rugged individual, and out of concern for his pride, there were some words he could not bring himself to utter. Left without options, Naji's mother stepped in to inquire, "Young man, what is your name?" "Auntie. My name is Liu Ye," he replied politely. "Can I call you Xiao Yi?" Naji's mother asked tentatively. "Of course, Auntie," Liu Ye responded. "Xiao Yi, you see, Naji has only just returned to her normal self today. Could you take her out for a little shopping?" Naji's mother implored earnestly. Auntie, that might not be appropriate. Besides, even if I agree, we should ask Naji if she wants to." Liu Ye pretended to decline. However, before he could finish, Naji interjected, saying, "I agree." "What?" Liu Ye and Naji's parents exclaimed in unison, their surprise evident. "I agree," Naji mumbled, feeling bashful under their scrutiny. "Since Naji has consented, Xiao Yi, please take her out," Naji's mother reiterated. At this point, Liu Ye had achieved his goal and willingly accepted, expressing his intention to take Naji out for a stroll. Thus, Naji was handed over to Liu Ye by her own parents. Liu Ye grasped Naji's hand and led her out of the golden pavilion, while Naji remained dazed, oblivious to her surroundings, observing Naji's high-fashion ensemble of leather attire. Liu Ye acknowledged her allure but believed that altering Naji's demeanor should commence with a change in her wardrobe. Through careful observation, Liu Ye discerned that Naji only revealed her true self in his presence. Even in front of her own parents, she appeared somewhat resistant, particularly towards her father. Therefore, Naji had not fully returned to normalcy, which might also explain why the system had not declared Liu Ye's task complete, he surmised. Let us go. I'll take you to the mall in Golden City to buy you some clothes, Liu Ye proposed. Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, Naji snapped out of her bashfulness and exclaimed, Huh? Buy clothes? But I have plenty already. Those clothes are all quite similar to what you're wearing now. Aren't they? Liu Ye inquired. Naji nodded yes. Then it's settled. I will buy you some different outfits, more suitable for your age. Now let us go? With that, Liu Ye firmly led Naji towards the mall, leaving her little time to consider the matter, exhibiting a rather domineering demeanor. Naji was thus dragged into the mall. Entering the clothing section, upon their arrival, the sales staff quickly approached, unable to ignore the striking couple before them. Sir, Miss, what can we assist you with today? The attendant inquired respectfully. Select a few outfits for this young lady to try on. The budget is not a concern, Liu Ye declared, emphasizing that as long as the clothes were suitable and attractive, money was no object. Upon hearing this, the attendant recognized Liu Ye as a significant patron and promptly began selecting several outfits for Naji. Naturally, as the master of the Golden Pavilion, Naji was not financially constrained, so she remained oblivious to the implications of Liu Ye's statement. The attendant presented several dresses to Liu Ye, who encouraged Naji, try them on. Okay, Naji responded, appearing somewhat compliant in Liu Ye's presence. After a series of outfit changes, Liu Ye concluded that Naji was a natural model, looking exquisite in everything. He then boldly pointed at a few ordinary garments and commanded, except for this one, and that one, pack up the rest according to her size. Huh. The attendant was taken aback by Liu Ye's assertiveness. What? Did you not hear what I said? Liu Ye retorted. Sir, our store has a policy. For purchases exceeding 1 million, we need to verify funds, the attendant explained hastily, fearing she had offended Liu Ye. That is understandable. Liu Ye nodded, handing over his bank card for verification. The attendant cautiously accepted the card and proceeded to the counter for verification. Upon seeing the string of zeros, she was utterly astonished. She could hardly believe that a card Liu Ye casually produced contained over 100 million. To put it into perspective, the total value of all the clothes in the store combined was around 10 million. Liu Ye's funds could potentially buy the entire establishment. In addition to the routine task rewards and the alliance currency earned from the system's lottery, Liu Ye also received a substantial salary as a top investigator for the alliance. After verifying the funds, the attendant respectfully returned the card to Liu Ye. Is it all set now? Liu Ye inquired. Absolutely, sir. Our store also offers home delivery service. We can have your selections sent to your residence. Please provide your address, the attendant responded. Then let us deliver it to the golden yellow gem. Please list this young lady as the recipient. She is the esteemed master, Naza. Liu Ye responded nonchalantly, relieved to relinquish the burden of so many garments. It was a fortuitous opportunity for door-to-door service, after all. Very well, sir. Miss Naza, your boyfriend is truly wonderful to you, the sales attendant remarked, her gaze directed towards Naza. Upon hearing the attendant's comment, Naza did not refute it. Instead, she became bashfully coy, softly murmuring an acknowledgement. Observing Naza's demeanor, Liu Ye discerned that this approach might yield favorable results, perhaps even restoring Naza to her former self today. Chapter 58, Title? Shirahana is upset. Naza, upon hearing the attendant's words, did not dismiss them, but instead grew more bashful, responding with a gentle witnessing this transformation in Naza. Liu Ye felt optimistic about the plan, pondering that perhaps today would mark her return to normalcy. Subsequently, Liu Ye took Naza to an amusement park, followed by a trip to the cinema, and later dined with her, noting a significant change in her spirits throughout the day. Particularly at the amusement park, she appeared to shed her inhibitions, exuding joy akin to that of a child weighing over 300 pounds. Liu Ye did not rush to return Naza to the hotel. Firstly, because Shirahana awaited him there. Secondly, it was not yet the opportune moment. And thirdly, Liu Ye was not particularly desperate. After escorting Naza back to the golden yellow gym and handing her over to her parents, he proceeded towards his rented hotel. At that moment, the system notification finally chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, For completing the consecutive task, 4, Golden Yellow Gym, successfully challenging the Golden Yellow Gym, obtaining the gym badge, and assisting Naza in returning to normal. Task completion rewards, 5,000 points, 200,000 league coins, and super ability, top tier. After claiming his rewards, Liu Ye decided to review his attribute panel to assess his recent acquisitions, for he had amassed quite a number of items that were becoming difficult to recall. System. Display my attribute panel. Liu Ye silently commanded. Host, Liu Ye. Gender, male. Age, 20. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 99. Stamina, 100. Normal individuals score 10, title bonuses included. Mental strength, 500. Normal individuals score 10, boosted by wave guidance and super abilities. Physique, super rookie. Abilities, super ability, top tier. Eternal power, advanced. Wave guidance, advanced. Culinary skills, advanced. Driving, advanced. Occupation, god tier trainer, advanced breeder. All Pokemon energy block formula bonuses included. Items, Dragon's Tooth, Mega Evolution Stone for Salamence, Mega Evolution Stone for Garchomp. 100 System Pokeballs, 3 Rare Candies, Premium Fire Stone, Mega Evolution Stone for Tyranitar, Mysterious Water Droplet, 60 Darkrai Fragments. Pokemon, Ancient Dragonite, Salamence, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Dragapult, Aerodactyl. Charizard, Greninja, Tyranitar, Ralts, Latios, Latias, Tornadus, Thundurus, Landorus. Crystal Palace, Sakura, Iris, Peony, Shirahana. Identity, top investigator of the Kanto League, master of the Azure Gym, fiancé of Shirahana. Titles, Chosen One, That Guy, Guardian of the Water City, Dragon Master, Beast Tamer. Points, 8,000. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Liu Ye couldn't help but marvel. Still as resplendent as ever, he chuckled, covering his mouth with a smirk. It is truly not my fault for being so exceptional. I find myself quite helpless in this regard. However, he noticed that this time, the attribute panel appeared somewhat different from the last. Liu Ye, naturally, inquired, System. Why is there an additional title on this attribute panel? This is a new feature added to the system after the host successfully summoned Latias. It seems I neglected to inform you earlier, for which I express my profound regret. The system replied. Regret? Spare me that. System. I now seriously suspect you are merely a novice system. Liu Ye could not refrain from voicing his critique. Oh no, I've been found out. The system murmured softly. What? Liu Ye felt as though he had caught wind of something truly alarming. Nothing. Now, allow me to introduce the title feature and the titles you currently possess. The system quickly diverted the conversation. Liu Ye, intrigued by the system's words, unwittingly fell into its ploy, nodding in agreement. Very well, proceed with the introduction. Thus, the system began to elucidate. The title feature activates after the host accomplishes specific achievements or tasks, akin to buff enhancements. The Chosen One signifies that the host has been selected by the system, granting a luck attribute boost of 100. That guy. Well, you understand. No further explanation necessary. Grants a stamina boost of 50. The Guardian of the Water City is awarded upon collecting both Latios and Latias, bestowing an increase of 10 to all attributes when both are deployed. The Dragon Master is granted upon assembling 6 champion-level Dragon-type quasi-divine Pokemon, enhancing the attack power, physical, and special of all Dragon-type Pokemon by 10. Lastly, Beast Tamer is acquired by possessing a Divine Beast, providing an initial favorability boost of 20 towards said beast. I see. Liu Ye nodded, realizing that the buffs associated with these titles were indeed formidable, particularly the stamina boost of 50. If not for the presence of Arceus, Liu Ye might have felt invincible. Upon returning to the hotel, Liu Ye found Shirahana dining alone in their room. Upon his arrival, she did not exhibit the same warmth as before. Instead, she greeted him with a cooler demeanor. Back already? As Liu Ye stepped inside, he sensed an unusual chill in the air that sent a shiver down his spine. Yes, he nodded in acknowledgement. Have you eaten dinner? Care to join me? Shirahana inquired. I already ate. No, I haven't eaten. I didn't eat. Liu Ye hurriedly corrected himself. At that moment, Liu Ye's mind raced, pondering what might have caused Shirahana's displeasure. She then spoke in a tone laced with an ominous edge. If you haven't eaten, come and eat. A full stomach is essential for our journey ahead. Liu Ye was taken aback by her words, exclaiming, Nana, I may not be well read, so please don't frighten me. Liu Ye felt a vague inkling of what might have transpired. Frighten you? Not at all, I never speak falsehoods. Shirahana replied, her expression softening. At that moment, Liu Ye suddenly comprehended the sentiments of the individuals he had encountered previously, like those in the Moonlit Mountain, Hunter XYZ, and Dr. Yama from the Shirafu Company laboratory. Thus, what incident had incited such ire in Shirahana? To uncover the unfolding story, please stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 59, The Arena of Chaos? Confession. Now, Liu Ye found himself in a predicament. Neither eating nor abstaining felt right, caught in a web of indecision. Shirahana fixed him with a piercing gaze, demanding, "Aren't you going to say anything to me?" What should I say?" Liu Ye stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Liu Ye pondered whether it was the case that he and Naji had been spotted shopping together by Sharona today. "Nana, did you go out today?" Liu Ye inquired cautiously. "No," Sharona shook her head. Noticing Liu Ye's reluctance to confess the truth, Sharona directly stated, "After you went out today, did you forget to take your phone?" Liu Ye exclaimed, suddenly realizing his oversight as he hastily patted his pockets, only to discover that his phone was indeed absent. Observing Liu Ye's astonishment, Sharona continued, "Someone called you today, and it was a video call." Liu Ye began to understand why Sharona appeared so agitated. "Is that so? Who was it?" he asked. "It was 3 girls. They claim to be the Hualan sisters from the Hualan gym, and they are quite beautiful." Sharona replied nonchalantly. "Did they mention what they wanted from me?" Liu Ye inquired. At this moment, his mind raced. "They didn't say anything specific, just that they missed you," Sharona responded. Liu Ye found himself at a loss for words. Sharona scrutinized him closely and noticed the anxious expression on Liu Ye's face. She could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Ha! I never thought our fearless Liu Ye would also have moments of anxiety." Liu Ye was taken aback by Sharona's sudden outburst of mirth. As she laughed at his bewildered expression, Sharona explained, "Ha! I was just teasing you. The Hualan sisters did call you, and we had a delightful conversation. I also know they are your women, although I am a tad jealous. As long as you hold me in your heart, that's all that matters." Upon hearing this, Liu Ye was struck by a realization. This was the Pokemon world, where polygamy was permissible. What was there to fear? He felt a newfound strength coursing through him. Now, Liu Ye understood that Sharona was not angry and had even become friendly with the Hualan sisters, which filled him with joy. At this moment, Sharona added, "Let us put this matter behind us. But I have one condition. Nana, whatever condition you have, feel free to state it. Don't hesitate to ask for 1, 10, 100, or even 1,000. I, Liu Ye, will comply," he declared, embracing Sharona. "You said it, so I'll reluctantly put forth 100 demands." Sharona replied with an air of authority. Upon hearing Sharona's words, Liu Ye's expression darkened as he realized his earlier rashness. Sharona regarded Liu Ye's demeanor and laughed again, saying, "Ha! I was just kidding." Liu Ye then exclaimed, "All right, daring to tease me, are we? Prepare yourself." With that, he intended to impart an unforgettable lesson to Sharona. Suddenly, she stopped him, saying, "I haven't even stated my demands yet." "Go ahead," Liu Ye nodded, conceding. "Well, you can have as many women as you like, but you must always hold me in your heart. I want to be the primary one. And you mustn't pursue any dubious women. Also, I want to know who my sisters are," Sharona articulated slowly. At this juncture, Liu Ye felt cornered and had no option but to agree. All right, no problem." Before Sharona could respond, Liu Ye advanced and delivered an unforgettable lesson to her. The sound of pearls dropping on a jade plate echoed in the silence. The next day, Liu Ye recounted his outing with Naji to Sharona, and together they ventured to the Golden Gym. "Poor Naji, we should help her," Sharona remarked. Indeed, Liu Ye nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Liu Ye's arrival, Naji was overjoyed and rushed to embrace him. Liu Ye, holding Naji, glanced at Sharona, feeling somewhat awkward. Naji soon sensed something amiss. When she looked up, she noticed a strikingly beautiful lady standing beside Liu Ye. Sharona proactively approached and greeted, "Hello, Naji. I am Sharona, Liu Ye's fiancée." Upon hearing Sharona's declaration, Naji's expression dimmed, revealing a sense of disappointment. However, she forced a smile and responded, "Hello, Sister Sharona. I'm Naji, a friend of Liu Ye." Liu Ye and Sharona exchanged glances, fully aware of Naji's reaction, yet they chose to remain silent. Just then, Naji looked at Sharona and suddenly thought of something, asking, "Wait, Sister Sharona, are you the champion of the Sinnoh League?" "Indeed, that's me," Sharona affirmed with a nod. "Wow." Naji's face fell once more. At that moment, Naji's parents emerged, spotting Liu Ye with a stunning girl, and exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, you're here. Who is this?" "Oh, hello, uncle and auntie. I am Sharona, Liu Ye's fiancée." Sharona interjected before Liu Ye could speak. "Sharona, you are the champion from the Sinnoh region?" Naji's parents were astounded. Liu Ye and Sharona both nodded in affirmation. Naji's parents were taken aback. They had anticipated Liu Ye to be exceptional, but never imagined that the champion of the Sinnoh League would be his fiancée. Observing her daughter's expression, Naji's mother understood what was on Naji's mind. She asked Naji's father to converse with Liu Ye and Sharona while she pulled Naji aside for a brief discussion. Essentially, she conveyed that happiness must be earned through one's own efforts, and if one likes someone, they should pursue them. Liu Ye was unaware of what Naji's mother had told her, but when Naji returned, she had transformed from her previous gloomy demeanor to one of reliance on Liu Ye. Xiao Yi, Champion Sharona, please stay for dinner. I'd love for you to taste my cooking, Naji's mother insisted. Auntie, you can just call me Nana, Sharona replied. All right, Auntie will call you Nana from now on. Naji's mother agreed. After dinner, Naji's mother turned to Liu Ye and said, Xiao Yi, could you take Naji with you on your travels? Naji has hardly left the Golden Gym due to her psychic abilities since she was little. So her father and I discussed it and would like to ask you to show Naji the outside world. Liu Ye remained silent, glancing at Sharona and then at Naji, who looked at him with hopeful eyes. Sharona understood Liu Ye's unspoken concern. He feared she might object. I'm not that petty, Sharona thought to herself. Thus, she stepped forward and said, Auntie, that is absolutely fine. I actually like Naji very much. It's perfect for her to accompany me. Thus, Naji joined Liu Ye's team. However, Sharona's assumptions were misguided. Liu Ye's silence in response to Naji's mother's inquiry, merely glancing at Sharona, was a test of her reaction. Even if Sharona internally disagreed, she would undoubtedly acquiesce to Naji's mother's request. Especially considering the lesson Liu Ye had vividly recalled from the previous night. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the sea. Truly, ancient wisdom does not deceive. Liu Ye mused quietly. Coupled with Sharona's misunderstanding, Liu Ye's strategy could be aptly described as a threefold advantage. To ensure prudence, Liu Ye posed another question. Uncle, Aunt, what will happen to the Goldenrod Gym if Naji departs? At that moment, Naji's father, who had not had much opportunity to speak, stepped forward confidently, thumping his chest and declaring, Little Ye, fret not. I am a champion-level trainer. Overseeing the gym is no trouble at all. Liu Ye was taken aback, surprised to discover that Naji's seemingly unremarkable father was, in fact, a trainer of such high caliber. It was no wonder that both Naji and her mother were so beautiful. It appears this uncle possesses considerable strength. Sensing Liu Ye's skeptical gaze, Naji's father hastily interjected, What is this? Little Ye, are you doubting me? No. How could that be? Liu Ye shook his head. Let me tell you, in my prime, I was known as the jade-faced little white dragon, a sight to behold. Before Naji's father could finish his boast, her mother could no longer contain herself and used her psychic abilities to unceremoniously toss him aside. Finally some peace. Naji's mother sighed. As a family of psychics, both of Naji's parents possessed supernatural abilities, albeit of varying degrees. That evening, Liu Ye and Sharona, unable to resist the warm hospitality of Naji's parents, stayed overnight at the Goldenrod Gym. The Goldenrod Gym, arguably the largest among the 8 gyms of Kanto, boasted impressive grandeur befitting an international metropolis. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Liu Ye and Sharona bid farewell to Naji and her parents before departing from the Goldenrod Gym. Where shall we go next? Sharona inquired of Liu Ye. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Since Naji has joined us, and we've been traveling for a while, why not take some time to unwind? Sounds good. Sharona nodded in agreement. Naji, naturally, had no objections. It seemed that in her eyes, with Liu Ye present, the destination mattered little. I just checked. And the nearest tourist city to Goldenrod City is Lumiose City, a coastal paradise. Shall we go there? Liu Ye suggested. All right. Sounds perfect. Sharona and Naji raised their hands in approval, thus concluding the first Lumiose City travel conference with Liu Ye's overwhelming majority vote. Let us fly there with our Pokemon. It'll be quicker, Sharona proposed. Liu Ye concurred, releasing his ancient Dragonite. By the way, Naji, do you have any flying-type Pokemon or ones that can fly? If not, you can ride with me on Dragonite. Liu Ye asked. I only have psychic-type Pokemon, and none of them can fly, Naji replied, her cheeks flushed. In truth, Naji possessed a mid-level Metagross, which could fly, but she wouldn't miss the chance to ride alongside Liu Ye, so she told a little white lie. Liu Ye did not dwell on it, and said, Then come aboard, Naji. He helped her onto Dragonite's back. At that moment, he noticed Sharona watching him with a look of jealousy. Understanding her sentiment, Liu Ye quickly added, Sharona, you should join us too. But with 3 of us, won't Dragonite's back be too cramped? Sharona questioned. Oh, is that your concern? That is easily resolved. Liu Ye waved his hand dismissively. Dragonite, increase your size. What followed was an astonishing sight that left Naji and Sharona in disbelief. Dragonite truly grew larger. Observing their astonishment, Liu Ye explained, "My Dragonite is an ancient variety, capable of altering its size at will. Its true form rivals that of the earth deity Groudon from the Hoenn region. Ah, no wonder. The moment you released Dragonite, it radiated an incredible aura, far surpassing my Garchomp," Sharona exclaimed, her expression one of realization. Indeed, Dragonite's strength has surpassed that of a champion. It is now a level 3 demigod, Liu Ye affirmed. How impressive. A demigod-level Pokemon is truly a rarity. I wonder if my Garchomp could achieve such a breakthrough, Sharona pondered, a hint of self-doubt in her voice. It certainly will, I assure you, Liu Ye responded with conviction, having previously recognized the potential within Sharona's Garchomp. A level 3 demigod was well within reach, given sufficient time. Soon after, the trio mounted the ancient Dragonite, swiftly arriving at Lamio City. Dragonite truly is a miraculous mode of transport, capable of circling the globe in approximately 16 hours. Upon nearing Lamio City, Dragonite landed, as flying Pokemon were prohibited within the city limits. Although Liu Ye could easily disregard such rules due to his status, he preferred to avoid excessive attention. As Liu Ye, Sharona, and Naji approached the beach, intending to bask in the sun, they were suddenly met by a throng of people sprinting from the shoreline, shouting, "Help! Run! Pokemon are attacking the city." This scene felt eerily familiar to Liu Ye. Wasn't this supposed to happen next year? Could it be the butterfly effect triggered by my arrival? Liu Ye pondered. To ascertain the truth, he quickly instructed Sharona and Naji, "You two find a safe place. I'll investigate the situation. We should go together," Sharona insisted. Naji, equally concerned, gazed at Liu Ye, fully supporting Sharona's suggestion. Liu Ye shook his head, stating, "You don't trust my strength yet? Don't worry." In truth, Liu Ye was apprehensive. If it were indeed that Pokemon, Sharona and Naji might be entirely outmatched. "Really, can I catch a break?" Liu Ye inwardly lamented. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Liu Ye's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden mission, resolve the crisis of Lamio City. The host must quell the Pokemon attack and ensure that the instigator receives due punishment. Mission completion rewards, 1,000 points, 100,000 league coins, and 20 Darkrai shards. Mission failure, no penalties." Upon witnessing the system's reward, Liu Ye suddenly felt a surge of vitality coursing through his entire being. His legs no longer ached. His waist regained its strength, and his heart, well, it was beating steadily. In short, all of Liu Ye's earlier complaints were cast aside, leaving only two words echoing in his mind: delicious. After ensuring that Sharona and Naji were accounted for, Liu Ye summoned his ancient Dragonite and swiftly soared towards the coastline. Upon reaching the shore, Liu Ye observed from the air a multitude of water-type Pokemon advancing towards the city, with the leading creature being the very one he had anticipated. System, display its attribute panel. Liu Ye silently commanded. Name, Gigantic Toxic Spikes Jellyfish, mutated. Gender, male. Level, 83, initial stage of level 3 deity. Type, water poison. Ability, constantly pure body. Friendship, 30. Base stats, 515. Potential, champion. Skills, water pulse, misfortune, mud wave, hydro pump, hyper beam. Evaluation, a mutated toxic spikes jellyfish that has absorbed pollutants. It has grown to an enormous size, breaking the shackles of its racial potential to become a level 3 deity. Recommended for capture. After reviewing the attributes of the gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish, Liu Ye mused to himself. Indeed, this is the Pokemon I sought. This world is undeniably real, and it seems I can no longer rely solely on the storyline. Moreover, it was Liu Ye's first encounter with a Pokemon possessing such a low friendship level. Naturally, he believed that the gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish harbored disdain not just for him, but for humanity as a whole. At that moment, the League's reinforcements arrived, but they were utterly inadequate in the face of the formidable gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish. Consequently, the battle quickly turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Liu Ye spotted a hotel nearly 100 stories tall, constructed over the ocean, still under construction. This must be Granny Yin's hotel, the root cause of this Pokemon siege, Liu Ye thought. However, as the gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish unleashed its attack on the city, Liu Ye refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe from the sky. A hyper beam struck the hotel, which, still in its construction phase, could not withstand the full force of a level 3 deity's assault, causing it to teeter precariously. Upon witnessing the destruction of her hard-earned investment, Granny Yin collapsed to the ground in tears. Just then, the hotel let out a thunderous crash and crumbled. Had it not been for the timely intervention of others, she might have perished alongside her establishment. Realizing it was time for him to act, Liu Ye commanded his ancient Dragonite to intercept the gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish. Ancient Dragonite, use Dragon Dive. Liu Ye ordered. Boom. The gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish, caught off guard, took the brunt of the Dragon Dive, stumbling back under the impact. Regaining its footing, the jellyfish retaliated with Hydro Pump. But the speed of ancient Dragonite was beyond the reach of a mere artillery attack. Although both Pokemon were at the initial stage of level 3 deity and of the same level, ancient Dragonite's base stats far exceeded those of the gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish. Thus, the ensuing battle saw the jellyfish being thoroughly dominated, requiring no further guidance from Liu Ye. The Dragonite alone was enough to leave it bewildered. With ancient Dragonite engaged, the League forces found a momentary reprieve. Sensing the opportune moment, Liu Ye commanded ancient Dragonite to cease its assault, teleporting onto its back via his psychic abilities. Utilizing the power of aura, Liu Ye initiated communication with the gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish, inquiring, "Why do you lead your kin to attack the city?" Understand that Pokemon and humans have traditionally maintained a non-aggression pact. Liu Ye was aware that he was somewhat leading the question, yet given the divergent timelines, he deemed it necessary to clarify. At that moment, Liu Ye noticed that the jellyfish's affinity towards him had risen to 10, an increase of 40 points. Likely due to the defeat it had just suffered at the hands of ancient Dragonite. Yet, Liu Ye still suspected that the gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish harbored considerable animosity towards him, or perhaps it simply despised all of humanity. Humph. The gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish scoffed, refusing to respond to Liu Ye's query. Meanwhile, the League personnel continued their battle against the Water-type Pokemon. Chapter 62. Negotiation, Ice-type Monarch Kinna. Nevertheless, it was clear that the gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish still bore a strong contempt for Liu Ye, or more broadly, for humans in general. Humph. The jellyfish coldly huffed, remaining silent in response to Liu Ye's question. On the other side, the League members were still engaged in combat with the Water-type Pokemon. At this juncture, Liu Ye pressed on, stating, "Gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish, allow your kin to retreat. If there are grievances, address them directly with me. In this matter, I believe I still possess some authority. Why should I trust you? Humans are all deceitful." The gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish retorted angrily. Undeterred by the jellyfish's vitriol, Liu Ye calmly countered, "Because you have no alternative, you must trust me. Do you think your kin can prevail against the League, or that you can best me?" The gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish yearned to refute him, yet deep down, it recognized that trusting Liu Ye was its only option. After all, this human was formidable and likely would not deceive it. "Very well, I shall trust you, human. Should you lie, I will ensure you pay dearly, even at the cost of my own life." The gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish declared with fierce determination. "You need not worry. I have no intention of deceiving a Pokemon," Liu Ye assured. Upon receiving Liu Ye's guarantee, the gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish issued a command for all its kin to halt their aggression and retreat into the sea. The League personnel, witnessing the withdrawal of the Water-type Pokemon, chose not to pursue, but rather to hasten their efforts in aiding the injured. The gigantic toxic spikes jellyfish continued. "We attacked Blue Plume City because humans have devastated our habitat, forcing us to abandon our home. The construction of that hotel has severely damaged our territory. Initially, it was only a minor issue, but it escalated. We tolerated the encroachment, believing it might foster human understanding. Yet, we were met with insatiable greed, and having seen our home ravaged, we could not allow humans to remain unscathed." Liu Ye nodded in comprehension. "I see." At that moment, a helicopter approached, and a statuesque woman descended from it. The mayor of Blue Plume City brightened at the sight of her and hurried over, respectfully stating, "Kinna, I am the mayor of Blue Plume City, and on behalf of the entire city, I express our gratitude for your assistance." Kinna waved her hand dismissively, surveying the surroundings before inquiring, "Wasn't there supposed to be a large number of Water-type Pokemon attacking the city? Where are they?" Had it not been for the desolate state of the area indicating a recent battle, Kinna might have suspected the mayor was feigning a plea for help to the League. "They just retreated," the mayor replied. "Were you the ones who drove them back?" Kona was perplexed. The report indicated an abundance of Water-type Pokemon. Yet Blue Plume City was merely a mid-tier city with a thriving tourism industry. The strongest trainer stationed, there was only a quasi-champion at best, making it implausible for them to repel a tide of Pokemon led by a creature of potential champion caliber. However, it was revealed that a mysterious individual had vanquished the leading Pokemon, compelling it to order the retreat of the Water-type Pokemon. The mayor of Blue Plume City responded candidly. "And where is this individual now?" Kona inquired. "It seems he is currently negotiating with that colossal Tentacruel, right over there." The mayor gestured towards Liu Ye and the massive creature. Kona turned to see Liu Ye engaged in conversation with the gigantic Tentacruel. Liu Ye said, "Tentacruel, please wait here for a moment while I discuss matters with those humans. Rest assured, the majority of humanity is benevolent. What you have encountered is but a minority." The Tentacruel nodded, expressing trust in Liu Ye. Following their recent dialogue, the Tentacruel's affinity for Liu Ye had increased to 40, reaching a standard level of intimacy. Liu Ye descended from the back of his ancient Dragonite, rejoining Kona and the others. At that moment, Cynthia and Natsum suddenly rushed over, embracing Liu Ye from either side. "Thank goodness, you're safe," they exclaimed in unison. Warmed by their concern, Liu Ye reassured them, "Of course, I am unharmed. Don't you know who I am? How could anything befall me?" At that juncture, Kona approached alongside the other members of the alliance. "Greetings, sir. Thank you for averting this Pokemon siege," Kona began. Liu Ye recognized Kona, the Ice-type champion, as the two captivating women beside him made it nearly impossible not to notice. Kona felt slightly bashful under Liu Ye's gaze. Striving to maintain her composure, Cynthia and Natsum, observing Liu Ye's unwavering attention towards them, exchanged glances and decided to forego any comparisons. They then playfully reached for Liu Ye's waist, giving it a gentle twist, prompting a yelp of pain from him. Only then did Kona notice the two women beside Liu Ye, and upon closer inspection, they appeared strikingly familiar, as if she had encountered them before. Suddenly, a realization dawned on her. "You are Miss Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh, and you are Miss Natsum, the gym leader of the Goldenrod Gym." Both Cynthia and Natsum nodded in acknowledgement of their identities. "And who might you be, sir?" Kona inquired, her tone shifting to one of respect. Recognizing that this man commanded the affection of such notable women. "My name is Liu Ye. I believe you are familiar with me. Champion Kona." Liu Ye introduced himself. "Liu Ye? Could it be that you are the newly appointed top investigator of the league?" Kona gasped in astonishment. "Indeed, that is I," Liu Ye affirmed. As one of the Elite Four of the Kanto League, Kona was aware of the recent appointment of a top investigator, rumored to possess formidable strength. Having never seen his photograph, she had envisioned him as an older man, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, at the very least of a similar age to the ancient dodo. To her surprise, this top investigator appeared to be merely in his early 20s. However, Kona, accustomed to her high position, quickly regained her composure and asked Liu Ye, "So, Liu Ye, were you just conversing with the Tentacruel?" "Yes. I possess the powers of the Tokiwa and the Aura, allowing me to communicate with Pokemon and comprehend their intentions," Liu Ye replied. "And Kona, you may simply call me by my name. There is no need for formalities." "Very well. I shall address you as Liu Ye then. Do not accuse me of disrespecting my superiors," Kona replied, displaying a rare hint of playfulness, a stark contrast to her typically frosty demeanor. As this interaction unfolded, those accompanying Kona were left astounded, questioning whether this truly was the Ice-type champion. "Indeed," Liu Ye affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, Liu Ye elaborated on the reasons behind the Tentacruel's assault on the city. The Tentacruel led the Water-type Pokemon to attack due to certain individuals among you, who, driven by self-interest, constructed hotels that devastated the habitats of the Water-type Pokemon. It is akin to demolishing someone's home, leaving them without shelter. Would you not expect retaliation? "Indeed." Kona nodded thoughtfully. "And who is the principal culprit behind this?" Liu Ye did not respond directly, but instead turned his gaze towards the mayor of Blue Plume City. Kona followed suit, directing her attention to the mayor, who, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, trembled in fear. Weak in the knees, he fell to the ground, pleading, "I apologize, Lord Dragon, Champion Kona, I was momentarily foolish." "What transpired, Mayor of Blue Plume City? Speak clearly, and should you utter even a single lie, there will be consequences," Kona warned coldly. The mayor, already timid by nature, quaked before one of the Elite Four, feeling utterly powerless. Yes. Elder Een wished to construct a large hotel at Ocean Center. She offered me a handsome sum to facilitate this. I believe the hotel might boost Blue Plume City's GDP. So I consented, the mayor hurriedly explained. Liu Ye scoffed at the mayor's justification, remarking, "Were you merely blinded by greed? Why dress it up in such lofty terms?" Kona, aware that the mayor was attempting to embellish his actions, commanded her companions, arrest the mayor of Blue Plume City and take him back to the League for interrogation. Also, apprehend Elder Een. The primary cause of Blue Plume City's losses lies with them. Let the League pass judgment. Understood. The Alliance members accompanying Kona disregarded the mayor's pleas and swiftly took him away. "I was wrong. Spare my life." The mayor's voice faded into the distance. At that moment, Liu Ye stated, "Please arrange for the swift demolition of the coastal hotel." "Certainly." Kona nodded in agreement. Although the Tentacruel had inflicted significant damage on the hotel, It had not been entirely destroyed, necessitating manual demolition. Upon concluding his directive, Liu Ye teleported back onto the back of his Dragonite and flew towards the Tentacruel. Tentacruel, I have ensured that those who destroyed your home have faced the appropriate consequences. I trust you witnessed the events. Human, you are indeed a man of your word. The Tentacruel acknowledged, nodding its massive head. However, while the hotel will soon be dismantled, your home has already been ravaged. Restoring it will require considerable time. Where shall you and your kin reside during this period? Liu Ye inquired. At that moment, an incomplete thought emerged in Liu Ye's mind, which he deemed quite feasible. I can only lead my people away from this ocean to survive in other seas, he stated. The colossal toxic sting jellyfish responded, in fact, I have an excellent place that is perfectly suited for you and your kin, ensuring that no other humans will disturb you. Liu Ye paused as he was about to continue. However, the immense toxic sting jellyfish seemed particularly intrigued by Liu Ye's proposition. But you and your kin must submit to me, Liu Ye asserted. What? Human, are you attempting to deceive me? The toxic sting jellyfish roared in fury. How could that be? That world is exclusively mine. Only the spirits I have subdued can inhabit it. Furthermore, the benefits of that realm are manifold. You will understand once you arrive. After being subdued, I will not restrict your freedom, so you can rest assured, Liu Ye explained with unwavering conviction. Noticing that Liu Ye did not seem to be lying, and considering his formidable power, the toxic sting jellyfish pondered, very well, human, I shall trust you. The toxic sting jellyfish ultimately decided to place its faith in Liu Ye. You must first leave this place with me and venture further away, Liu Ye instructed. Currently, they were in a location where Kina and the Alliance could clearly observe their actions. Although they could not hear their voices, Liu Ye felt it prudent to avoid drawing the Alliance's attention. Kina, witnessing Liu Ye depart with the colossal toxic sting jellyfish, felt a twinge of confusion regarding Liu Ye's intentions but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he hastily ordered the dismantling of the hotel and ensured that no one involved would escape capture. Meanwhile, Liu Ye and the colossal toxic sting jellyfish moved away from the shore to a tranquil location. Let us commence, Liu Ye declared. With that, the toxic sting jellyfish summoned its kin. Liu Ye swiftly utilized his psychic abilities to subdue them, with the colossal toxic sting jellyfish included in the process. Once he had subdued these spirits, Liu Ye, accompanied by the ancient fast dragon, entered the spirit world and located the habitat of the toxic sting jellyfish and its kin. However, this time it was not a mere projection of consciousness. Their physical forms directly traversed into the realm. What do you think? It is rather splendid, is it not? Liu Ye inquired. Indeed, this place is magnificent. It is even better than our previous habitat. I can feel my strength gradually increasing, albeit at a slow pace. Yet it is undeniably perceptible. The toxic sting jellyfish marveled at the unexpected quality of this new environment. This is my world. It will adapt to create the most suitable habitat for your kind based on your living habits. Most importantly, it possesses an experience enhancement feature that will gradually elevate your experience levels imperceptibly. The lower your level, the more pronounced the effects will be. Liu Ye continued. By the way, my name is Liu Ye. You may simply call me by my name from now on. As Liu Ye conversed with the toxic sting jellyfish, a nearby agate jellyfish suddenly evolved into a toxic sting jellyfish. Thank you, Liu Ye. You may command me in the future. I shall assist you. The toxic sting jellyfish finally acknowledged its true allegiance. Liu Ye observed through the system that the intimacy level with the toxic sting jellyfish had reached 100, a notably high score. After concluding their conversation, Liu Ye exited the spirit world, riding the ancient fast dragon back to the seaside of Lanpu City. At this time, Kina had also resolved matters concerning the mayor of Lanpu City and the Silver Granny, but chose not to leave the shoreline, instead waiting for Liu Ye. Driven perhaps by curiosity, Liu Ye guided the ancient fast dragon to land on the beach, and Kina promptly approached him with a question. Liu Ye, where have you been? Oh, I went to assist the colossal toxic sting jellyfish and those aquatic spirits in finding a new home. I have already delivered them, Liu Ye replied, half-truthfully. Kina nodded, not pressing for further details. All right, let us depart from here, Liu Ye announced. Yes, indeed. Kina, Sharona, and Nausea all nodded in agreement. Strangely, Kina did not return to the Alliance with their personnel, but instead followed Liu Ye to the hotel where they were staying. Liu Ye inquired, why are you following us? Shouldn't you report back to the Alliance? Now that this mission is complete, I'm entering my vacation period and don't know what to do. I find your travels quite intriguing, so I decided to accompany you, Kina replied, playfully linking her arm with Liu Ye's. As a beautiful woman with no home, you surely wouldn't let me sleep on the streets, would you, Liu Ye brother? Liu Ye felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he regarded Kina's cheerful demeanor. thinking, you, an ice-type champion of the Alliance, homeless? I find that hard to believe. Besides, haven't you noticed the way Sharona and Nausea are looking at me? Though he was tempted to agree, he knew that Nausea and Sharona would not let him off easily. As he glanced at them, he found them regarding him with warm smiles, causing Liu Ye to feel a surge of anxiety. Well, very well. You may accompany me on my travels. But you must heed my instructions. Liu Ye gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding. The reason for his gritted teeth was solely to suppress any sounds of discomfort. He would never allow himself to appear weak. Kina, recognizing Liu Ye's inner turmoil, only intensified her playful antics. Liu Ye, suppressing his impulse, stated, "It's getting late. Let us return and rest early." Hearing Liu Ye's words, the group, having worked tirelessly throughout the day, acknowledged that it was indeed past 10 o'clock at night. Kina, Sharona, and Nausea nodded in agreement. With Kina and Nausea joining them, Sharona was also drawn away by the two. Before departing, Kina remarked, "Liu Ye, you can sleep alone tonight. We sisters need some time to chat. Good night, sweet dreams." With that, Kina pulled Sharona and Nausea into their room. Upon returning to his own room, Liu Ye was greeted once again by the familiar voice of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, resolving the crisis in Lanpu City. You have successfully quelled the Spirit Siege incident and ensured that the instigator receives their due punishment. Task completion rewards: 1,000 points, 100,000 Alliance coins, 20 Darkrai shards. After claiming his rewards, Liu Ye's points rose to 9,000, enabling him to perform a tenfold draw. Without hesitation, he selected draw. The grand wheel of fortune reappeared, and with a sweeping gesture, Liu Ye set it into motion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000,000 Alliance coins, 500,000 Alliance coins, 1 heart drop, 200,000 Alliance coins, 1 magical candy, 1 metal membrane, 100,000 Alliance coins, 20 Darkrai fragments, 1 exquisite grass stone, and 2,000,000 Alliance coins. In this tenfold draw, the most valuable item Liu Ye obtained was indeed the 20 Darkrai fragments, rendering the Alliance coins almost negligible. As for the metal membrane, Liu Ye could potentially capture a high-potential Scyther in the future. At present, Liu Ye had amassed a total of 100 Darkrai fragments, enabling him to synthesize Darkrai, a secondary divine beast. The system inquired, having detected that the conditions for synthesis had been met. "Shall we proceed with the synthesis?" Liu Ye, brimming with anticipation, replied eagerly. "What are we waiting for? Let us synthesize." A flash of white light enveloped him, and soon, a Darkrai radiating formidable energy materialized within Liu Ye's room. System: please display Darkrai's attributes. Name: Darkrai, mythical beast. Gender: genderless, occasionally regarded as the male counterpart of Cresselia. Level: 99, late stage of secondary divine. Type: dark. Ability: nightmare. Affection: 255,255. Base stats: 600. Potential: ultra divine beast. Skills: shadow clone, black hole, dark pulse, night curse, feint attack. Splendid. Truly powerful, and, above all, strikingly handsome, was Liu Ye's immediate impression of Darkrai. Being one of the most celebrated divine beasts in the Pokemon universe, Liu Ye held a deep admiration for Darkrai, appreciating both its aesthetic appeal and prowess. Liu Ye captured Darkrai in a Pokeball, and the Pokemon's little world instinctively adjusted to accommodate its new habitat. Liu Ye then took a moment to check on the status of the other Pokemon in the little world, discovering that they were all quite content with their lives, which brought him great joy. At this point, Liu Ye possessed 5 level 3 divine Pokemon, 3 level 2 divine Pokemon, and several champion-level quasi-divine Pokemon, signifying a formidable strength. The 5 level 3 divine Pokemon included the gigantic Tentacruel, the ancient Dragonite, the Tornadus, the Thundurus, and the Landorus. The 3 level 2 divine Pokemon comprised Latios, Latias, and Darkrai. The champion-level quasi-divine Pokemon consisted of Salamence, Garchomp, Dragapult, and Hydreigon. For the time being, the Elite Four were not to be mentioned. On the following day, Liu Ye and his companions departed from Blue Plume City, their relaxation plans thwarted. For their next destination, Liu Ye resolved to visit Maiden Gorge, intrigued by the presence of a 1,000-year-old Jengar that could speak. Chapter 65, Summer Festival, Temple Fair. The next day, Liu Ye and his companions left Blue Plume City. With their relaxation plans dashed, they decided to venture to Maiden Gorge, where an ancient Jengar that could converse awaited. Since they set out in the afternoon, they arrived at Maiden Gorge just as dusk was approaching. Upon arrival, they discovered the area bustling with vibrant preparations, exuding a lively atmosphere. Cynthia, intrigued by the festivities, inquired of a passerby, "Hello, why is the atmosphere here so lively today? You all aren't locals, are you?" The passerby, glancing at the striking group of Liu Ye and his companions, surmised they were not from the area. Indeed, Cynthia nodded in affirmation. "Oh, tomorrow marks our annual festival in Maiden Gorge, celebrating the devoted maiden." The passerby replied, "Well, I must be off to assist with the preparations." With that, the passerby hurried away. "A maiden? What does that entail?" Cynthia expressed her confusion, while Naji also appeared puzzled. Although Naji hailed from Kanto, her sheltered upbringing left her oblivious to events beyond her home. Only Kona, as an Elite Four member, had a vague understanding, yet still lacked comprehensive knowledge. Consequently, the three women turned their gaze toward Liu Ye, as if he were the wellspring of all knowledge. Feeling increasingly flustered under their scrutiny, Liu Ye thought, "Surely, they don't believe I know everything." However, he realized that, in fact, he did possess some knowledge on the subject. Maiden Gorge is home to a unique statue known as Maiden Rock. According to ancient lore, over 2,000 years ago, a maiden awaited the return of her beloved who had gone to war. Alas, he never returned, and she remained by the sea, eternally waiting, ultimately transforming into this statue. Each summer, the port of Maiden Gorge hosts a festival, attracting travelers from far and wide. During this festival, exclusive treasures from the local maiden shrine, including revered paintings dating back over 2,000 years, are showcased. The festivities continue until the conclusion of the Ghost Festival, culminating in a grand dance on the night of the final day. "Wow, Liu Ye, you truly are well informed," Kona praised. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Liu Ye responded with unabashed confidence. In truth, Liu Ye had omitted a detail. There was a mischievous Jengar that delighted in playing tricks, masquerading as the maiden's spirit to frighten passers-by. It would emerge during the Ghost Festival, ensuring that the legend would not be forgotten. However, this information was derived from Liu Ye's previous life through animations, and he was uncertain of the specifics. "I propose we find a place to rest. Given that the festival is tomorrow evening," Liu Ye suggested, seemingly eager to depart the area. The three women readily agreed, nodding in unison. Liu Ye's inclination to leave stemmed from a sense of discomfort he felt since arriving in Maiden Gorge. It was as if he were being observed by an unseen presence, a feeling that persisted despite his searches yielding no evidence of any onlookers. Even when he utilized his aura abilities to sense the environment, he found nothing amiss. Initially, he suspected it could be the 1,000-year-old Jengar, but a thorough scan revealed no trace of it. Experiencing this for the first time, Liu Ye began to doubt his own senses. Fortunately, the sensation soon dissipated. Otherwise, he feared he would miss the enjoyment of the festival. As dusk approached, Liu Ye and his companions secured accommodation at a nearby hotel and retired for the night. The following day, Liu Ye observed that Cynthia, Naji, and Kona appeared particularly excited, donning beautiful garments and dresses. Even Naji wore the outfit Liu Ye had previously purchased for her. Curiosity piqued, Liu Ye inquired, "What is going on with you three? You seem so thrilled and elegantly dressed." "Today is the festival. Of course we're excited," Kona replied. Sharona and Naji nodded in agreement, conveying their excitement. In the afternoon, Liu Ye led the group of girls to a dock, the very site of the summer festival fair, along a street specially designated for the festivities. People adorned in splendid attire strolled about, their faces illuminated by joyful smiles. Vendors called out to customers, and the most anticipated attractions of the festival were undoubtedly the myriad stalls brimming with delectable treats. What astonished Liu Ye the most was the sheer number of ice cream stands present. Observing the now-vanished Sharona beside him, Liu Ye wore an expression of utter despair. In front of the ice cream stand, Sharona bit her finger, murmuring softly to herself, "Which is more delicious, the milk flavor or the chocolate? Oh, the vanilla seems delightful too, and that mango flavor looks so tempting." Sharona hesitated before the ice cream stall. Watching her adorable demeanor, Liu Ye couldn't help but reflect. If only the fans and admirers of Sharona from the Sinnoh region could witness this, they would surely go wild. Kona was somewhat taken aback by Sharona's display, not expecting the Sinnoh League champion to possess such a charming side. "Has Sharona always been like this?" Kona inquired of Naji. "I don't know," Naji replied, shaking her head in surprise, revealing her lack of understanding. Liu Ye interjected, "No, Sharona only behaves this way in the presence of ice cream. I refer to this as ice cream selection anxiety." However, Liu Ye did not allow Sharona to deliberate for too long, for the previous incident at the ice cream shop in Golden City was still fresh in his memory. He had vowed never to let such a situation arise again. Though no significant loss would ensue, the embarrassment was palpable. After all, one cannot simply dismiss the notion that if one is not embarrassed, it is others who feel the awkwardness. Liu Ye, after all, was a person of some stature. Thus, Liu Ye approached Sharona and proclaimed, "Boss, one of each. Milk, chocolate, mango, and vanilla." Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, Sharona's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, exclaiming, "Wow, Liu Ye, are these all for me?" Liu Ye gently patted Sharona's head, to which she feigned a pained reaction, covering her head and squeezing out a few tears, playfully saying, "Hey, what was that for?" Liu Ye, seeing through her act, replied, "What are you thinking? Not everything is for you. The vanilla one is yours, while the rest are for me, Naji, and Kona." He then handed the vanilla ice cream to Sharona. Though not all of the ice cream was for her, Sharona felt a tinge of disappointment. However, as long as she had ice cream, nothing else mattered, and upon receiving it, her face lit up with joy, a brightness that even a monkey could not rival. Following that, Liu Ye handed the milk-flavored ice cream to Naji, the chocolate one to Kona, and kept the mango flavor for himself. Liu Ye had always relished mangoes in his past life, as they were truly delightful. As the group continued to explore the fair, Liu Ye also purchased various small gifts for Sharona, Naji, and Kona, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and more, though the majority of purchases were culinary delights. Liu Ye had not previously noticed, but now realized that Sharona and her companions were quite the foodies. As they wandered, evening fell, and Liu Ye pondered whether Gaisai would make an appearance tonight. He also felt an elusive gaze upon him. At that moment, the four were aimlessly meandering through the festival grounds when an aged voice called from behind, "Excuse me, may I have a moment?" Turning around, they were met by a wrinkled, white-haired old woman. "May I ask what you need?" Sharona instinctively inquired. Liu Ye, however, remained silent, possessing the power of aura that allowed him to see through any deception or trickery. Thus, he instantly recognized this as Gaisai, the talking specter from the original story, whom he intended to capture. This specter not only possessed the ability to speak, but also wielded a hypnosis technique capable of influencing brain waves, creating illusions. Just as it was now, everyone except Liu Ye was enchanted by Gaisai's hypnosis, rendering the specter in the guise of a frail, old woman. Even Naji, endowed with supernatural abilities, perceived the specter as merely an elderly lady. System, check Gaisai's attributes. Liu Ye was curious about Gaisai's characteristics. Name, Gaisai, mutated variant. Gender, male level, 80, champion peak. Type, ghost poison ability. Levitate friendship, 70 base stats. 320, mutated variant. Potential, tier 3 divine skills. Hypnosis, nightshade. Shadow ball, dark pulse. Dream eater held item. Everstone evaluation. A Gaisai that has lived for over 1,000 years, it has undergone mutation, gaining the ability to speak and knowledge about humanity. Due to holding an Everstone, it has never evolved. Removing the Everstone would result in immediate evolution into Genghis. Before Liu Ye could speak, the old woman stepped closer, observing him and inquiring softly, "Young man, your relationship with these young ladies seems rather extraordinary." "Indeed, they are all my wives," Liu Ye declared proudly. Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, Naji and Kona blushed, though curiously, neither refuted his claim. Gaisai was taken aback by Liu Ye's statement, unable to suppress a thumbs up in admiration. "Impressive. You could say I'm quite remarkable, right, Mr. Gaisai?" Liu Ye directly exposed the specter. "What did you say, Gaisai? Isn't that a fairy?" Gaisai was caught off guard by Liu Ye's sudden revelation. "Stop pretending, Gaisai. Your hypnosis won't work on me," Liu Ye stated nonchalantly. "Well, since you've seen through me, I suppose I won't need to concoct any more lies." Gaisai replied indifferently. Following that, Gaisai released the hypnosis on Sharona and her companions, but maintained it on others, for Gaisai was, after all, a discreet specter. Sharona and her friends were startled by Gaisai's sudden revelation. Kona, puzzled, asked, "Wasn't there an old woman just now? How did she turn into Gaisai?" "That old woman was Gaisai in disguise. You all fell victim to Gaisai's hypnosis," Liu Ye explained. At that moment, Gaisai suddenly appeared before Naji, smiling brightly. "Hello there, young lady." Naji remained silent and promptly used her psychic powers to send Gaisai flying. Gaisai cried out in pain, muttering, "Have the young girls of today become this formidable?" Liu Ye abruptly pulled Gui's over, exclaiming, "All right, Guis, cease your antics. Very well. Now, may I regale you with a tale?" Guis acquiesced. "Follow me." Without a hint of suspicion, Liu Ye trailed after Guis, with Sharona and the other two young women closely following suit. Before long, the group arrived at their destination. They stood atop the dock, where the moonlit sea shimmered with dancing waves, the sounds of crashing surf intertwining harmoniously. In the distance, a humanoid rock formation loomed. Scarred by the passage of time, its features now blurred and indistinct. The girl depicted in the stone seemed to be in a posture of prayer, evoking a heart-wrenching sorrow. An aura of melancholic yearning enveloped the statue, etching it into the memories of all who beheld it. As Liu Ye approached the statue, the weight of emotions grew heavier within him, amplifying his inner turmoil. Gui's came to a halt and said, "Now, allow me to share a story with you. 2,000 years ago, there was a girl, innocent and kind, beautiful and gracious. One day, she was to be wed, yet on the eve of her wedding, her fiancé was conscripted to war and departed the town by ship. Before leaving, he promised to return." Chapter 67, Wan Ling. A happy reunion. 2,000 years ago, a girl named Wan Ling existed. She was innocent, kind, and strikingly beautiful. On the eve of her wedding, her betrothed was called to war and set sail from the town. He vowed he would return. The girl never forgot his promise, waiting for him through 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, a lifetime. She waited her entire life, but he never returned. As Gui's recounted the tale of the young girl, Liu Ye felt an inexplicable intensification of his own pain. The anguish compelled him to cry out, startling Sharona and her companions, who hurried to his side. "Liu Ye, what is it? Are you unwell? Please, do not frighten me." Sharona inquired anxiously, while Naz and Kona regarded him with concerned expressions. Only Gui's, lingering behind them, bore a contemplative look, as if pondering something profound. At that moment, a voice echoed in Liu Ye's mind, granting him a fleeting clarity. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden achievement, the girl's story. You have uncovered the tale of the girl and the statue. Task completion rewards. Sealed Memory X1, 2,000 points. Life Gem X1, original, unrelated to Arceus." Soon, Liu Ye absorbed this sealed memory, which revealed his past life. The pain within him began to ease, for he realized that he was the girl's husband from a previous existence. No wonder he felt a sense of heartache upon arriving at the girl's gorge, especially when nearing the statue. He now understood the sensation of being watched yesterday and recognized the observer. Rising slowly, he shook his head and reassured, "I am fine. There is no need for concern." Gui's floated closer to Liu Ye, remarking, "It appears you comprehend everything." Liu Ye nodded, responding, "Indeed, it has all come back to me. I am the man who never fulfilled his promise." The three girls gasped in astonishment. "What is happening?" Kona asked, perplexed. Liu Ye hesitated before responding to Kona. Instead, turning to Gui's, "Is she still alive?" Gui's nodded, then shook his head, replying, "She passed away 2,000 years ago." Pausing, Gui's fixed his gaze on Liu Ye, as if seeking to witness his pain. However, Liu Ye maintained a calm demeanor. At that moment, a raven flew overhead, cawing loudly, plunging the scene into an awkward silence. Seeing this, Gui's resumed. To be precise, her physical body perished, yet her soul remains sealed within that statue. Liu Ye inquired once more, "Is there any way to resurrect her?" He believed the life gem he had just received held significance. Indeed, only the life gem can restore her, but it has been lost for many years. Before Gui's could elaborate further, his eyes fixated on the green gem Liu Ye had just produced, causing his mouth to widen in astonishment. This is the life gem." "Indeed," Liu Ye affirmed. "Where did you acquire it?" Gui's asked, curiosity piqued. Liu Ye ignored Gui's question, instead asking, "How is the life gem used?" Gui's, feeling disrespected by Liu Ye's disregard, nonetheless responded, "Simply hold the life gem close to the statue." Liu Ye complied, approaching the girl's statue with the gem in hand. He watched as the green life energy emanating from the gem visibly flowed towards the statue. Soon, the energy was completely absorbed, and the statue began to take on a lifelike appearance. Upon closer inspection, her features were exquisitely detailed, her expression laden with deep yearning. Despite the tumultuous winds and rains swirling around her, her face remained a portrait of sorrow and hope. Finally, the girl gradually transformed into her human form, and her first act upon resurrection was to embrace Liu Ye, exclaiming, "I have missed you so much." Without hesitation, Liu Ye reciprocated the embrace of the girl who had waited 2 millennia for him, saying, "I am sorry, I have returned." Upon hearing his words, tears welled up in the girl's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Sharona, Naz, and Kona silently watched the heartfelt reunion, their own tears flowing freely. In that moment, they comprehended the poignant story shared between Liu Ye and Wan Ling, and rather than feeling jealousy, Sharona felt a profound sense of blessing for the couple. Afterward, Liu Ye brought Wan Ling before the 3 girls, stating, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Wan Ling." He hesitated, uncertain how to present her. Sharona nodded, saying, "We already know, no need for further introductions. Sister Wanling, from now on, we shall be good friends. She took Wanling's hand joyfully. Thank you for accepting me, Wanling replied, her excitement palpable. Despite having been sealed within the statue, she retained awareness of Liu Ye's relationship with Sharona. Liu Ye reassured the three girls and then turned to Guiz, stating, Guiz, I wish to recruit you. Come with me. Guiz hesitated at Liu Ye's request. Guiz, you have spent 2,000 years here to ensure that Wanling is remembered. Now that your task is complete, why not explore the world beyond with me? Liu Ye proposed. Determined, Guiz declared, very well. Upon hearing Guiz's agreement, Liu Ye produced a pokeball and captured Guiz, promptly releasing him once more. As Guiz emerged, he exclaimed, Wow, Liu Ye, your little world is simply magnificent. Indeed. By the way, Guiz, do you happen to be carrying an Everstone? Liu Ye suddenly inquired. Everstone? Is this what you're referring to? Guiz replied, slightly puzzled, as he spat out a beautiful stone. Precisely. This is the Everstone, and carrying it will prevent you from evolving. Liu Ye stated. Guiz's expression morphed into one of shock as he exclaimed, What? This is the culprit that has hindered my evolution for over a millennium. With that, Guiz hurled the Everstone he had cherished for years far away. After discarding the Everstone, a radiant white light enveloped Guiz, and within it, he evolved into Guiz Tong. Yet, the light did not dissipate. Soon, it finally faded, revealing not Guiz nor Guiz Tong, but rather Gung Gui. System, check Gung Gui's attributes. Liu Ye was immensely curious about Gung Gui's statistics. Name, Gung Gui, mutated enhancement, gender, male level, 82, early stage of level 3 deity, type, ghost poison ability, cursed body friendship level, 150 base stats, 550, mutated enhancement, potential, level 3 deity skills, perish song, nightshade, shadow ball, dark pulse, destiny bond. Indeed, as a being that had lived for over 2 millennia, Gung Gui's attributes were nothing short of those befitting a king of Gung Gui. Gung Gui, how do you feel? Do you sense an increase in strength? Liu Ye inquired. Gung Gui nodded and replied, Indeed, my power has surpassed that of a champion, reaching the early stage of a level 3 deity. I am now the most formidable Gung Gui in the world, ha ha ha. Initially, Gung Gui spoke quite normally, but as the conversation progressed, it veered off course. Truly, he remained quintessentially Gung Gui, unchanged even after evolution. Liu Ye, exasperated, facepalmed and shook his head. Without further ado, he returned Gung Gui to his pokeball. As he was a person of dignity and could not allow Gung Gui to embarrass him, with matters settled, Liu Ye accompanied Sharona and the others back to rest. He recalled a place called Ziyuan Town, which was relatively close to Young Girl Valley, yet there were no rare Pokemon there in the original storyline. Thus, Liu Ye had no intention of visiting, leaving it for Ash next year. However, upon arriving in the Pokemon world, Liu Ye discovered numerous differences from the animated series, which was to be expected, as this was a tangible realm. For instance, Liu Ye initially aimed to challenge the Tokiwa Gym, being the nearest to him at the time. However, the challenge prerequisites required him to collect the badges from the other 7 gyms in Kanto before he could qualify to challenge the Tokiwa Gym. Otherwise, the dashing readers would undoubtedly question why Liu Ye did not immediately challenge the Tokiwa Gym. It was not that he did not desire to, but rather that he was not yet worthy, or more accurately, lacked the qualifications. The following day, Liu Ye resolved to take Sharona and the 4 ladies to Rainbow City, a city nestled in the heart of the Kanto region, known as one of the largest cities in the area, second only to the grand metropolis of Kinjin City to the east. The most renowned attraction in Rainbow City was not the Rainbow Gym, but rather the Rainbow City department store. Liu Ye, familiar with the storyline, was aware of the Team Rocket base hidden beneath the arcade in Rainbow City, with the grand prize being a Dragonair. Upon hearing Liu Ye's plan to visit Rainbow City, Sharona, Nashi, and Kona's eyes sparkled with excitement. Being a major city in Kanto, they had certainly heard of it. Rainbow City was particularly famous for its perfume and fashion industries, earning it the moniker of paradise for women. Although Sharona hailed from the Sinnoh region, she was still well acquainted with the world's largest perfume city. Wang Ling glanced at the excited trio of Sharona. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Noticing Wang Ling's bewilderment, Sharona took the time to explain the basic details of Rainbow City, particularly regarding fashion and perfume. After her revival, Wang Ling had no other clothing and had been wearing Sharona's garments, making her in dire need of new attire. Despite being from over 2,000 years ago, Wang Ling, as a woman, possessed an inherent fondness for clothing and perfume. Then it's settled. Our destination is Rainbow City, and all expenses will be on me, Kona declared with a resounding slap of her hand. Shouldn't you ask for my opinion? Liu Ye timidly raised his hand. Suddenly, he felt 4 piercing glares directed at him, causing him to tremble in fear. What, do you have objections? Sharona's icy voice reached Liu Ye's ears. And no, Liu Ye hastily replied. In the afternoon, the group arrived in Rainbow City, whereupon Sharona and the others eagerly dragged Liu Ye towards the Rainbow City department store. The department store towered as the tallest building in Rainbow City and was the largest shopping complex in both the Kanto and Chengdu regions. Located in the northwest corner of the city, the store featured 2 automatic doors for entry and boasted multiple floors. In front of the grand building stood a decorative fountain. After exploring, Liu Ye discovered that the first floor primarily sold clothing and cosmetics for humans. The second floor catered to trainers with various high-quality items, including some move tutors. The fourth floor was dedicated to gift items and evolution stones, while the fifth floor housed a pharmacy offering battle items and certain nutritional drinks, as well as clothing for Pokémon. The rooftop featured outdoor dining tables and vending machines. After perusing the second to sixth floors, the primary focus of the 4 ladies remained on the first floor. After a long afternoon of shopping, even Liu Ye's super rookie constitution succumbed to fatigue, as he incessantly voiced his desire to return and rest. Yet, under the pressure of the 4 women, he ultimately chose to yield. Liu Ye muttered, honestly, I'm just a good man who doesn't quarrel with women. Only by nightfall did the 4 ladies begin to feel weary, with Liu Ye trailing behind them. Accompanied by his Pokémon, the fierce Gyarados, the ancient Dragonite, the Charizard, and the Bagon. A commonality among them was the multitude of shopping bags they each carried. Without these Pokémon, Liu Ye was certain he might have perished in the frenzy of shopping. Upon returning to their lodging, Liu Ye set down the items the 4 ladies had purchased before suggesting, the arcade in Rainbow City is particularly lively. How about I take you all there tonight? However, Liu Ye's earnest suggestion was met with the 4 ladies' merciless refusals. Do not ask, they were simply too tired to move. Liu Ye expressed his exasperation and conceded. Then we shall go tomorrow. All right. Sharona, Kona, Nashi, and Wang Ling languidly sprawled on the sofa, offering half-hearted affirmations. Liu Ye's expression soured as he internally lamented. I am truly exasperated with you few. Chapter 69, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Rainbow Gym. Cynthia, Kona, Natsum, and Wanling languidly reclined on the sofa, responding with feigned enthusiasm. Liu Ye, with a furrowed brow, silently lamented. I am utterly astounded by you few. As evening fell, the 4 women retreated to their respective chambers, leaving Liu Ye once again isolated. Having spent several nights alone, as a fervent protagonist, Liu Ye could not simply acquiesce to this. Therefore, under the cover of night, he stealthily entered Cynthia's room. Upon gazing at the peacefully slumbering Cynthia, he disregarded all caution and boldly proceeded. It was only when Cynthia let out a pained cry that Liu Ye sensed something amiss. Switching on the bedside lamp, he was shocked to discover that it was not Cynthia, but rather Wanling. Wanling, Liu Ye exclaimed in astonishment. However, with the sword drawn, there was no turning back, so Liu Ye continued. A night devoid of further conversation ensued. At the break of dawn, Liu Ye awoke, inadvertently rousing Wanling from her slumber. She slowly opened her large, watery eyes to gaze at him. Seeing Wanling awake, Liu Ye uttered, I am sorry, Wanling, Before he could finish, Wanling interrupted him, saying, It is all right, Liu Ye, I consented willingly. Besides, I have always been your wife, 2,000 years ago and now. I remain so. Touched by Wanling's heartfelt words, Liu Ye embraced her, assuring, Wanling, rest assured, I shall never betray you in this lifetime. Wanling nodded in agreement. I shall take my leave now, to prepare breakfast for you all, Liu Ye declared. With Wanling's consent, he exited the room. After preparing breakfast, Cynthia, Natsum, and Kona emerged from their chambers. Upon seeing the 3 women, Liu Ye exclaimed, You are awake. Come and partake in breakfast. Kona, having never witnessed Liu Ye's culinary skills, was taken aback that such a formidable man could also cook, exclaiming, Liu Ye, I did not expect you to possess such talent in the kitchen. It looks quite promising. I wonder how it tastes. Liu Ye humbly replied, Of course. Try it, and you shall discover its flavor. At that moment, Cynthia noticed a missing figure and inquired, Where's Wanling? I recall that she never takes afternoon naps. Wanling should still be asleep, Liu Ye responded. As the conversation continued, Wanling emerged from her room. Limping slightly, the 3 women, especially Cynthia, observed Wanling's gait intently, their stares making Liu Ye quite uncomfortable. You all should hurry and eat, so we can head to the Rainbow Gym afterward, Liu Ye suggested. What purpose do we have at the Rainbow Gym? Natsum queried. Are you not aware that the most renowned perfumer in Rainbow City is the gym leader, Li Jia? Liu Ye retorted. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go at once. Cynthia and the others chimed in unison, with even Wanling expressing her desire to accompany them. Reluctantly, Liu Ye discreetly used his power to heal Wanling. Subsequently, Liu Ye led Cynthia and the 4 women to the Rainbow Gym, where gym leader Li Jia was present. Upon entering, the system's voice resonated. Ding. A series of tasks has been issued. 5. Challenge the Rainbow Gym. Completion rewards. 3,000 points. 500, 000 league coins. 1 shiny potion. Task failure. No penalties. System, what is a shiny potion? Liu Ye pondered, as he had no recollection of such an item. The shiny potion is an original creation of the system, allowing an ordinary Pokemon to transform into a shiny Pokemon. The system clarified. Does the shiny potion provide any benefits to the Pokemon? Liu Ye inquired. None whatsoever. The shiny potion does not grant any attribute enhancements to the Pokemon. What use is that then? Liu Ye scoffed. Ding. The host may choose to decline or not complete the task. The system, hearing Liu Ye's remarks, grew irritable. Why would I refuse something I earned by my own merit? You shall not reclaim it, system. Liu Ye quickly retorted. At that moment, Liu Ye's mind began to conjure images of the shiny versions of all his Pokemon, contemplating. A green bulky one? Pass. A white-haired Jengar? Pass. Wait. This one seems promising. Meanwhile, upon seeing Liu Ye and his entourage of striking individuals enter, Li Jia greeted. Hello. Welcome to the Rainbow Gym. I am Li Jia, the gym leader. However, as Liu Ye and Cynthia approached, Li Jia gasped. Huh? You are the Sinnoh League champion, Miss Cynthia, the Ice Master, Miss Kona, and the Golden Gym leader, Miss Natsum. Cynthia and the others nodded in acknowledgement and greeted Li Jia. Hello, gym leader Li Jia. You may simply call us by our names. No need for such formality. Very well. So, Cynthia, are you all here to visit the gym? Li Jia inquired curiously, recognizing the high status of her guests, especially Liu Ye, who traveled alongside the illustrious Cynthia. We are here to purchase perfume, while he, on the other hand, intends to challenge the gym. Cynthia replied, gesturing towards Liu Ye. I see. Then let Xiaomei guide you through my perfume shop, while I accept this gentleman's challenge. Li Jia announced. Xiaomei, please show Cynthia and her companions around my perfume shop. Xiaomei, an apprentice at the Rainbow Gym, nodded and addressed Cynthia and the others. Champion Cynthia, Master Kona, Leader Natsum, and this young lady, please follow me. Certainly, no problem, Cynthia affirmed. Subsequently, the 4 women ventured into Li Jia's perfume shop, with all expenses covered by Liu Ye. Liu Ye, I did not wish for this. Li Jia then led Liu Ye to the battle arena of the Rainbow Gym, stating, Sir, we shall commence now. Gym leader Li Jia, I am Liu Ye. You may simply address me as Liu Ye. Liu Ye replied, Very well, Liu Ye. The gym rules are 3 versus 3, with me releasing my Pokemon first. The challenger may switch Pokemon mid-battle, but the gym leader may not. Li Jia explained the challenge rules. Liu Ye nodded in understanding, having become well acquainted with the rules through numerous gym challenges. Now let us begin the battle. Li Jia proclaimed. Come forth, Vine Whip. Li Jia summoned her Pokemon, a Vine Whip. Although Li Jia was a woman of beauty, Liu Ye felt no compunction and chose to unleash his Charizard. Come forth, Charizard. Liu Ye commanded. Name, Vine Whip. Gender, female. Level, 41, elite beginner. Type, grass. Ability, chlorophyll. Affection, 50. Base stats, 435. Potential, near champion. Skills, super absorb, Vine Whip, ultimate absorb, sleep powder, body slam. At this moment, Liu Ye's Charizard, having gained considerable experience in the Pokemon world, has reached level 54, boasting the strength of a mid-tier champion. Attribute advantage? I shall not be so easily defeated. Li Jia murmured. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Liu Ye initiated with a powerful move. Vine Whip, quickly evade, and use Sleep Powder. Li Jia commanded. Upon seeing the Vine Whip deploy Sleep Powder, Liu Ye instantly ordered, Charizard, take to the skies and intensify your Flamethrower. Just as the first Flamethrower was narrowly avoided, the second surged forth, overwhelming the Vine Whip with its sheer power. The effectiveness was remarkable. The Vine Whip succumbed to the flames. Yet Charizard's fire was no ordinary blaze. It was the sacred fire enhanced by the Phoenix Feather. Consequently, even though the Vine Whip lost its ability to battle, the flames did not extinguish. This caused Li Jia to panic, exclaiming, Vine Whip, hold on. Recognizing the dire situation, Liu Ye released his Ancient Dragonite, urgently stating, Ancient Dragonite. Summon rain. Soon, the rain conjured by the Ancient Dragonite doused the flames. Retrieving the Ancient Dragonite, Liu Ye apologized to Li Jia. I'm sorry. I didn't consider the consequences. It's all right. Injuries are a natural part of battle. Li Jia replied, shaking her head to indicate there was no need for concern. Liu Ye then suggested, "Why don't you release the Vine Whip? I can treat it." "Huh? You can heal Pokemon?" Li Jia exclaimed in surprise. "I possess the power of the Everlasting Oak, enabling me to easily mend the wounds of Pokemon," Liu Ye elucidated. As a gym leader from the Kanto region, Li Jia was familiar with the Everlasting Oak and nodded, releasing the Vine Whip. After Liu Ye's healing with the Everlasting Oak, the Vine Whip's burns from the sacred fire were mostly healed. Retrieving the Vine Whip, Li Jia expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Liu Ye. No need for thanks. This was my oversight," Liu Ye responded. Subsequently, Li Jia sent forth her second Pokemon. "Come forth, Pewter." Name, Pewter. Gender, male. Level, 48, elite late stage. Type, grass poison. Ability, chlorophyll. Friendship, 50 base stats, 390 potential, mid-tier champion skills, stun spore, sleep powder, sweet scent. Leaf blade, liquidation. Having learned from the previous encounter, Liu Ye deemed it necessary to exercise caution and commanded, "Charizard, utilize Dragon Rage." Charizard let out a mighty roar, rapidly condensing a colossal energy sphere before charging towards Pewter. Sensing Charizard's formidable strength, Li Jia understood Pewter could not withstand this Dragon Rage. Even if it attempted to absorb the blow, it would be gravely injured. "Pewter, use agility to dodge Dragon Rage, then employ Leaf Blade," Li Jia urgently instructed. Pewter evaded the Dragon Rage and launched Leaf Blade at Charizard, who, however, disdainfully chose not to evade, effortlessly blocking the attack with its forelimbs. Liu Ye ordered, "Charizard, charge forward and use Dragon Claw." "What?" "Pewter, deploy Sleep Powder," Li Jia responded. Once again, this tactic. Liu Ye grew frustrated with the Sleep Powder and reluctantly instructed, "Charizard, dodge it and unleash Overheat." Charizard swiftly evaded the Sleep Powder, darted behind Pewter, and executed a powerful Overheat, incapacitating Pewter. Pewter fell to the ground, emitting smoke, its eyes swirling in defeat. "Is this still not enough?" Li Jia muttered softly. Retrieving Pewter, she remarked, "You've worked hard, Pewter. Now it's your turn. Come forth, Gloom." Name, Gloom. Gender, female. Level, 55, mid-tier champion. Type, grass poison. Ability, chlorophyll. Friendship, 50 base stats, 395 potential, champion skills, ultimate absorb, moonlight, grassy terrain, petal dance, solar beam. Gloom. I recall this as Li Jia's favorite Pokemon. Liu Ye thought to himself. Many of Li Jia's perfume ingredients are likely derived from Gloom. "Charizard, are you still good to go?" Liu Ye inquired, looking at Charizard. Charizard nodded, thumping its chest with a claw, signaling confidence. "Very well, Charizard, execute a barrage of Ember," Liu Ye commanded. Ember, as the name suggests, entails a continuous application of the Ember skill, albeit with reduced power compared to Flamethrower. Charizard complied, unleashing a series of over 10 embers towards Gloom. Li Jia hastily ordered, "Gloom, release Stink." "What?" Liu Ye exclaimed, bewildered. At that moment, an overwhelming stench pervaded the arena, prompting Liu Ye to employ the Everlasting Oak to resist, inwardly lamenting, "Indeed, girls can be quite crafty, especially the attractive ones. They play dirty." Charizard was practically knocked down by the foul odor, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. It seemed the only option was to conclude the battle swiftly. Liu Ye resolved, "Charizard, pull yourself together, take to the skies, flap your wings rapidly to disperse the gas, and then attack with Dragon Claw. Gloom, don't give Charizard the chance. Use Solar Beam," Li Jia commanded. Just as Gloom's Solar Beam was about to strike Charizard, it suddenly soared into the air, evading the attack. Following Liu Ye's command, it quickly lunged at Gloom, landing a decisive Dragon Claw. Gloom was sent flying. Perhaps still irked by the earlier foul odor, Charizard continued to strike several more times, rendering Gloom unable to battle, its eyes swirling in defeat. Li Jia recalled Gloom and presented Liu Ye with the Rainbow Badge, saying, "Here, your Rainbow Badge." "Thank you." Liu Ye accepted the badge gratefully. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the consecutive task. 5. Challenge Rainbow Gym. Task completion rewards, 3,000 points, 500,000 Alliance coins, 1 shiny potion." After claiming the rewards, Liu Ye began contemplating whom to bestow the shiny potion upon. But regardless of whom it was intended for, he immediately dismissed the notion of giving it to Green Fatty. "Well then, let me take you to visit my perfume shop," Li Jia suggested. "Sure." Liu Ye nodded, primarily eager to see how much merchandise Sharona and her companions had squandered. After all, he was the one footing the bill. Liu Ye followed Rika to the perfume shop, which was conveniently located just across the street from the Rainbow Dojo, adorned with a refreshing and innovative decor. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by an overwhelming fragrance that instantly uplifted his spirits. Within the shop, Liu Ye spotted Cynthia, Natsumi, Kona, and Wanling, who were immersed in choosing their perfumes. Liu Ye approached them and inquired, "So, have you all made your selections?" Upon hearing Liu Ye's voice, the four women turned simultaneously. And upon recognizing him, Kona asked, "Have you completed your challenge?" "Yes." Liu Ye nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Rika joined them from behind Liu Ye, exclaiming, "Liu Ye is incredible. He defeated me with just one Charizard." "Oh, Liu Ye, why didn't you show any mercy this time?" Cynthia inquired, intrigued by Rika's comment. Liu Ye was momentarily taken aback by Cynthia's question. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly explained, "In Pokemon battles, engaging earnestly is the greatest respect one can offer to the opponent." Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, the four women nodded in agreement, seemingly resonating with his perspective. "Well, let's set that aside for now. Have you found anything you like?" Liu Ye asked. The four women nodded, indicating that they had made their choices. Observing that each of them held a single bottle of perfume rather than the multiple bottles he had envisioned, Liu Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, what a delightful surprise to save some money. Where else could one find such wonderful girls? Is that all? Liu Ye pointed at the perfumes in their hands, inquiring once more. Yes, the four women affirmed. Just 4 bottles of perfume. How much could that possibly cost? Liu Ye mused. All right, I'll buy them, Liu Ye declared with a flourish. Rika regarded the perfumes in the women's hands and praised. Cynthia, you all have exquisite taste. These 4 bottles are the pride of our shop and the finest perfumes we offer. Upon hearing Rika's words, an unsettling feeling gripped Liu Ye, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Rika continued, the prices for these 4 bottles are nearly identical, totaling 4,085 for 110 alliance coins. However, I'll round it down to 4,000,000 alliance coins for you. As she spoke, she tapped on her calculator to arrive at the precise figure. I knew it. I knew it. Liu Ye thought furiously to himself. I wondered why Cynthia and the others only bought 1 bottle. I initially thought they were considering my finances, only to find this waiting for me. With no alternative, Liu Ye reluctantly produced his alliance bank card, allowing Rika to process the payment. Subsequently, Cynthia and her companions exited the perfume shop, each clutching their favored fragrance, while Liu Ye trailed behind. Rika stood at the entrance, bidding them farewell. We look forward to your next visit. Yes, we certainly will, the 4 women replied in unison. As for Liu Ye, his inner thoughts were tumultuous. Whoever wants to come can come. Today, even if I were to leap from here and be reprimanded by Groudon, I would not return. Liu Ye always keeps his word. Noticing Liu Ye lost in thought, Cynthia nudged him. Hey, Liu Ye, don't you agree? Huh? Yes, yes. Liu Ye hastily nodded, his survival instincts kicking in. Fortunately, Liu Ye's salary was substantial, supplemented by the system's lottery compensation. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits today. As Liu Ye walked behind Cynthia and her friends, his expression was one of contemplation. Cynthia turned to him, and Liu Ye's demeanor shifted instantly. What is wrong, Natsumi? He inquired with a beaming smile. Nothing, just felt you were acting a bit strange. Cynthia observed with a hint of suspicion. Not at all. I'm perfectly normal. Liu Ye feigned calmness in his explanation. Cynthia, not pressing further, resumed her conversation with Natsumi and the others. Liu Ye exhaled a long breath. The 4 women wished to continue shopping, but Liu Ye was disinterested, so he concocted an excuse. You all go ahead. I just remembered an urgent matter to attend to in the alliance, so I'll head back first. The 4 women, aware of Liu Ye's identity, accepted his explanation without doubt. After that, Liu Ye quickly returned to his residence and retrieved the shiny potion he had just received as a reward from the system. After some thought, he ultimately decided to use the shiny potion on Jengar. After all, a white Jengar looked exceedingly stylish. Although Liu Ye did not yet possess the Mega Evolution Stone for Jengar, he believed that with effort, he would surely obtain it, along with bread and milk. Come forth, Jengar. Liu Ye summoned Jengar. Without hesitation, he directed the system to apply the shiny potion to Jengar. Before Jengar could comprehend the situation, its entire form transformed to a brilliant white. Ah! Jengar exclaimed in surprise, realizing its transformation. Liu Ye, slightly annoyed by Jengar's outburst, delivered a swift punch that sent Jengar flying. Ouch! Liu Ye, what are you doing? The irked Jengar rebuked him. What do you mean, what am I doing? Why were you shouting for no reason? Liu Ye retorted. I was merely taken aback by how handsome I look now. Jengar replied, without a hint of shame. You have no idea, I've always wanted to. Jengar continued, embarking on a lengthy monologue. However, Liu Ye paid little attention, as Jengar was, after all, a ghost-type Pokemon, an entity known for its incessant chatter. After Jengar concluded its soliloquy, it noticed Liu Ye gazing at it with an intense expression, causing Jengar to recoil in alarm. What are you planning? I assure you, I, Jengar, am a respectable being. No, a Pokemon. Liu Ye, unperturbed, simply asked, are you finished? Yes, I'm done, Jengar replied, swallowing hard. Seizing the moment when Jengar was distracted, Liu Ye swiftly tossed a Pokeball, returning Jengar to the Pokemon world. He then followed suit into the Pokemon realm. Liu Ye summoned his elite Pokemon, including Latios, Latias, and Darkrai, and presented Jengar before them, declaring, give him a beating. Just don't knock him out. Naturally, Liu Ye's command was not to be disobeyed, especially as Jengar had frequently played pranks and harassed them since arriving in the Pokemon world. Thus, the opportunity for retribution was welcomed with open arms. Liu Ye uttered these words and departed, followed by the incessant cries of the shimmering Gung-Gui from the miniature world. It was said that the white Gung-Gui transformed back into its darker form. Fortunately, the fairy realm possessed healing abilities. Otherwise, the situation would have been utterly tragic. Meanwhile, the four ladies, including Sharona, were perusing the shops when Naji's stomach unexpectedly growled. Naji, are you hungry? Sharona inquired. A little, Naji nodded in response. Kona checked the time and suggested, unknowingly, we've been shopping for an entire afternoon. How about we head out for a meal? But what about Liu Ye? Wanling whispered. He's a grown man. He knows what to do. Let's focus on enjoying ourselves today. Kona replied nonchalantly. What shall we eat? Naji asked. Indeed. We've tried all the good restaurants lately. I wish to savor something different, Sharona murmured. Upon hearing Naji's question, Kona pondered for a moment and proposed. How about we try a street barbecue? Street barbecue? Wanling questioned, puzzled. Yes, the kind you find on the roadside. It's delicious, Kona exclaimed. As for Sharona and Naji, one was the esteemed heiress of the Temple clan and the champion of the Sinnoh League, while the other was the gym leader of the Goldenrod Gym. Naturally, neither of them would be inclined to indulge in street food. In truth, Kona had never tried it either. However, having observed others enjoying it, she yearned to experience it herself. Previously, her status had prevented her from pursuing this small desire. Now, the opportunity presented itself, and she dragged Sharona, Naji, and Wanling along with her. Isn't it unhygienic? Sharona murmured. Who cares about cleanliness if it tastes good? That's all that matters, Kona declared confidently. All right, let us not dawdle. We should hurry, or we might miss out on seats. Street barbecues are quite popular, Kona urged, nudging Sharona and the others to move quickly. The four ladies found a seemingly clean street barbecue stall and settled into their seats. Upon seeing four stunning beauties at the stall, the patrons, particularly the male ones, were left in awe. Wow, I never expected such beauties to dine at a street barbecue, someone exclaimed. Isn't this simply divine? If anyone dares claim that beauties are above earthly pleasures, I shall take issue with them. Thus, Kona perused the menu and ordered several skewers of barbecue, which arrived promptly. Sharona and the others eagerly grabbed a skewer each, taking a bite and exclaiming in unison, wow, this is delicious. Isn't it splendid? Truly delightful, Kona said proudly. At that moment, a group of intimidating-looking individuals entered the barbecue stall. The leader, upon entering, approached the owner with an arrogant demeanor, stating, Hey, Boss Wong, when are you going to pay this month's protection fee? Long ago. As you can see, my business has not been thriving lately. Could you grant me a few more days? Boss Wong pleaded. Upon hearing this request, Long Gu became furious, retorting, a few more days? I've already given you a grace period. You wouldn't want your dealings with the neighboring establishment to become public knowledge, would you? Here, Long Gu. This is the protection fee for this month. The extra is for treating you and your brothers to drinks, Boss Wong quickly offered, pulling out a substantial amount of alliance currency and thrusting it into Long Gu's hands. Humph. Boss Wong knows how to handle things. You need not worry. Long Gu's demeanor changed instantly upon receiving the money. Just then, one of Long Gu's lackeys approached him, whispering, Long Gu, look at those chicks over there. They're truly something. Long Gu turned to see the beauties his subordinate mentioned, namely Sharona and her friends. He swaggered over to their table and said flirtatiously, Hello, ladies. How is it that you're out here without any men for protection? It's quite unsafe. Allow me to be your protector. As he reached out to touch Naji's shoulder, she, refusing to comply, swiftly used her psychic powers to hurl Long Gu away. How dare you lay a hand on our Long Gu? One of the lackeys shouted, pointing at Naji and her friends. Brothers, let us avenge Long Gu. The lackey bellowed. Such a swarm of flies. Come forth, Drakazalt, Sharona said with annoyance, releasing her Pokemon. Sharona was aware that Pokemon could not harm humans in the city, as it was illegal, Thus, she refrained from instructing Drakazalt to attack the ruffians. Upon its release, Drakazalt let out a roar, startling Long Gu's lackeys into silence. The group, led by Long Gu, consisted of ordinary individuals who were accustomed to encountering only common Pokémon, such as Caterpie and Pidgey. They had never witnessed the formidable Drakazalt in action. Seeing Sharona summon Drakazalt, Long Gu shouted, "Help! They're using Pokémon to attack us." Upon hearing Long Gu's cry, passers-by instinctively believed his words upon witnessing Drakazalt and the scene of Long Gu and his lackeys sitting on the ground. Thus, Long Gu's shout incited chaos among the crowd. At that moment, Miss Junsha arrived swiftly with the police. As a good Samaritan had already reported the commotion caused by Long Gu and his crew at the barbecue stall. Observing the chaotic scene, Miss Junsha immediately organized personnel to restore order. From the accounts of some individuals, she learned that it was claimed a Pokémon had attacked humans, which prompted the crowd's panic. Miss Junsha hurriedly led her team through the crowd and into the barbecue stall. At this point, aside from Sharona and her friends and a few curious onlookers, the rest had fled in fear. Sharona and her friends continued to leisurely enjoy their barbecue. Long Gu, seated on the ground, spotted Miss Junsha approaching and rushed over, attempting to cling to her leg. However, Miss Junsha deftly sidestepped, causing Long Gu to stumble and fall spectacularly. "I warn you, refrain from any inappropriate actions and simply explain what transpired," Miss Junsha admonished. Subsequently, Long Gu, with tears and snot streaming down his face, recounted his misfortunes and the supposed atrocities committed by Sharona and her friends. "Miss Junsha, it was they who incited their Pokémon to attack us. Quickly, confiscate their Pokémon," Long Gu cried, detailing the alleged misdeeds of Sharona and her friends. As the four ladies observed Long Gu's performance, they couldn't help but comment, "You deserve the Best Actor award. If Liu Ye were here, he would certainly add Oscar to that." Initially, Wanling felt anxious upon seeing the police arrive, but Kona assured her with a calming gesture, reminding her of Sharona and the others' identities, which eased her worries. Miss Junsha approached Sharona and her friends politely, stating, "Ladies, could you please explain what just occurred?" Miss Junsha gazed at the appearances of Sharona and her companions, finding them incongruous with the descriptions provided by Long Gu. Subsequently, Sharona recounted the events that had transpired, and in stark contrast to Long Ji's embellishments, Miss Junsha found Sharona's account credible. They were all fabricating lies. They were deceiving her. At that moment, one of Long Ji's lackeys shouted, "Lies?" Miss Junsha inquired, perplexed. "Miss Junsha, you may inquire with those around you. What we've stated is entirely true," Sharona assured her. Miss Junsha then turned to the owner of the food stall and asked, "Was what this young lady just said true?" "Ah, yes, Mr." Wang was about to nod in affirmation, but upon catching Long Ji's threatening glare, the words were forced back down his throat. Changing his tune, he said, "And no, I distinctly saw these girls initiate the assault on Long Gu, even sending their Pokémon to attack us." "What?" Upon hearing Mr. Wang's statement, Naji was infuriated and was about to reprimand him when Kenna pulled her aside. In truth, the four women had donned masks to obscure their identities, particularly to shield Sharona, Naji, and Kenna from being recognized. Thus, Miss Junsha had not identified them. Miss Junsha then proceeded to question the remaining patrons of the food stall. But under the intimidating gazes of Long Gu and his minions, the responses she received mirrored those of Long Ji's lackey almost identically. Suddenly, a child among the patrons, appearing around 5 or 6 years old, piped up in a childish voice, "Daddy, it was clearly those uncles who tried to touch those sisters. Why won't you tell the truth?" Hearing the child's words, the father hurriedly covered the child's mouth, smiling awkwardly as he explained, "Oh, my little one doesn't understand. He's just babbling nonsense." The child's innocent proclamation left Miss Junsha, already filled with doubt, utterly convinced that Long Gu and his associates were indeed lying. This, she mused, is the essence of human nature. Seeing the situation unfold, Sharona and her companions removed their masks and explained with resignation, "Miss Junsha, given our identities, it would be utterly incongruous for us to engage in conflict with these ruffians." Miss Junsha, illuminated by the light, finally recognized the appearances of Sharona and her friends, exclaiming, "Ah, you are the champion of the Sinnoh League, Miss Sharona, along with champion Kenna and gym leader Naji. How extraordinary to encounter you." Indeed, Sharona and her companions nodded in agreement. Now that the matter is abundantly clear, Miss Junsha declared, approaching Long Gu and his lackeys, "You are hereby under arrest for disturbing public order and for misrepresentation of the situation." Following her farewell to Sharona and the others, Miss Junsha escorted Long Gu and his cohorts back to the police station. After Miss Junsh's departure, Naji could not restrain her curiosity and questioned the liars present. Why did you choose to slander us in support of that long ago? Faced with Naji's inquiry, the onlookers lowered their heads in shame. One could only imagine that had Sharona and her friends been ordinary individuals without status, their fate today would undoubtedly have been far graver than it is now. Mr. Wang sighed deeply and responded, Alas, we didn't wish for this. However, they are the local bullies. Even if they are arrested, they will soon be released without significant charges. If we had spoken on your behalf today, we would undoubtedly face their wrath upon their release, making our lives even more difficult. He paused for a moment before adding, You ladies hold esteemed positions. They dare not provoke you. Yet, given the petty nature of individuals like Long Go, they are sure to unleash their frustrations upon us. Chapter 74, The Common Folk and Zapdos. Mr. Wang continued, You ladies hold esteemed positions. They dare not provoke you. Yet, given the petty nature of individuals like Long Go, they are sure to unleash their frustrations upon us. Then why not continue to report them? Naji suggested. Mr. Wang chuckled helplessly and shook his head. It's futile. If we were to do so, it would only provide them with further justification for their misdeeds. Kenna interjected, This is the nature of society. We can choose to walk away, but they are ordinary individuals who cannot afford such luxuries. They too need to make a living, and thus, we cannot blame them for their earlier actions. Naji pondered Kenna's words, nodding thoughtfully. Let us return, lest Liu Ye grows anxious waiting for us, Sharona proposed. Agreed. The remaining three ladies nodded in unison. In truth, Sharona and her companions had no intention of aiding these individuals. While they might evoke pity, they also possessed their own faults. They deserved sympathy, yet remained unaware of the assistance Sharona and her friends could offer. If they were to help today, what about tomorrow or the day after? It would create an unending cycle, with no assurance of how far human greed could extend. Upon returning to their lodgings, they found Liu Ye lounging on the sofa, appearing lackadaisical. When the four women returned, he didn't rise but lazily remarked, Back already? The ladies gathered around him, eagerly recounting the events that had unfolded. Listening to their animated recounting, Liu Ye couldn't help but quip, They say 3 women make a scene. Does that mean I've got 4 women and an extra pillar for support? The night passed in silence, indeed, more genuine than gold. The following day, Liu Ye and the 4 ladies resolved to move on to their next destination, the shallow red city. The primary reason was that Liu Ye's expenses during his stay in Rainbow had been exorbitant, and with no recent tasks at hand, coupled with a myriad of Pokemon to tend to, he deliberated and decided it was prudent to depart sooner rather than later. Suddenly, Liu Ye recalled the crucial map he had yet to explore in Dry Leaf City, the abandoned power plant, home to a Zapdos, an opportunity he could not let slip by. However, he had already made plans with Sharona and the others to visit Shallow Red City. After much internal conflict and indecision, Liu Ye ultimately decided to spend money to avert disaster. Thus, he approached Sharona and her companions, presenting them with a card, saying, Nana, why don't you all stay another day in Rainbow City? I have a matter that requires immediate attention. This lead card contains 1,000,000. Why not enjoy a day out? Sharona accepted the card, inquiring, What is it? Is it dangerous? Fear not. You know well the strength of your husband. Liu Ye assured her, patting his chest proudly. You silly, do take care. Sharona exclaimed, her face flushing crimson. With that, Liu Ye bid farewell to Sharona and her companions, swiftly departing on his ancient Aerodactyl, soaring towards the abandoned power plant in Dry Leaf City. Before long, he arrived at his destination, retracting the ancient Aerodactyl. Upon entering the abandoned power plant, Liu Ye discovered a multitude of electronic sprites, predominantly comprising Magnemite, Magneton, and the mischievous Electrode. Remarkably, these electric-type Pokemon bore him no ill will and ignored his presence. Liu Ye proceeded deeper into the plant, employing his investigative eye to assess the attributes of these creatures, hopeful that he might encounter one of considerable potential worthy of his capture. Name, Magnemite. Gender, genderless. Level, 16, intermediate. Type, electric steel. Ability, magnet pull. Affection, 50. Base stats, 325. Potential high. Skills, Thunder Wave, Euroball, Sonic Boom, Electro Ball, Shockwave. Name, Magneton. Gender, genderless. Level, 34, advanced intermediate. Type, electric steel. Ability, magnet pull. Affection, 50. Base stats, 465. Potential, elite. Skills, Tri Attack, Electric Terrain, Magnet Rise, Cannonade, Thunder Wave. Name, Electrode. Gender, male. Level, 22, early intermediate. Type, electric. Ability, Vital Spirit. Affection, 50. Base stats, 360. Potential, champion. Skills: Charge Beam, Thunder Wave, Swift, Charge, Shockwave. After reviewing these Pokemon's attributes, Liu Ye could not help but lament, alas, there are no worthy candidates for training. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He quickly revisited Electrode's attributes and recognized its potential. Without hesitation, he launched a wave missile that incapacitated Electrode, subsequently capturing it with a Pokeball. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency, taking no more than 3 seconds, truly a testament to his prowess. Following the capture of Electrode, Liu Ye ventured further into the depths of the power plant, where he stumbled upon a resting Zapdos, its vibrant yellow feathers ruffled. System: assess the attributes of Zapdos. Name: Zapdos. Gender: genderless. Level: 81, early tier 3 deity. Type: electric. Ability: pressure. Affection: 30. Base stats: 580. Potential: tier 3 deity. Skills: discharge, ancient power, agility, thunder, electromagnetic cannon. It appeared to be an ordinary member of the Zapdos lineage. Typically, the leader would possess the strength of a tier 2 deity, Liu Ye mused. His presence, however, startled the slumbering Zapdos, which opened its eyes, seething with ire at the intrusion. Come forth, Darkrai. Liu Ye intended to resolve this swiftly, unwilling to squander time on a mere Zapdos. Upon its emergence, Darkrai radiated an aura befitting a tier 2 deity, but this did not intimidate Zapdos, which charged recklessly forward like a bolt of lightning. Unperturbed by the audacity of this tier 3 deity, Darkrai maintained its composure. Liu Ye simply instructed, unleash your potential, and settled back to observe the unfolding spectacle. As Zapdos lunged, Darkrai enveloped itself in darkness, causing Zapdos to miss its attack. Seizing the moment of confusion, Darkrai materialized behind Zapdos and unleashed a Shadow Ball, delivering a powerful blow. Continuing its assault, Darkrai employed Black Hole, further diminishing Zapdos's will to fight. Ultimately, Zapdos succumbed, its eyes swirling in defeat. Liu Ye retrieved a Pokeball from his system and captured Zapdos effortlessly. Upon securing Zapdos, a notification resonated in Liu Ye's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the hidden achievement, capture your first legendary Pokemon. Task completion rewards: 2,000 points, 100,000 League coins. Mega Evolution Stone for Garchomp. Another Mega Evolution Stone? I already possess one. This will be perfect for Cynthia. She had mentioned wanting one recently, so I can fulfill that promise today. Subsequently, Liu Ye recalled Darkrai and summoned the ancient Dragonite, setting course for Rainbow City. Upon arrival, his first priority was to seek out Cynthia and her companions. Observing their purchases, he mused, as expected, the 1,000,000 has been spent quite thoroughly. That evening, Liu Ye and Cynthia's group took a respite in Rainbow City. The following morning, Liu Ye recalled that there was a Team Rocket base in Rainbow City, which warranted a visit. Have you all been to the game center in Rainbow City? Liu Ye inquired of Cynthia and her friends. They simultaneously shook their heads, indicating they had not. Liu Ye thought it reasonable, considering they had been preoccupied with shopping. How about I take you there today? Liu Ye suggested. But weren't we supposed to head to Coral City? One of the girls interrupted. You see, there's a lottery event at the game center, and the grand prize is a Dragonair. It's been a while since Wanling has caught a Pokemon, so I thought it would be a lovely opportunity for her, Liu Ye explained. Upon hearing Liu Ye's intentions were for her sake, Wanling beamed with joy and impulsively embraced him, pecking his cheek before retreating. Thank you, Liu Ye, she expressed sweetly. Liu Ye was momentarily taken aback by Wanling's unexpected gesture, but quickly regained his composure. He then noticed Cynthia, Naji, and Kinna observing him and Wanling with curious expressions. Wanling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, prompting Liu Ye to alleviate the tension by declaring, "Let us set forth." Indeed, Cynthia and her friends nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the quintet arrived at the game center in Rainbow City. Prior to entering, Liu Ye ensured that Cynthia and her friends donned masks, aware that this was a Team Rocket stronghold, and their identities could easily attract unwanted attention. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast array of gaming machines, with throngs of people engrossed in play. Liu Ye turned to Cynthia and her friends, querying, "Will you venture out on your own or accompany me? We will follow you." They chorused in unison. Originally, Sharona and her companions were rather reluctant to come. Had it not been for Liu Ye's persistent coaxing, they would never have set foot in the gaming arcade. Well, if that is the case, Liu Ye replied. He had initially expected that, given Sharona's personality, they would opt to play on their own, but he was taken aback by their unexpected agreement to join him. Thus, Liu Ye led Sharona and the 4 girls on a leisurely exploration of the gaming arcade. The reason behind Liu Ye's insistence on visiting the arcade was primarily due to a task assigned by the system prior to his arrival. Ding. Task: Destroy Team Rocket's base, issued. Due to the host's repeated sabotage of Team Rocket's plans, your name has successfully ascended to their blacklist. Please destroy the Team Rocket base in Rainbow City and ensure the capture of its leader, Lance, to be imprisoned in the Alliance's facility. Task completion rewards: 3,000 points, 500. 000 Alliance coins, and a special draw, green toxic spikes, x2. Task failure, no penalties. Liu Ye suddenly realized that accumulating 3,000 points would allow him to engage in another 10 consecutive draws, which is why he brought Sharona and her companions to the arcade. In truth, Liu Ye had intended to come alone, merely jesting when he asked them to join. He never anticipated they would actually agree. Today, Liu Ye came with the intention of causing a ruckus, so upon entering, he headed straight for the prize machine. After all, one must seize the opportunity to gain something for nothing. Liu Ye, endowed with 3 unique abilities, employed a few clever tactics and effortlessly won the grand prize, a mini dragon. At that moment, an arcade staff member noticed Liu Ye's victory and hurried to fetch their supervisor. Soon, a tall, slender man appeared before Liu Ye. Having read the original work, Liu Ye immediately recognized him as Lance, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. By now, a crowd had gathered. Intrigued by the news of someone winning a mini dragon, Lance approached Liu Ye and said, "Greetings, sir. May I know your name?" Fearing that revealing his true identity might expose him to Lance's recognition, Liu Ye fabricated a name. "Hello, I am Liu Tianzhua. Mr. Liu, congratulations on winning our arcade's grand prize. Here is your reward," Lance declared, presenting a pokeball to Liu Ye. Through his aura perception, Liu Ye sensed that a mini dragon resided within. Name: Mini Dragon. Gender: male. Level: 21, intermediate. Type: Dragon. Ability: Marvel Scale Friendship. 50 base stats, 300 potential. Champion skills: Twister, Thunder Wave, Dragon Tail, Agility. Indeed, it was a Pokemon of remarkable potential, Liu Ye mused. Meanwhile, Lance was engulfed in a tumult of thoughts. I had tampered with the prize machine. It should have been impossible to draw a mini dragon. Yet, this young man actually achieved it right under my nose. How did he manage that? Lance found himself utterly perplexed. Thank you. Liu Ye accepted the Pokeball containing the mini dragon and expressed his gratitude. Coincidentally, he already had a mini dragon in his Pokemon world, and the two could keep each other company, with the ancient Dragonite looking after them. No, I cannot allow this young man to simply walk away with the mini dragon. Lance pondered. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He summoned a subordinate and whispered a few instructions into their ear. The subordinate nodded and departed. Liu Ye observed the proceedings, aware that Lance was plotting something. However, he chose not to intervene, for if Lance did not instigate trouble, Liu Ye would lack a reason to wreak havoc himself. As it stood, the arcade in Rainbow City appeared normal on the surface. Acting recklessly could lead to unnecessary scrutiny, and although Liu Ye was unperturbed by such matters, prudence was always a wise course. While Liu Ye was lost in thought, a sudden loud crash interrupted him as a group stormed in, clad in black and white uniforms, each emblazoned with a prominent R. Without a doubt, they were Team Rocket. Team Rocket attacking their own base. What does this signify but that Lance is orchestrating this charade? A leading member of Team Rocket stepped forward, commanding, "Nobody move. Hand over your Pokemon if you know what is good for you." However, the majority of those present were ordinary citizens, with few trainers among them. Many trainers mingled among the crowd of regular people, remaining silent and refusing to comply. When the leader saw the lack of response, he pointed at Liu Ye and demanded, "You, hand over your Pokemon." It was evident that this Team Rocket member was pointing directly at Liu Ye. "How do you know I'm a Pokemon trainer?" Liu Ye retorted. The Team Rocket member was momentarily taken aback by Liu Ye's question, shaking his head rapidly before insisting, "That's none of your business. I say you are. So you must be. Hand over your Pokemon now." Liu Ye shook his head in exasperation. This poor acting was worse than that of the petty thugs from earlier chapters. Was this truly the caliber of Team Rocket? He couldn't help but scoff internally. "Very well. I shall release my Pokemon," Liu Ye replied nonchalantly. Lance, who had been observing from the shadows, smirked at Liu Ye's words, thinking disdainfully, "Humph. No matter how fortunate you are, without strength, you are nothing." Liu Ye threw a Pokeball, and out leapt an ancient Dragonite, significantly larger than the average one. This startled the leading Team Rocket member, who had intended to catch the Pokeball, but hesitated just in time. The emergence of the ancient Dragonite shocked everyone. They had expected Liu Ye to release the mini dragon, but to their astonishment, he revealed a formidable creature instead. Lance's expression darkened as he recognized the extraordinary power of Liu Ye's ancient Dragonite. As a champion-level trainer, he could distinctly sense that this Dragonite far surpassed any of his own Pokemon. Lance was certain that this Dragonite was of championship caliber. In truth, it was not uncommon for ordinary Pokemon to break through to the third level of divinity, but the number of such instances throughout history had been scant. However, Lance could never have imagined that the seemingly youthful Liu Ye was a god-tier trainer. Had he known, he would have stood frozen in disbelief, unable to entertain such implausible thoughts. At that moment, many in the arcade were encircled by Team Rocket, with a few individuals managing to flee. As for Sharona and her companions, they were not easily restrained by the ordinary members of Team Rocket and had swiftly made their way to Liu Ye's side. Liu Ye was acutely aware that Lance was lurking nearby, and he had no intention of searching for him any longer. Instead, he called out loudly, "Lance, come out at once. I know this is a trap you devised." Hearing Liu Ye's proclamation, Lance was taken aback, yet he slowly emerged from the shadows and inquired, "Who exactly are you? How did you come to know my identity?" "I do not go by the name Liu Tianzhua. My true name is Liu Ye," Liu Ye responded. "Liu Ye, you are the elite investigator from the Alliance who has thwarted our Team Rocket's plans on multiple occasions." Lance suddenly realized, his eyes widening. Indeed, Liu Ye nodded, confirming his identity. Lance then scrutinized the four women accompanying Liu Ye, the Sinnoh champion Cynthia, the Kanto Ice Master Kinna, and the gym leader Naza. Damn it! Lance ground his teeth in frustration. He understood that he had met his match this time. His thoughts had shifted from how to fight to how to escape. Come forth, Dragonite and Salamence. Rescue those innocent bystanders. Liu Ye commanded as he released two dragons. Following suit, Cynthia, Naza, and Kinna unleashed their respective Pokemon, while Liu Ye summoned his Salamence to protect Wanling. Since it has come to this, I shall have to engage in battle. Allow me to experience the might of an elite investigator. Lance declared. Arise, Darkrai. Name, Darkrai. Gender, male. Level, 66, mid-tier champion. Type, Ghost. Ability, Pressure. Friendship, 30. Base stats, 525. Potential, Champion. Moves, Shadow Punch, Night Slash, Dark Void, Shadow Ball, Future Sight. It appeared formidable, yet in the face of an ancient Dragonite, it was still lacking. Ancient Dragonite, deal with him. Liu Ye commanded. Darkrai, use Night Slash. Lance hastily ordered. Darkrai instantly slipped into the shadows and lunged toward Ancient Dragonite. Observing this, Liu Ye shook his head slightly and muttered, ineffectual. Indeed, as a third-tier deity, Ancient Dragonite found it effortlessly simple to contend with a mere Darkrai. Even without Darkrai manifesting, Ancient Dragonite launched a widespread attack with Dragon Dive. Darkrai was unable to evade, or rather, it had no chance to escape, and thus it succumbed in battle. This shocked Lance. He had not anticipated that his champion-level Darkrai would fall so easily to Ancient Dragonite. Meanwhile, other members of Team Rocket were being overwhelmed by Cynthia and Liu Ye's Pokemon, on the brink of collapse, which filled Lance with acute anxiety. Now, Lance found himself unable to flee or fight back, left in a state of desperate agitation. At this moment, Liu Ye addressed Lance, saying, Lance, take me to your Team Rocket base in Rainbow City, and I shall consider sparing you. Upon hearing this, Lance surmised that Liu Ye was unaware of their base's precise location, which meant he could lead Liu Ye elsewhere and seize an opportunity to escape. Yes, that shall do, Lance plotted internally. Noticing Lance was lost in thought, his eyes darting about, Liu Ye surmised that he was concocting some scheme. Thus, he pressed, hey, do not contemplate any underhanded plots. I know the Team Rocket base in Rainbow City is located beneath this game city. I merely require you to guide me to the entrance. Lance was once again taken aback, unable to fathom how Liu Ye had acquired such knowledge. How do you know this? I mean, I don't understand what you're saying. Lance blurted out, quickly realizing his mistake and correcting himself. Stop feigning ignorance. You just revealed it yourself. Is the acting of Team Rocket truly so lackluster? Liu Ye remarked with exasperation. Lance began to retort, but, recalling that he was currently the one at a disadvantage, he bit back the words that had nearly escaped his lips. In truth, Lance had contemplated releasing his Pokemon for a desperate final stand. However, he understood that in the face of overwhelming power, any resistance would be futile. Moreover, Liu Ye was an unyielding force of nature. I, Lance, am a clever man. I shall not end up like that fool Apollo, losing both my assets and my forces. Lance mused to himself. In fact, Lance had always been resentful of why the impulsive Apollo was able to ascend to the position of the foremost of Team Rocket's four generals. Aside from his slight superiority in strength, what made him better than Lance? The last time Apollo returned, he was simply reprimanded by Giovanni, and the matter was swept under the rug. It was known that Apollo had abandoned numerous elite members of Team Rocket and caused other losses. Lance was confident that had he been in Apollo's shoes, Giovanni would have long sent him to Alola to mine. He had even heard whispers that Giovanni once intended to groom Apollo as his successor. After much contemplation, Lance ultimately decided that a wise man does not engage in reckless confrontation. He chose to lead Liu Ye to the underground Team Rocket base. "You lot keep watch over them and inform the Alliance to send reinforcements," Liu Ye instructed. "Understood." Cynthia and the others nodded in agreement. Liu Ye imparted a few brief instructions to the four women before following Lance into the subterranean Team Rocket base. Upon arriving at the base, Liu Ye, accompanied by ancient Dragonite, discovered a facility brimming with technological advancements. However, as they ventured deeper, they encountered numerous lifeless Pokémon, Pidgey, Oddish, and Bellsprout, among others. Not a single living Pokémon was in sight. The personnel who had originally been in the Team Rocket base had been summoned by Lance for support and were now likely under the Alliance's control. Gazing upon the lifeless Pokémon, Liu Ye was filled with indignation. "You wretched beasts." Liu Ye seethed through gritted teeth. "What kind of research are you conducting here? Why have you slaughtered so many Pokémon?" Liu Ye grasped Lance by the collar, demanding answers with fierce intensity. Lance hesitated momentarily. Sensing Lance's reluctance to speak, Liu Ye conjured a wave of energy in his other hand. This prompted yet another instance of astonishment from Lance. Could it be that Liu Ye is a humanoid Pokémon? He thought, unable to suppress his astonishment, for Liu Ye's power was indeed extraordinary. With the powers of the advanced strength of the forest, advanced aura, and top-tier psychic, Liu Ye could engage head-on with peak champion-level Pokémon, and even hold his ground against third-tier deities. Wait, I will tell you. We are conducting experiments on cloning Pokémon," Lance hurriedly confessed. "Cloning Pokémon?" Liu Ye pondered. Having read the original work in his previous life, Liu Ye was acutely aware of Team Rocket's prowess in Pokémon cloning technology. Yet he was shocked to learn that it came at the cost of so many Pokémon lives. At this moment, Liu Ye felt an overwhelming sense of reality. This was a world where death and darkness truly existed. In the ancient realm, the majestic Dragonite unleashed its destructive beam, laying waste to the surroundings. "May these spirits find their peace," Liu Ye remarked with an air of tranquility. Upon uttering these words, he grasped Lance and teleported outside. No sooner had Liu Ye materialized outside than the underground of the gaming city erupted with thunderous explosions. At that moment, due to the arrival of the Alliance personnel, the entirety of the gaming city was devoid of inhabitants, including Cynthia and her companions. The resounding blasts startled those gathered outside, particularly the four women accompanying Cynthia. "Liu Ye is still inside," Kina exclaimed in alarm. Just as the four women were about to rush in to rescue him, Liu Ye suddenly appeared before them, inquiring, "What urgency compels you to venture forth?" Liu Ye had been keenly aware of their anxiety from a distance. A deliberate inquiry meant to lighten the mood. "How vexing." In response to Liu Ye's playful banter, the four women lightly smacked him as a form of reprimand, provoking envy among the male onlookers, who gazed at Liu Ye with admiration. At that moment, Cynthia noticed Liu Ye was still holding on to Lance and questioned, "What do you intend to do with Lance?" Just as Liu Ye was about to respond, the gaming city trembled and began to collapse, startling everyone present. In a dramatic turn, a Dragonite burst forth from the ruins, revealing itself to be Liu Ye's ancient Dragonite. "Is everything resolved?" Liu Ye inquired. Cynthia and her companions were momentarily taken aback by his question. The ancient Dragonite nodded affirmatively, indicating that all was taken care of. As Liu Ye withdrew his Dragonite, Cynthia and her friends eagerly approached, pressing for details. "Everything is settled?" "Oh, it was merely the destruction of Team Rocket's base in Rainbow City," Liu Ye replied nonchalantly. "Merely the destruction of Team Rocket's base." Cynthia and her companions realized they had once again fallen for Liu Ye's playful exaggeration. "Then what of Lance?" Cynthia pressed further. "Lance is one of Team Rocket's 4 generals." And so on, Liu Ye continued, recounting his recent experiences at the Team Rocket base. The 4 women listened, their expressions turning to indignation as they fixed their gazes upon Lance. Liu Ye could almost sense that if looks could kill, Lance would have met his demise countless times over. At that moment, Miss Junsha of Rainbow City approached with her entourage, respectfully bowing to Liu Ye and the women. Following the incident at the Sheriff Company laboratory, nearly all of Junsha's team recognized Liu Ye's visage and understood his significance. After grasping the situation, Miss Junsha wasted no time in apprehending Lance to bring him back to the Alliance for judgment. There was little doubt in her mind regarding the veracity of Liu Ye's account, given the esteemed status of Liu Ye and Cynthia. In truth, Liu Ye was acutely aware that Lance would not face the punishment he rightfully deserved. It was conceivable that he would be released within a few days, given Team Rocket's influence. Ultimately, The fate of Lance was beyond Liu Ye's contemplation. He was merely focused on the rewards from the system. Once Lance was taken away by Miss Junsha and her team, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, destroy Team Rocket's base. Due to your repeated sabotage of Team Rocket's plans, your name has successfully ascended the Team Rocket blacklist. Please destroy the Team Rocket base in Rainbow City and deliver its head, Lance, to the Alliance prison. Task completion rewards, 3,000 points, 500,000 Alliance coins, and 2 special lottery draws, Green Poison Sting. After claiming his rewards, Liu Ye did not rush to draw from the lottery, but returned to the hotel with Cynthia and her companions for a well-deserved rest. Upon returning to his room, Liu Ye summoned the system. System, I wish to draw. Let us commence with the 2 special draws, Green Poison Sting. Request received, drawing in progress. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Mini Dragon 1, Roaring Moon 1. Roaring Moon? The system is quite progressive now, isn't it? That's a Pokemon from the hardy and weak era, Liu Ye murmured. Ding. Please do not doubt the system's capabilities. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. The system encompasses all Pokemon from the Pokemon world. From Arceus to Caterpie, the system retorted with a hint of pride, seemingly displeased by Liu Ye's skepticism. All right, you're the best, system, Liu Ye quickly reassured. Next, he decided to review the attributes of his newly acquired Pokemon. Name, Mini Dragon. Gender, female. Level, 61, initial champion. Type, Dragon. Ability, Moist Body. Affinity, 255-255. Base stats, 600. Potential, Champion. Skills, Water Pulse, Heavy Slam, Muddy Water, Heavyweight Punch, Destruction Beam. Name, Roaring Moon. Gender, male. Level, 63, initial champion. Type, Dragon Dark. Ability, Ancient Vitality. Affinity, 255-255. Base stats, 590. Potential, Champion. Skills, Wide Destruction, Flamethrower, Dragon Dive, Dragon Dance, Dragon Claw. Though Roaring Moon's base stats fell short of Mega Salamence by 110 points, its aesthetic appeal was still commendable. However, it was remarkable that both newly acquired Pokemon belonged to the Dragon type, suggesting that Liu Ye was truly embarking on an irreversible path within the realm of dragons. Reflecting on the Dragon-type champion from Kanto, Liu Ye couldn't help but sigh, alas. As Liu Ye entered the Pokemon world, he introduced his new companions to the other Pokemon, particularly noting the joyful reunion of the 2 mini-dragons. The ancient Dragonite was also becoming increasingly adept in its nurturing role. Of course, Liu Ye had not forgotten to entrust the care of the mini-dragon to Wanling, having switched its Pokeball to a system Pokeball upon acquisition. This way, he could simply hand over the mini-dragoness system Pokeball to Wanling, allowing it to thrive in the Pokemon world. Just as Liu Ye reveled in his thoughts, the system's voice unexpectedly interrupted, startling him. Hey, system, what now? Don't you know it's impolite to interrupt someone's contemplation? Liu Ye retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Ding. A friendly reminder to the host. Please listen carefully to what the system has to say. Afterward, I am confident you will apologize to the system. The system replied flatly. Oh, you've piqued my curiosity. Pray tell, what do you wish to inform me of? Liu Ye inquired. Since the host has sincerely inquired, this system shall generously impart its knowledge. Huh, why do those words sound somewhat familiar? Upon hearing the system's opening statement, Liu Ye wore a look of exasperation. Host, you may not be aware, but tomorrow is Chapter 79, Birthday. Surprise. Since the host has sincerely inquired, this system shall generously impart its knowledge. Huh, why do those words sound somewhat familiar? Upon hearing the system's opening statement, Liu Ye wore a look of exasperation. Host, you may not be aware, but tomorrow is the birthday of your beautiful fiancée, Sharona. Do you understand? The system slowly revealed the truth. What? Tomorrow is Sharona's birthday? Liu Ye exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. If he were to forget, although Sharona would not voice her disappointment due to her nature, she would undoubtedly feel saddened. Host, shouldn't you express gratitude to the system? The system's tone was rather flat. Yet Liu Ye could not shake the feeling that there was a hint of mischief in its voice. While he indeed ought to feel grateful to the system, Liu Ye, being inherently rebellious and competitive, retorted defiantly, Humph. I would know even without your reminder. Host, please do not cry, the system began, but was abruptly silenced by Liu Ye's settings. Silence, system. I will not entertain counter-arguments. Liu Ye declared with conviction. System, I am truly exasperated with you. You crafty individual. Tomorrow marks Sharona's birthday. It seems I must devise a well-thought-out plan. Liu Ye began to ponder. Meanwhile, in Sharona's room, She and her companions, Naji, Kona, and Wanling, frequently resided together, which had resulted in Liu Ye having little opportunity to approach them in recent days. At that moment, Sharona and her friends were engaged in conversation when suddenly, Sharona's phone buzzed. Noticing the contact name, she recognized it to be her grandmother. "Hello, Grandma," Sharona greeted sweetly. "Hello, Naji, how are you enjoying your time in the Kanto region?" Sharona's grandmother asked with concern. "I'm having a wonderful time and have met many friends," Sharona replied. However, she chose not to mention Liu Ye, as she wished to surprise her grandmother later. Now was not the right time to reveal anything. "That's great. By the way, Naji, tomorrow is your birthday. Is there anything you would like as a gift? Grandma will get it for you." Sharona's grandmother expressed her affection. "Huh, tomorrow is my birthday," Sharona exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, silly. Have you been so excited these past few days that you forgot your own birthday?" Her grandmother said kindly. "Oh, thank you, Grandma. I don't want anything. As long as you are healthy, I will be very happy," Sharona responded. "All right, but if you think of something, make sure to let Grandma know right away." "Okay," Sharona agreed. "By the way, when will you be coming back?" her grandmother inquired. "Grandma, I still have half a month left of my vacation. I will return once it ends," Sharona explained. "All right, you get back to your activities. I will hang up now," her grandmother said. Home. After ending the call, Naji and the others chimed in. "Sharona, tomorrow is your birthday." Since Sharona had spoken on speakerphone, Kona and Wanling had overheard her conversation with her grandmother. Sharona nodded in acknowledgement. "So, does Liu Ye know that tomorrow is your birthday?" Kona asked curiously. "He couldn't possibly know. I only recently met Liu Ye," Sharona replied. "What?" Sharona's response left Naji and the others perplexed. Wasn't Liu Ye her fiancé? How could he not know her birthday? Logically, they should be very familiar with each other. Actually, Sharona began to recount her story with Liu Ye to her friends. The following morning, Liu Ye excused himself, claiming there was an urgent matter with the league. He made his way to the Pokemon Center, utilizing his status to mobilize some personnel. Upon witnessing Liu Ye leave early, Sharona felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Kona noticed Sharona's mood and quickly offered comfort. "Sharona, since Liu Ye has matters to attend to today, why don't we celebrate your birthday together? It's all right. I really don't mind about one birthday, especially since I'm already grown up." Sharona shook her head, indicating she was fine. "That simply won't do. Life should have a sense of ceremony. We absolutely must not skimp on what is necessary," Kona insisted. Without regard for Sharona's objections, Kona promptly pulled her away, with Naji and Wanling exchanging glances before following suit. The four girls first strolled through the shops, then went to see a movie. As night fell, they wandered into a night market when a girl, though not as striking as the four, appeared before them, exclaiming, "Hello, my name is Coco. Tonight, there will be a fireworks show by the Rainbow River, and I would like to invite you beautiful sisters to join me." After presenting them with four beautifully designed invitations adorned with fireworks imagery, the girls exchanged glances and agreed. "All right, let us go see the fireworks at the Rainbow River." Despite harboring some suspicion regarding the sudden appearance of the girl, they could not deny her adorableness. Being just a child, it was hard to believe she harbored any ill intentions. Moreover, it seemed impolite to refuse her earnest invitation. As night descended, a unique fireworks display was about to commence. The Rainbow River, which flows through Rainbow City, has sustained generations of its inhabitants, hence the city's name. Additionally, a perpetual mist envelopes the river, creating an ethereal atmosphere. At that moment, the banks of the Rainbow River were thronged with spectators, eagerly anticipating the fireworks display. The four girls secured a prime spot and waited for the show to begin. Suddenly, the lights along the riverbank illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors. With the lights activated, the fireworks display officially commenced. Brilliant bursts of color filled the night sky, eliciting gasps of admiration from the crowd. The four girls were thoroughly enchanted, realizing it was indeed worth their visit. Suddenly, several firework rockets soared into the sky, bursting to reveal the words, "Naji, happy birthday." Upon seeing this, Sharona thought, "This must be a boy confessing his feelings to the girl he likes. That girl is truly fortunate." Chapter 80, Shallow Red Gem. Suddenly, several firework rockets soared into the sky, bursting to reveal the words, "Naji, happy birthday." Upon seeing this, Sharona thought, "This must be a boy confessing his feelings to the girl he likes. That girl is truly fortunate." At that moment, more fireworks ascended, this time spelling out, "Naji, I love you." Sharona seemed momentarily stunned, but Kona had already perceived the implications. Kona observed Sharona lost in a daze, pondering something unknown, and was about to approach her to offer a gentle reminder. At that moment, Liu Ye descended gracefully from the sky, possessing supernatural abilities, more accurately described as floating. holding an extravagant bouquet of roses, and approached Sharona. At this point, Sharona was entirely in a state of cognitive disarray. She had never considered that this fireworks display was orchestrated by Liu Ye for her, as she was certain he was unaware that today was her birthday. Dressed in formal attire, Liu Ye knelt slowly before Sharona, producing a diamond ring from his pocket, and declared, "Nana, happy birthday. This is a surprise I prepared for you. Do you like it?" Sharona instinctively nodded. Liu Ye continued, "Then, would you do me the honor of marrying me?" As he spoke, he extended the diamond ring towards her. Sharona was utterly taken aback by Liu Ye's grand gesture, leaving her at a loss for words. Noticing her prolonged silence, Kona hurriedly nudged her, snapping Sharona back to reality. She responded, "I do." Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as Liu Ye slipped the ring onto her finger and enveloped her in a warm embrace. The onlookers erupted in applause, with men admiring Liu Ye's boldness and affluence, while women envied Sharona for having such a perfect partner. Liu Ye held Sharona close and whispered soothingly, "All right, no more tears. If you keep crying, you'll turn into a little kitten. Humph, I'll cry as much as I want. Who told you to deceive me this morning, leaving me disheartened for the entire day?" Sharona pouted playfully. All right, it's all my fault. I take full responsibility, okay?" Liu Ye, though aware that Sharona was merely teasing, offered her comfort. Kona, Naji, and Wanling watched with envy as Sharona nestled against Liu Ye. At that moment, Liu Ye leaned closer to Sharona's ear and whispered, "With so many people watching, do you really need to hold on so tightly?" Realizing the situation, Sharona blushed, thankfully. They were in the Kanto region where few recognized her. Otherwise, she might have found herself on the front page the next day. After returning to their residence, Kona and the others instinctively left space for Liu Ye and Sharona, retreating to their respective rooms. Liu Ye gazed deeply into Sharona's eyes, embodying the essence of romance in the Pokemon world. The night passed in silence, the stillness speaking volumes. The following day, Liu Ye and the women decided to venture to Shallow Pink City. Upon their arrival, Liu Ye suggested that the four women explore the city while he prepared to visit the Shallow Pink Gym alone. "Why are you going by yourself?" Naji inquired with curiosity. "Yeah, why not take us along?" Wanling chimed in, her voice a rarity. "It's not that I don't want to, but the Shallow Pink Gym isn't located within the city. It's said that the gym leader, a Jew, built it in the mountains outside the city to train in ninjutsu." Liu Ye explained, pointing towards a distant mountain. "Moreover, the environment there is rather treacherous, filled with toxic Pokemon. Don't forget, the Shallow Pink Gym specializes in poison-type Pokemon. I'm concerned that you might get hurt if you accompany me, and the thought of you getting injured pains me greatly. That would be a loss beyond measure." Liu Ye cautioned. "Oh, in that case, we won't go. Just be careful." The four women conceded. Liu Ye, a seasoned romantic, had definitely left them in a state of confusion. Once he had settled matters with the women, Liu Ye mounted his salamence and journeyed to the mountains outside Shallow Pink City. This time, he was far more astute than when he first arrived, devoid of knowledge. Since he couldn't find his way, he decided to draw out the positioning map provided by the system, making the location immediately clear. Liu Ye quickly confirmed the position of the Shallow Pink Gym. Suddenly, the system chimed ding. A series of tasks, 6, has been issued. Challenge the Shallow Pink Gym. The host must challenge the Shallow Pink Gym and defeat a Jew to obtain the pink badge. Task completion rewards, for 1,000 points, 300,000 league coins, and a poison-type Pokemon. Task failure, no penalties. After accepting the task, Liu Ye recalled the pink badge. It was indeed quite aesthetically pleasing, shaped like a pink heart. Upon reaching the Shallow Pink Gym, Liu Ye found himself puzzled. Wasn't there supposed to be a series of traps and hidden dangers as depicted in the original story? Why had he encountered none? Initially, he hoped to take the opportunity to meet a Jew's sister, or rather, to learn ninjutsu from a Jew. Entering the gym, he discovered a Jew engaged in a battle with a young man who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. Although the young man's looks didn't quite match Liu Ye's, he was still quite handsome. Upon witnessing the young man's battered visage, complete with bruises and a swollen head, as well as a Jew's sister, a Ye, who seemed recently chastised and sullen, Liu Ye began to understand why he hadn't triggered any traps. The previous challenger had already experienced them. One could only say that a good person enjoys a life of peace. At this moment, the young man confronted a Jew's Mothim, both Pokemon radiating a formidable aura. Liu Ye could comprehend the strength of Mothim, considering a Jew would soon become one of the Elite Four in the Chengdu region. However, what astonished Liu Ye even more was the battered young man. He was certain that this younger individual possessed strength rivaling that of an elite. System, check the attributes of the two Pokemon. Liu Ye thought to himself. Name, Lipstick Pokemon, Mimikyu. Gender, Female. Level 64, mid-elite. Type, Ice superpower. Ability, Dream prediction. Friendship, 50. Base stats, 455. Potential, champion. Skills, Kiss of the Angel, psychic. Kiss of the Demon, dark gaze, Song of Doom. Name, Motham. Gender, male. Level, 67, late elite. Type, bug poison. Ability, Scale dust. Friendship, 50. Base stats, 450. Potential, elite. Skills, Illusion beam, sleep powder, psychic, poison fong, mind hammer. Though the level of strength possessed by the mesmerizing Lip Lady was a mere step behind that of Aoju's Mothra, her potential soared to heights surpassing that of Mothra. Thus, despite the slight disparity in power, both Pokemon engaged in a battle that remained fiercely balanced, perhaps a testament to the influence of potential. Liu Ye pondered this as he commanded Lip Lady, use Kiss of the Angel. Mothra, in response, prepared to unleash Sleep Powder. Aoju intended for Mothra to confront Lip Lady head-on. However, just as Mothra was about to utilize Sleep Powder, Lip Lady's Kiss of the Angel surged forward. Mothra, confronted by Lip Lady's puckered lips mere inches away, experienced an overwhelming turmoil within, resulting in a series of retches. Ugh, 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 ugh. The cause of these four retches was rather straightforward. Let us recount the scenario together. Mothra, ugh. Aoju, ugh. Aya, ugh. Liu Ye, ugh. Indeed, it transpired just as such. Seizing the opportunity, the boy noted Mothra's momentary silence, and with Aoju distracted, he quickly commanded, Lip Lady, now is the time. Use Ice Beam to conclude this battle. Lip Lady nodded and unleashed Ice Beam, instantly encasing Mothra in ice, rendering it incapable of further combat. Aya, serving as the referee, swiftly reacted and declared, the match is concluded. The challenger, Nian, is victorious. Aoju, having recovered, could not help but acknowledge Lip Lady's formidable strength. Especially under the enhancement of Kiss of the Angel, who could withstand such an onslaught? You are exceptionally powerful, possessing champion-level prowess at such a young age. Your future is undoubtedly limitless. Here, take your badge. Aoju approached Nian and presented him with a pink badge. Thank you. Nian expressed his gratitude. May I request something of you? Aoju inquired. What is it? Nian asked, slightly puzzled. Could you retract Lip Lady for the time being? Aoju suggested. Oh, of course. Nian promptly agreed, recalling Lip Lady. Indeed, Lip Lady's appearance was not particularly commendable. Perhaps Nian had grown immune to it after spending so much time together. Or perhaps he had simply become desensitized. This illustrates the formidable nature of habit. Aoju, I am the poison-type gym leader. This kid is even more toxic than I am. At that moment, Aoju noticed Liu Ye standing nearby and inquired, hello, are you here to challenge the gym as well? Liu Ye nodded and replied, indeed. He then approached Nian, greeting him. Hello, I witnessed your previous battle. You were impressive. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Ye. Nian extended his hand, shaking Liu Ye's firmly, saying, greetings, I am Nian. You must be a powerful trainer. Oh, what makes you say that? Liu Ye questioned, taken aback by Nian's assertion. It's just a feeling. I can sense a unique aura of strength emanating from you. Nian asserted confidently. Your intuition seems quite accurate. However, I wouldn't consider myself a strong trainer. Liu Ye remarked, exhibiting a flair for modesty. After their conversation, rather than departing, Nian chose to observe the forthcoming match between Liu Ye and Aoju. Well then, let me witness your prowess. Aoju declared. Gym leader Aoju, having just completed a challenge, don't you need a moment to recover? Liu Ye kindly inquired. Not at all. I have other Pokemon at my disposal. Aoju replied with a shake of his head, indicating his readiness. Aya, please explain the gym battle rules to Mr. Liu Ye. Aoju instructed. However, it appeared that Aya had not heard her brother's request, her gaze fixated on Liu Ye, seemingly entranced. Observing his sister's infatuated demeanor, Aoju felt a mix of embarrassment and envy. Although this lad was indeed a touch more handsome than himself, Aoju mused, I'm not lacking in charm either. Sister, you're making me look bad. Aoju internally lamented. Aya, Aya, Aya. Aoju called out thrice, before Aya finally snapped back to reality. Huh, brother, what is it? She asked, looking bewildered. Seeing Aya's adorably dazed expression, Aoju sighed and explained. I just asked you to introduce the gym challenge rules. Why were you daydreaming? Oh, the challenge rules of the Shallow Red Gym are as follows. The format is 3 versus 3, with the gym leader releasing their Pokemon first, and the challenger attacking first. Aya elucidated. Come forth, Moose. Aoju released his Moose. Name Moose. Gender male. Level 26, mid-stage. Type, bug poison. Ability, Filter. Friendship, 50. Base stats, 305. Potential, near champion. Skills, supersonic, psychic, stun spore, illusion beam, bind. Moose is it? Then I shall summon Electrode. Liu Ye released the Electrode he had captured at the abandoned power plant. At this moment, Electrode was also at level 25, though it trailed Moose by a level. Its potential exceeded that of Moose, making it a worthy contender. Electrode, use Charge Beam. Liu Ye commanded. Moose, evade, then utilize Bind. Ao Ju countered. Moose dodged the attack and aimed Bind at Electrode. Electrode, stay calm. Use Thunder Wave, followed by Screech. Liu Ye stated calmly. Since Charge Beam is off the table, let us employ something more entertaining. In the previous encounter, Moose had fortuitously evaded Electrode's attack, but faced with this dual onslaught, Moose was not so fortunate this time. Despite Ao Ju's command to evade, it was a moment too late, and Moose was struck by both Thunder Wave and Screech. As Moose succumbed to paralysis, its defensive capabilities deteriorated further. Now, Electrode unleashed Shock. Liu Ye seized the moment to command. The electric attack struck Moose, sending it flying, where it rolled across the ground. Its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of further combat. Aya promptly announced, in the first round, the challenger is victorious. Your coordination skills are quite commendable. Ao Ju praised. You are equally impressive. Liu Ye humbly responded. After a brief exchange, the second round of battle commenced. Come forth, Grimer. As Grimer emerged, an unpleasant stench filled the arena. One could only remark that this was indeed a poison-type gym, combining physical assaults with magical attacks, and moreover, inflicting continuous damage. Liu Ye found himself internally grumbling. Name, Grimer. Gender, male. Level, 52, early near champion. Type, poison. Ability, stench. Friendship, 50. Base stats, 500. Potential, champion. Skills, liquid ooze, mud bomb, sludge bomb, belch, mud wave. After the electric monster triumphed over the fur ball, it leveled up, yet Liu Ye had no intention of allowing it to continue battling. Pitting an intermediate against a quasi-king was akin to wielding a feather against a boulder. No wonder it reeked. Its ability was indeed stench. Liu Ye seemed to have an epiphany. Come forth, Salamence. He summoned his Salamence, a creature of champion-level prowess. One might wonder why Liu Ye employed such a formidable ally. After all, a peak champion battling a nascent quasi-king was comparable to a university student bullying a middle schooler. The answer lay in Liu Ye's desire to avoid magical attacks. As Salamence emerged, Aju could instantly sense its extraordinary strength. As a king-level trainer, Aju was convinced that this Salamance's power exceeded that of a king and reached the realm of champions. To Aju's astonishment, the young man before him, appearing merely a year or two older than the previous boy, was even more formidable. Salamence, unleash Dragon Dive. Liu Ye commanded with fervor. Salamence, receiving the instruction, wasted no time and charged toward the Grimer with utmost speed. Do not question, for Salamence possessed a nose as well. Aju was taken aback, surprised by the young man's blatant disregard for fair play. As for evading the attack, Aju had not even considered it. Expecting a Grimer with a speed stat of 50 to dodge Salamance's Dragon Dive with a speed stat of 100 was nothing short of folly. Grimer, use Sludge Bomb. Aju resolved to make one last desperate attempt. Sludge Bomb deals damage to the target. It has a 30 chance to poison the target. Salamence adeptly evaded Grimer's assault and accelerated towards it once more. With a thunderous crash, the smoke dissipated, revealing Grimer lying motionless, its eyes swirling in a daze, resembling a puddle of sludge. No, it seemed it had always been a puddle of sludge, for it had lost its ability to battle. Impressive. Aju could not help but remark as he recalled Grimer. With Grimer incapacitated, the challenger emerges victorious in the second round. I am announced. Come forth, Tank Skuntank. Aju released his final Pokemon. Upon seeing Aju's choice, Liu Ye's heart nearly exploded. Another creature that specializes in magical damage over time. Name, Tank Skuntank. Gender, male. Level, 66, mid-king. Type, poison. Dark ability, stench. Friendship, 50 base stats, for 79 potential. Champion moves, flamethrower, Venoshock, night slash, toxic, explosion. Damn it, yet another with the stench ability. Liu Ye internally lamented for the umpteenth time. He did not recall Salamence, instead urging it to swiftly conclude the encounter. In no time, under the overwhelming power of his peak champion Salamence, Aju's Tank Skuntank was utterly defenseless, sent flying by a single beam of destruction. Its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. You are too powerful. I stand no chance. Aju sincerely admired Liu Ye, a young man of around 20 whose strength had escalated to such heights. You are not lacking either. Perhaps one day you will become one of the Elite Four in the Johto region. Liu Ye hinted modestly. Haha, I appreciate your kind words. Aju chuckled, entirely dismissing Liu Ye's statement. It was only when he became one of the Elite Four that he would comprehend the true magnitude of Liu Ye's prowess. Here, your pink badge, Aju said, presenting the badge to Liu Ye. Thank you. Liu Ye accepted it, and the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. 6. Challenge the pink gym, successfully defeating Aju and earning the pink badge. Task completion rewards. For 1,000 points, 300. 000 League coins, and 1 random poison-type Pokemon. After claiming his rewards, the system inquired, would the host like to draw a random poison-type Pokemon now? Not at this moment. Liu Ye replied. At that moment, Nian, who had been observing the battle, approached Liu Ye with haste and respectfully said, Greetings, Mr. Liu Ye. May I request something of you? What is it? Liu Ye inquired, puzzled. I would like to challenge you to a battle. A 1v1 will suffice. I promise not to take up too much of your time. Nian implored. His address towards Liu Ye had transformed into a respectful one, indicating his deference. Very well. Liu Ye nodded in agreement. Primarily, he was intrigued by Nian's considerable strength and thus consented to the request, viewing it as an opportunity to provide guidance to a junior. After all, it was essential for Nian to grasp the magnitude of their disparity, providing him with a modicum of motivation to strive for improvement, was it not? Then let the battle take place in my arena. Aju enthusiastically invited. He was also keen to witness the clash between these two prodigies. Thank you. Nian expressed his gratitude. In truth, Liu Ye had initially contemplated declining Nian's request. However, just as he was about to reject it, the system's notification chimed. Ding. A time-limited task, Nian's challenge, has been issued. The host must accept Nian's challenge and defeat him decisively, allowing Nian to experience the harsh realities of life. Task completion rewards. 1,000 points, 100 000 League coins, and 1 rare candy. Task failure, no penalty. Humph. Such meager rewards do not warrant my time. Liu Ye scoffed internally. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to accept the task. After all, even the smallest of victories had its value. Liu Ye and Nian arrived at the battleground, and Liu Ye promptly released his Pokemon. Come forth, ancient Dragonite. Liu Ye had no intention of deploying his second-tier divine Pokemon, as he believed that crushing was not synonymous with obliteration. Upon the emergence of ancient Dragonite, both Nian and Aju could perceive that its strength surpassed that of Salamence by a significant margin. Although Salamence and ancient Dragonite differed by only a few levels, the gap in their realms was immense. A third-tier divine Pokemon could effortlessly vanquish dozens of peak champion-level creatures. Seeing Liu Ye summon such a powerful ancient Dragonite, Nian did not falter. Instead, he felt immense joy, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the creature. Nian mistakenly believed this was Liu Ye's strongest Pokemon, perceiving it as a sign of Liu Ye's respect and seriousness for the match, leaving him both elated and honored. Little did he know, Liu Ye possessed even more formidable Pokemon, merely opting for the third-tier divine ancient Dragonite to avoid overly discouraging him. Had he known, it would have been intriguing to see his reaction. Recognizing Liu Ye's strongest Pokemon, Nian was determined not to be outdone. He had to demonstrate their prowess. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Come forth, Charizard. Indeed, Nian ultimately summoned his Charizard, which appeared to be his starter Pokemon. The Charizard, my most esteemed companion and the most formidable Pokemon in my possession, has been by my side since the very beginning as my initial Pokemon. Nian introduced. Liu Ye nodded symbolically, acknowledging his understanding. System, check Charizard's attributes. Name, Charizard. Gender, male. Level, 69, peak of elite. Ability, solar power. Type, fire flying. Friendship, 50. Base stat total, 534. Potential, champion. Moves, Dragon Claw, Flamethrower, Flame Charge, Inferno, Flame Vortex. Held item, Charizard Megastone X. A Charizard at the peak of elite. Upon reviewing Charizard's attributes, Liu Ye felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated Nian's Charizard to possess such strength in relative terms. His own Charizard had only attained the standard elite level. Moreover, the existence of a Megastone was utterly unexpected. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Level 3 gods were impressive. After all, Dragonite, unleash your full potential. Liu Ye declared, attempting to show off once more. What? Liu Ye's command startled Nian. What does Mr. Liu Ye mean? Is he testing me? Nian pondered without hesitation. Nian, you shall take the initiative. Liu Ye's sudden interjection interrupted Nian's contemplation. Mr. Liu Ye. I shall not hold back. Nian responded promptly. Charizard, greet them with Flamethrower. Nian commanded. The ancient Dragonite did not evade as the dashing readers before the screen might have imagined. Instead, it chose to absorb the blow with a stalwart defense. In truth, even without guarding, Charizard's flamethrower would not have inflicted significant damage on the ancient Dragonite. After withstanding the attack, the ancient Dragonite swiftly concentrated its energy into a colossal sphere and hurled it towards Charizard. Indeed, it was Dragon Rage. Observing the immense energy sphere, Nian felt a sense of foreboding. If Charizard were to be struck by it, the consequences would be dire. Charizard, ascend swiftly, then employ Flame Charge. Nian commanded without delay. Responding to Nian's order, Charizard took flight, soaring into the sky, thereby evading the ancient Dragonite's Dragon Rage, which collided with the energy barriers surrounding the battlefield, causing the entire arena to tremble. Cracks were faintly visible on the protective barrier. Seeing this, Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, I'm grateful I did not act impulsively. Charizard dodged the attack, or the aftermath would have been unimaginable. As Charizard ascended and executed Flame Charge, the ancient Dragonite, not to be outdone, immediately unleashed its signature move, Dragon Dive. With a resounding crash, the ancient Dragonite soared unscathed in the air, while Charizard plummeted to the ground, evidently injured. It was clear that the ancient Dragonite had held back, or perhaps Liu Ye had moderated its strength. For it had been Liu Ye who had been guiding the ancient Dragonite using the power of Aura. Otherwise, given the ancient Dragonite's temperament, it would have already dispatched Charizard with a powerful blow. Charizard! Nian cried out. Charizard struggled to rise. At that moment, Nian revealed the Mega Evolution bracelet on his wrist, proclaiming, Charizard, let them witness our bond. Evolve. Instantaneously, a brilliant white light enveloped Charizard, culminating in its transformation into a creature cloaked in darkness. Its flames now manifested in a striking blue, Mega Charizard X. This was Liu Ye's first encounter with Mega Charizard X in reality, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. System. Check Mega Charizard X's attributes. Name, Mega Charizard X, temporary. Gender, male. Level, 72, beginning of champion. Ability, Tough Claws. Type, Fire Dragon. Friendship, 50. Base stat total, 634. Potential, champion. Moves, Dragon Claw, Flamethrower, Flame Charge, Inferno, Flame Vortex. Upon Mega Evolution, Charizard astonishingly exceeded the peak of Elite, temporarily achieving the strength of a champion in its infancy. Mega Charizard X, unleash Flamethrower. Nian commanded. A beam of azure flames erupted from Mega Charizard X's maw, hurtling toward the ancient Dragonite. The ancient Dragonite, leveraging its speed, swiftly evaded the attack. It opted not to confront Mega Charizard X head-on, for the latter now held the prowess of a champion, and any direct hit would undoubtedly inflict considerable pain. It was akin to someone attempting to pinch you. While you could easily refuse, you acquiesce or tacitly accept. Would it hurt? After evading Mega Charizard X's flamethrower, the ancient Dragonite launched a counterattack with a mighty whirlwind. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in a tempest. The power of the ancient Dragonite, at level 3 God Strength, was far more formidable than the whirlwind that had previously ravaged the parking lot at the Blue Autumn Gym. Fortunately, the protective barrier was in place. Otherwise, complete devastation would have ensued. Liu Ye noted that the ancient Dragonite seemed increasingly fond of the whirlwind technique, leading him to suspect that this troublesome tendency had been instilled by the three-headed dragon. Mega Charizard X, use Protect, Nian quickly instructed. Thus, Mega Charizard X raised its wings before itself in defense. The whirlwind struck, and although Mega Charizard X employed Protect, it was still forced to retreat several steps. However, the ancient Dragonite, not resting on its laurels after the assault, unleashed a series of punches: Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch. As Mega Charizard X spread its wings, it was met head-on by the ancient Dragonite's fist, magnifying at a visible pace. Boom! Mega Charizard X was sent flying by a single punch, and before it could recover, the ancient Dragonite followed up with Thunder Punch and Ice Punch, sending Mega Charizard X crashing to the ground once more. The ancient Dragonite retracted its hand, gracefully descending while striking a signature pose, Wing Chun Dragonite. Ancient Dragonite, conclude the battle. Liu Ye contemplated inwardly. The ancient Dragonite instinctively nodded and unleashed a devastating beam of destruction towards the still struggling Mega Charizard X. The outcome was predictable. No miracles would unfold. Mega Charizard X reverted to its standard Charizard form, eyes swirling in oblivion, having lost its fighting capability. A nearby arbiter, Aju, promptly announced, Charizard has lost its fighting capability. Liu Ye is the victor. Nian recalled Charizard and approached Liu Ye, respectfully stating, Thank you, Mr. Liu Ye, for allowing me to recognize the gap between us. You're welcome. Liu Ye replied nonchalantly, shaking his head, fully embodying the demeanor of an enlightened individual. Having completed the challenge posed by Nian, the system's notification chime was inevitably present. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited task, Nian's challenge. You have successfully accepted the challenge and overwhelmingly defeated Nian, allowing him to experience the love that society has for him. Task completion rewards: 1,000 points, 100,000 league coins, and 1 magical candy. Well then, Mr. Liu Ye, I shall take my leave now. I need to head to the Cerulean City Pokemon Center to treat my Charizard, Nian declared. Go ahead. I look forward to our next meeting. Liu Ye replied courteously. Indeed. Mr. Liu Ye will participate in this year's Quartz Conference, so let us meet again on the battlefield, Nian exclaimed passionately. With that, Nian hurriedly departed, demonstrating his genuine affection for his Charizard. Then, Master Aju, I too shall take my leave. Liu Ye bid farewell to Aju. All right, Mr. Liu Ye. You are always welcome here. Aju replied, unusually warm. As Liu Ye reached the entrance of the Celadon gym, he suddenly halted and said, Goodbye, Aya? Aya, startled by Liu Ye's gaze lingering on her figure, promptly responded, Goodbye. Liu Ye smiled and left the Celadon gym. It wasn't that Liu Ye found Aya unappealing, rather. He had yet to resolve matters at home with his 4 Pokemon, so it was best not to engage in distractions outside, lest he play with fire. Hey, snap out of it. He's already gone. Aju chided, seeing his sister Aya lost in infatuation, frustrated by her behavior. Huh. Oh, Aya's face flushed crimson. And before Aju could speak further, she dashed back to her room. Aju glanced at Aya's closed door, shaking his head in resignation, lamenting, alas. A girl grows up too fast. With that, he retreated deeper into the gym. Meanwhile, Liu Ye, having triumphed at the Celadon gym, did not rush home, but instead chose to remain in the serene mountains within the gym. He felt it was imperative to train his newly captured Pokemon. Most importantly, Liu Ye's points had long exceeded the threshold for a tenfold draw, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Descending upon a spacious area atop his ancient Dragonite, Liu Ye instructed the creature to keep watch over their surroundings. He then engaged in a dialogue with the system, exclaiming, System, grant me a tenfold draw. Ding. Consuming 10,000 points for a tenfold draw. The system's voice echoed. Wait, 10,000 points? Wasn't it always 9,000 before? Liu Ye inquired in astonishment. The previous 5 tenfold draws were a benefit provided to the host by the system. Now that they have been exhausted, we naturally revert to the original price. The system explained nonchalantly. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Liu Ye questioned, his frustration mounting. Did I not mention it? Perhaps you didn't ask. And if you don't ask, how can I tell you? Right? The system retorted playfully. You've got some nerve. Liu Ye was so exasperated he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, his frustration coalesced into a singular expression. Fuck you. Host, are you going to draw or not? The system inquired impatiently. At that moment, facing the system's arrogance, Liu Ye mused, just you wait, system. The tides will turn. Do not underestimate a host's resolve. Draw. Why not? Am I someone who cares about a mere 1,000 points? Don't forget, I am that man. Liu Ye declared unabashedly. What is face in this world? It teaches one to relinquish their principles. Subsequently, a virtual wheel appeared before Liu Ye. Please spin the wheel, host. The system instructed. Liu Ye gave it a vigorous spin, and the wheel whirled rapidly. Eventually, it came to rest on 10 segments. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1,000,000 league coins, 500,000 league coins, 100,000 league coins, 300,000 league coins, 100,000 league coins. Splendid. A remarkable start with 5 consecutive victories. Could it be that my luck has been exceptionally favorable lately? I hope the latter half of the draw yields something of value. Liu Ye thought to himself. 1 magical candy, 666 league coins, 888 league coins, 999 league coins. At this point, Liu Ye could no longer contain his disappointment. System, you are a Pokemon system, not some extravagant wealth system. You know? Alolan Vulpix 1. Alolan Vulpix, or Ice Vulpix, isn't too shabby either. Liu Ye felt a twinge of regret. View Alolan Vulpix's attributes. Name, Alolan Vulpix, Ice Vulpix. Gender, female. The most adorable Alolan Vulpix is the one that pouts. Level, 28, mid-stage. Ability, Snow Warning. Type, Ice. Affection, 255. Base stats, 299. Potential, Champion. Skills, Powder Snow. Ice Wind, Aurora Beam, Ominous Wind, disable. It appears that the Pokemon produced by the system possess a minimum potential of champion grade. Liu Ye released Alolan Vulpix, and perhaps due to its maximum affection, it immediately leaped into Liu Ye's embrace, rubbing its cool little face against him. It emitted adorable coos, melting Liu Ye's heart, who even contemplated using Alolan Vulpix as a mascot. Gently placing Alolan Vulpix down, Liu Ye subsequently released his Electrode and Ralts, allowing them to frolic together, while he instructed Ancient Dragonite to look after the three little ones. Ding! The host has one more chance for a random Poison-type Pokemon draw. Would you like to use it now? The system's voice chimed once more. I was just about to draw when you interrupted me. You truly are like a worm in my stomach. Liu Ye quipped. Wait, that phrase sounds a bit off. Liu Ye's thoughts seemed to falter momentarily. Would you like to draw, host? The system pressed on, ignoring Liu Ye's musings. Draw, why not? It's an opportunity one earned through my own merit. Liu Ye responded. The familiar Grandwill reappeared, but this time, it featured only Poison-type Pokemon. Gengar, Scizor, Toxapex, Venusaur, Centiskorch, Dragapult, and so on. Dragapult. Upon seeing Dragapult, Liu Ye was suddenly filled with excitement. However, upon noticing the minuscule segment for Dragapult, he hesitated. He spun the system's wheel, watching it whirl rapidly. Dragapult, Dragapult, Dragapult. Liu Ye fixated on the wheel, whispering fervently, I would trade 10 years of solitary life for a chance to summon Dragapult. Liu Ye declared boldly. Finally, the system's wheel came to a stop, but alas, it was not Dragapult. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Zooide 1. Zooide, the ultimate exotic beast. Liu Ye exclaimed. Name, Zooide. Gender, genderless. Level, 69, Peak of the Heavenly King. Trait, exotic beast enhancement. Attributes, rock poison. Affinity, 255-255. Base stats, 570. Potential, Tier 3 Divine. Skills, Cleansing Smoke. Power Gem, Mirror Reflection, Wonderful Space, Double-Edged Head Hammer. The newly obtained Pokemon turned out to be from the Alola region, which left Liu Ye pondering thoughtfully. He subsequently released Zooide to establish a connection, only to return it to the Pokemon world shortly after. Liu Ye, accompanied by his three little companions, Ralts, Alolan Vulpix, and Electabuzz, commenced his journey of training amidst the majestic mountains. Just as he recalled Zooide, a thunderous roar erupted from the ancient Dragonite, prompting Liu Ye to swiftly turn around and spot a Teddiursa scampering towards him. However, hot on its heels was a menacing swarm of Beedrills in pursuit. Upon noticing the honey smeared all over Teddiursa's paws, Liu Ye immediately grasped the situation. It was evident that this Teddiursa had attempted to pilfer honey from the Beedrills and had been caught red-handed. Name, Teddiursa. Gender, male. Level, 19, late stage of initial. Trait, Honey Gatherer. Attributes, normal. Affinity, 50. Base stats, 330. Potential, Pre-Heavenly King. Skills, Sweet Scent, Fury Cutter, Bite Back, Scratch, Desire. Recognizing Teddiursa's trait, Liu Ye understood why this particular bear cub found itself in such a predicament. Nonetheless, he refrained from dispatching the ancient Dragonite to assist, as its formidable strength could inadvertently obliterate the swarm of Beedrills. Instead, he sent forth his three little companions, commanding, Ralts, Alolan Vulpix, Electabuzz, lend a hand to Teddiursa. Do not question why. Let us say that beauty is justice. The trio nodded and dashed towards Teddiursa, while Liu Ye observed their adorable antics from behind. As they ventured farther, Liu Ye and the ancient Dragonite hastened to keep pace. Teddiursa, use Confusion. Alolan Vulpix, unleash Aurora Beam. Electabuzz, employ Electro Ball. Liu Ye commanded. Upon realizing assistance had arrived, Teddiursa halted its frantic escape and retaliated against the Beedrill swarm with a Fury Cutter. Seeing their adversary bolstered by reinforcements, the Beedrills retaliated with a barrage of poison sting attacks. Ralts, Alolan Vulpix, Electabuzz, evade quickly, then utilize Psywave, Icy Wind, and Thunderwave. Liu Ye urgently instructed. The Beedrill swarm, struck once more, recognized the precariousness of their situation and promptly retreated. Beedrill, just because I can't fight back doesn't mean I can't flee. Once the Beedrills had vacated the area, Liu Ye assessed the attributes of his three companions and noted that they had indeed gained considerable experience from the encounter. Ralts leveled up by 3 levels, Alolan Vulpix by 2, and Electabuzz by 1. Excellent, a bountiful harvest. It is time to take our leave, Liu Ye proclaimed, only to pause momentarily. Wait a moment, did I forget something? Liu Ye pondered. At that moment, a feeble cry echoed nearby. Turning his head, he discovered Teddiursa sprawled on the ground, 2 poison stings embedded in its rear, evidently a consequence of the Beedrill's earlier attack. Realizing his oversight, Liu Ye approached the beleaguered Teddiursa and used his psychic abilities to extract the 2 poisonous stingers from its backside. Don't ask why I didn't use my hands. Let us just say it's called poison sting for a reason. After removing the stingers, Liu Ye employed the power of restoration to heal Teddiursa, who quickly returned to its former state. Grateful for Liu Ye's intervention, Teddiursa felt an immediate bond with him. Through the power of aura, Liu Ye conversed with Teddiursa and learned the reason behind its harrowing chase, confirming his earlier suspicions. As it transpired, this little bear had snuck out due to its insatiable curiosity and had done so unbeknownst to its parents, who were likely frantically searching for it at that very moment. Therefore, Liu Ye cradled Teddiursa in his arms, intending to set off in search of its parents, only to hear 2 roars emanating from the forest ahead. Soon after, 2 Ursurings appeared before Liu Ye and his companions. Name, Ursuring. Gender, male. Level, 48, late stage elite. Trait, guts. Attributes, normal. Affinity, 50. Base stats, 500. Potential, pre-heavenly king. Skills, harmony, bite back, rest, scary face, giga impact. Name, Ursuring. Gender, female. Level, 50, peak elite. Trait, quick feet. Attributes, normal. Affinity, 50. Base stats, 500. Potential, pre-heavenly king. Skills, harmony, bite back, rest, scary face, giga impact. It seemed these were Teddiursa's parents. However, Liu Ye couldn't help but wonder why their affinity was so low. Upon spotting their offspring in Liu Ye's arms, the Ursurings wasted no time and launched a giga impact at him. Liu Ye swiftly utilized his psychic abilities to ascend into the air, recalling Ralts, Alolan Vulpix, and Electabuzz. Ancient Dragonite, subdue these Ursurings. Liu Ye commanded indignantly. I save your child, and you respond with hostility. Internally, Liu Ye acknowledged that the Ursurings viewed him as a potential kidnapper, but given the circumstances, it was impossible to explain. Thus, he resolved to calm them down. Without hesitation, the ancient Dragonite responded, employing its formidable strength to pacify the Ursurings. The 2 bears emerged from the encounter with bruised faces and conspicuous lumps upon their heads. Curiously, Teddiursa, witnessing its parents' disheveled appearance, displayed no signs of concern. Instead, it laughed and clapped its paws, perhaps finding amusement in their predicament. Liu Ye, observing Teddiursa's carefree demeanor, sighed in exasperation, yet couldn't help but compliment it. What a devoted child. Ah, indeed, reason prevails. Liu Ye mused, reflecting on the power of rational discourse. Subsequently, Liu Ye recounted in full detail to the 2 circle bears how the baby bear came to be in his possession, as well as the circumstances surrounding his rescue of the little creature. Coupled with earnest reassurances and a firm yet sincere demeanor, Liu Ye managed to earn the trust of the circle bear's parents, who expressed their gratitude. Afterward, they departed with the baby bear in tow. Yet, observing the disgruntled expressions of the circle bear parents and the manner in which they unceremoniously carried off the baby bear, Liu Ye could only silently pray that the little one would be able to rise from its slumber come morning. As the events unfolded, dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. Liu Ye hastily made his way back to the suburban area of Shallow Red City. But rather than heading straight to his residence in search of Cynthia and her 3 companions, he chose to wander through the city. Ultimately, he spent several million Alliance coins on an exquisite crystal necklace, a pair of agate earrings, and a jade bracelet. It was impossible to ignore the fact that he had prepared a gift for Cynthia the previous day, yet had neglected to acquire anything for the other 3, which weighed on his conscience. Moreover, Wanling was, after all, his wife from a past life. It was only just that he spread the affection evenly. In truth, Liu Ye returned rather late, apprehensive that Cynthia and her companions might question him. Although he had not committed any wrongdoing, his tendency to blurt out the truth made him uneasy. With everything prepared, he returned to the presidential suite of the hotel he was renting. Upon entering, he found Cynthia and her 3 companions quietly seated on the sofa, their attention fixed on the television, their expressions laden with concern. So much so that they failed to notice Liu Ye's arrival. Observing their demeanor, Liu Ye felt a twinge of confusion and inquired, "What troubles you all? Wearing such glum faces?" The moment the 4 heard Liu Ye's voice, they quickly turned towards the entrance, realizing he had returned, and rushed over. Cynthia was the first to speak. "Liu Ye, where have you been today? Why have you returned so late?" I went to challenge the Shallow Red Gym. Didn't I mention that to you?" Liu Ye replied, slightly perplexed by their anxiousness. "Then why couldn't we reach you by phone? We were worried sick. We even called Mr. Zhu, the gym leader, and he said you had left ages ago." Kona pressed, her concern palpable. Liu Ye hesitated momentarily. "You must tell us. Nasi urged. Ultimately, Liu Ye chose to reveal the truth, recounting his experiences after leaving the shallow red gym, detailing his training in the mountains and the rescue of the baby bear family. However, he refrained from mentioning anything about the system, as such matters were not to be disclosed, even to those closest to him. If word got out, he would surely face dire consequences. Why didn't you answer our calls? We tried reaching you numerous times. Wanling questioned. You called me. Liu Ye responded, utterly bewildered. Of course. You must have known. Kona challenged. In a flurry, Liu Ye retrieved his phone and opened his call log, discovering indeed dozens of missed calls. Nearly all from Cynthia and her companions. That must be because I was in the mountains where there was no signal. I truly apologize for causing you concern. However, rest assured, no one poses a threat to me with my current abilities, so you needn't worry. No matter the circumstances, I will be safe. Liu Ye reassured them. It's all right. But remember, it's better to be safe than sorry. You're not invincible. Cynthia advised, shaking her head gently, seeing the concern etched on their faces. Liu Ye could only nod in agreement, grateful for their care. To lighten the mood, he decided to release a few of his Pokémon. Come forth, Ralts, Vulpix, Electrode, and Dragonite. As the four adorable creatures emerged, they immediately captivated the attention of Cynthia and her companions, each one scooping up a little Pokémon to play with. Except for Vulpix, the other three were already acquainted with the girls, and Vulpix, sensing no malice from them, quickly warmed to their presence. Liu Ye, how did you capture these adorable Pokémon? I had no idea you had so many. Kona exclaimed, cradling Vulpix with delight. Oh, Ralts was hatched from an egg I obtained previously. Electrode was captured at the abandoned power plant in Kure Leaf City. Dragonite was rescued from a poaching organization at Moonview Mountain. And as for this Vulpix, I captured her through a fortunate encounter. Liu Ye explained, detailing each capture. Liu Ye, why is your Vulpix blue and white? And why is she so cool to the touch? You called her Ice Vulpix. Is she of the ice type? Kona bombarded him with questions. This little Vulpix is known as Ice Vulpix, or you may refer to her as Alolan Vulpix. Unlike the fire-type Vulpix from other regions. Alolan Vulpix is an ice type unique to the Alola region, Liu Ye clarified. Noticing Kona's fascination with Ice Vulpix, he continued, if you wish to have one as well, you can venture to the Alola region to catch one. Due to its unique geography, some Pokémon there differ significantly in attributes compared to those from other regions. Oh, I must visit Alola one day. Kona nodded eagerly, her excitement evident, as Liu Ye observed Cynthia and her companions thoroughly enjoying their time with the Pokémon. He chuckled and declared, by the way, I brought you all gifts. Upon hearing the word gifts, Cynthia and her companions swiftly gathered before Liu Ye. Having momentarily abandoned the little Pokémon, who were left wondering, who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? What has happened to me? Seeing the adorable creatures unceremoniously cast aside, Liu Ye shook his head in amusement but said nothing further. He then produced the gifts he had purchased earlier, a crystal necklace, a jade bracelet, and a pair of agate earrings. Here, Wanling, this crystal necklace is for you. Kona, these agate earrings are yours, and Nasi, this jade bracelet is for you. Liu Ye announced, handing the gifts to each of them. Thank you, the three girls chorused, their faces lighting up with delight at the thoughtful gifts. In truth, it was likely Liu Ye's sentiment that they cherished even more than the gifts themselves. Noticing that the other three had received gifts, Cynthia approached Liu Ye with a hint of confusion. What about my gift? Your gift? What gift are you referring to? Liu Ye feigned ignorance. Not fair. They all received gifts, and what about mine? Cynthia replied, slightly irked. I gave you your gift yesterday, and it was quite grand. Wasn't he it? Liu Ye explained. At this moment, Sharona recalled the romantic gesture Liu Ye had bestowed upon her the previous night, which was indeed splendid. However, seeing the other three girls with their gifts made her feel a twinge of disappointment for not having one herself. Oh, Sharona sighed softly, lapsing into silence. Her mood somewhat diminished. Observing Sharona's downcast demeanor, Liu Ye couldn't help but burst into laughter, stifling his chuckles behind his hand. The previously melancholic Sharona was momentarily taken aback by Liu Ye's sudden mirth, thinking to herself, what is this? My sadness brings you joy. She glared at Liu Ye, demanding, hey, what are you laughing at? My gloom amuses you, doesn't it? No, not at all. Liu Ye waved his hands and shook his head, insisting that was not his intention. Yet, his smile led Sharona to believe he was being deliberately mischievous. Unsure of how to respond, Sharona retorted, if you keep laughing, I'll be really upset. All right, I won't laugh anymore, Liu Ye replied, forcing himself to contain his amusement. After that, he produced a bracelet and a beautiful stone, offering them to Sharona. As Sharona examined the items Liu Ye had presented, she felt a sense of familiarity but could not quite recall where she had seen them before, prompting her to inquire, What is this? This, Liu Ye explained, is an evolution bracelet designed to connect with Mega Evolution Stones. As for this stone, it's the Mega Evolution Stone for Garchomp. Didn't you mention wanting one? I happened to acquire another recently, so I thought I'd gift it to you. Sharona was momentarily speechless, astonished by Liu Ye's gesture. Noticing her surprise, Liu Ye feigned innocence. You didn't really think I hadn't prepared a gift for you, did you? I was just pretending to scare you a little. Sharona's cheeks flushed slightly. In truth, Liu Ye had initially forgotten to prepare a gift for Sharona, having neglected to give her the Garchomp Mega Evolution Stone the day before. Presenting it to her today not only rectified his oversight, but also saved him some money. Liu Ye chuckled to himself. System. What a shameless fellow. Thanks to Liu Ye's thoughtful gift, the night passed peacefully, and the next day, Liu Ye and the four girls set out towards the Pokemon breeder town, soon arriving at the bustling little town. Their visit was motivated by a desire to pamper their adorable Pokemon. Being a native of the Kanto region, Kona naturally took the lead, mentioning a renowned breeding town famous for its grooming services. Thus, the group decided to head to the breeder town. Liu Ye, being a proponent of majority rule, wasn't particularly anxious since they still needed to challenge two more gyms, the Red Lotus Gym and the Evergreen Gym. The most popular attraction in the breeder town was the Pokemon grooming street, so Liu Ye and the four girls made their way there directly. Upon arrival, Kona began enthusiastically introducing the area. The grooming street, also known as the breeder street, is home to many esteemed figures in the breeding community and skilled beauticians specializing in Pokemon grooming. This is precisely why we are here today. Moreover, this place is a dream destination for aspiring Pokemon breeders. Wanling, didn't you express a desire to become a Pokemon breeder? You might learn a great deal here. At that moment, Sharona spotted a large poster featuring a whimsically dressed Weezing and Arbok, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, how adorable. So, this is the latest trend. Naza, upon hearing Sharona's exclamation, scrutinized the poster and remarked, I find this style rather gaudy and quite superficial. Liu Ye concurred with Naza's assessment. Kona then chimed in. I've visited here several times, and there is a particular place I always frequent. Follow me. Kona led the way, and after a period of searching, he excitedly announced. Found it. That's the one. Upon seeing the shop's decor, which appeared rather simple compared to the surrounding establishments, Liu Ye felt it stood out uncomfortably. The group followed Kona inside. Upon entering, a melodious voice greeted them. Hello, welcome. Please hold on for just a moment. They soon noticed a girl with beautiful green hair giving a massage to a Happiny, which was radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Happiny emitted several contented sounds, indicating the girl's skillful touch. After the massage concluded, a strangely dressed man entered, addressing Happiny. Happiny, I'm here to take you home. With a reluctant expression, Happiny was led away by the man. Thank you for your visit. The girl politely called after them. Once the man departed with Happiny, the girl turned her attention to Liu Ye and the group, greeting them warmly. Upon recognizing Kona, she exclaimed, Champion Kona, you're here? Yes. Hello, Xiaoxua. Kona nodded, then introduced Liu Ye, Sharona, Naza, and Wanling to Xiaoxua. Surprised by their esteemed identities, Xiaoxua expressed her astonishment. After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered the shop, where Wanling's eyes lit up upon seeing a Vulpix resting on a chair. So adorable, she exclaimed. This Vulpix is a bit shy, so please be gentle. Xiaoxua kindly advised. Of course. Wanling nodded eagerly. Observing Vulpix, which had clearly been groomed, Wanling gently stroked its fur, complimenting, Xiaoxua, you're incredible. Before Xiaoxua could respond, Kona interjected, of course. Xiaoxua has been the champion of the grooming street breeder competition for 3 consecutive years. Last year, she was recognized by the Pokemon League as the most popular breeder voted by readers of Pokemon Friends magazine, achieving first place 4 years in a row as an exceptionally talented breeder. This Vulpix is her finest partner. Blushing at Kona's praise, Xiaoxua bashfully scratched her head and said, hee, it's really not that impressive. Meanwhile, Wanling gazed at Xiaoxua with admiration, exclaiming, you're amazing, Xiaoxua. I want to become a Pokemon breeder just like you. Will you teach me? Of course. And you can just call me Xiaoxua. She replied enthusiastically. Chapter 89, Vulpix and the Team Rocket Trio. As for Wanling, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Xiaoxua. You are so amazing, Miss Xiaoxua. I aspire to become a Pokemon breeder just like you. Would you be willing to teach me? Of course. Xiaoxua replied enthusiastically. And please, just call me Xiaoxua. Thank you so much, Xiaoxua. Wanling said, nodding excitedly. At that moment, Liu Ye began to examine the attributes of Vulpix. Name, Vulpix. Gender, female. Level, 25, intermediate. Ability, Flash Fire. Type, Fire. Friendship, 50. Base stats, 299. Potential, champion. Skills, mystical light, will-o-wisp, quick attack, confuse ray, incinerate. Liu Ye pondered to himself. This Vulpix possesses considerable potential. With proper training, it could evolve into a formidable Pokemon. After Wanling set Vulpix down, it leaped back onto the chair to continue resting. Suddenly, Liu Ye, who had previously been rather inconspicuous, spoke up. Xiaoxua, might I trouble you to pamper our Pokemon a bit? Following that, Liu Ye released his Ice Vulpix, Ralts, Dragonite, and Electrike, who had just communicated with the ancient Dragonite. The 6 Pokemon expressed their desire for grooming as well. It seemed that female creatures shared a common affinity in this regard. Consequently, Liu Ye summoned ancient Dragonite, Salamence, Garchomp, Bagon, Dragapult, and Hydreigon. He refrained from releasing some of his second and third tier deities, primarily because they were not fond of grooming and disliked human hands upon them. Once Liu Ye had released all his Pokemon, the room was nearly filled to capacity. Xiaoxua was taken aback by the sheer number of powerful Pokemon Liu Ye had summoned. Mr. Liu Ye, you truly are an exceptional Pokemon trainer, she praised. Haha, you flatter me, Xiaoxua, Liu Ye humbly replied. Now, I entrust my Pokemon to your care. Thank you for your assistance. Not at all, you are too courteous, Xiaoxua responded. Liu Ye then instructed ancient Dragonite and the 4 little ones to heed Xiaoxua's guidance. Kona, do your Pokemon also require grooming? Xiaoxua inquired of the 4 girls. Indeed, Kona nodded. Subsequently, each of the 4 girls released one of their Pokemon. Originally, Cynthia and her companions had intended to bring out several, but they were caught off guard by Liu Ye's sudden release of 10 Pokemon. After all, Xiaoxua was the only one managing the store, and unlike Liu Ye, they had to maintain their appearances. Cynthia released her Milotic, Kona summoned Lapras, Naji brought forth Alakazam, and Wanling released Dragonite. This was Liu Ye's first time witnessing Cynthia summon Milotic, and it was also the first time Kona showcased her Pokemon in Liu Ye's presence. Liu Ye promptly checked the attributes of the 2 Pokemon. Name, Milotic. Gender, female. Level, 72, early champion. Ability, Marvel Scale. Type, water. Friendship, 70. Base stats, 540. Potential, champion. Skills, Water Pulse, Captivate, Mist, Hydro Pump, Recover. Name, Lapras. Gender, female. Level, 70, Peak King. Ability, Hydration. Type, Water Ice. Friendship, 70. Base stats, 535. Potential, champion. Skills, Aqua Ring, Water Pulse, Body Slam, Ice Beam, Freeze Dry. Truly, these are the Ice-type master of the Kanto League and the champion of the Sinnoh League. Their prowess is undeniably formidable. Liu Ye mused inwardly, observing Lapras's level and the aura it emanated. He sensed that it was on the verge of breaking through to champion level. Let us leave them here for now and return shortly, Liu Ye suggested. All right. Xiaoxua nodded in agreement. Wanling, would you care to join us for a stroll, or would you prefer to stay here and learn some breeding techniques from Xiaoxua? Liu Ye inquired. You all go ahead. I will remain here. Wanling replied. Very well. Liu Ye agreed, departing with Cynthia and the others. Upon reaching the bustling street, they stumbled upon a vibrant shop filled with patrons. A Meowth, holding a loudspeaker, proclaimed, Everyone, come and see. Our establishment is at the forefront of Pokemon grooming trends. Presided over by the elegant and lovely Master Musashi and her assistant, Mr. Kojiru. Master Musashi? Assistant Kojiru? Why do those names sound so familiar? Liu Ye murmured quietly. As he drew closer, he realized, indeed, it is the infamous Team Rocket trio. Their taste is truly questionable. Naji remarked, unable to hold back her thoughts. Indeed. However, some individuals do prefer such flamboyant appearances, Kona added. Moreover, their shop appears to be particularly popular. The poster we just saw over there seems to be from their establishment. Cynthia explained. Upon hearing Cynthia's words, Liu Ye scrutinized the scene and confirmed her observation. With such questionable taste, how can they attract so many customers? Is this a reflection of humanity's distortion or a moral decline? If their taste can garner such popularity, I could easily open my own shop. Naji retorted. Let it go? Naji, with so many shops around, a new one is unlikely to thrive, Liu Ye coldly commented. Afterward, he made his way inside. Hey, Liu Ye, what are you doing up there? Cynthia quickly asked. Oh, I noticed a talking Meowth in their shop and became curious, so I thought I'd take a look. Liu Ye explained. In truth, Liu Ye was keen to check the attributes of Meowth. Name Meowth. Gender male. Level 42 beginner. Ability technician. Type normal. Friendship 30. Base stats 290. Potential king. Skills fake out, covet, pursuit, scratch, cut. Item Everstone. After reviewing Meowth's attributes, Liu Ye realized this particular Meowth was indeed unique, possessing the scholar ability, which likely accounted for its ability to speak human language. While Liu Ye's Jengar could also converse, it was an ancient being over 2,000 years old, making the comparison rather unfair. After a brief exploration with Cynthia and her companions, they returned. Although the entire grooming street was bustling with activity, the majority of the crowd remained queued outside the Team Rocket Trio's shop. Upon returning to Xiaoxue's establishment, they found her administering a massage to ancient Dragonite. Chapter 90, A Vulgar Trend. Challenge. Upon returning to Xiaoxue's establishment, they pushed the door open to find her attending to an ancient Dragonite with a massage. Xiaoxue, surprised to see Liu Ye and his companions returning so soon, felt a tinge of curiosity but refrained from inquiring due to their unfamiliarity. However, Wanling was not so reserved and asked Liu Ye, "Weren't you supposed to be out shopping? Why are you back already?" "Oh, don't even get me started," Liu Ye replied. "We discovered that most of the beauty street is filled with rather tasteless cosmetic offerings, which we simply could not endure, so we returned." "Ah, I see." Wanling nodded, though a look of confusion lingered on her face. "By the way, Xiaoxue, may I ask you a question?" Liu Ye suddenly remembered something and inquired. Of course, feel free to ask," Xiaoxue responded, slightly taken aback. "It's just that we noticed a beauty shop outside with a long queue of customers, yet your skills are exceptional. Why do so few people come to your shop for beauty treatments? Is it that the dazzling Pokemon are the latest trend here?" Liu Ye expressed his confusion. Having observed that aside from the previous Chansey and their group, no one else had visited for quite some time, he pressed further. "You must have seen that extravagant shop while you were out shopping," Xiaoxue remarked. "Indeed, I did. The taste was utterly lacking. I fail to comprehend why there is such a long line," Nazi commented disdainfully. Sighing, Xiaoxue explained, "Ever since that shop opened, a trend of competing for ostentation has emerged here. Then it seems that shop is the source of this vulgarity," Liu Ye declared. "Indeed, the true value of a breeder lies in how much charm they can evoke from their Pokemon. Yet, it appears that this current situation has diminished the inherent allure of the Pokemon," Xiaoxue lamented, shaking her head in resignation. "The most critical point is that the extravagant adornments fail to enhance the beauty of the Pokemon." Kina chimed in. "Indeed, the opulent embellishments only serve to overshadow the Pokemon's natural beauty. It's akin to gilding the lily." Cynthia concurred. "We must not allow this trend to persist. Let us assist Xiaoxue," the enthusiastic Kina suggested. Upon hearing Kina's proposition, Xiaoxue felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of accepting help from individuals of such stature. No, it's quite all right as it is," she hastily declined. "Don't worry, Xiaoxue, we will assist you. Isn't that right, Liu Ye?" Cynthia suddenly interjected. Initially, Liu Ye had been merely an observer, but now he found himself implicated in this endeavor. Although he intended to refuse, the system's voice interrupted him. "Ding. A time-limited mission, Help Xiaoxue, has been issued. The host must aid Xiaoxue in restoring her shop to its former glory and thwart the efforts of the Team Rocket Trio. Completion rewards, 3,000 points, 200,000 League coins, 1 premium ice stone. Failure, no penalties. A premium ice stone? Just what I need for Vulpix's evolution," Liu Ye pondered. After accepting the mission, he contemplated how to assist Xiaoxue, while sabotaging the Team Rocket Trio's shop seemed straightforward. Rejuvenating Xiaoxue's establishment to its previous level of popularity posed a more significant challenge. Seeing Liu Ye lost in thought, Cynthia called out, "Liu Ye, what are you daydreaming about?" Suddenly alert, Liu Ye realized Cynthia had been addressing him. He nodded vigorously. "Ah, yes, Xiaoxue, rest assured, we will certainly help you. Thank you. Ever since that shop created this trend, I have lost all confidence in my approach," Xiaoxue confessed helplessly. "Xiaoxue, you must believe in yourself. Perseverance will ensure you do not lose your essence in the face of trends," Kina encouraged. "Absolutely," Wanling agreed, echoing Kina's sentiments. "What should we do, then?" Cynthia inquired with curiosity. After Cynthia spoke, the 4 women, Cynthia, Nazi, Kina, and Wanling, turned their gazes toward Liu Ye, while Xiaoxue, noticing their collective attention, looked at him with intrigue. Liu Ye was taken aback, realizing that trouble had unexpectedly found him. Considering the intense scrutiny from Cynthia and the others, he pondered before stating, "It's quite simple. While they rely on ostentatious appearances, we shall triumph through inner beauty." At that moment, familiar voices echoed from outside. "Xiaoxue, you little girl, come out quickly. We're here to challenge you. We want everyone on this street to know that we can make Pokemon more beautiful," Musashi proclaimed arrogantly. "Indeed, our artistry is unparalleled." Kojiro added in agreement. "Meow, give me gold coins. With more business, we'll earn more money." Meow and Yarth chimed in, showcasing a deep obsession with gold coins. Humph. To come here and cause a ruckus, Garchomp. Liu Ye retorted dismissively. However, Liu Ye chose not to expose the identities of Musashi, Kojiro, and Yarth, believing it unnecessary as they were merely insignificant members of Team Rocket. Musashi and Kojiro could be seen as idle second-generation members seeking trivial pursuits. Hey kid, what are you threatening us for? We are all civilized people. We're not here to fight. Kojiro realized the formidable presence of Liu Ye's Garchomp and, as a wealthy heir, recognized its rarity, thus understanding that in a real confrontation, they would be outmatched. Not here to fight. Then what is your purpose? Liu Ye asked with curiosity. Of course, in accordance with the tradition of our beauty street, we are here to compete in beauty. Musashi proclaimed with a sense of entitlement. Humph. You wouldn't be plotting something nefarious again, would you? Liu Ye questioned skeptically. What ill intent could we possibly have? We merely seek to pursue beauty. Kojiro clarified. I am free to say what I wish. My mouth is on my face. That is none of your business. Liu Ye retorted. In truth, Liu Ye himself was unsure why he had said again, perhaps influenced by Ash. Pursuing beauty? That is merely your self-deception. Pokemon are inherently beautiful and require no excessive external embellishments. Xiaoxue interjected, her voice tinged with indignation at the claims made by the Team Rocket trio. Little Snow, what nonsensical things are you uttering? Exclaimed Musashi. Moreover, our primary purpose in operating our business here is to generate profit, as long as we are able to earn money. What is inherently wrong with our actions? Meow indeed. Furthermore, many Pokemon trainers have sought our grooming services, and it has been substantiated that our endeavors are justified. After all, the appearance of Pokemon is of utmost importance. Added Jessie Bell. You two are utterly unreasonable. Little Snow was at a loss for words, exasperated by Musashi and Jessie Bell's blatant disregard. Observing the ongoing banter, Meowth attempted to interject multiple times, only to be interrupted. Finally, unable to contain himself, he launched a flurry of claws right at Musashi and Jessie Bell's faces. Regardless, we shall employ every possible means to extract money from those Pokemon trainers, Meowth declared. Moreover, if those foolish trainers happen to bring in rare Pokemon, we could easily pilfer them, thus achieving great fortune. Meowth mused, lost in a daydream. What did you just say? Liu Ye suddenly inquired. Huh, what did I say? I didn't say anything. Meowth stammered, realizing he had accidentally let something slip, stubbornly trying to backtrack. However, Liu Ye paid him no mind. After all, they were part of Team Rocket. Having read the original story, Liu Ye was well aware that the trio's chaotic antics were solely aimed at amassing wealth. He even found himself questioning their financial desperation. Upon reviewing Meowth's attributes, Liu Ye noted that Meowth possessed the skill coin toss, which seemed contradictory to their apparent lack of funds. Meowth, shouldn't you be proficient in the coin toss ability? Why then do you still require money? Liu Ye voiced his curiosity. Upon hearing Liu Ye's question, Meowth sighed in resignation and explained, alas, I have devoted too much effort to learning to walk on two legs and speak the human language, leaving me unable to master the coin toss technique inherent to my kind. In fact, these two skills have exhausted my potential to acquire other abilities. After a brief pause, Meowth continued, actually, it's not that I can't learn it, but... He trailed off, extending his hand to demonstrate his coin toss ability. Then, a coin no larger than a grain of rice soared toward Liu Ye. With his keen senses, bolstered by his aura and psychic abilities, Liu Ye effortlessly caught the minuscule coin. However, as soon as he grasped it, the coin vanished from his hand, leaving him perplexed. Seeing Liu Ye's confusion, Meowth clarified, yes, this is my coin toss. It deals no damage and cannot preserve the coins. Other skills are similarly ineffectual, lacking any real impact. Furthermore, after using coin toss, I cannot employ it again for an entire week. Is that so? Liu Ye nodded in understanding. After hearing Meowth's explanation, he finally comprehended the situation. Just moments prior, he had been puzzled as to why Meowth claimed he could not use the skill, even though the system indicated otherwise. Was the system malfunctioning? At that moment, an irate Musashi approached Meowth and kicked him away, likely seeking retribution for the earlier clawing. Hey, what are you lamenting about? Have you forgotten our purpose here? Musashi shouted. Meowth slowly got up, retorting, can I reminisce for a moment, Meow? Enough of that. Our main objective today is to challenge Little Snow. I have heard whispers that you are the most skilled breeder in this beauty district, so let us compete. Jessie Bell interjected opportunistically. And how shall we compete? Little Snow inquired. Quite simply, if your business outperforms ours within the next week, we shall concede defeat. The losers must vacate the beauty district forever and relinquish their breeding profession. Do you dare accept? Jessie Bell said with a sinister grin. Aye. Little Snow hesitated. Though she yearned to restore the beauty district to its former glory, the fear of losing her cherished vocation was unbearable. Musashi, noticing her trepidation, taunted, "No need to worry. Little Snow, if you choose not to accept, we shall proclaim that the once great breeder is too cowardly to accept a challenge." Before Musashi could finish, Little Snow interjected firmly. "All right, I accept your challenge." "Oh, courageous are we? Then it is settled. In the coming week, I hope you exert yourself, Little Snow." Musashi feigned encouragement, though it was laced with mockery. The four girls, including Sharona, were deeply concerned upon hearing Little Snow's acceptance. After all, they had witnessed the popularity of Team Rocket's establishment, and they knew that for Little Snow to emerge victorious would be no easy feat. It was an arduous challenge indeed. "Little Snow, do not agree to their challenge. It's clearly a trap," Wanling exclaimed, speaking her mind. "Indeed, Little Snow, perhaps you should heed your friend's advice. Regardless of whether you accept the challenge, the outcome will be the same." Musashi sneered. "That is of no concern. My mind is made up. I will accept your challenge, but I hope that if you lose, you will adhere to the agreement." Little Snow declared resolutely. "You need not worry. We cannot possibly lose." "Huh?" Musashi assured with a chuckle. "I hope so." Little Snow thought to herself anxiously. "Since there is nothing more to be said, we shall take our leave," Meowth announced. As Team Rocket turned to depart, Liu Ye called out, "Hey, you three, wait a moment." Kid, what do you want?" Jessie Bell asked, puzzled. Without hesitation, Liu Ye conjured a luminous sphere in his hand and hurled it towards Team Rocket with remarkable speed. "What is this?" Team Rocket exclaimed in unison. "It's an aura sphere." They shouted together. Boom. Oh, how annoying. The familiar lines and scenes played out as Team Rocket was sent flying by Liu Ye's attack. Do you think they will be alright?" Sharona asked quietly. To this, Liu Ye replied, "If they are in trouble, then they are indeed in trouble. Rest assured, they are perfectly fine." Liu Ye affirmed with a shake of his head. With Liu Ye's assurance, Sharona's worries dissipated. After all, Team Rocket was notorious for their mischief. Whether they faced peril or not was hardly a matter of concern. What shall we do now? With regard to the popularity of those three individuals in the store, it is utterly implausible for Xiaoxue to compete with them. Nashi exclaimed anxiously. Were those three really that formidable? Wanling inquired. Since Wanling had not previously accompanied Liu Ye and the others on their shopping excursion, she had not witnessed the bustling scene at Team Rocket's establishment. Had she seen it, her words would surely have taken a different tone. Indeed, as we ventured outside, we discovered that nearly the entirety of Beauty Street's commerce had been monopolized by them. Hirana affirmed with a nod of certainty. Then Xiaoxue. Wanling's thought trailed off, yet the others understood her unspoken sentiment. Rest assured, for the sake of Beauty Street, the honor of the Breeder family, and my dreams, I shall not relent. Xiaoxue consoled Hirana and the other three women, while simultaneously reassuring herself. Liu Ye, do you have any good ideas? Hirana turned to Liu Ye with a hopeful expression. As soon as Hirana posed her question, Kina, Nashi, Wanling, and Xiaoxue cast expectant glances at Liu Ye once more. Liu Ye felt a sense of exasperation. Why was it always like this? For some inexplicable reason, he sensed a familiarity with the situation. He could not fathom when it had begun, but in the eyes of Hirana and her companions, he had become synonymous with omnipotence. Whenever faced with uncertainty, they would invariably turn to him for answers. Well, Liu Ye pondered what to do at that moment. Don't you know? Wanling said, disappointment lacing her words. Oh, do you truly believe I am omnipotent? Liu Ye replied with a sigh of resignation. Of course, he felt compelled to assist Xiaoxue in this matter, for he had not forgotten the tasks assigned by the system. System, do you have any suggestions that could aid Xiaoxue? Liu Ye mentally communicated with the system. Ding. Friendly reminder. Please check the system space. You might discover unexpected rewards. The system fell silent after delivering its message, unresponsive to Liu Ye's calls. System space? What could possibly be there? Liu Ye wondered. Yet he complied with the system's advice and began examining the items within the system space. Premium grass stone, magical candy, system pokeball, all Pokemon energy cube recipe. Metal film. Oh, wait a moment. The all Pokemon energy cube recipe? Liu Ye discovered a reward he had received long ago, but had yet to utilize. System. What is the purpose of the all Pokemon energy cube recipe? Liu Ye inquired. Ding. The host can find that the all Pokemon energy cube recipe contains the fabrication methods for energy cubes of all attribute Pokemon, as well as techniques for individual Pokemon energy cubes. Unlike the ordinary energy cubes sold on the market, this version has been upgraded and improved by the system. Regular consumption not only enhances a Pokemon's beauty, but also elevates their experience levels and even improves their physical constitution and mastery of corresponding attribute skills, the system explained. Thus, With the all-Pokemon Energy Cube recipe in hand, if I impart this knowledge to Xiaoxua, wouldn't that enable me to fulfill the task? Wouldn't it assist Xiaoxua in triumphing in the competition? Liu Ye contemplated. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Liu Ye quickly retrieved the all-Pokemon Energy Cube recipe from the system. But just as he was about to take it out, it transformed into a beam of light invisible to the naked eye, entering his mind. Instantly, Liu Ye felt a surge of knowledge regarding the creation of energy cubes flooding his consciousness. However, Liu Ye suddenly recalled a pressing question and turned to the system. System, since I have already utilized the all-Pokemon Energy Cube recipe, how can I pass it on to Xiaoxua? Please rest assured, host. The system guarantees quality. You can convert the all-Pokemon Energy Cube recipe into a book to gift to Xiaoxua, and the knowledge of energy cubes will remain within your mind. The system elucidated. Oh, I see. System, I must commend your thoughtfulness. Liu Ye praised the system. Ding. Please regard the system with due respect. It has always been this way. The system gently reminded Liu Ye. Liu Ye chose not to engage in further banter with the system, and instead addressed Hirana and the others. In fact, I do have a solution. Huh? What did you say? Kina asked, perplexed. If you have a solution, why did you just feign helplessness? Nashi questioned. Indeed. Do you know how disheartened we felt earlier? You toyed with our emotions. Hirana scolded Liu Ye, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Liu Ye, you mustn't act like that again. Wanling chimed in with the most bashful expression, uttering words devoid of any real authority. All right, I was wrong. I shall amend my ways next time. Liu Ye assured them. Enough of this dilly-dallying. Please, share your solution. Hirana urged. It's quite simple, really, Liu Ye declared, producing the all-Pokemon Energy Cube recipe from within his attire. Indeed, the all-Pokemon Energy Cube recipe had now transformed into a substantial tome in Liu Ye's possession. The all-Pokemon Energy Cube recipe? This book, is it truly the solution you speak of? Kina remarked, exasperation evident in her tone. Moreover, besides its considerable thickness, this book appears rather unremarkable. Hirana expressed her confusion regarding Liu Ye's revelation. No. Do not be deceived by appearances. Liu Ye feigned an air of mystery. Then, what is the utility of this book? Nashi inquired. First, you should examine the title of this book. What is it? Liu Ye prompted. However, Hirana and her companions ignored him, instead casting him disdainful glances. Noticing this, Liu Ye awkwardly smiled and continued. This book is titled All Pokemon Energy Cube Recipe. Do you comprehend what this signifies? This time, Liu Ye, drawing on his previous experience, did not wait for Hirana and the others to respond, but continued. This signifies that. Before he could finish, an irate Hirana sent him tumbling to the ground with a swift strike of her bench. As Hirana's bench hurtled towards the unprotected Liu Ye, Kina, Nashi, Wanling, and Xiaoxua instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands, though the gaps between their fingers were minuscule. Honestly, a grown man should speak succinctly. Hirana reprimanded Liu Ye with exasperation. Liu Ye slowly raised a hand, forming an okay gesture, and then fell silent. This startled the unsuspecting Xiaoxua, who hurried to check if Liu Ye was all right, but Kina restrained her, and upon witnessing Xiaoxua's puzzled expression, Kina signaled to Hirana with her eyes. Enough of your charade. I know your constitution all too well. Continue feigning unconsciousness, and you shall find yourself alone every night. Hirana remarked bluntly. I will speak. The tome titled The Complete Guide to Energy Cube Formulas for All Pokemon meticulously catalogs the methodologies for crafting energy cubes corresponding to all elemental Pokemon. It further elucidates various specialized techniques for individual Pokemon's energy cubes. Unlike the conventional energy cubes available in the market, this version is a refined and upgraded iteration. Prolonged consumption not only enhances the aesthetic appeal of the Pokemon, but also augments their experience levels, and even fortifies their physical constitution and mastery over corresponding elemental skills. The cosmetic effects are strikingly pronounced, rivaling the artistry of Xiaoxua. Upon hearing Sharona's threat, Liu Ye promptly divulged all he knew, leaving nothing concealed aside from the system's secrets. System, undoubtedly an LSP. Are you suggesting that the energy cubes crafted from the recipes contained within this book possess such remarkable properties, comparable to Xiaoxua's craftsmanship? Kana inquired incredulously. Indeed, if you harbor doubts, you may request Xiaoxua to open the book and create a sample following the prescribed formula to test its efficacy. Liu Ye asserted with unwavering confidence. Here, Xiaoxua, take a look at this book. It may very well astonish you. Most of the required raw materials for crafting the energy cubes can be procured from the market, he added, handing the book to Xiaoxua. Thank you. Xiaoxua expressed her gratitude as she received the book. As she perused the complete guide to energy cube formulas for all Pokemon, her excitement and joy escalated with each page turned. Observing Xiaoxue's exuberance, Sharona and her companions pondered. Could it be that Liu Ye's claims hold truth? Is this book genuinely so invaluable? Thank you, Liu Ye. I believe that with this book, I can restore the beauty of the Pokemon Spa to its former glory. Xiaoxue exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. In truth, Liu Ye had not disclosed all the knowledge contained in the energy cube formulas bestowed upon him by the system. He had deliberately extracted the segment pertaining to divine Pokemon before presenting the book to Xiaoxue. After all, the potential consequences of Xiaoxue discovering that particular information were unpredictable. It was not that Liu Ye lacked faith in Xiaoxue. Rather, he adhered to the adage that one must always be cautious of others. And if the formulas were inadvertently leaked, it would be prudent to have some form of safeguard in place. Seeing Xiaoxue's fervor, Sharona and her companions approached with curiosity, eager to ascertain what marvels lay within the book that could elicit such a reaction from Xiaoxue. They glimpsed some content from the complete guide to energy cube formulas for all Pokemon, but as Pokemon trainers rather than breeders, they were unable to discern its significance. Liu Ye, do you know who authored this book? Xiaoxue inquired with curiosity. The moment has arrived. In truth, I stumbled upon the opportunity to create this book in a serendipitous manner during my leisure time, Liu Ye explained, slightly embarrassed. System, host, don't show your face. Regardless, this book is a reward for completing a task bestowed by the system, so it is rightfully mine. Claiming authorship should pose no issue. Liu Ye mused inwardly. You authored this? Came the collective incredulous exclamation from Xiaoxue and Sharona's companions. Must it not be possible for me to be the author? Liu Ye retorted. But Liu Ye, are you not a Pokemon trainer? How could you possess knowledge pertinent to breeding? Naji queried, intrigued. Who says a Pokemon trainer cannot also be a breeder? In fact, I am a top-tier Pokemon breeder. Liu Ye humbly countered. Just you? Kana interjected. Indeed. Liu Ye affirmed with certainty. Very well, I shall take your word for it. Kana conceded, observing Liu Ye's resolute expression. Now, Xiaoxue, you should commence crafting energy cubes. Let's start with a few dragon-type ones. Liu Ye suggested. However, I have yet to finish beautifying the ancient Dragonite and the others, Xiaoxue replied. Not to worry, begin with the dragon-type energy cubes. Once completed, let them sample the results. If successful, the effects will be the same. Liu Ye replied nonchalantly. Then, let me see what raw materials are required for the dragon-type energy cubes. With the consensus of both the ancient Dragonite and Liu Ye, Xiaoxue agreed to Liu Ye's proposal. Ancient Dragonite, Mega Sharpedo, Salamence, Hydreigon, Dragapult, and Duraludon. Have you consulted us? Less chatter, otherwise, you'll reduce our preparation time. Liu Ye threatened. Xiaoxue opened the book to examine the materials needed for the dragon-type energy cubes. Orange fruit, dragonfire fruit, dragon's cleansing fruit, mango fruit, dragon scale powder. I happen to have the first few fruits in my shop, but unfortunately, I lack dragon scale powder. Xiaoxue lamented. Dragon scale powder? What is that? Sharona's companions inquired with curiosity. Dragon scale powder, as the name implies, is derived from the scales of dragon-type Pokemon. The higher the level of the dragon-type Pokemon, the more effective the energy cubes crafted from their scales. Liu Ye elucidated, addressing the inquiries of Sharona's companions. But we currently lack dragon scale powder. How shall we proceed? Wan Ling inquired despondently. We may not possess dragon scale powder, but we do have dragons. Liu Ye responded immediately. Wouldn't you agree? He continued, turning his gaze toward the ancient Dragonite and the others, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Even the mighty ancient Dragonite, a Pokemon of divine caliber and champion-level prowess, trembled under Liu Ye's intense gaze. As I previously stated, the more powerful the dragon-type Pokemon, the more potent the energy cubes crafted from their scales. Liu Ye paused, casting a meaningful glance at the ancient Dragonite. Nearby, Duraludon, Mega Sharpedo, Salamence, and Hydreigon exchanged furtive glances, silently reaching a consensus. Understood. Acknowledged. Received. Is this a bit excessive? Perhaps, but I concur. In that fleeting moment, aside from the ancient Dragonite, the other 5 dragons appeared to have reached a tacit agreement. The ancient Dragonite, upon realizing this, shivered involuntarily. However, your illustrious and sagacious master is particularly democratic. Thus, I shall provide you with an opportunity. Those willing to make a sacrifice, please step forward voluntarily. Liu Ye declared. Upon hearing this, the ancient Dragonite was naturally unwilling to be the first to expose itself, thinking, if I remain still, I shall be safe. I can simply wait for the opportune moment to kick Mega Sharpedo out of the way when she is distracted, and all shall be well. Unbeknownst to the ancient Dragonite, Mega Sharpedo and the others had quietly retreated a step back. Upon noticing this, Liu Ye exclaimed, "Excellent. Ancient Dragonite, I knew it would be you. As expected of their elder sister, you truly possess a sense of responsibility." Liu Ye lavished praise upon the ancient Dragonite, leaving it bewildered. I did not step forward. The ancient Dragonite, with a bewildered expression, inquired, "What do you mean?" Liu Ye, gesturing behind the ancient Dragonite, replied, "Just look." Upon turning to glance behind, the ancient Dragonite was astonished to discover that the fierce Sharpedo and her companions were merely a step away. At that moment, the ancient Dragonite realized that it had been betrayed by Sharpedo and her allies. If glances could kill, no. If they could slay dragons, Sharpedo and her friends would have been obliterated 100 times over. "Since you, ancient Dragonite, have made your choice, then ha. Liu Ye said, advancing towards the ancient Dragonite while emitting a sinister chuckle. The ancient Dragonite cried out in despair, tears nearly welling up from the pain as it clutched its back. After obtaining the ancient Dragonite's scales, Liu Ye handed them to Xiaoxue. "Here, Xiaoxue, just grind these scales into powder," Liu Ye instructed. "All right, thank you, Liu Ye. I'll endeavor to create the energy cubes now." Xiaoxue expressed her gratitude. Liu Ye nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Xiaoxue turned and entered the room to commence her work on the dragon-type energy cubes. With Xiaoxue's innate talent, it was believed that she would produce a finished product swiftly. "Let us wait and see," Liu Ye suggested. "All right." The four women, including Sharona, agreed eagerly. "By the way, Liu Ye, I never imagined you were a top-tier Pokemon breeder. Why didn't you mention it before?" Sharona jested. "You never asked, did you? What was I supposed to say?" Liu Ye replied with a hint of nonchalance. In truth, it was not surprising that the four women were astonished, for in the world of Pokemon, nearly everyone engaged in Pokemon-related professions specialized in a singular vocation. The primary roles include Pokemon trainer, Pokemon breeder, and coordinating trainer, while other professions exist, such as Pokemon sommelier, Pokemon researcher, and Pokemon performer. They are far less populated. Nevertheless, these roles fundamentally align with the three primary Pokemon professions. Many individuals tend to focus on one vocation, as each encompasses a vast wealth of knowledge. It is not uncommon for a person's entire life to be insufficient to achieve notable success in a single field, let alone two. This led the four women to subconsciously adopt the erroneous belief that an individual could only possess one profession. They completely overlooked the fact that Liu Ye was an anomaly, transcending conventional wisdom. What others might toil a lifetime to attain, he achieved effortlessly. This concept is akin to life itself. Some are born at the finish line of others, and no matter how hard you strive, you may never reach the starting point of someone else. But what of it? At least we have made an effort. We have fought valiantly. Thus, decades later, you will possess the courage to confront your past self and honor the aspirations of your youth, regardless of whether you succeed or fail, without regret. Chapter 95, A Request. Before long, Xiaoxue emerged from the room, carrying a platter with 6 dragon-type energy cubes. "You finished so quickly." Though Liu Ye had anticipated this, he was still taken aback by Xiaoxue's swiftness. Xiaoxue nodded. "They look splendid. Let us allow the ancient Dragonite and her friends to give them a try," Liu Ye suggested. He then took the dragon-type energy cubes from Xiaoxue's hands and approached the ancient Dragonite and her companions once more. Despite Liu Ye's composed demeanor, the 6 ancient Dragonites inexplicably quivered in fear. "Come, have a taste. They're delicious," Liu Ye proclaimed, his face aglow with a smile. As he placed the platter before the 6 ancient Dragonites, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly dispelling any thoughts of escape from the 6 creatures. Instead, their mouths watered in anticipation, and one eager Dragonite snatched a cube and swallowed it whole. "How does it taste?" Xiaoxue inquired with hopeful anticipation. Observing the gleam in the ancient Dragonite's eyes, Liu Ye instinctively knew Xiaoxue had succeeded. "The Dragonites say it's delicious." "Congratulations, Xiaoxue, you did it," Liu Ye exclaimed. "Really? Is that true?" Xiaoxue could hardly believe it. In response, the 6 ancient Dragonites nodded vigorously, giving her a thumbs up. Overjoyed by the affirmation from the ancient Dragonites, Xiaoxue expressed her gratitude to Liu Ye. "Thank you, Liu Ye. With this book, I'm certain I can surpass that store." Suddenly, Xiaoxue appeared somewhat bashful. Noticing her demeanor, Liu Ye surmised the nature of her request. "No need to be shy, Xiaoxue. You wish to borrow the complete energy cube recipes book from me, don't you?" Liu Ye stated. No. Such a precious book, I wouldn't dare take it. I merely wish to ask if you could lend it to me for a week. I promise to return it after the competition." Xiaoxue spoke cautiously, fully aware of the book's allure for Pokemon breeders and its significance. Initially, She had intended to request that Liu Ye gift her the book, but upon reflection, she realized that they were not particularly close. And Liu Ye had no reason to bestow such a valuable item upon her. Liu Ye, why not just give the book to Xiaoxue? After all, you wrote it, so you certainly know its contents. Kenna suggested. Indeed, Liu Ye, given Xiaoxue's remarkable talent, I believe your book in her hands would yield the greatest results. Wanling concurred. In truth, Liu Ye had planned to hand the complete energy cube recipes to Xiaoxue, but a lingering hesitation resided in him, possibly due to the fact that Xiaoxue was not yet his. At that moment, an immature thought struck Liu Ye, prompting him to say, Xiaoxue, I can indeed give you this book. What? Liu Ye, you would give this book to me? Xiaoxue queried in disbelief. Absolutely, however Liu Ye paused. However what? Xiaoxue asked. Perplexed. However, you must agree to one condition. Liu Ye continued. Xiaoxue, well aware of Liu Ye's stature, held unwavering trust in his words. The temptation of the complete energy cube recipes compelled her to readily agree. All right, I accept your terms. Xiaoxue declared resolutely. Of course, if you don't what? Liu Ye belatedly realized her agreement. Indeed, Xiaoxue affirmed with a serious nod. Rest assured, it's not a difficult condition. There's no need for such solemnity. Liu Ye reassured her. Liu Ye, stop teasing. Just tell us the condition already. Sharona urged. Fine. It's quite simple. I require you to Liu Ye began, only to be interrupted by Sharona. Liu Ye, aren't you being a bit excessive? Even if that's what you're thinking, you shouldn't voice it. No, wait. How could you propose such an outrageous demand? Sharona chastised. As for the petite figure of Xiaoxue beside them, her cheeks had long since flushed crimson, shyly burying her head within the oversized fabric. Liu Ye, faced with Sharona's retort, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, thinking to himself, could you at least allow me to finish my sentence? Don't rush. I haven't completed my thoughts yet. Liu Ye hastily interjected. What did you say? Sharona replied. Next time, please express yourself in one breath. Don't leave room for misunderstandings, understood? Of course. I promise next time. Liu Ye nodded earnestly in assurance. However, in the depths of his mind, he pondered, I was clearly interrupted by you just now. What do you mean by me playing coy? What I, Liu Ye, have done has nothing to do with my host. With no one to interrupt him, Liu Ye resumed his previous discourse. In fact, I need your assistance. Assist you? Xiaoxue inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Precisely. I own a company that specializes in Pokemon beauty and energy cubes, among other things, and currently, it is in need of an agent, essentially a CEO. If you are willing to help manage this company, I shall gift you this book for free. After delivering his words, Liu Ye gazed at Xiaoxue, awaiting her response. What? Liu Ye, you actually own a company? Sharona and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Is that so strange? Liu Ye responded nonchalantly. How come I didn't know you had a company? Sharona inquired. You never asked me. Liu Ye retorted with his classic evasion. Otherwise, how could I have conveyed that it was a gift from the system? Liu Ye mused silently. What is the name of your company, Liu Ye? Kenna asked with curiosity. The name? Liu Ye muttered softly. He realized he had never actually checked the specific details regarding this company. Thus, he quickly inquired with the system about the name of the company that came as a reward. Chapter 96. Night Sky Group. CEO? Name? Liu Ye muttered softly again. Genuinely unaware, as he had not previously examined the particulars of the company. After obtaining the information, he replied, My company is called Night Sky Group. Although Liu Ye had spent a considerable time communicating with the system, to the outside observer, it appeared as if only a few seconds had elapsed. So Sharona and the others remained skeptical. Upon hearing Liu Ye's declaration, Sharona, Kenna, Naji, and Xiaoxue all widened their eyes in astonishment. Night Sky Group. It could be asserted that, aside from Wanling, who was blissfully unaware, the other women were utterly taken aback. Perhaps it was due to Wanling's existence 2,000 years ago, rendering her oblivious to contemporary matters, but Sharona and the others were well aware. Night Sky Group ranks among the top 5 super companies in the Kanto and Johto regions, involved in various fields including Pokemon beauty, food, energy cubes, and everyday life products. It would not be an exaggeration to state that Night Sky Group possesses a level of notoriety in the Kanto and Johto regions that rivals that of the Elite Four and Champions. After all, many individuals possess, to varying degrees, items produced by Night Sky Group. Is it just a company? Why are you all so astonished? Noting the incredulous expressions on Sharona and the others, Liu Ye inquired quizzically. Liu Ye, is Night Sky Group truly yours? Sharona sought confirmation once more. Yes, it is indeed mine. You should be able to discern from the name. Liu Ye affirmed with a nod. Noticing the peculiar reactions of the women, Liu Ye decided to consult the system once more. Upon discovering the extent of Night Sky Group's power, Liu Ye found himself utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Wanling remained completely oblivious to why Sharona and the others were so astounded, asking curiously, "What is Night Sky Group? Why are you all so surprised?" Subsequently, Kenna provided Wanling with a brief overview of Night Sky Group's impressive stature, adding one more astonished individual to the mix. "Liu Ye, Night Sky Group is yours? Why didn't you tell us?" Naji queried. "You never asked." Liu Ye began to argue, but was swiftly interrupted by Sharona. "All right, enough. Are you going to say you weren't asked?" Ha. Liu Ye remained silent, but his foolish grin spoke volumes. Then, as the chairman of Night Sky Group, you, Chairman Liu, must be very wealthy. After all, the market value of Night Sky Group is approximately 13 trillion alliance coins. Why does spending a few 100,000 alliance coins seem to cause you such distress? Kenna inquired with intrigue. Well, Liu Ye's mind raced as he suddenly had a moment of clarity. The majority of my assets are fixed assets, and I have very little liquidity at my disposal. Additionally, my shares in Night Sky Group are not substantial, so I must be frugal. Yet, I've heard that the behind-the-scenes chairman holds 95% of the group's shares. The dividends must be substantial. Naji chimed in with an insightful remark. At this moment, Liu Ye felt as if he had been struck by a revelation, mentally scolding Naji for her astuteness. Liu Ye's CPU was overheating. He simply could not concoct any more excuses, nor could he possibly divulge the truth. After all, how could he explain to Sharona and the others that Night Sky Group was a system reward, and he was required to appoint an agent for it to operate normally? Actually, I primarily wish to prevent you from developing a habit of extravagance. You must understand my good intentions. Liu Ye feigned a heart-wrenching expression. Seeing Liu Ye's reluctance to elaborate, Sharona and the others chose not to press further. Initially, they merely intended to tease Liu Ye, and witnessing the usually invincible Liu Ye in a predicament was rather delightful. At this juncture, Xiaoxue interjected, "Liu Ye, such an important task. Perhaps you should consider someone else. I'm merely a beauty salon owner. I cannot manage a large conglomerate." "No, Xiaoxue, I believe in you. You can certainly do it." Liu Ye insisted resolutely. The reason for Liu Ye's unwavering confidence in Xiaoxue's abilities stemmed from having examined her attribute panel. Name, Lingchuan Snow, Xiaoxue. Gender, female. Occupation, senior breeder. Pokemon, Vulpix. Identity, beauty salon owner. Abilities, management, top tier. Breeding, advanced. This was Xiaoxue's attribute panel, and Liu Ye had never anticipated that her management abilities would surpass her vocational skills. Recognizing her as a hidden gem, Liu Ye was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Noticing Xiaoxue's hesitation, Liu Ye seized the moment and remarked, "Xiaoxue, do you not desire this book, Comprehensive Recipes for Pokemon Energy Cubes?" This statement left Xiaoxue in a quandary, torn between her yearning for the book and her self-doubt regarding her capabilities. "Xiaoxue, believe in yourself. You possess that capability," Liu Ye urged. "All right, I accept." Xiaoxue seemed to have made up her mind, her tone resolute. "Excellent. Henceforth, this book shall belong to you, Lingchuan Snow," Liu Ye proclaimed. Upon hearing Liu Ye address her by her full name, Xiaoxue appeared astonished. "Liu Ye, you know my name." "Of course. As the CEO of Night Sky Group, I must familiarize myself with your information." Liu Ye chuckled, responding with a smile. After Liu Ye presented the complete Fairy Energy Cube recipe to Xiaoxue, she excused herself with a brief remark and departed to delve into her studies of the tome. Meanwhile, Liu Ye engaged in a dialogue with the system, inquiring, "I recall that your previous reward was not merely a company dedicated to crafting Pokemon cuisine, but has it now transformed into a conglomerate?" The system retorted, "Indeed. Is the Yitian Group not involved in the production of Pokemon food?" Liu Ye had previously assumed that the system's gift was a modest enterprise. Yet he was utterly astounded by this unexpected revelation. Had he known it was such a formidable company, he would have long since ventured to Pokemon Beauty Street to whisk Xiaoxue away, thereby sparing himself the days of meticulous searching. After bidding farewell to Xiaoxue and the four ladies, Liu Ye made arrangements to meet again the following day before taking his leave.